Okay, I was told that after this next volume, is when I do the side stories. Okay, that's fine by me. I shouldn't have to worry about any interruptions, hopefully, because the kids are at school, or heading to school, and my mom is upstairs, so I should be fine. Prologue. Gil watched the snow slammed against the window. There was another blizzard outside. The Lord of Winter was no doubt going on a massive rampage somewhere. Why couldn't the Knight's Order just kill it already? Once it was gone, he could gather the peruse Lady Rosemary left to eat. Yeah, because she hasn't been able to eat those yet since this winter. She hasn't been able to eat them for 2 years. So, yeah, she's a bit declining on that one. Kai, bring that box over here. Salim, take that paper from the shelf, Gil instructed. Each breath came out as a fine mist so icy white that he thought it might freeze mid-air. He paced on the spot, genuinely worried about his toes freezing from the cold, braving on his fingertips every now and then in an attempt to warm them. Since the Rosemine workshop was located in what had once been a storage space, and since it was packed with flammable goods like paper, there was no furnace for them to use. Is this all we need to carry? Asked Occam, the Grey Priest. Gil gazed across the workshop once more and nodded. The Grey Priest had picked up all the paper and tools they would need for their handiwork. He stepped outside with the others, firmly locked the door, and then hurried away from the workshop. Now began their work in the orphanage's dining hall. Ah, Gil, thank you for enduring the cold, Fritz said upon noticing his return, taking a momentary pause from leading the others. Which section will you manage? Is it about time for us to switch? Gil mulled over the question. He had been operating as a supervisor up until yesterday, so maybe switching with Fritz was indeed a good idea. They regularly exchanged the position to ensure their reports to Rosemine were as accurate as possible. 2 sets of eyes made it easier for them to evaluate how the Grey Priests were handling their work and pick up on any interpersonal issues among them. I will oversee the bookmaking today, Fritz. Please handle the carta and reversi. Once they had settled on the roles, Fritz went to a corner where some of the Grey Priests were working. Gil, meanwhile, moved over to the Grey Shrine Maidens who were busy making books. The books needed to be ready for the end of winter when they were due to be sold at the castle. The importance of sales day was increasing by the year, with more and more books being needed. Winter handiwork was a very busy time for everyone. Now, Dirk, look carefully. You need to make sure the pages are exactly on top of each other, Delia explained. She had previously served as an attendant to Lady Rosemite, and now she was teaching her eager young brother how to help as well. The year prior, Dirk had been constrained to either a corner of the dining hall or a children's room on the first floor so that he wouldn't get in the way. But now he was grown enough to follow instructions from the adults. I might want to include this in my report to Lady Rosemine. Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea. Lady Rosemine was especially interested in updates on Delia and Dirk. She couldn't meet with her own little brother Camula's family due to a magic contract, so she experienced his growth through Dirk. Oh, Gil, supervising us today? Delia asked. Come see how much Dirk has improved. You can tell Lady Rosemine he's been doing really good today. She was enthusiastically gesturing Gil over as she spoke, obsessively praising her little brother in the same way that some parents might gush over their children. As far as I know, I think Delia is, 12? 11, 12 at this point? Dang, a few more years and she's going to be hitting her dang coming-of-age ceremony. Who would have guessed? Gil sat down nearby and observed Dirk's heroic battle with the paper. There was a deadly seriousness in his dark brown, almost black eyes as he delicately positioned sheet atop sheet as directed by Delia. Seems like Dirk's just about ready to join the workshop, Gil observed. Might also be able to bring him to the forest once all the snow melts. Perhaps because he was conversing with an old friend, Gil reverted to his old crude way of speaking. He was no longer talking as formally as one would expect from an attendant serving the High Bishop, but Delia didn't chastise him for it. Really? He's been talking about how much he can't wait to go to the workshop. Isn't this exciting, Dirk? At this exchange, Dirk began focusing even more intensely on stacking sheets. Delia smiled at her younger brother's efforts before returning to weaving her own stack of paper together with thread, while Gil similarly began his bookmaking work. So, Gil, how is Lady Rosemine doing? Delia abruptly asked midway through her work. Her eyes focused on her hands as though it was just a casual question. Gil shot her a side glance and then shrugged. You saw her when she looked over the place, didn't you? Delia pursed her lips slightly, having not received the answer she wanted. Monica said she's so frail now that she can only move with a bunch of magic tools. But she was moving fine when she came here, wasn't she? I'm worried she hasn't actually gotten better. She always pushes herself too hard and too far in the weirdest ways, so, yeah, she's not wrong. But yeah, she was moving fine because of the magic tools. Delia knew Lady Rosemine in a way that Monica and Nicola didn't, having served her back when she was still an apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden, back when she was still mine. She had the sharp instincts one could only develop from spending so much time around Rosemine's old, honest self. Gil had a stronger bond with Delia than the others, since they were both worried about Rosemine in ways the others didn't. They say she can't even move without the magic tools yet, but they're still going to make her do the dedication ritual. She had to deal with nobles in the castle right after waking up, and now, even though she's finally back from the Royal Academy, she's stuck helping the High Priest and making sure he eats. That's messed up, right? I mean, for crying out loud, she spent 2 whole years in a coma, Gil grumbled. And Fran is letting this happen? Delia asked, looking at Gil with searching eyes. He and Zom are sure she'll be completely fine with the High Priest there. Makes me want to ask whose attendants they really are sometimes. Gil was pretty unhappy about how many attendants in the High Bishop's chamber showed favoritism toward the High Priest. Not only did it make him uncomfortable, but he deeply felt it was wrong. Still, Ferdinand had control over Rosemine's schedule, and it was too much of a risk to say anything negative about him in the High Bishop's chambers. In the end, Gil decided to keep his thoughts to himself. He didn't want Franz and Zahn to become hostile toward him, but he still really wished they would think about Rosemine first and foremost. The words had kind of slipped from his mouth on this occasion, since he assumed Delia would agree with him. Well, Fran used to serve the High Priest, and was always prioritizing his opinions over everything else. The thing is, though, Delia looked straight at Gil. Her blue eyes were like quiet forest springs, calm and undisturbed. If you start ignoring other people's warnings and advice, even out of compassion for Lady Rosemine, you might end up like me. I never intended to put Dirk in danger, you know. Back then, Delia had been so stubbornly focused on Dirk that she had ignored warnings from Fran and the others, and instead had asked the late High Bishop for help. That very move had put her dear old younger brother in danger, the one thing she had so desperately been trying to avoid. Delia didn't want Gil to end up blinded in the same way when it came to Rosemine. Her warning made him recoil slightly, as though he had been struck in the face. We don't know the first thing about noble society, Delia continued. Despite how sick she is, Lady Rosemine is going along with the High Priest's suggestions, right? Maybe there's something we don't know about? Which means she has no other choice. Your work with the Gutenbergs means you're away from the temple more than most of her attendants, so maybe you should talk to Fran and Zom a bit more to get up to speed. Delia chuckled to herself at that last remark. She had matured so much that it really was like a smack to the face. Gil had already considered himself an adult since he had grown bigger and could do his job, and now he was starting to wonder whether he had still been a kid on the inside all along. Maybe. Having a childish side to you does not necessarily mean that's a bad thing. I guess she's with Fran and Monica today, Gil said. Lady Rosemine's temple attendants would eat the leftovers of each meal, but since Lady Rosemine always needed someone with her, they couldn't all eat at once. There was a door in the High Bishop's chambers that led to storage space, a staircase for attendants, and the head attendants' room. The last was where the attendants would take turns to eat, and it was made in such a way that they would all know as soon as their lady rang the bell for summoning others. Gil, what were you talking to Delia about earlier? Fritz asked during the meal. Gil paused for a moment, his gaze inadvertently turning to Zom. Could he risk speaking critically of the High Priest with him nearby? Zom soon noticed the eyes on him and set down his spoon with a guarded look. Is Delia planning something dangerous? Fritz probed. No, don't worry, nothing like that. There are many who thought Delia hadn't been punished enough for exposing both the High Priest and Rosemine to danger. Gil had agreed with them at the time, but he no longer saw her as even a slight threat, nor did he consider her being stuck in the orphanage forevermore a light punishment. Delia is nothing but grateful to Lady Rosemine. She will not repeat her former mistakes, Gil said flatly. He then remembered the advice Delia had given him about talking to others more and returned his attention to Zom. She was just worried about Lady Rosemine being so busy despite having so recently woken from her 2-year slumber. She thinks it's wrong to force her weakened body to move through the use of magic tools, and I feel the same way. Is it really necessary to put Lady Rosemine through this? Even after receiving Delia's advice, Gil was still dissatisfied with how Ferdinand was handling things. It seemed that Zom had picked up on this as he furrowed his brow in displeasure. Do you not believe the High Priest? Zom asked. As long as he is here, I know the High Priest saved Lady Rosemine's life. I know he is something else, Gil said, shaking his head as he interrupted Zom. Then you should also know it's safe to leave everything to him. Gil couldn't bear to hear those same words he had already heard so many times before. He was grateful to Ferdinand, and it was clear to see he was more understanding than most nobles, but still. It was hard to believe putting such a burden on Lady Rosamund when she could barely even move was really wise. Why did the High Priest make Lady Rosamund go to the castle and the Royal Academy before she could properly recover? Why is he making her do so much work while she's still sick? You can smile and say she's better now all you want, but I remember her lying limp on the bench and why she stiffened with fear when she woke up and first looked around. Gil complained, letting out all the emotions he had built up inside him. His gratitude toward the High Priest for saving Rosamund was completely separate from his dissatisfaction about how she was being treated. Fritz frowned, his expression tinged with worry. Gil, I understand how you feel, but please calm down. Gil bit his lip. Being told to calm down made him feel as though his opinion was simply being rejected. Just as he was beginning to feel he had no one on his side, however, Nicholas spoke up. I really understand how you feel, Gil. Lady Rosamund still can't walk on her own. The only thing keeping her upright are the High Priest's magic tools. She can't even take them off when bathing. Nicola likewise knew how frightened Lady Rosamund had been upon waking up, and she knew from bathing her just how much she was unable to move. I understand that the High Priest's work and her duties as a noble are important, but I would appreciate it if she could focus on her recovery right now. I don't want to see Lady Rosamund so sad again. Gil was immeasurably relieved to have Nicola agree with him. It proved to him that there were others among Lady Rosamund's attendants who cared more about her than they did the High Priest. Zahn paused as he considered their opinion, then he looked up in realization, his gaze focusing on both Gil and Nicola. Fran, the High Priest and I all want Lady Rosamund to recover as soon as possible. We truly do. However, one cannot show weakness in noble society. I believe we have different understandings of this. What do you mean? Gil asked. You and Nicola have served only Lady Rosamund, correct? Never have you visited a noble estate. You are truly unfamiliar with the nobility, and you have never witnessed noble society. The High Priest is doing everything he can to ensure Lady Rosamund's burden as noble society is as slight as possible. Zahn was right that neither Gil nor Nicola had gone to a noble estate before. The only nobles they had met in person were those who came to the temple. They could also hardly disagree that they were oblivious when it came to noble society. All of a sudden, they felt as though they were in the wrong. That only frustrated Gil, who desperately tried to think of some way to argue back. But the High Priest has been spending days in his workshop prioritizing his research above everything else, Gil eventually countered. He won't leave her even eat unless Lady Rosamund comes calling for him, which is bothering everyone, right? Isn't that an important part of reducing her burden in noble society? He said himself that only he could save her, so I would rather he actually prioritize her recovery. I mean, considering the fact that, once she goes back to the Royal Academy, he's going to be stuck doing all the paperwork again, and he won't be able to do his research. I mean, I can understand him wanting to do his research now while she is able to help lessen the burden, but that's still a lot on her. She's still a child. She might be an adult on the inside, but she's still a child. Or no, she might have the memories of an adult, but that doesn't mean she's necessarily an adult on the inside. Because as far as we know, her memories of being a Rano only came up when she was 5. She could have been either reborn completely into that world, or it could have been like some of the other isekai where the main character will end up in the body of another character when they reincarnate, when they're already going on in life. They're not like born into this world. They're taking over somebody else's body. So we don't know that for sure. But yeah, he's been treating her like an adult, even though she's technically a child. So he definitely should be prioritizing getting her back up to speed, getting her back to normal, so she can help him properly with his paperwork without those stupid magic tools. Zahn balked, having not expected such an argument. Gil took this opportunity to further press the matter, taking full advantage of the weak point he had revealed. I know the High Priest is incredible, but you're supposed to be Lady Rosamund's attendant, Zahn. I just want you to care about her more, too. Gil was certain of victory. As he prepared to hammer his point home, however, Fritz raised a hand to stop him. Zahn is not truly Lady Rosamund's attendant. It was only natural that he would consider the High Priest first and foremost. You must not hope for him to prioritize Lady Rosamund as you do, he said, his tone consoling. Gil and Zahn stared at Fritz, equally as surprised as each other. Nobody could believe what he had just said, and with such a calm smile, too. Fritz, what do you mean by that? Zahn asked. Are you insulting me? I am simply stating the truth. I mean no disrespect, nor do I think poorly of you. I believe Nicola and Gil will understand as well, though an explanation is required. With that, Fritz began to speak of the past. Zom and I previously served a blue priest, but then... Oh, here we go. We're getting this explanation. Okay. So they're going to get the explanation, but I'm assuming mine is not going to find this out. And sorry, I keep on referring to her as mine instead of Rosemine, but it's just a habit, I guess. Zom and I previously served a blue priest by the name of Shikikoza. He was a highly emotional and violent man, which made serving him quite troublesome. Still, life as an attendant was much better than the alternative. That was especially clear once Brother Shikikoza returned to noble society, and we returned to the orphanage. You recall the terrible state of the orphanage back then, no? Gil nodded. He had been stuck in the orphanage himself at the time, so he had never met the blue priest Fritz was referring to. But he remembered just how terrible things had been when they were sent back. That was when more and more attendants were returning to the orphanage, making life instantly harder for everyone. He had wished that someone, anyone, would save him, so he was overjoyed when he was taken as Rosemine's attendant. You, Nicola, and I were saved by Lady Rosemine, while Zom was saved by the High Priest, Fritz went on. While Zom later came to serve Lady Rosemine, he did so at the request of the High Priest, who said she was lacking in attendance. It should come as no surprise, then, that Zom's loyalty remains with the High Priest. There is nothing wrong with that, of course, rather that it goes to show that his status and mindset differ from your own. Or from our own. Oh, I see, Nicola and Zom said in unison, both understanding Fritz's point. Gil understood as well. It was basically the same thing as him working for the planting company as a Gutenberg under Lady Rosemine's orders. With that in mind, he could internally rationalize Zom serving as Lady Rosemine's attendant while remaining loyal to Ferdinand. I still don't know about the High Priest hiding away in his workshop all day, Gil said with a frown. Nicola nodded in agreement, a wry smile touching her lips. Zom chuckled. Perhaps it will be easier if you flip the Gwenin board and consider things from the opposite perspective. Imagine the High Priest disappearing and Lady Rosemine spending 2 years swamped with work, no longer able to read her for pleasure. What would you do then if the High Priest suddenly returned and Lady Rosemine said she was to dedicate a few days to reading? Would you not consider this acceptable? I mean, Rosemine said it was acceptable, but obviously he needs to eat, so yeah. Hearing Zom's analogy made Gil empathize with why Ferdinand was spending so much time in his workshop, which in turn soothed the anger boiling within him. The High Priest was simply taking a short rest after suffering alone for 2 years to save Lady Rosemine. She had no doubt realized that, which was why she was forgiving this minor annoyance. Fritz gave a relieved smile, aware that Gil now understood. If you have any requests for the High Priest, ask Zom or Fran to voice them. It is highly likely he will consider them. For example, requesting that he continue his research only after giving Lady Rosemine an examination, or something of that sort. I will make that suggestion, Zom said with a grin and a nod. Okay, Lady Rosemine is very anxious about her magic contracts with the planting company being nullified, Gil said. Please ask the High Priest what he is thinking about that. Very well, I shall ask, Zom replied with a smile. Gil was grateful he was so willing to help. Rosemine behaved completely differently when she was talking to Lutz in her hidden room compared to when she was anywhere else. Only those who saw her were likely to understand she was living as a noble to protect her family and the Gutenbergs. Gil didn't think she needed to keep pushing herself. He wanted her to have somewhere she could smile freely, much like what she did when speaking to Lutz. Somewhere where she can actually, show her emotions, smile, cry, be angry. She needs that space, and that's where the hidden room is. Unlike Fran, he wasn't able to accept that this was just the way things were now that she was of a higher status. He wanted to make her beam with joy as she had used to when she headed for her home in the lower city. I want all that, but I can't exactly do anything in myself. Yeah, you can't do anything about that now. There's no way you can make that go back to normal. This is their new normal now. Gil cursed himself on the inside, knowing he had in fact hurt Rosemine by refusing her when she had attempted to pat his head. He had thrown himself into his printing work, eager to make as many new books as possible in case he made Rosemine wake up sooner. He had wanted to grow up as quickly as possible, to be treated like an adult, so he had gotten used to stopping Zom and Fran whenever they tried treating him like a kid. But due to that, he had reflexively done the same with Rosemine. He had hurriedly composed himself straight after and knelt as normal, but Rosemine had still seemed a little sad when she praised him. The truth was that he had been so proud of all the hard work he had put in over the past 2 years, and the amount he had grown, that giving a pat on the head had almost broken his heart. Aww. As he came to realize that was the last time he would ever feel her kind warmth, however, Dude! An unbearable loneliness swept over him. If only he hadn't foolishly rejected her, then she would have kept patting his head and continued praising him. I mean, you could still ask her to do that. All you gotta do is just have her go in the hidden room and ask her to do that in private. Actually, now that she's 10, she probably won't be able to do that with you anymore. She'd have to do that out in the open. And even then, I don't think she can. At the same time, however, the hand that had patted his head was so much smaller than the one in his memories. That thought alone was enough to bring tears to his eyes. Really? It was smaller? I don't think it was smaller. Maybe you were just imagining that her hand would get bigger. Because I don't think she shrunk. Did she? Did that giraffe shrink her? Things were no longer as they had once been. Back when Rosamund had served him, supporting him, and watched over him, it was now his turn to support his lady. His lady who was still small and young and afraid. Rosamund was anxious about her magic contracts being nullified, and Guild shared those concerns. He still vividly remembered leaving the temple for the first time and walking with Rosamund to her house in the lower city. That would never happen again. They would never go to that house again. He would feel even his most vivid memories of those old times fading more with each passing day. All he can do is hold on to the memories. That's all he can do. Gil continued to eat as he simmered in sentimentality. The next thing he knew, his plate was empty. He cleaned up his dishes and prepared to bring the leftovers to the orphanage. It was his and Fritz's job to bring them their divine gifts and then help with the handiwork. They pushed the heavy cart loaded with large pots down the hall. I imagine consulting the high priest will not save the contracts from being nullified, Fritz said to Gil. What will you do following the nullification? I believe it is more important for you to think of what you can do to best serve Lady Rosamund rather than what the high priest can do for her. Gil mulled over the question. What could he do? What would Rosamund want? I guess to stay close to Lutz, Lutz and the others. Even with the contracts being gone. For as long as I am in the temple, I want to help Lady Rosamund stay connected to the lower city, just as Lutz had done by delivering letters, he finally said. Fritz paused for a brief moment. That is a good idea. I am sure both Lady Rosamund and the planting company will be heartened to hear that. At the very least, Gil wanted to support Lady Rosamund such that the smile she gave when being brought a new book never changed. And so that she never turned entirely into a noble. He had found his goal, and his grip on the cart tightened as he looked toward the future. I don't think you're ever going to have to worry about her not getting excited over a new book. Especially when you keep coming up with new ones. Ow, 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 ow. I don't know what the heck I did last night, but I did something to one of my fingers. And it hurts. Maybe I laid on it wrong. Maybe I jumped up in my sleep and landed on it. I don't know. I know I woke up and I was in a weird position. I don't know. But it hurt. If I try and, pop my knuckle, I can usually do that without it hurting at all, but now I can't even do that. Ow. Angelica came after the second bell while I was eating breakfast. It somehow feels so long since I last saw you, I remarked. I had training with Lord Bonavashus. My parents summoned me too, but they gave me permission to stay in the temple. Hold on, guys. Angelica hadn't yet graduated from the Royal Academy, so her guarding me in the temple was something of an unusual circumstance. The plan had initially been for her to follow me to the temple, even if she couldn't spend the night there, but traveling back and forth from the castle was dangerous with the increasing intensity of the blizzard, so she had asked her parents for permission to start staying overnight. I thought that would mean I could also participate in the Lord of Winter hunt, but when I asked Lord Bonavashus, he refused. What a shame. Angelica sighed wistfully, lowering her eyes. The tragic look on her beautiful fairy-like face made it hard to believe the reason for her sadness was not getting to take on a dangerous beast in a battle to the death. I think it's best that you do not go and take part in that anyway. At third bell, I moved to the high priest's chamber. Such was part of my daily routine here in the temple. Ferdinand, that was third bell. It's time for work, I called to his workshop door. He stepped out a brief moment later, fixing me with a reluctant glare that had also become part of my daily routine. I glared right back at him. I only interrupt you once a day, you know. You should think twice before looking at me like that, I said. It wasn't as though I was calling him out because I wanted to either. He had started ignoring the bells entirely while in his workshop, so it was up to me to remind him of the time. He had also blocked out Eckert entirely, no doubt fed up with his constant, insistent calling. If you do not wish for me to interrupt you, then I might suggest you allow Eckert's voice through again. You come only once per day, but Eckert's calls for me more times than I care to count. It reminds me of Lord Bonifacius from the recent past. Oh, God, yeah, when he would constantly bug you about when Rosemine was waking up. Oh, was Grandfather being a pain, I asked, trying to recall what points of contact they might have had. Ferdinand shook his head with a bitter grimace. It is over now. I do not even wish to remember it. Bonifacius had evidently done something to really annoy him. Now that Ferdinand was no longer in his workshop, it was time to start work. I took my usual seat and pulled out my stone slate. Do you always do work like this here, Lady Rosemine? Angelica asked, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked between me and the stacks of paperwork. Ferdinand personally handles all the paperwork in the temple, I explained. As the High Bishop, I should technically be doing much of it myself. But I have had no choice but to entrust things to him. The most I can do is assist him with the math, since I still know far too little to approve the paperwork myself. No, I think doing this much math is amazing, Angelica exclaimed, a distinct sparkle in her blue eyes. She had become a knight specifically because she was so bad at her written classes, yet Ferdinand decided to give her work anyway. All those in the High Priest chamber shared the workload equally. Eckert handled this, Daniel handled these. Angelica worked with Daniel, and I shall guard the door of my life, Angelica interrupted, sucking in hair and clinging to the doorway. She had finally completed her written classes, so the very thought of needing to use her head again made tears well up in her eyes. Ferdinand flatly cut her loose without a moment's hesitation. Yes, Lord Bonifacius did mention that you were a problem child on the verge of failing. Attempting to give work to the incompetent is a waste of time. Let us begin. Daniel gave Angelica a look of concern, since she had just been called incompetent and useless, but she showed nothing but relief at not having to do any work. Fear not, Daniel, she does not need our concern. Angelica was the only one in the room not doing any paperwork, and so she planted her feet firmly in front of the door with a stern look on her face. It seemed she planned to do her job as a guard knight with aplomb. Well, I mean, if it's either do that or do paperwork. I think you know what she's going to do. We continued working in silence until fourth bell, which signaled that it was time for lunch. Ferdinand, please eat before you hole up in your workshop again, I instructed while cleaning off my table. Ferdinand, however, simply gave me a steady look. No, I plan to spend this afternoon giving you a checkup. Wait, what? I have concluded from last night's dinner and your work today that your recovery is progressing slowly due to you relying so thoroughly on your magic tools. It was pointed out to me that I have not given you even a single checkup since you returned from the Royal Academy, and, judging by the color of your face, you do not seem to be in particularly good health. Oh, but I feel perfectly fine, I exclaimed, trying to mask the truth, but it was no tricking Ferdinand now that his mind wasn't on his research. Oh, yeah, you ain't getting out of this. A smile played on his lips as he looked at me. It was like he could read every inch of my mind. Oh no, he's going to get mad. He's going to figure out I haven't been exercising at all. Yeah, you have not been. I desperately glanced around for help, but both Daniel and Angelica averted their eyes, while Fran gave me a slightly frosty smile and asked me what exactly Ferdinand meant by me being in an unhealthy state. Oh, you're not getting any help. Eckert would always ally with Ferdinand no matter what, so I couldn't expect any help from him either. I was alone. Threat level, dragon. Fran, I will visit her chambers in the afternoon. Understood, we shall be waiting. Fran, don't make plans without me. I haven't even said anything. Yeah, you're not getting out of this. I protested on the inside, but of course nobody could hear it. Meanwhile, those serving Ferdinand were all cheerfully rejoicing over his research frenzy having calmed down a little. Now, Rosemine, return to your chambers and finish lunch, Ferdinand instructed, having decided my afternoon plans before I could find any allies. I believe you should focus on your research, Ferdinand. We must hurry to finish Schwartz and Weiss's clothes, after all. You are the one who said those can wait until next winter. No, I did not. I did say that. Why did I have to be so dumb? Too bad for you. You didn't know at the time that was going to happen, so that's why you said it. No, wait. Professor Herscher really needs her magic tools fixed and sent back soon. I have already fixed them. I'm assuming that what he was working on was Schwartz and Weiss, so... What was he working on then if he wasn't working on that? What? Really? Already? What about arranging the songs then, I asked, almost grasping at straws. Those must be completed before I return to the Royal Academy, do not forget. The song for the Goddess of Light in particular. I will arrange the song tomorrow afternoon while I direct your harpspiel practice. I imagine you think you have escaped practice by leaving your personal musician behind, but that is not the case. He saw right through me! Yes, he did! Why would I never think that? Rosemine, know when you are beaten. This is disgraceful. The plans have been made. Return to your chambers and eat. Remove your magic tools before I arrive. Fine. I exited the High Priest's chambers and trudged back to my own. As expected, I hadn't been able to trick him. Maybe it was too late, though. Maybe I could bust out. Maybe it wasn't too late, though. Maybe I could bust out some ways and train enough for my slacking to go unnoticed. Nope. Fran, why did you accept his visitation without my permission? I asked, venting my unjust anger on him with a glare. He met my frustrations with a calm smile. Now that you have met with the planting company, you have no plans until the dedication ritual. Would it not be best to finish this checkup as soon as possible? I, too, am worried about your health, Lady Rosemine. This will ease my own concerns as well. Fran had spoken to my other attendants about checking up on me since the last update on my health was before I departed for the Royal Academy, and they had all agreed it was best to entrust things to Ferdinand. It felt like they trusted him more than me, considering he had spent 2 years managing my health in the Jareve. My defeat was absolute. There was simply no room for me to refuse. The High Priest is surrendering some of his research time for your sake. That shows just how worried about you he is, Lady Rosemine. His words are harsh, but he is a kind man at heart, Fran said, respect and admiration clear in his eyes. No, no, no! There's no kindness here. Ferdinand gave a nasty grin the second he sensed my terror. You're being brainwashed, Fran. He's getting in your head. No, he's not. No, he's not. I think he does actually care. It's just the way he was raised around freaking Veronica and having to deal with the Royal Academy and the Noble Society and everything that got to him and made him like this. Because who knows I wonder how he was before all this. Was he actually, nice-ish? You gotta ask Sylvester that. Because, he would know. I gazed up dismissively, realizing that I should have ignored Eckert's plea for help and allowed Ferdinand's attendants to suffer until my muscles and stamina had recovered. Another blunder on my part. Please, Ferdinand, please return to your impenetrable fortress. After lunch, I used my borrowed ordonnance to ask Audley to prepare for my meeting with Geeb Haldensale. With that done, Monica and Nicola began removing my magic tools. My body got heavy in an instant, and I fell into the chair behind me with a thump. Lady Rosemine, are you okay? I'm quite all right. There's no need to worry. No need to worry? You immediately went limp and became unable to move. Hello, the magic tools were keeping her upright, of course. Nicola and Monica said, gripping the magic tools in their hands as they peered down at me with teary eyes. I tried waving a hand to indicate I was fine, but my arm didn't quite do as I wanted. It was only once I had focused on my mana, wrapped my body in it, and enhanced myself that I could move properly. It simply took me a moment to get used to not having magic tools on, I assured them. See? I'm just fine. It was shocking to see you collapse like that. Are you truly okay? She's not using her mana, she's not. I stood up and showed that I could now move normally. Nicola and Monica relaxed at the sight, overcome with relief, then changed my clothes as normal. All that remained now was to wait for Ferdinand. Rosemine, cancel your enhancement magic. I knew it. Yep. That's what I knew was going to happen. He's not going to let her do it with the magic. Ferdinand said with a sigh as he entered. I averted my eyes. He had seen through me the instant he walked in. Or would you rather endure an attack powerful enough to force you to cancel it? He quietly added with a cold expression. Nope. Nope, do it, girl. I speedily canceled my enhancements the second I saw his staff appear in his right hand. At the same moment, Angelica stepped between us with Stenlock at the ready. Ferdinand, it's cruel for you to rely on violence, I protested, poking my head out from behind Angelica. He scoffed dismissively. Do not blame me for your ignorance. My words were merely a euphemism requesting that you do not waste my time. Then why did you pull out your staff? I've never heard of a noble euphemism like that before. In fact, it doesn't even sound like one. I know, I kind of agree. Yeah, that's not I would rather... Even if it had been a euphemism, the fact that you pulled out your staff showed that you were serious. Or were you just trying to scare her, and that worked? I took a seat as I continued to complain, since it was much too painful trying to stand without magically enhancing myself. Angelica bobbed her head in agreement as she continued to wield Stenlock. Then you have not studied enough, Ferdinand said with an exasperated handshake. Angelica widened her eyes with a start. Oh, you're right. I didn't know there was a euphemism like that either, she said as she stepped away. My shield was gone. Wait, don't just abandon me like that! Ferdinand watched my attempt to cling to Angelica before turning away. Eckert, you may train with Angelica in the plaza by the Noble's Gate. Angelica, your body will grow dull if you remain inside all day. No? Wait, I can go outside? Angelica exclaimed. Daniel will suffice. Do not return until I summon you by ordinance. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, Angelica replied. She then excitedly left with Eckert. Why was she abandoning me when I explicitly wanted a female knight for checkups like this? Angelica, you big idiot, don't let yourself get manipulated so easily. She has the loyalty to wield a blade against me without hesitation, but she is shockingly brainless. Yep. I have to agree. Ferdinand observed. Rosamund, should you truly trust a half-wit like her to serve as your guard? I might have defended her this morning, but I feel incredibly uncertain all of a sudden. So yeah, even she kind of agrees with you on that one. Fran lifted me up at Ferdinand's instruction and set me down on a chair. I then moved my arms and legs as I was told to. It was surprisingly arduous and even painful without enhancements. Good grief, you didn't train at all in the Royal Academy, did you? A lot happened. I was busy every day. The reports indicated you spent every single day during the latter half of your time there holed up in the library. Yes, that's what I was busy with. The walk to and from the library was my exercise. While it is important to show no weakness in the Royal Academy, you need not fear attacks. Focus on your recovery while you are in the temple. Ferdinand said, ordering me to practice whirling with my magic tools and then remove them for rehabilitation on top of my Hearthspell practice. The dedication ritual involves using large quantities of mana, and your offering will be more efficient without your enhancement tools on. You will want to grow strong enough to move on your own before then. I should be fine enhancing myself without any tools. I've gotten quite used to it. I've actually gotten quite good at it. It may not be fine, you still lack experience. Once my checkup was over, my grueling days of rehabilitation began. Ferdinand had remarked in all seriousness that my continuing to use magic tools would make me dependent on them for the rest of my days. And so my attendants, starting with Fran, were desperate for me to recover. I appreciated their love and concern, but there was one thing I wanted to shout in their faces. Please, open your eyes and realize he just wants more time alone to do his research. They're all getting fooled. Well, I mean, so what if he does? He spent 2 years dealing with all your crap while you were asleep. And now you're finally back, able to help out more, and he wants some time to himself. Let him have that. I started exercising as per the schedule Ferdinand made for me. It started with me removing the magic tools and raising my legs while moving my arms around, but still since I wasn't at all used to moving without the magic tools, I ended with each day completely exhausted. Not to mention with Ferdinand working as my temporary Hearthspell instructor, I was being forced to practice at a much higher level than usual. I want to go back to the Royal Academy. That place was paradise. There's a library there for starters, and rather than drowning in work, I can actually relax. The more freedom you are allowed, the more those around you suffer, Ferdinand replied. You will be returned to the Royal Academy only when the introductory tournament demands it. It is too dangerous for you to participate in winter socializing before you have learned more about noble society. That's so mean, I wept. My library is waiting for me. You'll be fine. Ferdinand shook his head, his expression completely flat. I have a contingency plan that is marginally crueler than this, he said dryly. What the heck? That's terrifying. What the heck is that contingency plan? I want to know what it is. The morning of the dedication ritual was busy. Once my body was cleansed, I was dressed in ceremonial robes, and a flower hairpin of white and red was pushed into my braids. My magic tools had already been removed, which meant I was using enhancement magic to move. As my way of visualizing the enhancements, I called for those things professional suckless wear, bodysuits. I was in short wearing a tight bodysuit of mana. Ferdinand had said the enhancement tools were there to help me learn enhancement magic for myself, and since I had kept them on near constantly, I certainly had gotten better, albeit at the cost of my muscles and stamina. What do you actually do during the dedication ritual? Angelica asked. In response, Daniel explained that the priests will pour their mana into small chalices, which would then be distributed to the Geebs of Arenfest during spring prayer. He had gotten pretty good at coming up with simplified explanations for her, thanks to all his experience teaching her in the Raise Angelica's Grade Squadron. You sure are something else, Daniel. You're able to help Lord Ferdinand with his work, even though you're a knight. I never thought Lady Rosamund's knights would need math skills, too. Angelica said it turned out that whenever she had tried to get involved in such work in the past, the process had ended up taking twice as long to actually finish. Her parents had thereby concluded that the best way for her to help was to not help at all. I'm more impressed with how you show no hesitation at all when it comes to protecting Lady Rosamond, Daniel replied. I am grateful to have you by my side. I would never have thought to draw my sword at Lord Ferdinand. Daniel had immediately understood Ferdinand summoning his staff as one of his usual bluffs, so it was a bluff, okay. And so he hadn't moved to protect me. In a way that was unacceptable for a guard knight, it was their job to protect their lord or lady when a weapon was drawn in their presence. One might have even called you a perfect guard if you hadn't so easily been lured to the training grounds. I shall not be bewitched next time, Angelica declared. Her expression was sharp and heroic, but the glee with which she had chatted with Eckert about strength and training implied she would take the bait again faster than any fish. Great. Here's hoping she don't have to do that again. High Bishop, the High Priest is calling for you. A Grey Priest arrived to fetch me, and so I started making my way to the ritual chamber, taking extra care not to step on my own robes. As only priests could enter, my guard knights remained stationed outside the door. Eckert was also in position, so I could guess Ferdinand was already inside. The ritual chamber was filled with the aroma of the incense burning by the altar. Camphor, Freetic, and 2 other blue priests were already present, holding face stones given to them by Ferdinand. High Bishop, we are relieved to see you well again, Camphor and Freetic said together, having been entrusted with helping Ferdinand over the past couple of years. I thanked them with a smile, though I was certainly taken aback. I hadn't expected any of the blue priests to be so happy to see me awake. My attendants tell me you two have been working very hard in my absence, I said. You have my thanks. These are actually the Knight's blue priests. Who would have thunk? Why couldn't she have met them? With all that, I then walked over to the altar, knelt before it, and placed both hands on the red cloth spread along the floor. I see everyone is ready. We shall now begin, Ferdinand said. Acknowledging that prompt, I sucked in air and started to recite the prayer. I am one who offers prayers and gratitude to the gods who have created the world, I intoned. The flow 5 men behind me repeated the chant in low voices that reverberated throughout the ritual chamber. O mighty king and queen of the endless skies, O mighty eternal 5 who rule the mortal realm, O goddess of water Flutrain, O god of fire Ladenshaft, O goddess of wind Shitsaria, O goddess of earth Geduld, O god of life Avaglabe, we honor you who have blessed all beings with life, and pray that we may be blessed further with your divine might. I've actually wondered something. We've seen the names of the other gods, the main 5, but what are the names of the goddess of light and the god of darkness? That's what I wonder. As I continued the prayer, I started to feel the mana drain from my body. The red cloth sparkled as it sucked in my mana, which then turned into waves of radiant light that flowed to the altar. The feeling and the sight were both familiar to me by now. Light streamed from behind me as well, and as if caught in the momentum of their waves, more of my own mana was pulled out. Oh no, my bodysuit! It's coming away! Yep. Shouldn't have known that was going to happen. A thin layer of mana supplying my enhancements felt as though I was going to be sucked away too. My eyes shut up, and it was like my bodysuit was being torn from my body. No matter how hard I tried to resist, the waves of mana coming from behind were simply too powerful. The mana I tried to use to strengthen my enhancements was getting sucked up by the red cloth before I could do what it wanted to do. Oh no, it's gone! And you're gonna fall over. Just as I feared, the mana surrounding me was stripped away and went flowing down the cloth. It wasn't something I had anticipated at all. I'm going to need to recast the enhancements once the ritual is over. Yep. I rested my cheek against the floor, going limp as the mana continued to drain from my body. That should do, Ferdinand announced. The mana flow was quite efficient today. The other blue priest stood up, sighing with relief. I gathered up some mana in an attempt to recast my enhancement magic, but since my hands were still on the cloth, it was merely sucked right out again. The ritual is over, Ferdinand repeated. I know! At those words, I collapsed entirely. The fact that I had already been genuflecting meant I pretty much just slumped over to one side as though it didn't hurt very much, but the blue priest still started to panic. Calm yourselves, this is not a problem. I know the cause, Ferdinand said quietly but resolutely. The ritual chamber fell silent at once. Leave so that the High Bishop's attendants may enter. The blue priest left at once to summon my attendants, leaving me alone with Ferdinand. He sighed. Fool, did I not say it was still too much for you? Is now really the time to be lecturing me? Your memory is poor enough that you forget even my most important warnings in the blink of an eye. Giving a lecture at a distinctive moment like this is in fact crucial, since it's far more likely to leave an impression. You will at times be put in positions that prevent enhancement magic from functioning. At the very least, you must learn to predict such situations. I'll take my training seriously and work on my muscles just as you told me to, okay? Now please help me. Have you learned your lesson? Absolutely. So she says. Ferdinand helped me up and then handed me over to Fran, who had rushed in with a panicked look on his face. Fear not, she simply did not expect to be in a situation where she couldn't use enhanced magic, Ferdinand explained. Her health is not an issue. She'll be fine once she returns to her room and puts the magic tools back on. Understood. One can never truly trust Lady Rosamund regarding her health, Fran replied. In awe of how quickly I had ended up incapacitated, his remark made me sadly hang my head. Because I had poured so much mana into my enhancements, we were able to fill the small chalices much sooner than expected. The process took us only 3 days to complete rather than 5. And despite the drama of my collapse, it really had just resulted from me by being unable to use enhancement magic while my hands were on the dry cloth. It was different from the past when I would get sick with a fever. It was when Ferdinand gave me another checkup and said, "Good, you are toughening up a bit," then I noticed the change in my own body. What should I do next? I asked. I want to carry this momentum all the way to becoming fully healthy. Hold it. Nothing good comes from you trying so hard. I can easily envision a future in which you overdo your exercises and collapse again, Ferdinand said. He then spoke at length about how even too much of a good thing can be dangerous. I was more than a little familiar with what he was talking about, so I listened to his lecture without protest. It would be good for your health for you to continue training here, but you need to learn a bit more about socializing before you return to the Royal Academy, Ferdinand continued. Our hands are tied. You are to return to the castle. And so we began preparing to move from the temple to the castle. Ferdinand had with him boxes containing things from both his work and his research, and there was enough that I needed to make Leslie into a bigger bust than usual to accommodate it all. Over half of this is work related to your needs, Ferdinand noted, gesturing to the luggage. I expect no complaints. I personally wanted to keep Leslie as small as possible since he had gotten knocked about in the blizzards more when he was bigger, but there was no helping the situation. After all, I was the one who didn't want to leave the documents on Schwartz and Weiss as Herscher's magic tools, the sheet music, and my harpsichord at the temple. Do come see me if the blizzard forces me off course. Do come save me if the blizzard forces me off course, I said. You can handle that yourself. Simply pour more mana into your high beast. Do not bother me more than you already have. Fine. Mother, please see the truth. See that Ferdinand has neither the kindness nor the sweetness you write about in your night stories. Oh, speaking of which, you're now going to get to read those stories now, because you'll be at the castle. Oh, dear. Ferdinand's going to be there now, which means that even with the permission, you're going to have time to hide those books. We returned to the castle amid the intense blizzard. I burst through the door that Norbert was holding open, and it was shut behind me a moment later. Welcome back, Lady Rosamund, Norbert said, taking my hand and jumping me down from Leslie. He had already given out instructions. It seems the servants appeared from seemingly nowhere to start taking out the luggage from my panda bus. He wasn't the only one who came to greet me, however. Welcome back, Lady Rosamund, Elvira echoed, appearing with her retainers to welcome me back to the castle. I have been waiting for you. Shall we go elsewhere and leisurely discuss matters of printing? Oh boy, here we go. But do I want to keep going? I want to keep going, but... Okay, let's keep going. Mother and printing in Hollandsale. Now let us hurry and get you changed, Ariarda said. Lady Elvira is waiting. She speedily started removing my warm layers of clothing the moment we returned to my room. Once we have gotten you changed, we shall go to the parlor in the main building with the box containing a gift for Lady Elvira. Everything has been prepared ahead of time. Elvira and I would be discussing books that needed to be kept private, so I was bringing only Audley as my attendant and Angelica as my guard knight. Audley was on good terms with Elvira. They were friends who often met in private, and it seemed Elvira had personally asked if she would become my attendee when I first came to the castle way back when. Riarda, meanwhile, had to stay behind and put away all the luggage I had brought back from the temple. Ferdinand had instructed that Herscher's things be stored in my room. Riarda, these boxes have been processed while these have not. Do not worry, milady, I can tell that from the tags on them. Thank you for having me, I said as I sat down. Audley smiled in response. This tea party was permitted so that you might find comfort in your family, so do feel free to be more casual, she said. Once Elvira had sipped her tea and taken a bite from each type of sweet, our meeting could finally begin for real. When I met her gaze, I noticed there was a sparkle in her dark brown eyes. Rosamund, have you read my books yet, pray tell? Not entirely, I'm afraid. I've completed only one night story. I have not yet spent a full day in the castle. And there was a note saying that I needed to keep them in my room, I said, indicating that I had followed her instructions to the letter. Elvira nodded in satisfaction. Keeping them secret is what matters most. The public must not learn of them. I did thumb through them, though, and I must say, Mother, you found an excellent illustrator. The art truly took me by surprise, by which I mean Ferdinand was much too sparkly. I smiled, keeping my thoughts secret. Elvira's face positively lit up at my words. Oh, I did, didn't I? I ordered these pictures as soon as I found the illustrator. No love story is complete without illustrations of such beautiful people. It seemed that Mother had been motivated to make a collection of romance-focused night stories after seeing my own collection. In particular, the illustrations modeled after Ferdinand that Wilma had provided. But Mother, since you need to hide these books from Ferdinand, aren't you limiting who you can sell them to? Did Geeb Haldensdale give permission for these, despite knowing it would harm sales? The books I gave you were specially made for my friends. Those sold in Haldensdale contain illustrations by another artist, so there's no problem whatsoever. Wait, so they're the same book, just with different illustrations. Is it just me, or would that be a real pain in the neck for Gil and the others to work around? It would be. As far as I was aware, the Rosemine Workshop had handled the first batch of printing to accommodate Avara's needs. I had been given a report that said she had taken all the evidence for herself, leaving not even the messed up printing mistakes behind. But I hadn't heard about them struggling to deal with two separate sets of illustrations. I received no reports of there being two sets of illustrations, I noted, even when I spoke to those in the workshop directly. I made sure to emphasize for the planting company that this information was not to be leaked under any circumstances. I was curious to see how well they would protect their secrets, and I am pleased to see that the Rosemine Workshop has quite faithful workers indeed. After sipping her tea with a satisfied smile, Elvira continued. I know that the planting company took keeping their customers' secrets seriously, but it was impossible to see how long that would last with those in the temple workshop not reporting matters to Lord Ferdinand. But for them to have not told you either, Rosemine, I can be sure they will take the information to their graves. That is quite the relief. Elvira went on to praise my subordinates as being quite excellent. Haldensdale's entire printing industry might collapse should Lord Ferdinand learn of these books. Goodness, my brother will never let me hear the end of it, she said. It turned out that the love stories printed in Haldensdale were selling even better than the Geeb expected, so he intended to keep pushing the printing industry further. I hope to next write a book about Lord Ferdinand's days in the Royal Academy. I fear that even deceptive illustrations will not be enough to cloak their nature, however, and so I have been too afraid to begin. I do think he will notice that. It's much too dangerous. The legends about Ferdinand's time in the Royal Academy contain so many shocking twists and turns that it were almost hard to believe. It would make an excellent book for sure, an excellent series even, but there was no way the man himself wouldn't recognize his own life story. Yeah, I have to agree. Ferdinand continues to be brought up at the Royal Academy even today. He is no doubt a frequent topic at tea parties, though, at the same time. There are some who dislike him being mentioned. I gathered information on it, Mother. If you would care to look, I said, having Audley bring out the box that would serve as my gift. Inside were the collected tales about Ferdinand, which Roderick had desperately organized together after everyone worked so hard to gather them. Oh my, Farrah explained. What a splendid gift. She opened the box at once, wasting no time in looking over its contents. You know, I want to read Mother's books too, though preferably without the Ferdinand illustrations. Elvira truly did love to learn about Ferdinand. As she read through the data, she made comments like, oh, so this is how that event is spoken of in the records. And the romance is the most important part, yet there is no mention of it here. I mean, as far as I know, he hasn't had any kind of romantic involvement with anybody. She speedily organized it all into information she did and didn't already know. Most of what I know about Lord Ferdinand comes from Eckert, so I do enjoy seeing how other duchies speak about him, Elvira said after finishing her initial glimpse over the papers. As more and more time passed since Ferdinand's graduation from the Royal Academy, the tales about him grew more and more exaggerated, which made for some especially interesting stories. This information was put together by our first year named Roderick, I said. Would that perhaps be the men noble from the former Veronica faction who tricked Lord Wilfrid at the hunting tournament? I'm impressed you remember her, Mother. I really hadn't expected her to remember Roderick. I blinked in surprise, which gave Elvira an opportunity to set down her cup and look at me with concern. Rosamine, you must not forget your enemies. They are dangerous. I knew that Roderick himself wasn't dangerous, and this seemed like my best opportunity to convince Elvira to change her mind. Roderick is not malicious. He was simply misled by his parents. Oh yes, certainly. But the most dangerous people of all are those who bring you misinformation with no malice, or misfortune with no malice. It is much easier to defend against clear enemies with blatant malevolence, but the world is rarely so simple, Elvira said, her tone like that of a parent lecturing a stubborn child. Men nobles and lay nobles will come flocking our way for their own benefit once they confirm we have grown in size. Protecting themselves by clinging to more powerful forces is their way of surviving. I have no intention of criticizing this behavior, but it is the reason they cannot be trusted. Considering how dramatically status changed the way one was treated in the world, it only made sense to look for safety by clinging to the more powerful factions possible. Or most powerful faction possible. Men nobles and lay nobles simply thought differently than the archducal family and the archnobles, who instead had to strive to be leaders and trailblazers. Rosamund, you often base your decisions not on what is best for you, but on your feelings. You have taken your favored lay nobles as retainers, but I am deathly afraid they will betray you if the balance of power were to ever shift again. They would never. Damiel and Feline both served me well, I said. Neither of them was the type to betray the one they served. Damiel especially had risked his life on multiple occasions to protect me. Were he the sort of person to even consider betrayal, I would already be dead. As I shook my head in their defense, Elvira nodded. I know. Damiel and Feline are truly loyal to you. I gathered enough evidence to leave no room for doubt there, she said. I widened my eyes. She had somehow gathered enough intelligence to prove Feline's loyalty despite me having only taken her as an attendant after leaving for the Royal Academy. Elvira gave me a very noblewoman-like smile. You mustn't underestimate my information network, dear. Alida Elvira was quite a skilled scholar in the past, Audley explained, after also smiling as she exchanged a glance with her friend. I thought back to how the apprentice scholars in the Royal Academy were pulling out all the stops to gather and organize information. It was a bit late for me to be realizing this, but not only now did it strike me just how skilled Elvira was at gathering intelligence from tea parties and all sorts of other places. I imagine that unless you commit some terribly offensive blunder, Damiel and Feline's loyalties will never waver. However, you must not think that mindset can be applied to other men nobles and lay nobles. If you insist. I had wanted to justify taking Roderick as a retainer by striking Elvira at her weakest point, her love for the legends of Ferdinand, but that had evidently backfired. She had instead warned me not to trust others so easily, reinforcing that I was not to take him as a retainer. Furthermore, it is tradition to pay those of an opposing faction about 60% of what you would pay someone of the same faction, Elvira said. This amount is then slowly raised in accordance with their efforts. Wait, what? That's the first I'm hearing of this. You symbolically demonstrate fairness by paying those of opposing factions while nonetheless showing favoritism to your own. Putting people in a position where they feel changing to your faction is the best interest. There's no point to professing membership to a faction if everyone is treated the same. Not to mention none of your allies will delight in being treated the same as your enemies. You have little appreciation for your faction, but if you do not learn the ways of politics, you will make your existing allies very displeased. Just how much of my Royal Academy antics were leaking out? Neither Sylvester nor Ferdinand had lectured me about this. Are you thinking it is strange that I know about your time in the Royal Academy? Riarda gave her reports after you left for the temple. Given Hersher's constant absences and unreliability, we are discussing whether we should send someone else to help manage the dormitory. A manager, I asked. Ehrenfest had garnered very little interest from other duchies in the past, so its leaders had predicted my products would hardly spread at all during my first year, no matter how hard we pushed them. And yet my blunders have resulted in me forming surprise relationships with all the most powerful and influential people in the Royal Academy, professors, archduke candidates from greater duchies, and even royalty. Ehrenfest needed as much information as it could get on higher-ranking duchies before the Archduke Conference, but with Hersher so fervently researching Schwartz and Weiss, she was completely useless. Someone eventually suggested that we might need a person in the Royal Academy to report on your every action, Elvira noted. That someone being Lord Ferdinand, of course. Uh-oh, Spadudios, we are in trouble. If that's the case, we're going to definitely be in trouble. But is he actually going to do it? Because he has to be at the temple. He's the high priest. Or can he now delegate all that to the blue priests? Is that the marginally crueler contingency plan he was talking about? Assigning someone to the Royal Academy specifically to control me? That's not marginally crueler. That's way crueler. As I cradled my head with despair, Elvira dropped her eyes back to the papers detailing the legends about Ferdinand and let out a dreamy sigh. Still, to think this much information about Lord Ferdinand still lingered in the Royal Academy. Indeed, I was as surprised as you are, I said. According to those who gathered the intelligence, the current situation is that people from other duchies know more about Ferdinand than those from Ehrenfest. As it turned out, not many people in Ehrenfest had openly discussed Ferdinand since he went to the temple. Damiel respected him, but most students nowadays didn't even know he existed. Most students in the Ehrenfest dormitory viewed the legends about Ferdinand with skepticism, asserting that they were exaggerated or even misattributed. I had to admit not even I could tell whether the stories were true. Why do they know so much more than we do, I asked. Oh, I know what would be a good idea if Lord Ferdinand was to come to the academy. He could help with training the knights. He could help train the apprentice knights and get them back up to speed on coordination and such. Who could go against him? Well, in Ehrenfest, I mean. Lord Ferdinand's grades were so high that he earned Lady Veronica's wrath. All those in Ehrenfest feared to speak about him, Elvira said, looking down joylessly. Ferdinand wasn't Veronica's son by blood, but he had been baptized as the Archduke's son and made an Archduke candidate. Veronica's 2 daughters had already been wed to other duchies by the time he was baptized, leaving only 2 candidates in Ehrenfest. Ferdinand would be the next Archduke by default if something happened to Sylvester, and even if something didn't, his grades were impressive enough that his name was known across all the other duchies. Sylvester, meanwhile, had zero motivation and generally left his work to Ferdinand. In other words, there was more than enough reason for Veronica to fear Ferdinand rising to power. She treated Lord Ferdinand viciously ever since his baptism, but her cruelty only ever grew worse when the previous Archduke fell ill. The more excellence Lord Ferdinand showed, the harsher she treated him. Nobody could interfere to help him either. Eventually, Lord Sylvester recommended that he flee to the temple. That reminded me, I had heard that since Ferdinand had entered the temple a short while before his father passed, he hadn't been able to attend the funeral as his son. The thought he hadn't been even gotten to see him one last time really made Veronica seem unreasonably callous. If only he had stayed in the castle for a bit longer, he could have been there when his father died, I sighed. I feel so bad for Ferdinand. Elvira paused for a brief moment before responding. He likely did see him. The official announcement was not long after Lord Ferdinand entered the temple, so we can conclude that he actually climbed the towering stairways sometime before that. It turned out the funerals for archdukes were carried out after the Archduke Conference. Their deaths were reported at the conference, and their funerals were held after the next Archduke had been selected and returned to their duchy. Neighboring archdukes and nobles would come to attend the funeral, so time-stopping magic was used to preserve the corpse. This resulted in there sometimes being a sizable gap between the death itself and the date of its public announcement, which was why Elvira presumed Ferdinand had been able to see the body. I sure hope so, at least. And now Lord Ferdinand can live to his fullest without hesitating in the public eye, for Elvira said. That's all I could ever ask for. Why are you so invested in Ferdinand, Mother? Things may be different now, but was it not dangerous to publicly support him in the past? Assuming that Veronica had indeed ostracized Ferdinand as harshly as everyone said, showing him any support at all was surely enough to earn her displeasure. Perhaps I should explain. It is not particularly a secret, but considering that Lord Sylvester and Lord Wilfrid are involved, I do not know whether I should speak so freely. Oh dear, Elvira said, placing a hand on her cheek and tilting her head. Adelaide took this opportunity to say her piece, sadly lowering her eyes while refreshing our tea. Lady Elvira was likewise ostracized by Lady Veronica. You were? I asked. My mother was Lady Veronica's older sister, you see, though they did not share mothers. So the same father. You mean my grandmother on your side? I had been given a list of noble names to memorize before my baptism, but I hadn't specified how they were all related. Plus, the only family tree I had seen was centered around Karlstadt's side of the family. My knowledge about Elvira's side was painfully scarce as a result. At most, I was aware that Veronica had been on very bad terms with her half-brothers and sisters, to the point that they had refused to take her younger brother Besenwat's possessions following his death. It had never even crossed my mind that Elvira might be on that side of the family. The fourth Archduke's son was my grandfather. His marrying Gabrielle, the Arenbach Archduke candidate, was widely considered to be the root cause of this current dispute. Gabrielle had fallen in love with Elvira's grandfather after he had treated her kindly at the Introductory tournament. She had an unfortunately small mana capacity for an Archduke candidate of a greater duchy, but since Ehrenfest had even less influence than it does now, that didn't matter. She had used her father's authority as the Archduke of a greater duchy to force the marriage to happen, whether Elvira's grandfather wanted it or not, which ultimately resulted in his first wife, Elvira's grandmother, and the daughter of Count Leisgang, being demoted to his second wife, despite the fact they already had 2 children together. The fourth Archduke feared the consequence of such an insult, particularly with Count Leisgang having been the leader of the most powerful faction in the duchy during the rule of the fourth Archduke. He was likewise concerned that Ehrenbach's influence within the duchy would grow large enough to cause problems. It was for those reasons that he removed Elvira's grandfather from the Archduke candidacy and awarded him the title of Count Groschel. Oh, so this is, Brunhilde's family. Okay. While choosing Bonifatius' father as the next Archduke. Count Leisgang's fury was subsequently contained when Bonifatius wedded another of his daughters. I'm literally drawing at the family trees here, but they're just too complicated. My head's starting to hurt. The bloodlines are getting all mixed up. Ironically, it seems that Gabrielle found living in such a backwater countryside duchy unbearable, and she constantly yearned to go back to Ehrenbach. Gabrielle bore 3 children in her lifetime. Her first was a boy who ended up having the most mana of all his siblings, and due in part to support from Ehrenbach, he was praised as a potential candidate to succeed Count Groschel. Her second child was Veronica, whose mana capacity was extraordinarily greater than the low average in Ehrenfest. It was only natural that she would be raised to serve as the first wife of the next Archduke. The third child, whom Gabrielle birthed while ill, had much low mana than one would expect of an archnoble. He was unable to rely on Ehrenbach's support, and so he ended up being sent to the temple. It was during this grueling third birth that Gabrielle ultimately passed away. Years went by, and the first son passed away also. Veronica began keeping in close contact with her fully blood-related younger brother in the temple, doting on him and developing a relationship in which they both completely relied on one another. Lady Veronica became the first wife of the 6th Archduke, and it was then that she truly began abusing her half-siblings. Though it was certainly easier for her to target her younger nieces and nephews than her older brothers and sisters. My brother and I suffered greatly through a variety of creative means. For the most part, Veronica couldn't be too blatant in her abuse. After all, they were still children of Geib Haldensale. But she would invite Elvira to girls-only tea parties and harass her in a variety of awful ways. My grandfather regretted this state of affairs, so he tried to protect me by wedding me to Lord Karlstadt. This in turn granted me independence from Veronica. It was thanks to the marriage that Elvira had been able to make a faction composed of those ostracized by Veronica, protect Valencia when she was wedded from Frembeltag into the family, and support Ferdinand when he was abused for being the son of a mistress. When the previous Archduke climbed the towering stairway, Lady Veronica's treatment of Haldensale grew even harsher, since it is ruled by my older brother. Do you recall that Haldensale is the northernmost province in the duchy? The winters there are much harsher than the ones we experience here. Raised taxes are a matter of life and death for its people. Despite the entire duchy having been drained, Haldensale alone received no exception whatsoever. It suffered far more than any other province in the duchy, even when taxes were raised for everyone. My brother says you have saved him and his people, Rosemine. It was only after I joined the temple as an apprentice blue shrine maiden that Haldensale started receiving chalices filled with mana, which increased crop production throughout the province. Veronica and Besenwatch were then punished for their crimes, and the Florencia faction, led by the Geib's younger sister Elvira, became the most powerful faction in the duchy. Now life had truly been braved into Haldensale. On top of all that, the books my brother helped to make, in part out of gratitude alone, have sold much better than expected, Elvira explained. He now wishes to spread printing all throughout Haldensale. That's quite exciting to hear, I replied. However, as obvious as it was, one needed paper to print things. They had planned to make plant paper workshops along with the printing workshops, but my falling into a coma had prevented them from doing so. The same went for other Geibs who had heard of the success in Ilgner and wanted to try paper making themselves. Not to mention the magic contracts bind even the sale of paper, no? The magic contracts for merchants I had signed worked only within Ehrenfest, but with the exact limits of the magic being fuzzy at best, people had no choice but to sell through the planting company. That worked decently enough at the moment, given that there weren't all that many books, but it couldn't last forever. Elvira also wanted the magic contracts nullified, and when I realized that, I unconsciously clenched my fist resting atop my lap. I don't want to nullify the contracts I made with Lutz and Benno. Benno had put his all into thinking of a way to ensure I could meet with them and maintain relationships with the lower city ever since I was taken to the nobles, even once I was taken to the nobles' quarter. Lutz had likewise steeled his resolve and signed the contracts, even though doing so put him in danger. I was really against the nullification, and that must have shown on my face as Elvira gave me a consoling smile. Rosemine, you have surrounded yourself with people of the highest moral caliber. Huh? No matter how much my brother interrogated the planting company about the magic contracts, they obstinately repeated that they would need to ask Ob Ehrenfest for details. It seemed doing so was necessary to protect your past, as you signed it while living in the temple as a shrine maiden. Benno had refused to speak of the contract, even when surrounded by archnobles. Knowing that made me so happy and proud of him and Lutz that I couldn't help but nod a little. However, the contracts are far too small to protect you now. Do you not need new ones to suit your current status, as books and printing spread throughout the country? A new contract? Indeed, your relationship with the planting company will not change, even if the former contracts are nullified. Am I not right in saying that you need only sign new ones? My relationship with the planting company wouldn't change just because the contracts did. I simply needed to sign new ones. Elvira was right about that. But there won't be contracts between mine and Lutz. Well, technically, that changed, I think, when You became Rosemine. Didn't they magically change to reflect your new name? I kept those words to myself and merely sighed instead. Okay, I'm gonna end this off here, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay, part 2. I'll try and do some other stuff tomorrow and not the light novels. Winter socializing. As I began living in the castle again, I received so many invitations to meetings that Ferdinand and my attendants had their hands full just trying to organize them all. The requests were from nobles wanting to get involved in the printing and paper-making industries, but since I couldn't tell who was acceptable for me to meet with, Fern and the others were handling that also. In the meantime, Elvira dragged me to a tea party alongside Florencia and Charlotte. Once there, I was bombarded with so many questions about printing and monocompression by wives looking to promote their husbands and houses to me that my head started to spin. For the first time, I learned that Elvira and Florencia always held meetings after their tea parties to dissect everything that was discussed. They double-checked the rumors, examined the topics flying around, and organized what they wanted more details on. Charlotte and I were accompanying them to find out more about gathering intelligence. Rosemont, Charlotte, which topics did you take an interest in? Elvira asked. I was surprised to hear how many were about my sister. The air feels much different than last year, Charlotte responded at once. But I needed time to think. I hadn't yet paired the names and faces of the nobles who had attended with us. As for me, it seems monocompression has become quite the hot topic. But yeah, it seems monocompression has become quite the hot topic. Have all the requesting... Have all those requesting to be taught the method been looked over, I asked. Indeed, we have already made preparations for many to learn it. We just await your permission. In that regard, how are Wilfred and his retainers at the Royal Academy? Florencia asked, as worried about her son as one would expect. I went ahead and explained that he was working hard and doing his best to keep the dormitory together. That said, I still cannot say whether it would be best for him to learn my compression method. I believe the final decision will depend on how the tea party with his cousins goes. I am ever so worried. It was Lady Detlinde who invited him, correct? The Ehrenbach Archduke candidate who looks just like Lady Georgine with blonde hair and green eyes? She also looks much like Lady Veronica. I had never met Veronica, but she apparently had blonde hair and green eyes also. Thinking back to the nostalgic look Wilfred had given Detlinde, I could understand why Florencia was so worried. He will surely be fine, I said, attempting to console Florencia. We carefully discussed everything that will come up at the tea party, not to mention he has been consulting Lord Ferdinand for help. This time, however, Elvira furrowed her brow with worry. I am personally more concerned about Lampret. He was not given permission to marry the Ehrenbach Archnoble. It was a necessity due to interduchy politics, but I do hope that Lord Wilfrid is not attacked by Lady Detlinde in response to that. Veronica had been in power for a long time during the period when Lampret was attending the academy, and socializing with Ehrenbach had been highly encouraged. Times had changed, however, in the current political climate. There was no helping the Archduke not giving his approval. It was important to show utter sincerity to one's significant other to indicate that any such decision wasn't due to a sudden change of heart. But all in all, refusing a marriage due to interduchy politics was actually the most peaceful way to end things. Ehrenbach is of a higher status than Ehrenfest, and her parents were never pleased about her pairing with Lampret, Elvira remarked. I was definitely surprised then when Ehrenbach latched on to their relationship so firmly. The next Archduke conference is going to be quite the stir, I fear. We must start planning around this now, Florencia agreed. My brother and friend Beltag will likely be requesting support once again. There will also be discussions about trade among duchies, correct? Royalty and greater duchies alike are interested in Rosemine's trends. We simply do not have enough information here. Sorry. I didn't know Ehrenfest knew so little, and Sylvester just told me to spread the trends without any further instruction. Still, now that Rosmine is awake, I feel our faction is swelling in size all at once, Charlotte noted. This is perhaps due to everyone learning that we can once again proceed with monocompression and the printing industry. Charlotte is correct. Med nobles and lay nobles are flocking our way since they must join our faction to learn the monocompression method. Florencia said, I didn't know enough to be able to compare the situation to the previous year, but our faction numbers were apparently shooting up. Elvira smiled. Skillfully flaunting what rewards await your allies is very important, Rosemine. And so we attended tea parties for girls. I was taught how to gather and organize information, as well as how to instruct scholars to gather intelligence in my place. Charlotte listened in with a serious expression, so she would need to do the same next year when attending the Royal Academy. As her older sister, I had to focus to maintain my lead. Rosemine, it is important that you also gather as much information as you can during Royal Academy tea parties and that you report what you learn to us, Florencia said. We need to learn as much as possible before the Archduke Conference. I could practically feel the question mark pop up above my head. Will I not be returning right before the introductory tournament, I asked. That is the day before graduation ceremony, so will I even have time for tea parties? Ferdinand had said they wouldn't be sending me back to the Royal Academy until the very last minute due to my poor socializing skills. So I hadn't thought I would have the time to gather information at tea parties. I believe it is better for Rosemine to return sooner than that, both to gather information and to prepare for the introductory tournament itself. The socializing period is when Archduke candidates are needed most. Would you not agree, Florencia asked Elvira. Lord Ferdinand does not seem comfortable sending her back early. She is likely to cause problems there, no? Florencia and Elvira exchanged glances before simultaneously rubbing their temples, agonizing over how to deal with me. I apologized internally. Sorry for not really getting how nobles think yet. I'll do better next time. I clenched my fists, resolving to follow their lessons well, and it was then that a recent warning from Ferdinand echoed through my mind. Nothing good comes from you trying so hard. Rosemine, how many workshops can be made from spring until autumn? Ferdinand asked, having summoned me for questioning once all of my meeting requests had been sorted through. Many nobles wanted permission to construct paper-making workshops, but we were limited to how many we could make at once, since there were only so many instructors at our disposal. That is to say, we didn't have many workers who could teach others. A printing workshop can only be established once all the parts for a printing press have been made, most of the Gutenbergs have been mobilized to handle the setup, and all the techniques have been taught, I explained. I do not believe all the criteria can be met. These criteria can be met this year. We have not sent orders for any new presses to be made, and I am planning to go to Haldensdale in the spring. Printing workshops needed the cooperation of a local smithy and a carpentry workshop, as well as the assistance of the Merchants Guild in preparing the ground floor. The best we could do this year was decide the order in which we will fulfill the requests in the future. I would like to postpone meeting the nobles who wish to establish printing workshops so that I might instead prioritize meeting with those who wish to establish paper-making workshops, I concluded. Are you not limited in how many of those you can make? I believe we can establish a decent number of workshops if we simply teach them to create Vollrand paper with the current recipe, rather than spending a year to develop specialized paper as we did in Ilgner. Though, of course, considering how much traveling the planting company will need to do, we will not be able to prepare that many. When establishing a paper-making workshop, a member of the planting company absolutely needed to be sent to install a local branch of the Ehrenfest Paper Guild in that province. There also needed to be an instructor present to teach the actual process. The problem was there weren't many members of the planting company capable of doing such work, nor were there many grey priests who could serve as instructors. Even borrowing instructors from the workshops in Haas and Ilgner will allow us to set up at most 3 workshops per year. Are there many nobles who wish to distinguish themselves by creating their own specialized paper, I asked. They may do the research on their own, Ferdinand said, no doubt thinking it would be more entertaining that way. Maybe this is hard for a mad scientist to understand, but not everyone loves research. I understand your position, he continued. In order to accelerate the construction of workshops, I will consult Ilgner to see whether they can spare any instructors. This is our highest priority. We were due to be meeting with Gieb Ilgner, so I decided to speak with Daniel. I took out the 2 sound-blocking magic tools I was borrowing before turning to him and the rest of my guard knights in attendance. Daniel, if you would find seeing Bridget again too painful, I do not mind giving you the day off. I will do my job. Are you certain, I asked, having noticed his face stiffen at the mere mention of her name? Are you not suffering from, a broken heart? That was 2 years ago, but... Daniel widened his eyes. Lady Rosemine, where did you even learn that phrase? Oh, it must have been at those tea parties. He had jumped to a conclusion despite me having known the phrase from elsewhere. I mean, why is that a big deal? Because, I mean, she has been collecting some romantic night stories, so, I mean, surely she should have heard it somewhere or whatever. I waited for a response as his eyes searched for words, which he eventually found. It is less than I have a broken heart, and more that I regret my actions. My crass thoughtlessness resulted in Bridget bringing shame upon herself. I regret that beyond words. I heard from Ferdinand that your marriage would have been problematic due to your status, but I still do not entirely understand what he meant. What exactly would have been problematic? I did not understand myself until I was scolded by my older brother. I had failed to realize that my superiors and family understood the situation differently. As it turned out, he had planned to continue living in the nobles' quarter and serving as a guard knight even after marrying Bridget. He had thought it was obvious that he would continue as my guard knight until I relieved him of duty myself, considering that I had protected him in the past and taken him under my wing despite his grave mistake. However, his family and others hadn't thought the same. As far as his brother Heinrich was concerned, by not going to Ilgner, Daniel was foolishly abandoning the incredibly good fortune that had connected his lane noble family to land-owning men nobles. My brother called it sheer foolishness for me to think of marrying Bridget, for I did not know how to lead a life that would satisfy the younger sister of a Geeb. And most of all, while marrying into her family in Ilgner would see me rise to the status of a med noble, her marrying into mine would result in her being brought down to the status of a lay noble. Daniel had not thought through the consequences that would arise from Bridget becoming a lay noble, and it was only when Heinrich had started to list them one by one that he truly understood. For one, she would need to interact with her friends, stud family, and quite literally everyone else in an entirely different manner than what she was used to. She would also need to learn lay noble social practices, and her children would be treated as lay nobles too. That would certainly be a considerable burden on her, I muttered, biting my lip at the thought of status having driven a wedge between my own family and me, preventing us from treating each other as equals. They had needed to kneel before me, use polite language, and speak as though I were somebody else entirely. Furthermore, Bridget's former betrothal used the canceling of their engagement to begin sending abuse, and at the time there were almost no lay nobles supporting Ilgner as government officials. I had heard that Geeb Ilgner had resorted to flying around his own land, though I had not understood what was truly going on. Daniel had been largely unaware, having traveled between the temple and the night dormitory without ever really visiting the family estate. Heinrich, however, was a scholar. He knew the situation well since it was such a popular topic of conversation, and thought it obvious that Bridget would use her marriage as an opportunity to return to Ilgner and support her older brother. Would it truly have been feasible for Bridget to live in the noble quarter as a lay noble, unable to even properly consult her family for help when she needed it? Daniel continued. It was not until my brother told me I was expected to quit my duties as a guard knight and marry into her family that I realized how little I had considered how much her life would change with me. Serving as a guard knight was an honorable position, but one far above what a lay noble like Daniel would normally hold. It turned out he was actually the target of much jealousy due to having learned my mana compression method and increased his mana so considerably. Many were saying he should be replaced with a med noble or a nurse noble. I can never be relieved of duty since I know of your full past in the temple, but only a few are aware of that. Neither my brother nor Bridget knew, and so she too thought it was obvious that I would marry into her family. They could never have considered those facts that we take for granted, he concluded, hanging his head. To think that the difference in status would pose such incredible difficulties. I had assumed things would work out simply due to your mutual love. Embarrassingly enough, I had as well. I had assumed it would all work out as long as I could teach her match her mana capacity. I simply did not think things through enough, and despite having proposed to her myself, I ultimately refused her on the basis of not going to Ilgner. What in the... You turned her down? Sorry, I thought for sure it was the other way around. That was prejudicial of me. I'm sure you'll find someone perfect for you soon, Daniel. Do you say that knowing my mana capacity has grown great enough that there are practically no lay noble women who can match it, he asked. Staring at me flatly, I promptly averted my gaze. Well, as children learn the method, there will soon be many lay nobles with capacities comparable with your own. You will soon have cute girls all over you. Probably. They will be too young. By the time your classmates are of marrying age, I will already be midway through my 20s, Daniel said. He was despondent, but I had heard such age gap wasn't particularly rare among nobles. He would be fine as long as he continued to push himself, though he would certainly be the one putting in the work. You have until then to raise your mana, save money, and develop the charms of an adult man. You can manage. I will do all that I can to support you. You're not going to introduce me to someone in the same way that Lady Elvira found someone for Bridget, he asked, looking at me with such sympathy-inducing eyes that I felt obligated to ask whether he wanted me to speak to Elvira about finding someone for him too. He responded with an immediate, yes please. That worked for me. On the day of my meeting with Geeb Ilgner, I entered the meeting room with Ferdinand, my attendants, and my guard knights, Daniel included. Already waiting inside were Geeb Ilgner and his wife, as well as Bridget and her husband. Oh, awkward. Bridget appeared to carry herself in a much softer and more feminine manner than before, perhaps because she was now married. I was relieved to see that the calm smile on her face was one of contentment. Bridget's husband, the only person here I was meeting for the first time, stepped forward and knelt before me. Lady Rosemine, may I pray for a blessing and appreciation of the serendipitous meeting ordained by the harsh judgment of Everglade, the god of life, he asked. You may. I am Victor, husband to Bridget. It is an honor to meet you. Victor had a peaceful disposition, and the way he carried himself made it immediately apparent he was a scholar. His skills were no doubt essential to Ilgner, where scholar officials were very desperately needed. He seemed to fit in not just with Bridget, but with Guy Ilgner too, making him pretty much a perfect match. Talk about a catch. Good job, Mother. I'm impressed. Here's hoping she could do the same for Daniel, because Daniel deserves love too. Poor guy has been through enough. I nodded to myself as I looked over Victor, and it was then that I noticed a familiar face standing behind Guy Ilgner with a diptych in hand. The way he conducted himself wasn't quite the same, but there was no doubt in my mind. It was Volk, the former Great Priest. Never had I expected to meet him here in the castle. My eyes widened in surprise, and he returned a warm smile upon noticing my gaze. It was improper for me to speak to him here, however, as I turned my attention to Bridget. It has been a long time since we last spoke, Lady Rosemine, she said. I am glad to see you are doing well. My one regret is that I did not wait for you to awaken before I married. Bridget had personally wanted to delay her marriage until then, but Elvira had suggested she speed things along so that Ilgner could get the help it needed as soon as possible. It was in their best interest to develop their trade and secure sales while they lacked business rivals, and they were advised to make as much paper as possible before Haldensdale started printing. Although we married, we have had no time for newlywed life. Ilgner is suffering quite happily as Lady Elvira and the planting company push your business further and further, Bridget continued. Victor smiled and nodded. We have invested our all into developing a new paper since Ilgner was fated to lose its advantageous position when you awoke and other provinces began establishing their own workshops. It is thanks to your support and paper-making workshops that lay nobles have returned to the province and made operation feasible, Lady Rosemine. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts, Guy Ilgner's wife added, kneeling in front of me as well. We would like to gift you this paper. It is newly developed and made from Rinfin, a tree far more common in Ilgner than Volrin. It may serve as material for the wax paper the planting company seeks. Please use it for your research. She presented me with paper so thin it was almost see-through, carefully stacked and wrapped in cloth so that the sheets would not be damaged by the hard, smooth paper that was Ilgner's specialty. I carefully pulled away the cloth and picked up a single sheet. The craftsman had gotten much more skilled during my 2-year slumber, and seeing the expertly made, super-thin paper made me break into a smile. This was a far cheaper alternative to the trauma paper we were currently having to use, which would naturally lower the cost of printing as well. Books are going to become cheaper? Heck yes! I thank you ever so much. I will start experimenting at once to see if this can be used as wax stencils in the workshop, I said, wishing to happily rub the new paper against my cheek, but contenting myself with just touching it normally. Bridget lowered her voice. Lady Rosemine, I do not know if this information will be useful, but paper made from the non-seb fey plant acts in a very similar fashion to a magic tool. Excuse me? Oh, Ferdinand would like to hear this! Paper made from fey plants has retained such attributes in the past. What did you discover? I asked, being deliberately vague as to not explicitly reveal that trauma paper was harder to burn. According to Bridget, their workshops were dripping up torn sheets, boiling them, and then using them to make new paper. When they ripped up non-seb paper, however, they found the scraps would very slowly start moving toward the largest piece. We were reporting this quirk in hope that you or Lord Ferdinand may find some proper use for it, Bridget said. We shall buy the paper. Do you have any with you now? Ferdinand asked without missing a beat. Oh, he wants research! He wants research! His burning passion for research had not yet cooled. He bought the paper in an instant, not even asking its price first. We have brought 10 sheets for demonstrative purposes, but we must sell the paper through the planting company. You will need to wait until spring before we can give you any to you. I see. The planting company will soon be summoned by Ob Ehrenfest, and I will negotiate its sale then. You will be contacted when the date is decided. Guy Ilgner had thought they would need to wait until spring for the non-seb paper to be sold, and so he was visibly pleased to learn this was not the case. In stark contrast, Ferdinand hardened his expression. Victor straightened his back at once, while Volk readjusted his grip on his diptych and stylus. Guy Ilgner, now that Rosemont has awoken, we are to begin spreading the paper-making industry throughout Ehrenfest, Ferdinand announced. To that end, we must send out members of the planting company and Grey Priest from the temple workshop, as we did when establishing things in Ilgner. However, we lack the necessary personnel. We want you to lend us 3 or 4 of your paper-making craftsmen so that they may begin teaching others. That is quite a difficult request, Lord Ferdinand. Rather than keep Ilgner, Victor was the one to answer. He was largely in charge of the paper-making industry in Ilgner and explained that they lacked the manpower required to comply with such a request. At the same time, he expressed his hesitancy to aid with the creation of rival businesses. Victor, you are not wrong in what you say, but Ilgner exists as it does now entirely thanks to Lady Rosemine's knowledge and technologies, the Geeb interjected. If she wishes for our help, I am prepared to meet any request she may have. Lady Rosamine, please tell us what we need, he said, encouraging me with a smile. Bridget nodded in agreement with her brother. I could feel a sudden warmth in my chest. I was glad to have people willing to accept my requests. I wish to establish some more paper-making workshops, but we do not have enough people to accomplish that in multiple provinces. We hope to borrow workers from Ilgner to solve this problem, I explained. That said, while we lent Ilgner Grey Priest for an entire year to research specialty paper, we will only be teaching the other provinces how to make Vollrund paper. We plan to visit several locations from spring to autumn, and our stays in each one shall remain brief, so you will not need to teach them to make any new kind of paper. Or any other kind of paper. Establishing more paper-making workshops is our highest priority due to upcoming business with the sovereignty, Ferdinand added. Other provinces can use local materials to produce new forms of paper at their leisure, but your supremacy will not falter. Victor's expression softened. I now understand the true significance to Lady Rosamine supporting Ilgner with Grey Priest for 1 year. We shall do what we can for Ehrenfest. And so it was decided that we would discuss it in more detail together with the planting company when we meet with them to purchase the nonsense paper. Good job, Benno. You're about to be surrounded by nobles again. As I sent Benno a silent prayer, Daniel stepped away from the door he was guarding and approached Riarda with a stiff expression. A message had apparently come for us, and if the way Riarda's eyebrows shot up when she received it was anything to go by, it was an important one. She walked over to Ferdinand at once. Excuse me for interrupting the meeting. The Knight's Order has sent word that the Lord of Winter has appeared. Uh-oh. Ferdinand stood up immediately, his chair scraping the floor behind him, and all my guard knights except Daniel braced themselves. I thought back to my previous experience hunting the Lord of Winter. It was a task that had involved most members of my family, Karlstadt and Eckert included. I wanted to assist them with a blessing, even if just only a little to help. Ferdinand, will you need my blessing? I asked, looking up at him. It will help. Apologies, Geeb Ilgner, but we must bring this meeting to a close. Understood. We cannot take any more of your time if you'll excuse us, Geeb Ilgner replied, standing up with his wife. Victor patted his own wife on the shoulder with a wry smile. You look on edge, Bridget, but I believe you are a knight no longer, Victor said. It seems the familiar faces and atmosphere made her forget that fact, he continued, eliciting a smile from Bridget that was both embarrassed and sad. We will leave so as to not interfere, Geeb Ilgner said. We pray for your success in battle, he said. Everyone else began to leave, but there was still one more question on my mind. Volk. He turned around looking stunned, having never expected me to actually address him before here. How are things with your wife, I asked. Have you found happiness in Ilgner? I sometimes find myself worrying about that even now. Ferdinand shot me a sharp glare, but I hadn't been able to help myself. Volk was the first Grey Priest I had ever sold to another. Not as a laborer, but as a free man, so that he could get married. His life in the temple meant he had known nothing of either family or marriages, and so I often wondered how his life was going now. Volk knelt gracefully before me. I took your sage advice well to heart, Lady Rosamine. Rather than endure all of my problems in silence, I regularly speak with Karia so that we may work together and find compromises. While you were asleep, we were blessed with a child, and I was able to learn the true meaning of the word family. I experience moments of joy each day, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for guiding me down the path of happiness. Oh, he's happy. I'm so happy for him. He deserves it. They all do. Their own happiness. He spoke of pride, wearing the expression not of a Grey Priest serving his lord, but of a father supporting his family. Oh, good luck. The end of winter and the summoned merchants. Daniel, prepare to leave for the hunt. We will gather in this room when ready and then depart for the training ground. Rosamine, wait here. Only adult knights could participate in the Lord of Winter hunt, so apprentices were not taken along. Angelica, despite being permitted to accompany me to the temple, was also instructed to remain behind. Having been told to wait with my apprentice guard knights, I sat back down in my chair and waited for Riarda to return with my warmer clothing. Geeb Ilgner and the others had long since left the room. I think the apprentices in the Royal Academy would learn much if they were allowed to watch, I mused aloud once Riarda had returned. Something so dangerous would never be allowed, my lady. I suppose so. The knights will already be carrying extra luggage, and it would be dangerous to place even more of a burden on them. While it was true that the apprentices had much to gain by watching the impressive coordination of the Knight's Order, it wasn't wise to bring meddlesome students to such an intense battle, especially with some that don't have any self-control. If only we had video cameras or something. Yeah, that would definitely help. You could record the whole entire fight and then point out where things, went good, when things went bad, what to learn, that sort of stuff. Ferdinand and Daniel soon returned wearing their armor and capes. I see you waited, Ferdinand said. Good. We must depart for the training grounds. I opened Leslie so that Riarda and my guard knights could climb inside. Then we raced through the intense blizzard, focusing on the colored capes ahead of us so that we wouldn't get lost. When we arrived at the training grounds, the knights were already lined up and waiting. Karlstedt, Eckert, and Lampret were among them. I waved, and they looked at me with surprise. Apologies for the wait, Ferdinand said, spurring everyone to kneel. I climbed out of my high beast and stood next to him. It seems that the Saint of Ehrenfest wishes to pray to the gods and give everyone a blessing. I stepped forward to the kneeling knights and took out my staff. I then thrust it up into the air, pouring in enough mana to bless as many people as possible as I prayed to the god of war. O god of war Arngriff, of the god of fire-laden shafts exalted 12, I pray that you grant them your divine protection. A familiar blue light shot out of my staff and rained down over the gathered members of the Knights Order. The prayer had taken more mana than I had expected, presumably because of all the people here, yet I didn't feel as tired as I had during the previous Schneesturm battle. I absolutely had more mana now that the Bereave had melted so many of the mana clumps inside of me. Oh, yeah, and because you grew too, you got older, so yeah. We owe our thanks to the saint for her blessing, Ferdinand said. Now, do not leave the northern building until the hunt is over. Apprentice knights, keep a close eye on her. Is that understood? Cornelius, Riarda, I entrust you in my absence. Yes, sir. I understand, my boy. Having been told to head back to the castle first, I once again climbed into Leslie, this time only with Riarda. My apprentice guard knights would be taking the lead of our return journey. As I flew up into the air, using the capes as my markers, I heard a shout for the knights to stand at the ready. Charlotte and I were forbidden from leaving the northern building until the hunt was over. This was because the bulk of the knights had departed, leaving fewer guards, and the northern building had a protective barrier that would keep us safe. That was fine with me, since it meant I could read or have tea with Charlotte. In fact, my time in the northern building was the most relaxed I had been since waking up from my coma. I was midway through having tea with Charlotte. I certainly couldn't have refused, given how cute her invitation had been. Despite having finally returned from the Royal Academy, you departed for the temple right after. And then you were busy with socializing. I want to have a tea party with just the two of us, dear sister. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't had a private tea party with her since the time Wilfrid had interrupted us 2 years ago. Both father and mother stay in their rooms until the hunt is finished, so I have always looked forward to the Lord of Winter appearing, Charlotte confided. It seemed there were the precious few days she was able to spend with her parents during winter socializing. She told me a lot about her life, and while she often brought up Melchior, Wilfrid basically never came up. He had been raised not here in the northern building, but in the eastern building where Veronica lived. It is so sad for siblings to be kept separate, I said. This is all I have ever known, so I have never found it particularly sad. That said, grandmother was always so kind to Wilfrid despite being so harsh with me, and I found myself painfully jealous of that. Veronica had apparently been quite harsh to Charlotte, displeased that she resembled Florencia so closely. I didn't have much to say in that regard, since I had been raised in the temple. The story was that Ferdinand had looked after me at Karlstedt's request, and that I had gone to the temple at such a young age that I didn't even know what my mother looked like. I answered in as few words as possible, conscious that saying too much would result in me letting something slip, which Charlotte thankfully interpreted me as me being hesitant to speak of painful memories. She changed the topic out of consideration. Let us speak of the temple another time. More importantly, dear sister, what would you want to do upon being Archduchess? Who says she's becoming the Archduchess? What a strange question. I am not going to become the Archduchess, remember? As an exercise, one of my tutors has asked me how I would rule the duchy were I to become the Archduchess myself. I am simply curious to know how you would answer. Oh, is this like when kids talk about what they want to be when they grow up? Nothing politically serious, just hopes and dreams? Okay, well, there's only one answer I can give. I would make the duchy a paradise for readers. It would become the capital for books, one filled with printing workshops that would receive and print manuscripts from far and wide. It would be a duchy of joy where every workshop would produce new books every day of every month, and there would be a law that a copy of every book must be donated to the Archduchess so that I could read them before anyone else. Of course she would say that. My library would steadily expand to the point of additional buildings needed to be constructed. All the people would be taught to read and love books, and everyone would be able to read as they pleased. Ah, how wonderful, how blissful. That would be my paradise. Of course it would be. no, I'm weirding her out. Charlotte was gazing at me in complete bewilderment. It seemed I had gotten a little too heated. That is just a dream, of course. I do not expect it to come true anytime soon. Though I will spare no effort to make it a reality one day. You truly do love books, don't you, sister? Charlotte giggled, looking at me with the gentle smile of one who felt the need to be mature around their quite strange older sibling. My apprentice guard knights in attendance seemed to be lonely, barely containing their laughter, while Riarda wore a look of complete exasperation. No, I messed up. I should have said something cooler. Not that any cool answer comes to mind, but still, someone give me a generic cool answer to say. We continued having tea despite me having embarrassed myself. I spoke of all the progress the Better Grades Committee had made in the Royal Academy.
Jessica.
What?
Jackson gave that.
Yes.
Okay. Wait, we're going to bed.
Okay.
In the living room, sleep.
Okay. While Charlotte told me how the winter playroom was doing this year. Riarda must have sensed that I would try my hardest when Charlotte was around, so she made arrangements for us to practice Harspiel together, as well as for us to sew and make lace, which was both important bridal practices. I was being handily manipulated by those around me, but there was no helping it. I just wanted Charlotte to admire me as her older sister. It'll happen one day. You're incredible, sister, she'll say. Oh, you can count on me, Charlotte, I'll reply. Making flower embroidery while daydreaming of books reminded me of my Arano days. Even my old mom would tell me to stop reading and start embroidering. I recalled that at the time, I had thought there was no real point in it. We mostly bought her our clothes. Sewing machines could do automatic embroidery anyway, and fabric that had already had printed patterns on it was easily available. I really never thought her weird arts and crafts projects would end up being so useful. After several days of a lifestyle which could be described as both leisurely and monotonous, the Lord of Winter hunt finally ended. The sky cleared up before my very eyes, and the Aints came home looking absolutely exhausted. Several more days passed after Cornelius told me they were getting some time off. Once everyone was back on their feet again, I wrote a letter to the planting company. I mentioned that Gieb Ilgner had agreed to provide his assistance, that the only printing workshops established this year will be in Haldensdale, but that he would need to prepare the Gutenbergs to eventually establish more in other provinces. That we needed documents to lay out the preliminary foundations for the printing workshops, and that Ferdinand wanted non-sed paper from Ilgner. I gave the letter to Riarda requesting that she have the scholars send it alongside an invitation to the castle. While I was at it, I went ahead and wrote a request for Sylvester covering our temple meeting and our discussion with Gieb Ilgner. Ferdinand had probably updated him on the situation already, but communication was important, and it was possible that my report would provide a unique perspective due to my merchant mindset. Not to mention, Benno and the others probably wouldn't be permitted to speak in the meeting due to being commoners, so if they were going to be ordered around, it was crucial that Sylvester knew what they were capable of so that he wouldn't push them too far. If Sylvester does his usual and pushes Benno and the others way too hard, their inevitable failure won't just affect the merchants, it'll affect the entire duchy. The situation wasn't like before, when nobles could simply dispose of unsuccessful merchants and destroy their stores to replace them with new merchants and new stores. If we failed with royalty and with Klostenberg, then it was Sylvester whose neck was on the line. Eep, talk about scary. With all the knights home, normalcy returned to the castle. It was 1 full week after I had given the Knights Order my blessing that I was permitted to enter the main building again. Sylvester had summoned me to his office to discuss my reports. Rosemine, when it comes to socializing matters, you make everyone want to leap off a cliff. But you're not bad at this merchant stuff, he said. We all have our strengths and weaknesses, I replied. In truth, I just have a better time in the lower city when everyone can speak their mind. Communicating as a noble is hard. Nobles relied on euphemisms so heavily that there were still many things I didn't understand properly or would subtly misinterpret. This was especially apparent during our post-tea party discussions with Elvira and the others, when my disjointed perspective would mess with my understanding of certain things. It was scary how a conversation between two nobles using euphemisms could result in neither person truly understanding what the other was saying. Seems like we can only sign with 2 duchies here. Is there any way you can increase that number? There have been new Rinshams and hairpins workshops made in Ehrenfest due to the increased demand for those products, but we have no idea how many new customers we will receive when assigning with the Greater Duchy. I had made some estimates based on the ratio of students in the Royal Academy, but with so few duchies being signed with, there would be a lot of merchants who would want to monopolize the scarce goods to make as much of a profit as possible. We will only harm ourselves if we sign with too many and do not have the product to satisfy them. Not to mention, because of the magic contracts that bind plant paper, no new workshops have been established to produce it. If too much trade builds up at once, won't you end up needing to cancel a contract with another Archduke, I asked. It seemed that my indirect message, that overreaching here would result in Sylvester being criticized at the next Archduke conference, had been conveyed loud and clear. He and the scholars he would most likely be bringing with him all nodded in understanding. All right. I see why we'd need to keep the number of contracts down. Moving on. About your suggestion of adding an information-gathering post in the lower city for the Archduke conference, since the merchants are the ones actually doing the trade, Sylvester trailed off looking like he didn't really want to talk about this. I agree with what you've written here, but the scholars say they've had no problems just ordering the merchants and leaving it at that. They don't want to gather information in the lower city. I mean, Justice would. Justice would do that! Only a truly bizarre scholar would actively want to go to the lower city, that much is true. I only knew of one scholar who actually liked going there, and if you counted Sylvester, that made for 2 nobles in total. The sweeping hesitation was completely understandable, since the lower city was disgusting and smelled terrible. That is why I think we should organize a government-run project to beautify the lower city as soon as possible. We know from the traveling merchants visiting the Rosemine workshop that our lower city is filthy and unattractive, even compared to the lower cities of other duchies. You're saying the lower cities of other duchies are clean and appealing? Sylvester asked, scrunching up his face in disbelief. The scholars beside him looked equally skeptical. They all surely understood that filth was inevitable in the lower cities, since commerce would always bring filth with them. I cannot say for certain, considering that I have never visited another duchy, but the traveling merchants certainly say so, and it's unlikely to be a complete falsehood. Ehrenfest is seldom visited by the nobles and merchants of other duchies, and those who do visit already know of our current state. However, when merchants from Klausenberg and the sovereignty arrive, who can say what they would think, I asked. I was implying that having such a poorly kept lower city right beside the nobles' quarter would harm the reputation of our products, but the scholars didn't quite seem to understand. The lower city is separate from the nobles' quarter, one scholar said. Can we not just accommodate our guests in the nobles' quarter as we usually would, Lady Rosemine? He spoke as though this was the most obvious thing in the world, but Sylvester seemed to understand. He had actually been to the lower city and seen what things were like there. Imagine scheduling a meeting and then being greeted by poorly dressed attendants, he said with a grin. Gazing across the scholars, you ordered goods from them, but didn't get the service you were expecting. There was even mud from the garden tracked all over their entrances and corridors. What would you think of the lord of the estate? Could you really ignore everything else and evaluate him based only on his own nice clothes and well-maintained parlor? That is what Rosemine is asking. Sylvester's precise analogy made the scholars freeze in place. Visitors from the other duchies would need to pass to the lower city, and while locals considered it completely separate from the nobles' quarter, outsiders would simply view it as another part of Ehrenfest. I understand now. We must beautify the lower city at once. Yep, I'm glad you understand. Shall we expel all the commoners for a day and rebuild it? Wait, what? What did you just say? We don't have the mana for that, Sylvester replied. But we can start by drawing up what we will change if we did. Or we would change if we did. Oh no, I've got a feeling something really, really bad will happen if Sylvester and his scholars are left to their own devices here. Hold on a minute, I said. Let us begin with more feasible solutions, like paying commoners to scoop up the waste and clean away the grime. Perhaps you could make it a necessity for them to clean themselves up through bathing and washing their hands? Makes sense. Rosemine's right. This mana shortage is a real pain. We don't have the leeway for any major rebuilding projects. No, I wasn't talking about mana at all. Thanks to the mana shortage, the lower city was spared from an excessively sudden and dramatic overhaul in favor of minor and steady improvements. I let out a relieved sigh. Never had I thought that my suggestion would lead into something so extreme. Whew, this was one step away from becoming a repeat of the Haas Monastery incident. Yeah, that wouldn't have gone good. Several days had passed since my apparent success in getting the scholars to care about the lower city. The merchants were due to come at third bell, though the planting company in particular was going to arrive earlier, since I wanted to look over some of their documents before our audience with the Ob. Rosemine, some scholars are going to attend your preliminary meeting. They want to see how you interact with the merchants, Ferdinand said. They apparently know it was important to gather intelligence for the lower city, but since they had only ever ordered merchants around, they weren't sure how to actually go about doing it themselves. I imagine they also wish to confirm that the merchants are not taking advantage of your apparent youth, he muttered to me. Accept their request, as refusing their participation would be unnatural, but take care to maintain firm control of your expressions and emotions throughout the meeting. The lower city is your greatest weakness. I cannot predict what will happen if they target it and you lose control. Do not reveal your true relationships as you did when telling Avira you did not wish to cancel the magic contract due to the amount you valued the connections they provided. Doing so will only expose those you care about to danger. You understand what would happen if someone malicious were to detect a weakness, yes? I nodded. Ensure your emotions are kept under control until we return to the temple, he concluded. Right. Ferdinand and I brought our retainers to the room where the planting company was waiting. 4 scholars were there already, as well as Geeb Ilgner and Victor, who were sitting down. We exchanged the customary lengthy greetings, then I accepted the documents I had requested from the planting company and started to look them over. Meanwhile, Ferdinand purchased the non-step paper he had wanted. Benno's documents were a careful record of what they had done to prepare for building a workshop in Haldensale, as well as the actual process they had followed. The methodical handwriting distinctly belonged to Mark. If we printed copies and distributed them to the Geebs, they would be able to prepare their respective provinces themselves. With these documents, we can decide both where to establish the next printing guilds and how the paper-making workshop will need to be prepared, I said. Thank you. I am glad to have been of service to you, Lady Rosemine. The Gutenbergs will move when the Haldensale hold its spring prayer, I explained. Furthermore, in order to make the paper-making workshops operational, we are going to send 3 craftsmen to teach in each of the prepared workshops, as well as 1 person to establish a branch of the Ehrenfest Paper Guild. Ilgner, Haas, and the Orphanage will provide the instructors. Will you be able to send the individuals to establish the guilds? We will be sending the instructors once the plant paper workshop had their tools and such prepared. But getting the suketas made, the craftsmen trained, and so on was not an immediate process. They would probably leave for the paper-making workshops once they got back from Haldensale. Yes, we thank you for your concern. I next conveyed that from the production quantities discussed in the documents, we would only be signing with 2 other duchies. I discussed this with Benno, all the while feeling the serious looks of the scholars. Most of what we spoke about had already been mentioned in my letters, so the conversations went smoothly. But then Benno hesitantly asked whether the magic contracts were going to be nullified. Here we go. The big part. Yes, I replied with a smile, taking care not to freeze in place. The industry is going to be spreading all throughout Ehrenfest, and we will need to sell our goods to other duchies, so the contracts no longer suit our situation. The Ab agrees. The first magic contracts I ever signed were unavoidably going to be nullified. The industries we were trying to spread through were intended to serve as important political structures for Ehrenfest. It simply wouldn't do for my permission rather than the Archduke's to be required to establish a workshop, nor could all sales pass through the planting company where Lutz worked. It would make life much harder for a lot of people. We went on to discuss the amount of compensation they would receive for their contracts being nullified and how they would be treated in the future. Our gratitude for Ob Ehrenfest's consideration is beyond words, Benno said as the meeting concluded. We will continue to have high hopes for the planting company, I replied. Lutz stood behind Benno, his face devoid of emotion. He was looking at me with the blank smile of a merchant. And once they get back to their rooms, who knows what's going to happen. The afternoon meeting with Gustav, Otto, and the others progressed without issue since we were purely confirming what we had already discussed. The merchants were not permitted to speak directly, and so they only listened as the scholars listed out everything that had been decided. Still, at least their thoughts had been taken into consideration this time. Rather than being forced into fulfilling unreasonable commands, they were receiving feasible orders that could actually be completed within the time constraints. Now sign this. At the end of the meeting, we were presented with a sheet of parchment. Written on it was a brief passage about nullifying the magic contracts and the 2 numbers representing the magic contracts in question. Benno and Lutz recorded their names and stamped them with blood as always, whereas I signed mine with a mana pen given to me by the scholar. What I put wasn't mine, the name I had used when signing the other magic contracts, but Rose mine. Once that was done, the parchment ignited and quickly disappeared in golden flame. It only took a few seconds to burn away completely, and with it went the contracts that once connected mine, Lutz, and Benno. My heart started with profound unease. It felt as though I was being pushed away from some place important to me. Like the thin strand connecting me to the people I cared about had been cut. Keep your cool, keep quiet until this is all done. Then you can sign the other contracts and get back and cry or whatever you gotta do. I wanted to ask Benno and Lutz whether our relationship would stay the same even without the contracts. I wanted them to nod and reassure me it would, leaving no doubt in my mind. But I had been told to contain my emotions until after returning to the temple, so I could do nothing but tense my stomach and try to keep myself under control. Good. Now the paper-making and printing industries can expand without issue, the Archduke said, relieved. Indeed, now there is nothing stalling the construction of more workshops, the scholars agreed, their words buzzing in my ears like annoying flies. Okay, that's that. 46 minutes. I could do one more, I think. A place to call home. With the old magic contracts nullified, we needed to sign new ones so that Sylvester could direct the expansion of the paper-making and printing industries. He would not sign them as himself, however, but as Ob Ehrenfest. This way his successor would remain in control when he eventually passed the torch. Benno was likewise signing as the planting company to ensure things were future-proof. I would be handling most of the practical matters as the Archduke's adopted daughter, so I was signing as an individual. Profit was guaranteed to line my pockets as a result, but since Lutz was just a Laharl apprentice, he wasn't permitted to sign. This new contract was essentially Ob Ehrenfest purchasing from me the rights to establish paper-making industries and from Lutz the rights to sell paper, so it included a section wherein a portion of the proceeds would go to the planting company. Of course, the rates were different from the before, and other stores would be allowed to buy and sell the products themselves. Planting company, is the contract satisfactory? Sylvester asked. Benno, who had been glaring at the new magic contract as he looked it over, nodded. Our gratitude for your immense consideration and generosity is beyond words, Ob Ehrenfest. The contract really had been as generous as possible out of consideration for how the planting company and I had been carrying the industries on our shoulders up until this point. To me, though, it stopped being generous the very moment Lutz was excluded from it. Benno signed the contract and stamped his blood, and I signed my name as well. A scholar then took the parchment and passed it to Ob Ehrenfest for the final signature. A moment later, it was enveloped in golden flame, and so the new magic contract was in effect. A magic contract without Lutz's name. Elvira had said we just needed to form a new connection through the new contract, but no such connection had been made here. My heart grew cold. I was already aware that Lutz and I were growing further apart, despite having spent so long together. This was pretty much shoving that fact in my face. I want to hug Lutz. I want somebody to comfort me, to reassure me that things weren't going to change. I wanted contact, warmth, intimacy, things I wouldn't get as a noble. I want to go home. With the magic contract signed, the scholars began to discuss fixing up the lower city. They said that through euphemisms that the fastest method was to rebuild everything at once using creation magic, but that a lack of mana to spare on the lower city meant the commoners would need to handle things through manpower alone. We would never dare dream of disturbing the Ob, so the guildmaster said, his face completely pale as he bowed alongside Benno. Please do allow us to handle everything. I could hardly blame them for their fear. They had both seen Haas's monastery be constructed with magic, and the lower city being messed with in the same manner was a terrifying prospect. I spoke up, serving as an intermediary between the scholars and merchants. I shall determine the budget for restructuring the lower city myself, and order the scholars accordingly. As you commoners are going to be doing the labor, I entrust these matters to Gustav's leadership. Begin with the main street running from the west to the east gates. Since this route experiences more traffic than anywhere else, we can discuss how to further beautify the lower city at a later date. As you wish, Lady Rosemine. The merchants bowed their heads respectfully, their relief clear in their voices. With the discussion being ended as planned, Sylvester ordered the merchants to leave. They did as instructed, showing not even the slightest hesitation as they filed out of the audience chamber. I watched them carefully, but Lutz didn't look my way even once. Well, he kinda couldn't. From there, I was called straight to the Archduke's office. The brains of Ehrenfest were all gathered, and the scholars explained to those who hadn't attended our meeting with the merchants the results of our discussion. As requested, the planting company received the highest accommodations in the new magic contract, one said. It was apparently normal to buy the rights and leave things at that. But the planting company was also getting a portion of the profits. It was only a small portion, but it would serve as a continued source of income for a new company that had only been established a couple of years ago. The scholars went on to insinuate that such a contract would never have been signed had the store not been in my favor. I couldn't help but frown at this remark. Irritated, he had no idea how much we had struggled to invent these technologies, nor was he aware how much Benno had helped Lutz and me back when we had literally nothing to our names. It was downright insulting for him to frame this as nothing more than empty favoritism. Rosemine, Ferdinand said, briskly moving his hand and instructed me to contain myself. I exhaled slowly and put on my best fake smile. The contract we signed with the planting company was only to do with printing and the manufacturing and sale of paper. There was no clause regarding the granting of any technologies, correct? Rosemine. Instructors will soon be sent from the Rosemine workshop, and the planting company will begin establishing branches of the Ehrenfest Paper Guild and the Printing Guild in service of the construction of additional workshops. I will decide the price paid for the granting of technologies and extract it from the gaves to be paid to the planting company and to Ilgner for providing instructors of their own. My sudden proclamation elicited wide-eyed stares from all those present. Sylvester in particular blinked in confusion. Where's this coming from? What's the point in doing that? He asked. Given this discussion and the situation, I suspect the planting company and the assisting craftsmen will not be paid the proper amount for their granting of technologies, since the contract mentions no such thing. I cannot imagine noble scholars will be capable of understanding the difficulties said merchants and craftsmen will face in needing to train new workers during the spring while simultaneously participating in these new industries and doing their usual duties. This was not charity work. This was large-scale industrialization being led by the Archduke. There was no chance of the budget being divided for the Gutenbergs, however, nor were they likely to be given the leeway necessary for them to do their jobs. The only future I could envision was one in which the nobles crushed my precious craftsmen with their usual unreasonable demands. This must be a difference between commoners and nobles, one scholar speculated, seeming to have misinterpreted my attempt to convey that I couldn't trust them to play such a pivotal role in work they didn't even understand. I envisioned a dunce cap on their heads, but they were a complete failure in my mind. That is one way of putting it. Another is that I have no intention of entrusting important duties to those who will make no attempt to understand the details of our work. I will train the scholars involved in the papermaking and printing industries myself, I declare with a smile. Ferdinand shot me a surprised glare. Calm yourself, Rosemine. That is not something for you to decide on your own, he said. This was an industry being spearheaded by Ob Ehrenfest himself. It was outright disrespectful for me to take charge without consulting him, but I refused to stand and watch as the planting company and the Gutenbergs were ground into dust. Who will decide these things if not me? How many scholars are familiar with printing and papermaking? How many have spent time with craftsmen and businesses and have it in them to grow the burgeoning industries further? Did you train any such scholars during the 2 years I was asleep, Ferdinand? Did Ob Ehrenfest? Doing so is only natural if one plans to develop new industries, would you not agree? I would be delighted to see them so that I do not have to raise them myself, I said, knowing that no such scholars existed because the ones here with us were so incompetent. I was ultimately doing a poor job at disguising my inner thoughts. Sylvester averted his gaze, having essentially neglected the two industries while entrusting all the work to Ferdinand, who was presently rubbing his temples. I believe justice has grasped the industries over the past 2 years, Ferdinand said, his voice a low groan. Then I will raise the scholars with justice at their center, I replied. He was a weirdo who all but dedicated his life to the pursuit of collecting intelligence, but he didn't show much prejudice toward commoners and was obsessed with new things. He was an ideal candidate for working in these new industries. I nodded with a smile, pleased to have so suddenly obtained such a skilled worker, only for Ferdinand to shake his head. No, he is too useful to me. I will not have you stealing him away. Rose, my justice serves Ferdinand. You can't use another person's retainer without their permission. Pick any of the scholars here instead, Sylvester added. He was giving me free rein over them, but that didn't matter to me. I had no use for incompetence. Ob Ehrenfest, I have been involved with printing and papermaking since the very beginning. These industries are my babies. They have only reached their current scope because I nurtured them so dearly. Printing and the creation of paper, as well as the making of the tools required for both, have always been done by large groups of commoners. Nobles have not been involved at any point. And I have absolutely no intention of entrusting my children to those who cannot understand the importance of the planting company and the craftsmen involved. Such incompetent scholars will only force unreasonable demands on them, grinding them into the dust with their ignorance. They have no talent for anything but the destruction of others. So in other words, you don't want any of the scholars here. Correct. I understand we are suffering a shortage of manpower, but I would greatly appreciate individuals who have at least a sliver of skill and wisdom to their names. Sylvester winced as I started to list what I needed from scholars: a lack of prejudice toward visiting the temple, the ability to converse normally with commoners, and a general interest in new things. Those aren't skills scholars are expected to have, you know. Of course, it would not be natural for traditionally educated scholars to be capable of doing work with commoners. Someone who is competent for your purposes, Ob, may not be competent for mine. I see, Sylvester nodded and crossed his arms. All right, then, I'm leaving the training of workers for the papermaking and printing industries to you, Rosemine. Nobody in Ehrenfest is more familiar in these areas. Plus, I don't know what resources you're going to need. May I speak for a moment? Elvira asked, breaking her silence as she placed a hand on her cheek. Might I suggest training the lay scholars and med scholars serving as the Gieb's government officials? The unexpected suggestion caused all eyes to fall on Elvira. Pretty much every noble here had been born and raised in the nobles' quarter. It was safe to say that, excluding Elvira herself, who had been raised as the daughter of Geeb Haldensale, there was no traditional landowning nobles here. They have had many more opportunities to interact with commoners than those raised in the nobles' quarter, and if we inform them that they can line the pockets of their provinces with a new industry, they will certainly take the learning seriously. That is an excellent idea. I shall investigate its potential, I said, but I got the feeling that would only make it harder to change the Geebs for the charge the Geebs for the technologies they were being taught. I would talk it over with Benno later. My decision needed to be based on how competent the scholars were as workers. Ooh, she's having a dream. That night I had a dream. I was walking alone down a long dirt road with no end in sight. A single light shone in the sky like a North Star, and I was walking in its direction. At first I was alone, but then my family joined me, and Lutz, and Benno, and Mark. Uh-oh, that's not good. I've got a feeling they're all about to disappear. Things were getting more and more lively. Lutz would carry me on his back or down on his shoulders, or Benno and Mark in their arms. They were all helping me along the way. We all talked as we continued our journey, and we laughed about the silliest things together. Fred and Gil joined in at some point along the way, and the next thing I knew, Ferdinand was there too. By this point, a small amount of grass had sprouted underfoot. It was soft and cushioned my steps. I kept walking forward, holding hands with Lutz and my family in turn, but the grass continued to grow. It eventually became so tall that I struggled to even press forward. I pursed my lips, annoyed at the grass. I was being forced down a different path than Lutz and the others, but we were at least moving in the same direction, so I continued my march toward the radiant star. They're getting a little too far away. I could still reach their hands, but they were slowly moving farther away. They were walking slightly faster now, too. I desperately raced to keep up, but the grass was pulling me at my legs with each panic step. Wait, I come back, don't leave me. I knew it, they're gonna be freaking leaving you behind. The more I walked, the more our paths separated. Everyone was laughing and smiling together, but not one person noticed. I was falling behind. At some point, our hands had slipped apart. I was alone. Dad, Mom, Thule, wait for me. Lutz, don't leave me behind. The grass was as tall as me now. I pushed it aside, my sobbing uncontrollable as I raced along my path, desperately searching for everyone. Aw, mine. And then a voice broke through the chaos. Milady, Riarda! I woke up with a start, suddenly aware that someone was shaking me. It only took me a moment to realize Riarda was looking down at me with concern. My pillow felt cold. I had apparently been crying in my sleep. Wonder how she heard that. I wonder where the attendants sleep. 'Cause how loud was she crying for her to have heard that? I sat up slowly and rubbed my eyes, shaking my head several times in an attempt to shake away any remnants of my dream. But despite my best efforts, the nightmarish sights were burned into my mind. You were stirring quite a bit in your sleep, my lady. Are you all right? I wasn't at all. The back of my head ached, and I could feel my mana boiling up inside of me, yet it was still unbearably cold. Riarda, tell Ferdinand that I wish to return to the temple. As you wish. Despite the early hour, Riarda sent an ordonnance at once. I washed my face, had my clothes changed, and then ate breakfast. The ordonnance returned while we were eating, and thrice repeated a message from Ferdinand. Rosamund, I heard your request through Riarda, but you have a meeting with Geeb Haldensale scheduled for today. Can you endure until after then? I really didn't think so. Geeb Haldensale was among those who, despite the growth of the printing industry, had been unable to establish new paper-making workshops due to the magic contracts. If any point he expressed his joy about them being nullified, I wasn't sure I could contain myself. This is Rosamund. I'm going to leave on my own before I cause any problems. Ferdinand sent back another ordonnance in an instant. This message this time punctuated with sighs. I will come see you after sending a notice about this meeting. Prepare to leave and do not act on your own, he said. I clenched my teeth. He was going to make me wait even longer? Riarda patted my tense shoulders. Now, milady, hurry and finish your breakfast. Judging from how Ferdinand sounded in his response, he should be here in no time. You won't want to get scolded for calling him early in the morning. And then not even being ready to go, would you? She asked, keeping her voice lively in an attempt to lighten the mood. Well, I mean, she's got a point. That would piss him off even further. Like, really? You're the one who wanted me to leave early and you're not ready yet? Yeah. Anybody will be annoyed by that. I nodded and got back to eating while Ottilie prepared for my return to the temple. I saw her preparing winter clothes and sending off an ordonnance to contact my guard knights. You look even more sickly than usual today. You'll feel more comfortable at the temple, though, won't you? Riarda asked, wearing a sad smile. You can spend today relaxing. Just as she had said, Ferdinand appeared in no time at all. He probably would have scolded me had I still been eating breakfast in a daze. Have you prepared to leave, Rosemont? He asked. If so, we shall depart at once. All the basic necessities I needed could already be found at the temple, so there wasn't that much luggage for me to drag around. The most important thing this time was the Rinfin paper we had gotten from Gabe Ilgner. Rinfin paper? I thought it was the... Oh, no, he bought the non-Seb paper. The Rinfin paper was the one that could possibly be used for wax stencils. Farewell, Lady Rosemine. Ferdinand and Eckert took the lead. I followed after them and Leslie, then Daniel and Angelica trailed behind me. My impatience caused me to speed up along the way, so the journey went a little quicker than usual. Welcome back, Lady Rosemine, Fran greeted me when we arrived. Before I could even climb out of my panda bus, Ferdinand had put away his high beast and was walking toward him. Fran, the arrangements? Ferdinand queried. Completed already. The other attendants are currently organizing the orphanage director's chambers. It seems much stress has built up within her. Spare the long greetings and take them directly to the hidden room, as you wish. Once I had alighted from Leslie, Ferdinand held out a letter bag for me. Rosemine, put your hands into this and drain as much of your mana as possible. You do not want to hurt those around you with an emotional explosion of mana, do you? My gratitude. I took the leather bag and went straight to the orphanage director's chambers. We were all truly surprised by the high priest sending a letter so early in the morning, Fran said with a troubled smile. One couldn't use an ordinance to communicate with those who lacked staffs, so Ferdinand had instead used the magic tool letters that flew like birds to instruct Fran to summon the planting company. Gil departed in an immense hurry. He should return with Lutz soon. The air was icy cold when we arrived at the largely unused orphanage director's chambers. Not much time had passed since the furnaces were lit. Please keep your coat on. The room has not quite warmed up yet, Fran said, and so I entered the chambers without taking off any of my layers. I was half relieved to see the inside unchanged from when I had been a commoner shrine maiden, but also half discomforted. It was yet another reminder of how much things had changed. It was like my dream was becoming a reality. Lady Rosemont, please wait in the hidden room with Lord Daniel. Lady Angelica, please guard the door. You can count on me, Fran. Leaving that hard merchant talk to Daniel was the right call for sure, Angelica said, gladly making her way to the chamber's front door. She had broadcast her ineptitude and general aversion to thinking so openly that I expected Fran to cradle his head, considering that he was too similar to Ferdinand. But he didn't appear at all bothered. Instead, he handled her effortlessly, perhaps because she was much less stiff and formal than Bridget had been. To think I'd be going back in there again after so long, Daniel muttered as we climbed the stairs and went into my hidden room, though I opted to ignore him. The room was open to my attendants and already cleaned thanks to their quick work. I made sure the door was kept wide open so that Lutz could come in. Then I sat in the chair Fran had offered me. He looked down at me with an uncertain expression. Might I suggest using the leather bag the high priest has allowed you to borrow, he asked. The color of your eye seems to be a bit unstable. Yeah, not good. When one's eye color began to change, it often indicated that they were losing control of their mana. I hurriedly stuck my hands into the bag and noticed there were many small round things inside. They instantly began sucking out my mana. I wonder what they are exactly. I'm assuming face stones? Yeah, face stones. I peeked inside and saw several black face stones, some of which had already broken apart in golden dust. Ferdinand was evidently hoping to contain my rampaging mana while simultaneously securing some valuable crafting resources for himself. Was I the only one annoyed at his thorough planning? I have brought Lutz, Gil exclaimed, bursting into the orphanage director's chambers. His breathing was a little ragged, maybe due to him having sprinted here at full speed. Gil, Lady Rosemine is in her hidden room, Fran said. Please guide Lutz there. Understood. I could hear Gil and Lutz climbing the stairs. Their movements had been nothing but graceful for some time, but now their footsteps were quick and unsteady. Lutz, thank you very much for coming this early in the morning. I entrust the rest to you, Fran said, allowing Lutz and Gil into the hidden room and then immediately shutting the door behind them. Their shoulders heaved up and down as they struggled to catch their breaths. I abruptly stood up, not even waiting for the door to fully close, and sprinted towards Lutz. Lutz, I cried. Right as I was about to leap at him, he held me back by my shoulders. Why stop me? Can't we hug? We can, I just can't breathe. Let me catch my breath before you dive at me. Yeah, let him breathe first. Lutz embraced me, patting my back and telling me to calm down. It was a familiar hug, one that made both my unease and my remaining strength melt away. I wrapped my arms around him in turn and he gave a gentle sigh. Lutz, the contract's being nullified won't change anything between us, will it? Well, are you going to change? He asked, placing an affectionate hand on my head. I shook my head in response. Me neither. It's definitely a little sad that the contracts are gone, but what's more important to me is my promise to make the things you think up, and that hasn't changed at all. Things are the same. It's just the contracts are gone. It sucks, but they had to be done. Right, you're right. Whew, I had such an awful dream last night. I just couldn't stand it, so I came back to the temple. Let's give a weary sigh. Come on, are you telling me I was dragged over here first thing in the morning because you had a bad dream? Is there not anything else who can do this kind of thing for you? Nope. Nope, there is not. You're the only one who she could hug. Well, technically she could hug Ferdinand, but he would only do that in his hidden room, and I don't think he'd let you do that anymore. If there was, we wouldn't be here right now. There are people who give me more work and things to worry about, but nobody to take my fears away. All right, well, guess my days of getting dragged around are far from over, he said, looking a little relieved despite his words. I couldn't take it anymore, but once I've recharged with you, I can try hard again. Thanks. Just don't push yourself too much. You'll collapse, Lutz said, scrunching up his face and tapping my cheeks. That was a thing of the past now, though. I still needed to keep my magic tools on, but it was much rarer for me to actually collapse. I puffed out my chest of pride. Once I get a little better, I won't collapse at all anymore, just a little better. Why does saying that make me even more worried? Because then you won't have any way to keep her under control. I'm fine, really. The only reason I'm still sick is because I haven't fully recovered from the coma yet. How's Tuli? Is she doing okay? She has a super important scary job now, so I'm worried about her. Both Otto and Benno had given tough guy answers, but Tuli was the one actually making the hairpins. Who knows if she was okay? Let's answered in a high voice, mimicking Tuli. Gosh, mine, this is way too sudden, you dumb dummy. I'm sorry, Tuli. She also said she wasn't going to let this opportunity go to waste, and that you should look forward to her making the best hairpin ever. I smiled, imagining her delicately making the best hairpin she could, despite being pretty mad about it. My Tuli really is an angel. Let's tell Tuli I love her too. No thanks, he said, rejecting me immediately. I widened my eyes and asked why, only for him to give a sharp frown. Everyone thinks Tuli and I are dating now because we go to the temple together to learn etiquette. I don't want to deliver a message like that and add fuel to the fire. Oh, here we go. Some of this is popping up now. I know that those two are going to end up, actually, I almost spilled the beans. Eventually, these two are going to come of age, and they're going to have to find partners. So, this coming up now is it's not going to be like, coming out of nowhere. What, is Tuli not good enough for you, Lutz? You should feel lucky just to be with her in other people's minds. This is Tuli we're talking about here, I said, pursing my lips. Oh, she's actually okay with that. Okay. Lutz furrowed his brow and shook his head. Nuh-uh. I don't want people getting even more jealous of me. Jealous? Does that mean she's super popular with the boys? I knew it. That's my Tuli for you. She must be a total babe by now. I bet I want to see her, I sighed. I hadn't seen Tuli or anyone else in my family a single time since waking up. You'll see her when the hairpin's done, won't you? Tuli was saying she wants to deliver it herself and hear what you think. Also, Camille's been saying he wants new toys. Guess I'll have to make some then. What kind of toys would he want, do you think? He needs new picture books, right? Maybe Carta to help him learn letters? Should we order boards from Ingo? We could try using paper from Elner. Dirk, who had previously been just a toddler waddling around the orphanage, was now just about old enough to go gathering. Camille had no doubt gotten bigger too while I was asleep. Let's grin as I excitedly started thinking about fun toys for 4-year-olds. Crap, did I mess up here, Lutz? You gotta focus on paper making and printing first. Don't get your priorities out of order. Oh, I can't put Camille first. No, of course not. I know, I was just messing around. Joking like this is nice. It takes me back, I said with a chuckle, and that was when the face stone in the door of my hidden room started to shine. That meant someone was signaling me from the other side. It was a necessary feature since the hidden room blocked out knocks from other sounds entirely. I detached myself from Lutz and straightened out back as Gil moved to open the door. Standing on the other side were Fran, Benno, and Mark. Lady Rose, my master Benno and Mark from the planting company have arrived. Why? Seeing my surprise, Fran lowered his eyes uncomfortably. In his letter, the high priest instructed us to summon the planting company at once. So we called for everyone, not just Lutz. My sincerest apologies. Oh, I see. Worry not, Fran. You are not at fault. I gestured for him to stand down before looking up at Benno and Mark. They had gone pale from hearing there was some kind of emergency. What the hell happened? What's the emergency? Benno asked as soon as the door was shut, so worked up that spit was flying from his mouth. I instinctively hid behind Lutz and answered honestly. I had awoken from a terrible dream after the contracts had been nullified and just wanted to see Lutz. You idiot! Ow, ow, ow! Benno dragged me out from behind Lutz, his eyebrows shooting up in anger, and started fiercely grinding his knuckles against my head. We got called over the day after an audience in the castle for an emergency. We were freaking terrified, and what it all comes down to is you having a bad dream? Like hell that's an emergency, he yelled. He wasn't holding back at all, and there was nobody here who could stop him. I was at the end of my rope, I protested. My mana was about to go on a rampage. Even the high priest thought it was an emergency. Yeah, her eyes were a bit of a weird color when I got here, Lutz added. Hearing that, Benno stopped grinding my skull and peered down at me. He pulled on my cheeks in frustration before letting out an exhausted sigh. Seems like it calmed down at least. Alright, we're out of here. Wait a moment, let's talk for a bit. I can't just drag you over here first thing in the morning without making it worth your while, can I? I gave them a summary of what had been discussed in the Archduke's office following the audience. I reported that I obtained the right to train the scholars myself so that the Gutenbergs wouldn't be crushed by their unreasonable demands, which elicited words of gratitude and a wider smile from Mark. Back when Elvira had instructed them to establish a printing workshop right away, trying to negotiate with her had not been easy. I was useful, right? I did something helpful, right? Go ahead, praise me, I ordered, looking as proud as ever. Rather than lavishing me with compliments, however, Benno grimaced and flicked my forehead. Ow, but why? Because I can tell you'll only act crazier if you start getting cocky. Aw, but how come you're so eager to grind your fist on my head when you're annoyed, but you won't praise me when I've earned it? Isn't it weird that I'm suffering for all my hard work? Ah, fine. Benno forcibly patted me on the head with a monotone, you did good. It actually hurt a little since my head was still sensitive from his knuckle grinding. I puffed out my cheeks and complained, but Les just shook his head and gave a relaxed smile. You're complaining and you're still smiling at him. It's gonna take a guess and say that you actually like this kind of stuff since you can't do it with nobles, right? He pointed out. Yep. That's exactly that. She doesn't even get hugs from them. Not even her mother. Not even her brothers. The only one she probably gets them from will be Charlotte, and even then I don't think that's the case. Lutz was completely right. I felt so much nostalgia for these kinds of exchanges and was simply happy to be enjoying them again. Benno and Mark shook their heads with exasperation as I grinned. Anyway, about the scholars. How are you going to train them, Benno asked. I need them to be capable of speaking to commoners on some level, but almost none of the nobles I know can be trusted with this work. Do you know anyone who might be more reliable, I asked. Benno and Lutz in Milf immediately suggested Justice. He was a fast worker, and unlike the arch-nobles in Hollandsdale, had actually cared to ask the planting company for their thoughts. He had kept things going without issue while I was asleep. Justice serves as a scholar for Ferdinand, and Ferdinand won't listen to me, I complained, bemoaning my true unfortunate circumstances, but as I was considering whether I should ask again, Mark raised a hand. I believe the Guildmaster is more familiar with considering and understanding nobles than we are. His recommendation would also likely hold more weight than ours, considering that our rapid growth has earned us much ire. Planning to dump the hard work on the old geezer, huh? Benno said with a grin. He is simply the best man for the job, Mark replied casually, wearing his usual smile. Okay, in that case, try asking the Guildmaster to put together a list of candidates for me. I'll consult the Archduke about who among them is best to use, I said. Also, this is Mother's suggestion, but what about using the officials supporting Giebs for this? They're familiar with the lives of commoners, and she said that they would wholly dedicate themselves to their work if doing so meant enriching their land. How were they in Haldenszale? My nose is all stuffy. And it makes it harder to talk. I hadn't got That was just from me bumping my arm against my purse. Against my phone, and that knocked a bottle off my desk. I hadn't been to Haldenszale yet. Both Lutz and Benno had been there with the other Gutenbergs. They surely knew how these officials had performed. Only Master Benno and Damien met Gieb at Haldenszale, Lutz said. I was given a tour of the city by a servant with the others. Maybe he was a scholar? The commoners and nobles there actually seemed to interact a little. If we go for men nobles instead of arch nobles, it might work, I mused aloud. Or, no, maybe lay nobles are best. Back in Ilgner, the lack of nobles working as officials had resulted in Gieb Ilgner needing to visit the papermaking workshop himself to check up on progress. They had been given a lot of control in Ilgner, but the same wouldn't be said for Haldenszale. The province is totally frozen over. People struggle to live if the blessings go down even a little, so they've ended up clumping together to survive. They're harsh to outsiders and not very open to new ideas, but once they start getting a bit more receptive, things get going real fast. It had apparently taken them a long time to accept the new work and way of doing things. That was their provincial culture, which was fair enough, but it had been a real pain when it came to actually getting things done. And we'll probably be building these paper-making workshops in Haldenszale come spring, Lutz said, crossing his arms in thought. What's wrong, I asked. There are way fewer trees in Haldenszale than Ilgner, and I don't know whether the types they have are going to be any good to make paper with. I get why they want paper-making workshops, but I feel they're better off just buying their paper from elsewhere once we have more workshops set up north of Ehrenfest. Also, we should build the workshops as far south in Haldensdale as we can. Could you make those suggestions for us? Sure, you can count on me. Also, Benno, about the Gutenberg's long-term trip. We went on to discuss everything from the printing industry to our families, from important matters to little nothings. Our conversation continued until eventually I was completely relieved. I saw Lutz and the others off with a smile, and they all smiled back in return. They had forgiven me, saying that the trip hadn't been a complete waste of time thanks to my intel. And with that, the planting company was gone. Okay. I think that's it for now, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay, part 3. The meeting with Geeb Haldensdale. The High Priest said to visit him this afternoon, Zom said, upon my return to the High Bishop's chambers. He is surely worried about you as well. I looked down at the leather bag that Ferdinand had given me. Maybe I should show the extent of my appreciation by turning all the face stones into that golden sand. Hersher did say that it was a valuable research material. I am relieved to see you looking well again, Lady Rosamund, Monica said with a pleasant smile. I was surprised to see that she was already preparing lunch. It seemed that I had been talking with Lutz and the others for much longer than I had thought. Once I had eaten, I went to the High Priest's chambers. Ferdinand was probably mad that I had immediately ruined our schedules and forced us to come back to the temple early. I couldn't help but tremble as I stepped into his room, and the stern glare he shot me the moment I came into his view was enough to make me flinch. Ferdinand, I truly am sorry about how much I inconvenienced you today. You have indeed inconvenienced me. However, I see you are well again. It is because of your consideration that my fears have been vanquished and my energy has recovered. Ferdinand checked the color in my face before pointing to the leather bag in my hand. Were those of any use to you? Indeed, I thank you ever so much. I was once again surprised by the thorough nature of your preparations, I said as I returned the bag. Ferdinand checked the contents, then his expression turned to a grimace and he tapped his temple. It seemed I did not provide an unnecessary amount. Still, for you to have turned this many face stones to dust, I can only imagine how emotionally disturbed you must have been. Better this than your emotions exploding within the castle, but still. I will need to think of a way to handle these situations without relying on the planting company. There is no need, Ferdinand. I feel better now. I'll do my best so that I can keep spreading books, I declared. I certainly didn't want him to start thinking of anything that would sever my connection to the planting company. Do only as we have already decided, Ferdinand shot back. Your behavior tends to become extreme when you are doing your best. Okay, well, tell me what we have decided to do then. We went on to discuss our upcoming meeting with Geeb Haldensdale. Now that the magic contracts have been nullified, the Archduke will be permitting the establishment of new paper-making workshops. This meeting was mainly going to be about the Gutenberg's long-term stay. I also went ahead and reported to Ferdinand what I had just told Benno. Once our conversation was over, we hurried back to the castle where Ella had stayed behind. Biarda welcomed us with her lips pursed at my busy schedule, noting that she would have preferred me taking things more slowly, now that I finally had some spare time. Unfortunately, it was becoming clear that I could only run away from noble society for so long. I ate dinner with Charlotte, who expressed concern for my health. It was ultimately decided that the meeting with Geeb Haldensdale will be held in the afternoon 2 days later, and that Ferdinand would accompany me as my guardian. A noble life sure was a busy one. The meeting room for archnobles was a bit fancier than the one I had visited previously. There were colorful tapestries, and the furniture seemed to be high quality and historied. Waiting inside were Geeb Haldensdale, his wife, and Elvira. Once Ferdinand and I sat down, Geeb Haldensdale greeted us with his wife. At last we have this chance to greet you formally, Lady Rosamund. May we pray for a blessing and appreciation of the serendipitous meeting ordained by the harsh judgment of Abiglave, the god of life. You may. Geeb Haldensdale certainly looks a lot like Mother. Well, of course, that's her brother, I think. His dark green hair and dark brown eyes resembled hers exactly. He wore a polite smile, but his gaze was sharp, and it was obvious that he was watching me carefully. Even as he knelt before me, he was exuding an unmistakable amount of pressure. He carried the firm aura of someone who was used to standing above others. On behalf of Haldensdale, I wish to thank you. Oh, please, don't let Ferdinand find out about all this. He'll be so pissed. The Geeb and his wife had previously come all the way to Karstadt's estate for my baptism ceremony, but I had been dragged away by Wilfried and ended up falling unconscious before we could exchange greetings. Our next opportunity to formally meet had been during my debut, but I had been forced to leave prematurely after giving a blessing. Then, the following winter, we had two We had been too preoccupied fighting with the former Veronica nobles about Wilfried. Have I done something worthy of your thanks? I asked. I was offered pretty much the same explanation that Elvira had already given me. Haldensel had been receiving chalices filled with mana since I began working as an apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden. My efforts had apparently caused crop production to rise across the entire province, which it had in turn made the people's lives a little bit easier. Of course, this little bit had actually had a massive impact considering they had existed in perpetual poverty. I had learned in my lessons in Ehrenfest geography that Haldensel was cold enough for its rivers to freeze over, and that its citizens learned to live close together and take care of one another. The province itself was expansive, but its population was focused in the southern half, with the north having barely any inhabitants. To complicate matters further, Haldensel was the province the Lord of Winter was most likely to appear in. Oh, great. No wonder. My knights have reported that your blessings provide much aid during the Lord of Winter hunt, Geeb Haldensel noted. The color of the flag has returned to normal as well, his wife added with a kind smile, referring to Ironbach's unsuccessful attempt to take over Ehrenfest's higher-ups. Not to mention that, due to how long winter lasts in Haldensel, many have been saved by the printing industry. From there, Geeb Haldensel and his wife explained how well the Gutenbergs had worked from their perspective. Lutz and the Grey Priest had apparently brought the necessary tools to a prepared workshop, put together the printing press, and then demonstrated how it worked. However, the printing press required the operator to organize the letter types into place, and almost no Haldensel commoners knew how to read. The teaching process had taken a very long time as a result. I was stunned to see that all the Ehrenfest craftsmen knew how to read, the Geeb said. We had our hands full adopting the Gutenberg's technologies over the winter, and now we must teach our own people how to read, after all. It would not do for them to mistakenly place the letter types upside down or not even realize it. The orphans in my orphanage learned through playing cards together and reading picture books, but the process is not a fast one, I explained. It might be wise to have lay scholars or apprentice scholars proofread the draft prints for now. Given that the books were being sold to nobles, quality assurance was our highest priority even in the Rosemine workshop. Your Gutenbergs have developed quite a positive reputation among the craftsmen of Haldensel, Lady Rosemine. They are also skilled despite their youth. The Gutenbergs had taught ink workshops how to make the special ink that we need to use for printing, and the carpentry workshops know how to make the wooden parts needed for printing presses, all during their long stay from spring to autumn. Once they had the scholars proofreading successfully, the printing had gone off without a hitch. There was one issue, however. The smithies in Haldensel still weren't skilled enough. They had completed their own letter types and other kinds of metalwork, but nothing they had made was good enough to earn Johann's approval. That simply wouldn't do. It was surprisingly easy for letter types to get scratched, worn down, or broken during the printing process, so they would need to be able to make their own. I am told the smiths have banded together, the Geeb continued. They are determined to receive the Gutenberg's approval by spring. In the report I received from the Gutenbergs, they expressed their concerns that Haldensel had not accepted them, I said, recalling the report mentioning that Haldensel had met the Gutenbergs with extremely high resistance. But I see now that those fears were for nothing. As the conversation continued, I decided to use this opportunity to relay the suggestions that had been passed on to me. Haldensel receives few outsiders, and our lifestyles rarely see any change at all, so I can understand why the craftspeople showed resistance to this new technology, the Geeb responded. That said, the bonds between family members are strong as the earth, and once we accept someone, we protect them like family. Once the people understand the blessings that printing will bring us, they will never forget what you have done for them. They will treasure printing forever. I would like to provide a formal response to the Gutenberg suggestion once Haldensel has grown used to its technology. Please take your time. My hope is that your printing will bring as much wealth as possible to Haldensel. Still, I see that the provinces, even within Ehrenfest, have quite unique cultures. Haldensel seems much different from Ilgner, I observed. I had once traveled all throughout Ehrenfest for spring prayer, but it was hard to pick up on a province's culture when I was just landing on a stage to give my blessing and immediately leave again. We have been told you will accompany the Gutenbergs on their return to Haldensel in spring. When this time comes, you may see firsthand the strength of our proud people, who endure even the harshest winter with a smile. Geeb Haldensel spoke with a pleased smile as he boasted about his people, and I couldn't help but smile with him. I could imagine him among his people, doing his best to protect them amid the harsh environment. While it was certainly different from Ilgner, it seemed to me that Haldensel was a good province too. I am quite looking forward to visiting Haldensel as well. Geeb Haldensel, Ferdinand said. The Gutenbergs will be sent following spring prayer, and will depart again by the end of summer. The Geeb crossed his arms, his brow furrowed as he pondered the meaning behind those words. Ferdinand went on to explain that printing workshops were due to be spread out all throughout Ehrenfest, and that the Gutenbergs needed to begin long-term preparations to accomplish this. There are many prophecies waiting for the Gutenbergs, Ferdinand concluded. Consider it special circumstances that Haldensdale is seeing them twice. Geeb Haldensdale closed his eyes as he processed this information. Then, after a moment of silence, he looked at me head-on. Lady Rosamund, I find it extremely reassuring to know that you are working among the leaders of Ehrenfest. As Elvira's daughter, I trust that you will treasure your family and never forget your home. Excuse me, Geeb Haldensdale. You seem to be praising me, but both Ferdinand and Mother frequently inform me that my softness for my family is a weakness that must be dealt with. I shot Ferdinand and Elvira slightly concerned glances, since it sounded to me like the Geeb was instructing me to prioritize him as family, but they just quietly awaited my next words. I returned my attention to the Geeb, whose dark brown eyes glimmered as he shook his head. That is not what I mean, he said. Rather, you have been gifted with a talent for inventing a seemingly endless stream of products. I imagine many other duchies will seek your person in the Royal Academy, but I pray that you recall your home and your family, and that you remain in Ehrenfest nonetheless. It seemed that he wasn't telling me to prioritize Haldensdale, but rather to avoid leaving the duchy. I had misunderstood him once again. A sigh escaped me. Little did he know those I considered my family were found not among nobles, but in the lower city. And with the magic contract preventing us from interacting as a family, I needed to treasure the tiny connections that still remained. Like Thule delivering her hairpins and Dad guarding me on my way to Haas. Those were connections that existed only in Ehrenfest. I had no plans to leave the duchy for as long as my family was here. My family is indeed in Ehrenfest, I said. Barring orders from Ab Ehrenfest himself, there is no other place I would call home. Geeb Haldensdale seemed visibly relieved to hear my declaration, but out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that Ferdinand was now wearing a deep frown. Why? Did he expect you to marry into another duchy or something? I don't know. Returning to the Royal Academy. After my meeting with Geeb Haldensdale, I participated in winter socializing. This meant meeting the nobles Ferdinand and Riarda had selected, attending tea parties hosted by members of the Florencia faction, and writing down any stories I remembered to make into romance books that Elvira and her friends would probably like. I had already gone to the winter playroom with Charlotte and spoken with Morris about the first years. Lay nobles generally struggled with geography and history, since they had few opportunities to use maps and chronologies, and so we had discussed incorporating those subjects into the winter playroom. I had even given Moritz one of the study guides I had made for this winter's first years. Once the children were given these tasters, I expected that their interest would grow and that they would find attending the actual courses a little easier. My lady, you have a meeting with Ab Ehrenfest scheduled for this afternoon, Riarda told me one day after breakfast. This is quite sudden. What could have driven him to schedule a meeting so abruptly and without notice? He received a report from Wilfrid first thing this morning and wants to hear your thoughts. Something must have happened at the Royal Academy. I consented to the meeting before getting back to the Elvira pandering romance novel I was writing. Following lunch, I went to the Archduke's office. Ferdinand had apparently been summoned too, as he was reading from a board when I arrived. I hear you received a report from Wilfrid, I said. Yep. Though it was less of a report and more him pleading for you to come back, Sylvester replied, handing me the report in question. I started looking it over. Almost half of the Ehrenfest students had finished their lessons, and the Royal Academy was now shifting fully into socializing season. Those from our duchy had so far received almost twice as many tea party invitations compared to the year before. And there were a great number of questions floating around about our trends. Girls were as interested in the hairpins and Rensham as I had expected, to the point that Wilfrid and his retainers were finding it quite uncomfortable being surrounded whenever they attended tea parties. If these tea parties are filled with girls, why is Wilfrid attending them himself rather than sending Brunhilde or Laisletta, I asked. Because they address the invitations to all Archduke candidates. They are directed at you, of course, but since you're not there, Wilfrid is stuck going in your place, Sylvester explained. I see. He has my sympathies then. Yes, he does. He does. I gleaned from Sylvester's words that, had I stayed at the Royal Academy, I would have been forced to attend tea party after tea party instead. Perhaps the order to return home had actually saved me. Wilfrid was suffering in my place, but, well, there was something I could do about that. He would have to attend tea parties as well at some point. This is a report about Ditter, Ferdinand said, handing me the board he had been reading from. It seems that Ehrenfest had been unable to refuse Junkelfelger's challenge to a rematch, and so the two duchies had ended up playing another game. Ehrenfest lost in the blink of an eye, of course. It lacked my strategies, and their main fighters, Angelica and Cornelius, were both away. Roffin had apparently been so disappointed that he flat out asked when I would be coming back. Professor Roffin's forgotten that I'm not an apprentice knight, hasn't he? Yep, most likely. A tea party between cousins, that is, the tea party with Ehrenbach and Frembeltag, had also taken place. It seems that Detlinde had aggressively asked why Ehrenfest's grades were shooting up and why Lamprint's marriage had ended up being refused, on top of asking various questions about her trends. This does not bode particularly well for the Archduke Conference, Ferdinand observed. You could say that again, Sylvester concurred. We'll need to keep a clear eye on what moves Ehrenbach and the former Veronica shall make. Also, according to the report, Rudiger from Frembeltag had indirectly asked whether I was already engaged. Why? Detlinde had asked the same about Wilfried, who had managed to avoid both questions by saying that we would probably have hard answers by the Archduke Conference this spring. Does this mean I'm going to get a proposal from Frembeltag, I asked, wiping an overjoyed tear from my eye as I reread the board over and over again. That would be my first proposal ever, even including my Arano days. Ferdinand sighed and ripped the board from my hands. Why would that make you happy, he asked. They are blatantly trying to secure your mana. How many books does Frembeltag have in its libraries, I inquired. Does it have more books than Ehrenfest? Not that I want to accept the proposal. I'm just curious. I would like a list of all their books if possible. Rosemine! Dude! Think about more than just the books. Is the person is the person offering the proposal a good person? Are they nice? Would they be nice to you? Because if they're not going to be nice to you and treat you with the respect that you deserve, it doesn't matter how many books they have. I'd say screw them. Ferdinand glared at me, his eyes brimming with doubt. If you continue to print as you currently are, we will soon leave them in the dust regardless. True. Well then, Sylvester, you can go ahead and turn down Frembeltag's proposal for me. Rosemine, is that all you're going to focus on? Sylvester barked in disbelief. Aren't there other things you should be worrying about? This isn't something to decide based on how many books the suitor has. She has brought this foolishness up before, Ferdinand said with a dismissive scoff. He did. And Benno brought it up first. He was worried that that was the whole reason why he was prepared to follow her, because he figured that she would accept the proposal from the one who had the most books. Oh my god. I didn't much appreciate his attitude, but he was right. Was there anything more important than how many books a person had? No, absolutely not. Forget about Frembeltag's proposal. This is what you need to focus on. Ferdinand pointed at one particular paragraph on the board. In it, Anastasius was described as impatiently awaiting my gifts, while Eglantine was noted as having invited me to a tea party to introduce me to her friends. I'd much rather pretend I didn't see this and leave it all to Wilfried, I murmured. Anastasius was waiting not for me, but for the hairpins and compositions, and a tea party with Eglantine's friends meant socializing with rich daughters from high-ranking duchies. I had already lost all of my confidence from everyone saying I lacked any socializing sense whatsoever. I didn't want to throw myself into the fire now of all times. Have you not learned anything from what they've been trying to teach you? I don't even know if they've been trying to teach you. Sylvester nodded, having heard me my mutter. I know how you feel, but these are direct invitations, so you're the one who has to attend. Wilfried's already turned them down 3 times in your absence. If we don't at least have a date to give for your return, he's going to be in a world of pain. Ferdinand, when are you planning to send Rosemine back? With all eyes on him, Ferdinand tapped his temple. Next Earth Day. I have finished all the intelligence gathering I plan to do, and Justice will have a bit more leeway by then. Leeway to do what? I asked, unsure of what Justice had to do with my return to the Royal Academy. Before Ferdinand could answer, however, Karlstedt spoke up with a conflicted expression. He's been assigned to serve as Trogot's attendant. What? Trogot has other attendants, doesn't he? Why Justice? And why Ferdinand? And Ferdinand, how could you lend him to Trogot of all people? You wouldn't even let me borrow him, I said, glaring at Ferdinand with as much displeasure as I could muster. I'm guessing Justice is supposed to keep an eye on Trogot. This is half your fault, he retorted, glaring right back at me. One angry staring contest was only interrupted when Karlstedt spoke again, looking just as conflicted as before. Rosemine, Trogot was practically forced to resign, remember? Karstedt went on to explain how Riarda, in a fit of rage, had taken time off specifically to complain to Trogot's parents about what he had done. After scolding them for their incompetence in raising such a child, she had then hailed the event as a disaster for the entire house and summoned everyone, Karstedt and Bonifacius included, to a family meeting about Trogot. Oh, what did Bonifacius have to say about this one? My father was just as infuriated as Riarda when he heard what Trogot had done, Karstedt continued. When the talks finally ended, he gave Trogot one painful talking to. Strange. I elected to have him resign rather than firing him because I assumed that would minimize the impact on his family. When it comes to having a bad reputation, yes. Minimizing the damage done when it comes to his family giving him a gigantic scolding? No. Resigning has less of an impact than getting fired, but it still causes ripples, Karstedt replied while gently patting me on my head. Not to mention, you said not to send him to the temple, remember? Our house has to deal with the matter independently, and our decision was to assign him an attendant from our house. We intend to reteach him the mindset expected of an archnoble serving the archducal family from the ground up. But Justice is a scholar. Can he do attendant work, I asked? I knew that Justice was a skilled scholar with his love of gathering intelligence and retrieving all sorts of information. But would he be capable of diligently serving a lord or lady? I mean, he serves Ferdinand, so what's the difference? Of course he can, Sylvester said with a grin. Justice is the attendant Ferdinand brought to the Royal Academy back in his day. Really? Okay. I looked up at Ferdinand surprised. He nodded. At the moment, I can use only his services as a scholar, but he is my attendant as well. He became an apprentice attendant under Riarda's instruction, but it is my understanding that he also took scholar courses in the Royal Academy as per his own interests. It was he who informed me that I could take multiple courses at once. The fuck? Today, I learned that Justice is responsible for all the legends surrounding Ferdinand. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Justice will re-educate Trogot, keep an eye on you, gather information within the Royal Academy, and report back to Ehrenfest all at once. He will place a disproportionate amount of focus on gathering information. If someone does not watch him in turn, but with Riarda in there, we should have nothing to fear. I imagine this will make him terribly busy, but could I have him train the apprentice scholars too, I asked. Train the apprentice scholars, Sylvester repeated, blinking in surprise. I am referring to the scholars I will be raising for the printing and papermaking industries. I will soon be selecting lay scholars and med scholars who will need to do business with commoners, and they will need an arch scholar to lead them, no? And their work is a government affair, so won't they eventually need to form a connection with the next archduke? It was yet unknown who will be the next archduke, and my intention was to also train one of Melchior's scholars for after he was baptized. Sylvester fell into thought. Not a bad idea, but you'll only get apprentices that way. You'll want an arch scholar to keep them in order, too. Any recommendations for an arch scholar who could manage them to Rosemine's will? Sylvester asked, looking over at Ferdinand. Ferdinand's eyes wandered for a moment before he gave his response. Few things are more difficult than deducing Rosemine's intentions. No one had come to mind, it seemed. There was a brief silence, broken only when Karstedt suddenly clapped his hands together. How about Elvira, he suggested. If arbitrating between Rosemine and the archnobles will be a big part of the job, she seems perfect for it. I cannot deny that Elvira displayed great interest in the printing industry while Rosemine was asleep, and she actively incorporated it into Hollensdale. She will have more knowledge than other scholars, too, Ferdinand mused. I agree. She is perfect match for the role. Sylvester's eyes began to sparkle. All right, let's see what she thinks then. She's interested enough in printing to start making her own books. Now that our kids are all grown, she should be fine getting back into scholar work, Karstedt said. And with that, the topic shifted to entrusting Elvira with keeping the printing and papermaking industries organized. I knew she was an excellent scholar, and it was very reassuring to know she would be taking the job for me, though it was also a cause for great concern. If I give Mother free rein, I've got a feeling she might establish and make books about Ferdinand's squadron, and corrupt the industries from within. Oh well, it's not that big a deal. As long as Ferdinand don't figure it out, it's fine. Karstedt had suggested it, but Ferdinand agreed with it, and Sylvester had a point proved it. Elvira could do what she wanted with all her skill. Considering Justice's personality, I am somewhat concerned about him raising apprentice scholars, Ferdinand said to me. However, this will be your only opportunity to borrow him from me, for the purpose of training scholars for the printing industry. Make full use of him while you can. It was decided that I would leave for the Royal Academy to socialize next Earth Day. Ferdinand was going to return to the temple in the meantime, but I was instructed to remain in the castle for a bit longer to adjust to socializing as much as possible. So he says, but I won't be meeting any nobles without Ferdinand, plus Mother's flurry of tea parties has calmed down. I passed the days until my departure visiting the Winter Playroom and meeting with Charlotte. Just 3 more days until you leave, she said. I'll miss you once you're gone, sister. I won't be away for as long this time, Charlotte. I would have 1 week to attend tea parties before the Interduchy tournament, and the graduation ceremony brought me my first year in the Royal Academy to a close. In total, I will be gone for 2 weeks at most. I will do my best to raise our duchy's rank as much as possible for the sake of your upcoming first year, I said to Charlotte. Please prioritize getting rest, sister. And if you wish to say that you were acting for my sake, I would like for you to leave at least something for me to conquer on my own. At this rate, brother and you will take all the glory for yourself, she replied with puffed-out cheeks. We've raised the grades even average too much during our first year. It would just make things harder for Charlotte when she entered the academy next year. I never really thought about leaving room for Charlotte to show off and impress others. An ordonnance flew into the room while I was practicing sewing embroidery with Charlotte. It repeated a message from Ferdinand 3 times. We have received word from the Gilberta Company that they have finished the hairpin and wish to hear your thoughts. I have told them to bring it tomorrow afternoon, so you will need to be here by then. I get to see Tuli! No, its duty complete, the ordonnance reverted back to a yellow facestone. I tapped it lightly with my staff and said, understood, in response, trying to contain the welling excitement in my voice in the best of my ability. Having heard the message from Ferdinand, Ottilie left to tell Ella to prepare to leave for the temple, while Riarda started covering me in warm clothes so that we could depart at once. I can't believe Ferdinand is making you go all the way to the temple for this. Couldn't he just send the hairpin to the castle? He really needs to learn to be more considerate, Riarda huffed. This actually was Ferdinand being considerate, though. Tuli wasn't yet ready to come to the castle, and I wanted to see her, not the Gilberta Company. This is the hairpin ordered by royalty, I explained. I will need to examine it before Ab Ehrenfest sees it so that I can have it remade if necessary. You take on too much work, milady. You do, sister, Charlotte chimed in. You're still not well, remember? She had stopped her embroidering and was now regarding me with a reproachful look as she handed her sewing tools to an attendant. I thank you both ever so much for worrying about me. I will return to the castle tomorrow after checking the hairpin. I'm leaving for the Royal Academy this Earth Day, after all. Riarda, you may prepare for my departure while I'm gone. We have a lot of luggage from Ferdinand, and I expect there will be even more once I return from the temple, I said. He will no doubt unload a ton of Herscher's documents and magic tools on me. Definitely. Riarda chuckled, perhaps remembering how much luggage Ferdinand had brought with him to the castle. Oh, yes, you may leave that to me. Everything will be ready. And so I went to the castle's entrance with my guard knights. Riarda had apparently contacted Norbert as he was there giving instructions to some servants. I learned around in my guard knights. Cornelius, Lenore, you both need to prepare for our return to the Royal Academy this Earth Day. Understood, Lady Rosemine. With that, I returned to the temple with Daniel and Angelica taking the lead. I was finally getting a chance to see Tuli, but Ferdinand was sitting with us for some reason. Perhaps he thought he couldn't trust me with this, considering that this hairpin was being made for royalty? Why is he being a pest and trying to ruin this moment? The last thing I wanted was Ferdinand scaring Tuli with his harsh words and expressionless face. I needed to serve as a dam to protect her. And so with that resolve in my heart, I glared at him with as much intensity as I could muster. What is with that displeased expression, he asked, looking more entirely satisfied as he drank the tea Ferdinand had given him. I am displeased, but this is primarily the face of a woman who has steeled her resolve. I sense only hostility and trepidation. How many times must I tell you to learn to control your emotions, he asked, pinching my cheeks. The scariest face I could manage vanished in an instant as tears welled up in my eyes. Unlike Benno, Ferdinand never held back, so his pinching legitimately hurt. I put my hands over my cheeks to prevent any future attacks, at which point I heard Gil arrive on the first floor, and the group he was with started climbing up the stairs. High Priest, this is Otto, the one who inherited the Gilberta Company, and this is Tuli, Lady Rosemine's personal hairpin craftswoman. Benno said it was their first time meeting Ferdinand, and so it was necessary for him to introduce them both. They stepped forward and knelt in turn. May this meeting ordained by the harsh judgment of Aviglaib, the god of life, be blessed, they said. I bless this day from the bottom of my heart. May Aviglaib's guidance take the Gilberta Company to ever greater heights, Ferdinand replied, blessing them. I am ever so delighted to see Lady Rosemine doing well, Tuli said once she and Otto had stood up. She looked shockingly mature for someone who was still just 12 years old. Her hair was in a big braid, much like before, but now she wore the Gilberta Company's apprentice uniform. There was no longer any trace of the energetic little girl who had used to run through the forest. Tuli had always been a fast grower, but in just 2 years her legs had gotten long and slender, and visible bumps had appeared on her chest. The youthfulness of her face had vanished, and she looked a lot more like Mother than she did before. She moved with quiet elegance. There was nothing of the sister I knew in how she carried herself, how she spoke, or how she curtsied to nobles. As I reeled from the shock of my 2-year absence being once again shoved in my face, Tuli looked at me, her blue eyes wrinkling in a warm smile. Her expression alone seemed to say, "It's been so long I've missed you," and the love overflowing from her relaxed attention in my body. "This is the ordered product," Benno said, his words prompting Tuli to delicately open the wind box on the table. I could tell at once just how experienced she had become. There was no longer any trace of clumsiness or awkwardness in how her fingers moved. The hairpin she took out was made with a corelli of warm red, the divine color of Gadul, the goddess of earth. The large flower was surrounded by smaller white flowers, as well as green vines that invoked images of the coming of spring. Each petal had smooth, flowing curves, and around each flower were decorative lace. Even the thread was fancy. It was undoubtedly the best, most regal-looking hairpin Tuli had ever made. I could easily imagine Eglantine wearing it, and how it would perfectly complement her golden hair. "It's splendid," I said, sighing with awe. Ferdinand gave a contented nod. "This will do without issue. Well done, Gilbert & Company." Receiving praise from Ferdinand, despite the perpetually scary look on his face, was enough to ease the tension Tuli had been feeling. "It's exceedingly well made," I added. "This will surely bring both Prince Anastasius and Lady Eglantine great joy. Your talents have grown much over the past 2 years. I am surprised." "I thank you," Tuli replied. "I have humbly brought a hairpin for you as well, Lady Rosemine." She held out a spring hairpin she had apparently made for my sake. I immediately elected to buy it and shifted to the stand for her like I always did. "Will you put it on me?" I asked. Tuli approached, carefully watching Ferdinand out of the corner of her eye. She pulled out the hairpin that was currently in my braids and inserted the new one. A bit of my hair had gotten caught on my shoulder in the process, so she brushed it back. "Does it suit me?" I asked. "I made it for you, Lady Rosemine. It suits you perfectly," she said, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I smiled as we exchanged glances, while Ferdinand silently watched our communication with no change of expression. My return to the Royal Academy came soon after I received the hairpins. "If at any point Rosemine seems like she's about to go on another rampage, stop her with all you have," Ferdinand said to my guard knights. They were the first to step forward onto the teleportation circle and disappear. I would be leaving with Riarda. Before we went, however, the hairpin for Eglantine, the song dedicated to the goddess of light, boxes filled with small trial buttons, bottles of Rensham, things for Hersher, and any other remaining items were all sent off. "We'll be following to see the Interduchy tournament. Try not to lose control of yourself. Moderation is key, got it?" "I know, Sylvester. I need to leave land for Charlotte to conquer when she arrives, no?" "Rosemine, are you her ally or mine?" Sylvester exclaimed, his eyes wide. "I do not understand the full meaning of your question, but is it not natural that I would be Charlotte's ally? I am her older sister," I said, proudly puffing out my chest. Sylvester cradled his head and groaned in response. Ferdinand gave Sylvester a few light pats on the back while looking at me with a mixture of resignation and exasperation. "There is no point in thinking about this. Absolutely nothing is going through Rosemine's empty head right now," he said. "Hey! Rude! I spend every day executing my ideas and thinking of ways to be the best older sister for Charlotte. Yes, do your best for Charlotte's sake, but think of nothing more than that. In any case, I have told Justice you're to gather intelligence. Bring him with you to tea parties whenever you can." We were forbidden from attending most tea parties where the secrets of girls were normally shared. It wasn't often that I could bring Hartman or any other male scholars with me. "You want me to bring Justice to tea parties? Does that mean—" "Do not make me say it. Your assumptions are correct. I was being told to have Justice cross-dressed so that I could bring him to tea parties, but wouldn't that just lead people to assuming I was the one with the weirdo cross-dressing attendant rather than Traugott? Is it just me, or does Ehrenfest have an unusually large collection of absolute weirdos? There's Professor Hersher, Justice. I would not like to be considered among them," I said, thinking about what to do if people started to assume I was weird by association. "It's too late for that. You're already known as a weirdo." Ferdinand, Karsten, and Sylvester all made incrustable faces. "Perhaps at times ignorance is bliss," Ferdinand mused. "What?" "Just go," he said, shooing me away with his hand. I stood next to Riarda on the teleportation circle, feeling discontent, and felt the mana start to move. A week of socializing. "You're late, Rosemine," Wilfrid declared. He was waiting for me in the dormitory with his head held high, his hands on his hips, and his feet planted firmly on the ground. He looked just as Sylvester had when I arrived at the castle, and he had said pretty much the same thing, too. Like father, like son. I have returned, dear brother. Do recall, though, that it was Ehrenfest and Ferdinand who set the date for my return. Direct your anger at them, not me. But thanks to you, I had to endure some of the worst days of my life. It seemed that, once the real socializing had started, Ehrenfest had received incomparably more Tea Party invitations than during the years prior. Unable to refuse invitations from higher-ranking duchies, Wilfrid had been forced to attend, and give nothing but empty formal replies. There were also more invitations from other ranks and professors, all of whom wanted to know more about our duchy. Having to attend more tea parties than usual was bad enough, but getting more attention meant duchies of similar ranks were even more aggressive and probing. The Ehrenfest students, who had up until this point been largely ignored, had no idea what to do. Herscher would normally be the one to guide and instruct them as their dormitory supervisor, but it seemed she wasn't going to leave her research under any circumstances. There was also a considerable time lag between Ehrenfest sending questions and getting answers. Wilfrid asked me to understand how he had been completely isolated with enemies on all sides and no assistance. Look, I know how you feel, but that's not entirely my fault. If we're going to be mad at anyone, shouldn't it be Professor Herscher, not me? It's because you socialized with Prince Anastasius and the Archduke candidate from Klassenburg. I did not socialize with them because I wanted to. They invited me and I had no choice but to comply. Would you have refused them? I'm struggling precisely because I can't refuse them. Socializing with greater duchies had evidently been put on pause when Wilfrid told them the date I was due to return. Riarda smiled as she watched him desperately trying to convey just how much he had suffered in my absence. Wilfrid, my boy, if you want to have a conversation like this, how about we find some place to sit first? You have more to say to Milady, don't you? That's right, Judith interjected, stepping forward. I also have a lot to speak to Lady Rosamine about. Judith had been the only one of my apprentice knight retainers to remain in the Royal Academy. She had initially planned to return to Ehrenfest and continue her work as soon as she finished her lessons, but the dinner rematch with Dunkelfelger had delayed this. She had then gotten wrapped up in Royal Academy socializing due to being my retainer, foiling her plan entirely. I passed all my classes. They didn't let me go back to Ehrenfest, though, so I couldn't guard you. It's not that I messed up or anything, Judith exclaimed, shooting Wilfrid a side look. He merely shrugged in response. How could I have let her go back to Ehrenfest? It seemed that the sudden increase in tea party invitations and the discussions that came with them had forced all those from Ehrenfest to mobilize, since we lacked the population to handle the situation otherwise. Everyone had needed to finish their classes as fast as they could manage, boldly challenging and passing their exams to get on their feet. Now, Riarda said, save those words for the common room. Given Milady's health, things will only get worse if she collapses. I'll take her things to her room. She urged Wilfrid forward with a light push on the back before heading for my room. I watched as Riarda climbed the stairs, and it was then that I noticed someone pass her on their way down. Someone with lively brown hair and a truly excited expression. It was Justice! Traugott was there too, looking exhausted as he was practically dragged along behind him. It has been too long, Lady Rosamine. I have heard you started the planting company well, Justice. They survived the 2 years I was absent in large part because of you, and for that I thank you. I look forward to your continued service. I am being blessed with unusual experiences thanks to you, milady. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. As I was speaking to Justice, Traugott's eyes wandered as though he was trying to think of what to say. In the end, he settled on looking at the ground. His happy, confident smile was completely gone, replaced with a despondent look. I can only imagine how severely his family had scolded him at Ehrenfest. I considered whether I should say something to Traugott, but before I even had the chance, Justice gave him a sharp elbow. It was a quick movement, and judging by the grunt that escaped Traugott when it landed, it was intended to hurt. That polite smile vanished from Justice's face. Instead, he glared at Traugott with an expression so cold it looked like it belonged to someone else entirely, like Ferdinand. Traugott, don't you have something to say? He asked. What's wrong with you? Speak up. Traugott gritted his teeth and slowly knelt before me, all the while cradling his side where he had been elbowed. My shallow thinking led to me being unthinkably rude. I am truly sorry, Lady Rosamine. I apologize from the bottom of my heart. I opened my mouth to forgive him, but Justice narrowed his brown eyes and stopped me. Traugott deserves no words of compassion, Lady Rosamine. He has committed sins which must not be forgiven so easily. My other retainers all nodded in agreement. I silently thanked Justice for having stopped me before I could reflexively forgive Traugott. In any case, milady, Lord Ferdinand told me the other day to start training the scholars, but what exactly does he want me to do? Justice asked. I need to raise individuals who can support the growing printing industry. To that end, I will need people who can interact with commoners and who know how the industry works. Above all, however, they must have a latent talent for scholar work. This is what I wish for you to do. The way Troggot followed behind us as we entered the common room made him look like the attendant rather than Justice. He couldn't even say anything about it since Justice had been sent by his family to whip him into shape. Maybe he had tried to complain already, only to get beaten down? Probably. Welcome back, Lady Rosemine. We have been eagerly awaiting your return. The students in the common room greeted me when I arrived, their faces positively lighting up with relief. This year's socializing must have been just as hard on Wilfrid as Wilfrid had said. And so I have returned, everyone. I hear from Wilfrid that things have been difficult in my absence. I would like to know what happened while I was in Ehrenfest, I said. I then listened to what everyone had to say regardless of age or faction, much like I did when the temple. In truth, we had not held any tea parties for Archduke candidates from other duchies. There is no helping that, as no other duchy needed any candidates to return home for the dedication ritual, but... Last year, when there had been no Ehrenfest Archduke candidates, the Archnoble girls had attended tea parties with the duchies just fine. Now that I was here, however, it was considered an insult for them to send invitations to the Archduke candidates of other duchies. This has resulted in us lagging behind when it came to socializing with other Archduke candidates. I imagine there is a reason for it, but why did you not hold the tea parties yourself, Wolfried? I don't know much about holding tea parties since men aren't normally supposed to hold them. I also had male socializing to handle. My hands were now full enough just visiting all those tea parties that higher-ranked duchies were inviting us to. For men, socializing involved holding and attending small hunting tournaments or proving one's strength through noble games such as gwening while chatting and sharing information. Tea and sweets were served as well, but unlike at the tea parties for girls, they were far from the main event. Wolfried had been forced to keep up with male socializing while also attending a slew of tea parties filled with girls from higher-ranking duchies. I see you all work very hard in my absence, I said. I suppose now it is my turn to begin socializing. What I must do first is... visit the library to supply shorts and whites with mana. Everyone gathered, collectively narrowed their eyes. Wait, where did that come from? Wolfried asked. Your priority is your meeting with Prince Anastasius. Klassenberg has asked to be informed of your return as well. The library, when you all have the higher-ranking duchies asking after you? There is also the dinner rematch that Professor Roffin requested upon hearing of your return. There is no time. We want to hold at least one tea party for the Archduke candidates of other duchies before the interduchy tournament. I felt my soul leave my body as everyone listed off all the things I needed to do before I could go to the library. Well, I mean, you have to give them some mana at the very least. Give them the mana, and then go do whatever else you have to do, even if you can't do the reading stuff. Having to cram so much into the few days that remained before the tournament and the graduation ceremony was completely unreasonable. If you ask me, I turned around hoping to discuss this with Yarda, and then I remembered she had gone to put away my luggage. I looked around the common room, but only Justice seemed as though he might have good answers for me. I'd rather not have to do this, but he was Ferdinand's retainer. Both Lutz and Benno also gave him high praise. Surely I can trust him to give me advice. Justice, I said. He blinked in surprise from where he stood behind Troggot, having not expected me to single him out. Then he walked over and knelt before me. Yes, milady? What do I need to do first? If we had Ferdinand here, what approach do you think he would take? Am I permitted to speak freely? We have no dorm supervisor to rely on. You may speak not as Troggot's attendant, but as Ferdinand's scholar. Understood. As you wish, milady. Apprentice give me her schedule. Just took the schedule from Hartmut, and then lowered his eyes in thought. What we need to confirm first is how many people can be mobilized in this upcoming socializing season. Have preparations for the interduchy tournament been completed? I hadn't been present, so I looked around the room for an answer. Wolfried, his retainers, and Hartmut all furrowed their brows. No. To be honest, we haven't had the time or the manpower, Wolfried said. We have made some progress, but preparations are far from complete, Hartmut added. Justice counted the remaining days on his fingers and then muttered, It seems like we got some tight time constraints under his breath before turning to all those gathered. Very well, everyone but milady and her retainers should now prioritize preparing for the interduchy tournament. For the obs of other duchies are going to be present. Lord Wolfried, lead the preparations with your retainers. Justice watched as Wolfried and his retainers nodded in response. Then he turned his attention back to me. Milady, your highest priority is to work through all the backlog socializing. I would suggest that you first request a meeting with the prince. From there, send ordinances to the greater duchies who attempted to meet with you and announce your return. As well as the fact that Ehrenfest will soon be hosting a tea party. Once the date is established for your meeting with the prince, we can decide on a date for the tea party and send invitations to all the other duchies. We can finish the bulk of socializing all at once by having as many duchies as possible participate. I could already feel a huge weight lifting from my shoulders. With such an concrete plan, I would be able to secure at least a little time in the library. You may go to the library to replenish Schwartz and Weiss's mana when the time is right, Justice said. Of course, that is all you will be doing there. You will not have time to read. It is possible that greater duchies will summon you even after your upcoming tea party is announced. Furthermore, considering how many we are going to lose to the interduchy tournament preparations, Ehrenfest does not have the leeway to allow for so many of your retainers to be stuck with you in the library. Do you understand my position? Yes, I conceded. Going to the library meant bringing along several of my retainers, thereby putting them out of commission. I couldn't just wander around alone. Wolfried looked at Justice, shocked that he would so casually ban me from the library. He then looked at me, concerned that I might be on the verge of exploding, but of course even I could show some restraint when we were in such a dire straits. I'll be fine. There are books here in the dorm that I can read. I'd much rather be holed up in the library, though. Justice, what about Dunkelfelger's request for a rematch? Wolfried asked. Justice raised an eyebrow. That is not even worth thinking about. Naturally, we will refuse. There must be some kind of misunderstanding for Professor Roffin to be challenging Lady Rosemine. Unlike Lord Ferdinand, she is not an apprentice knight, and as a first year, she is not meant to participate in games of Ditter. Times have changed, and Ditter is now a sport for apprentice knights, so we should not have any trouble refusing. Luckily, the interduchy tournament is quickly approaching. Justice, having attended the Royal Academy at the same time as Roffin, flatly rejected the idea of a rematch. He was completely right in doing so, but most surely refusing a higher-ranking duchy wouldn't be so easy. This is a request from Dunkelfelder, though. How are we to refuse them, I asked. We shall leave that to Professor Herscher. Not only does it come under her remit, but she also has much experience refusing Roffin from the door. Days Lord Ferdinand attended the academy. It will pose no problem for her. Oh yeah, Justice was Ferdinand's attendant. But how do we ask Professor Herscher to do that? Wolfried asked, deeply concerned. She won't leave her lab. Justice had an immediate answer. Professor Herscher will readily work for us if we use the packages from Lord Ferdinand as bargaining chips. She's quite a valuable asset when used properly. After all, she is talented enough to have joined the sovereignty. Ferdinand had been challenged to Ditter games non-stop back in his school days, and since Herscher had wanted to keep using him as a lab assistant, she had apparently engaged in constant battles with Roffin where she refused them all. Securing another victory would be easy, it seemed. Maybe. You suddenly seem so reliable, Justice, I murmured. Oh, what did you think of me before? I thought you were just a weirdo who went around doing whatever interested you, even to the point of cross-dressing to gather intelligence. Justice gave a sly grin as though he had read my thoughts. Gathering intelligence is my job, you know, he said under his breath. That was true, but as far as I had seen, it was much more of a hobby to him than anything. To be honest, I couldn't believe he was actually this competent. Now I knew why Ferdinand treasured him as a retainer despite him being so weird. Now then, milady, let us discuss the meeting with the prince and the tea party in another room, Justice said, prompting Laysletta to leave the common room to secure a meeting room for us. He then looked over at Wolfried and the others. Everyone else split into groups based on profession and then gather around Lord Wolfried's retainers to discuss the upcoming interduchy tournament. We have no time to waste. Think and act carefully such that all your time is used to its fullest. With Justice having concluded his speech in a very Ferdinand-like manner, everyone began moving around to follow his instructions. To think that having a competent adult who could give clear instructions would be such a boon. By the time Laysletta came to get us, the apprentice knights, apprentice scholars, and apprentice attendants had all split into groups to discuss the interduchy tournament. They had the energy of a classroom prior to a sports festival or a cultural festival. I slowly watched them as I exited the common room and entered the nearby meeting room that had been prepared for us. Inviting all the duchies at once will result in an event of a larger scale than initially planned, Justice said. If we do not have Lord Wolfried provide us assistance on the day of, I believe you will find things quite difficult, considering you have spent so little time with the other students. He will surely be willing to help for just one day, I replied. You might have a hard time with that. Maybe. Riarda entered, having finished preparing my room, and we discussed the proper language to use with royalty. I then sent an ordinance to Anastasius reporting that I have returned and that I wanted to set up a meeting to deliver the hairpin. As I waited for a response, I informed Hartmut and Feline that Elvira and I will be handling the continued growth of the Ironfest printing industry. I also told them that Justice will be training the apprentice scholars. As this is a new industry, it is important that the next Ob be involved in its machinations, I explained. For that reason, Wolfried's, Charlotte's, Melkor's, and my apprentice scholars will all participate, as will scholars sent by Skeebs who have existing experience working with commoners. Lady Rosemine, will I really be involved in such an important industry? Feline choked out in a fearful voice. As I saw her pale face and wavering light green eyes, I suddenly recalled something Daniel had said to me, that he had endured much envy over becoming my guard knight and growing his modesty so much despite being a mere lay noble. Feline was a lay noble too, so the same terrible thing had to be happening to her as well. If you fear the consequences of participating in the printing industry, I can have others fulfill the role, I said. That won't be necessary. I have resolved to make books with you later, Rosamond. I will not turn my back on the decision, Feline replied, her fists clenched with determination. Those very same hands trembled with fear, but her voice was clear and strong. I couldn't help but smile at her conviction. Hartmut, I will do what I can myself, but please keep an eye out to ensure that Feline is not antagonized by the other scholars. As you wish, Hartmut replied. I told Hartmut and Feline that they were going to be retrained by key figures in the printing industry, or to be key figures in the printing industry, and that they would need to learn from Justice during that short period he was here. It was around then that the ordinance returned. Come tomorrow at 5th bell. I wish to give the hairpin to Eglantine as soon as possible, came Anastasius' voice. The message repeated 3 times before the white bird returned to being a yellow face stone. I sent my note reply of acknowledgement, and then returned to Brunhilde and Laisletta. If my meeting with Prince Anastasius is tomorrow, when can we hold the tea party? We need to write the letters of invitation accordingly, correct? I believe it will be possible in 4 days, Brunhilde said. Finishing the tea party sooner rather than later will be ideal. Our visitors will need to prepare for the introductory tournament just as we do. Incidentally, we have to prepare for Angelica's graduation as well, don't we? She looked at the girl in question while Laisletta gave a firm nod of agreement. I brought my costume with me, Angelica said, her head tilted in vague confusion. I don't think there's anything else I need to do. Brunhilde's eyebrows shot up in anger. Do you not need to prepare for the stage as much as possible? You are blessed with such beauty, it will be a waste to not wash your hair with Rinsham and adorn you with hairpins to emphasize Aranfest trends. Sister, Father and Mother informed me that you have yet to decide on your hairstyle, makeup, and the like. You used guard duty at the temple to escape those discussions. No? Laisletta's observation made Angelica sadly lower her eyes. Her long eyelashes cast small shadows over her face, making her look like the very picture of a wounded young woman. But in reality, that was the face she pulled whenever she was feeling lazy. I had gotten pretty good at seeing through her deceitful expressions, and of course, Laisletta was just as good. She made an exasperated face and then gave a knowing smile. I will pick a hairstyle that suits you perfectly, sister, so at least play nice on that day. If you say so, Laisletta, I'll play nice, Angelica said with a truly melancholic nod. She was a spitting image of a sorrowful princess being married off to another country for political reasons, paired with a man she had no feelings for. But it was all just an act. Incidentally, while she was cripplingly lazy when it came to formal affairs, she was a very dedicated guard knight. She would invest a great amount of time strengthening the face stone for her knight armor and embroidering the magic circles on her cape. I know that you do not care much for wearing anything that does not increase your fighting potential, sister, but you must not bring shame to the man who will be escorting you, Laisletta continued. I blinked several times and then looked at Angelica, and Laisletta hadn't mentioned their father or grandfather there. She had said the man. In other words, Angelica had an actual escort. Who was Angelica's escort, I asked. Not family, I presume. What? Lady Rosamond, do you not know? Sister, have you told no one else? I have heard nothing. Laisletta looked at me, then at Angelica, and then at everyone else. Upon seeing her sister make a puzzled expression as though this had nothing to do with her, she frowned with a deep concern before forcing an unconvincing smile. If nobody knows, I suppose it can be a fun surprise to look forward to. Who's Angelica's date? Now I'm really curious. I am too. Okay, I think I'm going to have to end it off here, and I will see everybody next time. Okay, part 4. Justice and preparing for the introductory tournament. Justice has said that he will be accompanying you for all of today, milady. Lord Sylvester and Ferdinand may have ordered it, but are you certain you're fine with this? Friarda asked me first thing in the morning. She had a strict look on her face. Traugott and I were switching attendants for the day, and she was no doubt experiencing a sizable headache knowing that her own son was cross-dressing to serve as a female attendant. Let's see how convincing this is. Now, he can look the part, but does he sound the part? I'm a bit concerned about this myself, but the information Wolfried and I have simply isn't enough. We have no choice. Not to mention, Justice was recommended to me by Ferdinand himself. He has my full faith. Also, I hate to say this when Riarda is so worried, but I kind of want to see Justice cross-dress. I kind of do as well. I can't wait to see that animated. Oh god, that's going to be freaking hilarious. Out of morbid curiosity, of course, in the same way one might want to see a horror movie. I would be spending my morning at the library, replenishing Schwartz and Weiss's mana. Then in the afternoon, I was going to meet with Anastasius. Justice was due to be accompanying me as my attendant, which meant Riarda would be serving Traga. Justice always focuses on the work he likes doing most, so he's probably leaving dealing with Traga for last. I'll have to make sure he's doing his attendant work properly, Riarda said, her dark eyes gleaming. There was no doubt in my mind that her check was going to be very thorough. After breakfast, we discussed the interduchy tournament in the common room until the library opened. In Earth terms, the tournament was like a combination of a sports festival, a cultural festival, and a career fair, during which students would show off their skills to their guardians, the Obs, and sovereign royalty. Some people would spin their wheels, trying to prove themselves to their significant other's parents, while some professors used the occasion to publish their research. Despite it supposedly being a place for students, all in all, it was a time and place for all sorts of wacky happenings. For Apprentice Knights, the interduchy tournament was all about the dinner, when they would compete to defeat babies produced by the professor's magic as quickly as possible. It was a stark competition of the tournament since you could tell who won at a glance, and it involved flashy battles during which everyone played distinct roles. There was a blatant disparity in power between the greater duchies, who were popular enough to choose the very best knights for their games, and the lesser duchies who were forced to send out all of their knights no matter their skill level. However, that too was part of a duchy's strength. Despite its size, Ehrenfest was much closer to being a lesser duchy than a middle duchy in terms of population. We had to compensate for our lack of manpower with individual skill. Though judging by what I had seen of our apprentices, we were doing a rather poor job, or rather, that is to say, we still had much room to grow. Our ranking would surely rise as our apprentices increased their mana through compression, studied more Fabies, and practiced coordinating in fights. Angelica and I will lead the fighting this year, with Lenore instructing us based on past tournament results and the weak points of whichever Fabies were up against, Cornelia said. Unfortunately, we still aren't yet capable of anything resembling proper coordination. Yep, that's going to take a bit. Angelica nodded. The games with Dunkelfelger had taught everyone the importance of working together, but practice had only just begun. We would probably do better next year, since Bonifacius had said that he would train the apprentices for me once spring came. Incidentally, I plan to give Angriff's blessing to the apprentices before the dinner game, but would that be considered cheap or unfair, I asked. Your blessings will be a key part of our strategy, Lenore replied. There is nothing more confidence-inducing than you blessing our victory in the dormitory before we leave. Her implication that it was something best done out of sight of the other duchies was enough for me to guess it was on the darker side of being morally gray. Well, given that Dunkelfelger already calls me a scheming trickster, I suppose it's fine. For apprentice scholars, the tournament was a place to announce their research on magic tools, improve potion recipes, and other such inventions. One would sell their technology to the sovereignty with the compiled research results and completed products in hand. Ferdinand had earned a literal fortune announcing his original magic tools here and selling them to the sovereignty. Ever since his graduation, those from Ehrenfest had considered this part of the tournament little more than a place for Herscher to announce her research results. Hartmut, will you be announcing anything, I asked? You are my subject of study at the moment, Lady Rosamine, but I currently lack any conclusions worth announcing. Is it just me, or was that response genuinely terrifying? To be more precise, I am researching the differences between the magecraft we learned in the Royal Academy and the blessings and divine protection you use, Lady Rosamine. In the Royal Academy, we learned to use the divine protection of the gods only upon acquiring our staffs, but you can use them even without one, correct? Yes. Do we not all give blessings during our greetings? I replied. Even without a staff, everyone can perform blessings using the face stones for expelling mana they received during their baptism ceremonies. Hartmut widened his orange eyes. I'm referring not to blessings that simply expel mana, but to prayers made in the names of a god that carry potent divine protection. These are separate things in my eyes, but I see now that they are the same to you. There was the joy of discovery in his voice, and this information was just as news to me. Greetings, prayers in the temple, and requests for divine protection all came from saying the names of gods and expelling mana. As far as I was concerned, they were all just prayers dedicated to the gods. But I guess there are minor differences. Like when I feel the mana getting sucked out of me on its own, versus when I actually used it to need to work to push it out. I don't really get it, so I'm just going to stop thinking now. In any case, I would like for you to work on some more productive research, Hartmut. I am planning to research something more publishable next year. My research on you will likely take more than a lifetime, so I would like to begin more thoroughly following my graduation, Hartmut said, his smiling eyes locked on me. No, don't make me your life's work. Please, no. Oh, dear Lord Almighty, what is he going to think if he was to ever figure out her secret about her being from another world? Oh, this would turn everything of his research on its head. Ah, Lady Rosamund, Feline said, as I cradled my head. I just remembered. Professor Herscher's announcement this year will be centered around her research on Schwartz and Weiss. The outfits had thus far required a great deal of research, and everyone from Ehrenfest was having to work together in order to make them. For these reasons, Herscher decided to make them her main focus. That must be why she was so enthusiastic about getting those documents from Lord Ferdinand, Feline continued, her voice tinged with awe. I was so surprised by her reaction yesterday. Upon being informed of my return, Herscher had burst into the dormitory again like a cannonball. She had then sped right up to me with a look intense enough to bore holes into the wall, hardly the expression one would expect from a teacher retrieving packages from her old disciple. Justice has been the one to step forward and deal with Herscher, just as he had proposed. He had used the research on Schwartz and Weiss as a bargaining chip to get her to refuse the Dunkelfugger match for us, deliberately emphasizing that I was not to be personally challenged again. He had then handed her only half the documents, stating that he would deliver the second half once the cancellation is confirmed. Herscher had, of course, acted immediately, and she was back to collect the rest before even a single bell had passed. She had rushed in like a hurricane and then left just as quickly. I never would have thought Professor Herscher could talk Professor Roffen down so extremely quickly. Yesterday I learned she has a talent for something other than research, Hartman muttered in a daze. Everyone else nodded in solemn agreement. Seriously, will people like Sylvester and Herscher? Ehrenfest culture could be defined as weirdos motivated only by their primary interest rampaging around. When will they learn to calm down a little? Good grief. To attendants, the Interduchy tournament was a place to push trends and lavish guests with excellent hospitality. Up until now, Ehrenfest had received almost no visitors outside of the students' own guardians, without anything that was new or garnered much interest. Other duchies wouldn't bother to come over. The Interduchy tournament wasn't very long overall, so it was a matter of course that people and attention would be centered around the more fascinating things. Even the students' guardians and the archducal couple would immediately leave for other duchies to socialize. Nobody would come to them, so they had to actively venture out. Brunhilde had found it exceedingly frustrating that she had honed her hosting skills to such an incredible degree, but had never had the chance to actually show them off. This year, Ehrenfest had garnered much attention with its Rinsham, hairpins, pound cake, and plant paper. Brunhilde was also putting her all into polishing up the girls by cleaning their hair with Rinsham, exactly as we had done before the advancement ceremony. There was still some concerns, however. For one, Laisletta was worried that we didn't know how many visitors would be coming, a problem born from all the new trends and the fact that both Wolverine and I were here. Justice had apparently told her that those of us from Ehrenfest would need to prepare to the absolute best of our abilities, unlike during previous years. It was good that our students were getting a chance to prove their skills, but it ran the risk of things becoming too much for them to handle, which can make things even worse than usual. Oh, and who was that? I asked. A woman I didn't recognize had suddenly entered the common room. She looked a lot like Riarda, but since the actual Riarda was behind me, it had to be someone else. As I wondered who, I noticed Traga with a pathetic look on his face, seeming like he wanted to be anywhere else. Oh no, is this Justice? I turned around on instinct and saw that Riarda was wearing an exceedingly displeased grimace. Oh snap! It's cross-dressing Justice! Holy cow! He totally looks like a refined middle-aged lady right now! He advanced slowly, receiving suspicious looks from all those in the common room, and then knelt gracefully before me. No longer were there any traces of Justice, by whom by now I knew well. Instead, there was a woman who looked much like Riarda, albeit middle-aged. The winter cold meant everyone was wearing clothes that covered the neck, and his Adam's apple was completely hidden away. His hands were also hidden beneath gloves, which meant the only area where his skin was exposed was his face. Justice already had a bit of an androgynous face, so it had taken just a little makeup to completely change how it looked. His shoulders were slightly broader than Riarda's, maybe due to the layers of clothing he had on, but it was actually scary how normal it all seemed. He must have dyed his hair too. It was now brown instead of gray. My apologies for the wait. How is it, milady? You can change your voice, Justice? One need only alter how they speak. As it turned out, he could make a feminine voice just by changing how he spoke a little. Justice, you have my full support on this one. Keep it up, dude. And either due to him having observed the mannerisms of women, practiced a lot himself, or cross-dressed all the time, it was very believable indeed. Perhaps I was praising him too highly, but he reminded me of the male actors playing women in no theater or kabuki who, through rigid practice and careful attention to their every move, can end up more feminine than the actual girls. If you take no issue with this state of dress, I would like to accompany you to your tea party for girls, Justice said. That is fine, provided that you do not mind remaining dressed like that for the entire day. Certainly not. Now I must ask that you call me Gudrun when I am dressed like this. Gudrun, I repeated, tilting my head just as Trogget let out a pained choke. Uncle, please, do not use mother's name when dressed like that. Are there not a variety of female names similar to your own, like Justine or Justina? Best to not give any hints. Goodness, Troggot, must you panic so? Do calm down. Only a shallow-minded fool would use a fake name so easily connected to the real one. That you are one such fool as why your life is but a string of failures, Justice said with a giggle. He apparently looked just like Troggot's mother, Gudrun, when he cross-dressed. Those wearing a clear grimace rather than looks of surprise were probably those who knew Gudrun personally. Oh, I can't wait to see this stuff animated. This is going to be hilarious. This is going to be so good. Oh yeah, Troggot is Justice's nephew. Oh yeah, which makes this whole thing even more worse for him. Oh, I love it. I love this. Troggot cradled his head, weeping for mercy as he was forced to endure having his cross-dressing uncle as his attendant. The looks of judgment and scorn he had previously been receiving from the others steadily became conflicted stares of sympathy. No words were spoken, but it was clear how many people were feeling bad for him. Wait, did Justice deliberately walk into the common room like this to earn Troggot some sympathy? No, surely not. Justice wouldn't go that far for him. Or maybe he's also trying to embarrass him too. That would also be a good way to do it. Humiliation. Upon seeing Justice retain his feminine grace, even while dealing with Troggot's emotional breakdown, Hartman looked at me with the troubled expression of someone who had been given an impossible task. Lady Rosemine, is it expected for scholars serving as retainers to learn to cross-dress? I truly apologize, but I do not have a talent for such an art. If you insist that I learn, however, I will dedicate my best efforts to doing so. No, you don't have to. You don't have to, though Justice probably think it's best. I had told him to learn from Justice, but that certainly didn't mean I expected him to cross-dress. I immediately rejected the idea. You do not need to learn to cross-dress, Hartman. There are surely many other ways to obtain this information you want, such as training a female assistant scholar, or cooperating with others. Excuse me. Cross-dressing is merely an interest of Justice's, and not a talent I see in you. The apprentice scholars all seemed visibly relieved to hear my explanation. Justice, on the other hand, appeared somewhat dissatisfied. This is no interest of mine, milady. It is simply the most effective method for achieving my goals, he said. Would you not agree that it is most reliable to gather information with one's own eyes and ears? Is it really that effective? Hartman asked. Hartman, no! Don't let him corrupt you, I cried, already sensing the danger as Hartman began to look contemplative. No, Hartman! No. Though if you have Justice helping you with that, I can imagine it would be very decent at it, maybe? Because, this is Justice we're talking about here. This guy can pull off being a lady without even anyone suspecting that he's a guy, unless you know him personally. So you might have the best teacher for that, if you wanted to actually do that. Despite my efforts, however, Justice stopped me with a smile and then began to profess the glorious practicality of cross-dressing to not just Hartman, but the entire student body. Milady, he is not being corrupted. He is simply being educated so that he can make an informed decision. If one considers how information obtained personally is leagues more reliable than information obtained through others, then cross-dressing is a skill that anyone should dedicate. No, shut your trap, Justice, Riarda yelled. I will not let you keep blabbering such nonsense. And you will not drag Artelie's precious son down with you. He has such a bright future ahead of him. Thank you, Riarda. Ooh, we get to see it. I want to see it. Oh, there's Hartmut, there's Riarda, there's Oh, Justice! You cleaned up good. You cleaned up good as a girl. Justice winced when his own mother unleashed her fury on him. She had certainly contained her rage for as long as possible since she was serving as my attendant, but she finally lost her patience, and so began her enraged lecture. On the outside, Justice looked a lot like his mother, so one could easily have assumed there were two Riardas present, except one now wore the stern expression of a mother, and the other the sullen look of a boy who had gotten caught midway through a prank. The whole situation was messing with my head. There is nothing I dislike more than being forced to witness this, Riarda shouted. I have only tolerated you working for Milady because Ferdinand and Ob Ehrenfest ordered it. I have been given explicit permission to send you back home if at any point you risk damaging Ehrenfest's reputation with your antics. Do not forget that. Now do I make myself clear? Of course, Mother. Thanks to Riarda stopping Justice, we could finally leave for the library. Wait, was that... What did Hartman look like? Okay. Riarda and Traugott saw us off, the former looking worried and the latter gripping his stomach in agony as I departed with certainly not Justice in disguise, Gudrun, and my retainers. This is going to be my first time seeing Schwartz and Weiss in a while. Milady, you're here! Welcome back, Milady! Schwartz and Weiss towered over and then began hopping circles around me chanting welcome over and over again. It was heartwarming to receive such an enthusiastic greeting. I gazed around the library as I stroked the face stones on their foreheads to replenish their mana. There were more gaps in the bookshelves than I remembered. In fact, they practically filled with holes. The bookshelves certainly look lonely right now, Professor Solange, I observed. Welcome back, Lady Rosemine. That would be because final exams are approaching. Everyone is quite desperate. The shelves may seem even much emptier than usual, but the carols more than make up for it. As Solange had said, the library was filled with visitors. It was quite unlike what I was used to. Nobody was engaged in conversation, but the waves of sound produced as the students moved about was unceasing. The study resources and carols were apparently being reserved far more often than usual. Those who hadn't yet completed their exams were finding themselves driven by fear as those around them steadily began to finish. The prickly tension one felt before a test was clear in the air. Nobody here was relaxed. I might recommend you spend today reading in your own chambers, Solange said. In truth, I have been absent from the Royal Academy for so long that I must spend all my time socializing from now until the graduation ceremony. I would much rather read at my leisure in the library, but it seems I will simply have no opportunity to do so. Oh my, socializing is quite an important learning experience in the Royal Academy. I am sure you will do just fine, Solange said with a refined chuckle. Hearing this, Gudrun tilted his head and placed a thoughtful hand on his cheek. I believe you will have an opportunity to read once we have finished your socializing for the day, he said to me. Shall we borrow a book? Really, Gudrun, I explained. Justice is a weirdo, but he is a good man, a good, competent man. As if sensing my rising affection for him, Gudrun gave a small smirk. I am aware that small rewards are key to keeping you motivated, milady. Indeed they are. Shall we search for a book at once? There is no time for that. Schwartz, Weiss, please fetch and borrow for us a book that milady has not read before, Gudrun said, clasping my shoulder so that I couldn't escape. His gloves made his hands look feminine, but they were bumpy and rough, and he gripped with the unmistakable strength of a man. It was certainly more than I had come to expect from Riarda. I watched as Schwartz and Weiss began to toddle away. Okay, one book, we'll borrow. I waited for the two shoemales to finish going through the book borrowing process and then returned to the dormitory feeling elated. The sight of Gudrun walking along in a feminine manner reminded me of something he had told me in the past. Gudrun, where is the Forbidden Archive? I asked. You mentioned it to me in the past, did you not? He had specifically mentioned to keep me awake during the night of Shitsaria. Much had changed with the libraries and the books, but surely the archive itself still existed. More than likely. Perhaps I'd gone from being forbidden to being open to all, but that didn't make a difference to me. I've never heard of such a thing. Is it in the Royal Academy? One of my retainers asked. They were intrigued by the mystery of the archive, but Gudrun simply put on a peaceful smile and shook his head. I do not know where it is. Its existence was mentioned to me by the librarian who served while I was attending the academy. He said there exists a book storage room that can be opened only by royalty. Wait, what? If only royalty can open it, that means I can't go inside, I exclaimed. It was just too cruel. He had gotten my hopes up for nothing. Yeah, that sucks. Gudrun widened his eyes as I puffed out my cheeks. Did you intend to enter that which is literally referred to as the Forbidden Archive? Do you know what forbidden means? If there are books in there, it is only natural that I will desire to read them. I cannot imagine there are many who would think the same, Gudrun said again, tilting his head in confusion. I truly couldn't believe it. Justice would cross-dress and mingle with commoners to get the information he wanted, but he was looking at me like I was the weird one. How did he not empathize with me here? Surely he wanted to know what books were in that room, too. Are you not curious about what books are in the Forbidden Archive and what is written within them? I would certainly like to know, but any normal person would give up on ever going inside the moment they learn that only royalty can enter. It is not like a tea party, which is reasonably simple to sneak into, Gudrun said, simply entirely pretending to be a normal person. I glared at him. Gudrun, you speak as though I am not normal. Milady, please, you have no self-awareness, Gudrun asked, looking at me with equal parts amusement and genuine concern. I couldn't help but falter. I wasn't completely blind to my own shortcomings. I am aware I am a bit unusual. That is a relief, Gudrun said with a smile, while Cornelius let out a shocked, just a bit? What? I'm just a bit weird, right? No, you're very weird. You are on the level of Justice and probably Sylvester in weird. In your own way. Meeting with the prince. Fifth bell rang. It was time for us to meet with Anastasius, and so we picked up the various gifts that Riarda had prepared and started on our way. Of course, it was my attendants who were doing the actual carrying. My job was to put my all into my walking. I focused on making sure each step I took exuded the utmost grace, all while spreading out my stamina so that I wouldn't start feeling sick. Walking around the Royal Academy was something that I struggled with. Gudrun, did Ferdinand also receive invitations from royalty when he was a student? I asked. Indeed, many times. Though he received invitations from both a prince and a princess, as they would summon him to play Harpspiel, Gudrun went on to explain that Ferdinand had been invited to a tea party with the music professors, like she did, during which he had earned the favor of a princess. Had he not been an Archduke candidate, she would have apparently wanted to make him her personal musician. I see everyone goes through the same things here. Milady, allow me to correct what seems to be a misunderstanding. Not everyone experiences being invited to the private room of royalty. There was exasperation in Gudrun's voice, but surely it wasn't that rare. Both Ferdinand and I had been invited, and judging by what Anastasius had said, Eglantine was invited all the time. That's only 3 instances in probably, I don't know how long in the Royal Academy. So, yeah. I think I will use this opportunity to ask Prince Anastasius about the Forbidden Archive. If he is familiar with its location, perhaps he will open it for me, I mused aloud, having had the genius idea to ask royalty to open the room that could only be opened by royalty. Gudrun, however, stopped me with a stunned expression. Please do not make such a request, milady. Why not? I asked, tilting my head to one side. Is that not the fastest solution, considering that only royalty can open the room? Gudrun faltered at a momentary loss for words, and then let out a heavy sigh. Lady Rosemine. The Forbidden Archive is a mystery of the Royal Academy. It is a rumor of uncertain veracity or origin, and thus unsuitable for the ears of royalty. So it's one of the 7 mysteries of the Academy. 7? What are the other 6 in your opinion? Back in Japan, it was traditionally said that every school has 7 mysteries. I don't know why that was, or what the mysteries might be in this case. I wouldn't know, but you must have some ideas, Gudrun. I can recall perhaps 20 mysteries related to the Royal Academy. 20? That sure is a lot. The mysteries develop over time as students introduce new ones for amusement. Similar ones become fused together, and existing ones quickly morph into something else entirely. There is the goddess statue that dances in the night of the graduation ceremony, the gazebo where the goddess of time plays tricks, the Gwen pieces that begin playing games of dinner. Have you not all heard of these? Gudrun asked, counting them on his fingers. Cornelius and the others exchanged glances before shaking their heads. If not even the oldest students were familiar with these mysteries, they must not have been topics that came up all too often. Gudrun widened his eyes at that, then he muttered, perhaps the impacts of the Civil War are being felt here as well. Welcome, Lady Rosemine. I see you are looking well today, said Anastasius' head attendant, Oswin. He gave a relieved smile upon seeing my face, which reminded me. I hadn't seen him since my collapse, and my response to their well wishes had noted only that I was returning to Ehrenfest. The reason for my sudden departure was a summons, but from an outside perspective, it would seem that I had returned due to my poor health after my meeting with the prince. Oswin must have been concerned about me this entire time. I am fine now. My apologies for having worried you all. Oswin guided me to the guest parlor where Anastasius was waiting. The prince was already seated, and he immediately gestured for me to sit down as well. Wait, what? Is it just me, or is the prince all shiny now? Anastasius' blonde hair had always been luxurious, but now it looked especially silky. Is he using the ring sham? I couldn't help but wonder whether Eglantine had allowed him to use some of her ring sham. His attitude had also changed completely. Rather than seeming uneasily impatient, he sat calmly in place, positively brimming with confidence. It was such a stark contrast that for a second I thought he was a different person with the same face. "Took you long enough," the prince said. "I've been waiting. My apologies, I must say, however, that your wait has been worth it. The hairpin for Eglantine is our finest one yet." I had thought he would demand to see it at once, but his gray eyes instead crinkled in a pleased smile. He glanced at our attendants as they went through the gift-giving process. "Did something happen while I was away?" I asked. "By which you mean—" "Oh, you just seem to be carrying yourself quite differently, so I couldn't help but wonder if your relationship with Lady Eglantine has progressed," I asked. I said I couldn't help but think of the old saying that if you didn't see a man for 3 days, you'd come back to find an entirely different person. The moment I said that, Anastasia's self-assured attitude fell apart into something more casual. "What, you're curious?" "I see even the youngest-looking of girls are still fond of romance." "It was thanks to your advice that the situation changed so suddenly, so perhaps I can tell you a bit of what happened." "No, thanks. I feel like you're gearing up for a boring ramble." That was what I wanted to say, but I held my tongue. Anastasia's gray eyes were sparkling as he silently pressured me to ask for more details. Gudrun was likewise signaling for me to request more information. I had no choice but to read the mood. "I am ever so curious." "Then I will tell you. However, I can disclose only a portion of the full story. There is much which must be kept private," Anastasia said with a proud grin. Despite his words, however, it was clear on his face that he desperately wanted to tell me everything, every little detail. "I spoke with Eglantine alone after our meeting. I took heed of your advice and spoke frankly so that she could understand my true wish and I could understand hers." Upon hearing her wish, Anastasius had used the following Earth days and all the spare time he had from his finished classes to rush between the royal castle and Klassenburg. He was dead set on making his dream come true, or her dream come true. I cannot say much on the information, as the information is not yet public, but Eglantine rejoiced. It was my first time seeing such a smile, and its beauty made her truly indistinguishable from the goddess of light, Anastasius said, breaking into a smile himself. There was a particular kindness to his expression that I had never seen from him before. I could feel his love for Eglantine radiating from his every pore, and to be honest, I couldn't stand it. I didn't want to hear any more of his lovey-dovey garbage from him. "So your efforts bore fruit," I summarized, "and you secured the right to escort Lady Eglantine with aplomb?" "Correct. The hardest part was convincing the previous Isle of Klassenburg. I needed to visit him with Eglantine countless times, and— apologies, I cannot give the details. And I don't want to hear them." Anastasius clearly desperately wanted to tell someone else his story, but I was fine just knowing he was going to escort Eglantine. The hairpin was going to see use, and assuming the relationship ended up a success, Ehrenfest would surely benefit to some degree. "Now then, please behold the hairpin made for Lady Eglantine. My personal hairpin craftswoman put her on to making this our best one yet. I said, forcibly changing the subject and gesturing for Gudrun with my eyes. He placed a box on the table without a word, while I delicately opened and turned so that Anastasius could see the hairpin inside. "This is the Corelli hairpin. I believe it will suit Lady Eglantine perfectly, but does it meet your expectations?" The hairpin was made in the image of a Corelli, a flower Eglantine liked, which was similar in appearance to a lily. The large petals were adorned with tiny white flowers and green plants to symbolize the coming of spring. Decorative lace made the ornament appear even fancier and more elaborate, and the colors chosen were intended to completely complement the gadoled red dress I had been told Eglantine was going to wear to her graduation. The center of the flower was an orangey shade of red, with the petals gradually becoming redder the further out you went. Anastasius plucked the hairpin from the box and carefully began to look it over. There was a deadly seriousness to express his narrowed eyes as he examined the ornament from every angle. Had Thule managed to meet these standards of royalty? I swallowed hard as I nervously awaited his judgment. "This is much more extravagant than your hairpin," he observed. "My hairpins are for daily use. Their style differs from those meant to be worn with formal attire at celebratory events such as the graduation ceremony when one comes of age. Furthermore, a hairpin such as this would not suit me. Corellis are so extravagant that I would be outshone. This is a hairpin designed only for Lady Eglantine. Have you deemed it worthy?" "Yes, this hairpin will do a splendid job at drawing out her beauty," Anastasia said with a satisfied nod. I couldn't help but give a broad smile, knowing that such praise had come from royalty. "Yes, Thule, the prince thinks your hair work is splendid. That's my angel for you. I want to brag to everyone. You can't, though." I clenched my fist beneath the table as I tried to contain my swelling excitement, but it seemed that my attempt wasn't quite enough. Anastasius fixed me with a glare and said, "Contain your emotions." I frantically placed my hands over my cheeks, but my smile continued to grow nonetheless. Can't blame her, though. Oswin returned the hairpin to its box, delicately closed the lid, and then carried it away. Gudrun then stepped forward, as if to replace him, and set down the sheet music. He gestured with his eyes for me to control myself, and that finally calmed my excitement. "What shall you do with the song dedicated to the goddess of light?" I asked. "I do believe it would be wiser for you to present it to her yourself rather than through me, but the choice is yours." "I would agree. As initially planned, I shall buy it. Oswin?" Oswald stepped forward again and began the purchase with Gudrun, while Anastasius looked over the sheets and nodded. Ferdinand and Rosina had arranged the song into something truly beautiful, so I expected that it would sell without issue. Once the transaction was complete, we went out to discuss Eglintine's cuteness and some trivial affairs related to the Royal Academy. Thinking that was it, I moved to bring the meeting to a close, only for Gudrun to interrupt me with a cough. Am I forgetting something? With his hand hidden partially behind his skirt, Gudrun extended 2 fingers as if making a peace sign, then curled them to resemble flapping ears. "Schwarz and Weiss!" It was only then that I remembered. I had been asked to consult the prince about whether it would be acceptable to publish research on the library magic tools at the Interduchy tournament. The request had completely slipped my mind. Prince Anastasius, if you don't mind, I have one last question. Ehrenfest scholars would like to publish research on Schwarz and Weiss during this year's Interduchy tournament. Would that be acceptable considering they are the heirlooms of royalty? Of course, that should be fine. Were any discoveries made? Heck if I know. I opened my mouth about to say just that, but then I shuddered again and slowly shook my head. I'm afraid you will need to ask Professor Herscher for details. I have only just returned from Ehrenfest, and I have not yet seen all the documents myself. Herscher again, Ehrenfest would do well to have its students participate in the tournament, too, not just its dorm supervisor, he said with a clear exasperation, and he was totally right. I had no rebuttal. I will strive to ensure that our students have stunning research to publish next year. I shall wait and see, though my expectations are not high. And with that, our meeting came to an end. I must say, milady, that meeting alone was enough for me to understand the many woes you bring to Lord Ferdinand, Gudrun said, rubbing his temples as soon as we returned to the dorm. I could feel my stomach turn as I waited to hear what you would say to the prince. Not only were you completely unpredictable, you even forgot many of the things we discussed moments prior to leaving the dormitory. Now I truly empathize with why Lord Ferdinand said you should be kept isolated from the other duchies and your socializing kept to a minimum. His relief was so unmistakable that it was honestly freaking me out. Gudrun, am I truly that bad at socializing? Your largest problem is that you seem competent at first glance. The majority of your answers and questions are quite fine, but you attempted to ask royalty about the Forbidden Archive and managed to forget advice you had received just moments prior. Wait, when did she ask that? I don't remember her asking that. I guess that was just some of the other stuff. I feel that your mistakes are always severe and fatal. There is no middle ground, and thus your retainers must be exceedingly careful. I will be writing a report to Ehrenfest as Mother attends to you, and I will propose that Lord Ferdinand personally train your retainers. Bonifacius had already agreed to train the apprentice knights, and now there was a chance that Ferdinand was going to train all my retainers. They recoiled at the thought and stiffened. They knew all too well the legends that followed the current high priest. "Milady, the responses to your tea party invitations have arrived," Friarda said, holding a great bundle of letters in her hands. A discussion room had already been set aside for us, so we moved there at once to begin checking the replies. It seemed that we were going to hold a tea party with every single duchy in attendance. Given space constraints, we were limiting attendance to 1 representative per duchy, but since each representative would need to bring with them attendants and guard knights, there was still going to be quite an enormous crowd. "Can we actually handle this many people?" Cornelius asked, worried. Brunhilde's amber eyes shone with a fierce light. "Let us consider this a prologue to the Interduchy tournament. There will be no limit to the number of people there, and we are also bound to encounter the archducal couple and other nobles from other duchies. I do believe Lord Justice was correct when he said that no amount of preparation will be enough. But is there not a limit to how much our kitchen can produce? What shall we do about that?" Laisletta asked. I pondered her question for a moment. "Let us send a letter to Ehrenfest requesting access to the castle's kitchens the day before the Interduchy tournament, and placing orders with the pound cake selling Offmer Company. We can have the food delivered as luggage. We would need to send this letter to Sylvester and the others sooner rather than later. There was no getting around the fact that the resources currently being sent to the Royal Academy weren't enough to meet our upcoming needs. I decided to leave decisions on the number of orders and the budgeting for them to my attendants, instead thinking about how we could handle the people once they actually arrived. While we were preparing for the large-scale tea party, I received a summons from Eglantine. She wanted me to teach her how to put on the hairpin that Anastasius had gifted her, so there was no way for me to refuse. Because Anastasius had his eye on Eglantine, men were forbidden from attending her tea parties. This meant that Hartman and Cornelius would need to stay behind, while Justice would be accompanying me as Gudrun. Upon hearing this, Hartman began to deeply contemplate something. Please, oh gods, steer Hartman away from the dark side. Oh dear lord, I can't wait to see this. Is he actually going to do it? I do apologize for inviting you during such busy times, but it was just essential that I ask before the graduation ceremony. Eglantine said, welcoming me with a radiant smile. At the risk of sounding like Anastasia, she truly was beautiful enough to be mistaken for the goddess of light. She had always been a sight to behold, but now she was invincible, propelled forward by the blissful confidence unique to girls who were in love and who were receiving love in return. I was truly overjoyed to receive such a splendid hairpin, though I must say, I am concerned that Prince Anastasius has forced unreasonable demands on you once again. It seemed that Eglantine, in all her kindness, was worried about royalty dragging me around. I smiled and rejected the idea. This was something I had suggested on my own to cheer him up, not something he had forced on me. I advised him to order the hairpin. It was clear to me how well one would suit you, Lady Eglantine. Oh my, might I ask you to teach me how it should be worn then? Eglantine had put on the dress she planned to wear at her graduation, no doubt wanting to see for herself whether the colors matched. How do I look? She asked. Stunning. I speak with all seriousness when I say that you would steal the heart of not just Prince Anastasius, but all men who gaze upon you. Her beautiful golden hair was bound up like that of an adult woman, revealing the pale skin of her neck that was so nicely brought out the red in her dress. Her long and gorgeously embroidered sleeves shook ever so slightly as she experimentally touched her nape. She wasn't used to not feeling her hair brushing against it. Is that the Klassenberg crest? I asked, looking at the embroidery. Indeed, my grandfather, or rather my adoptive father, was quite fussy about the design. I can imagine. You are his granddaughter and adoptive daughter, and this is the dress for your coming-of-age ceremony. It's only natural that he has invested in every detail. And rest assured, your own stunning beauty is not overshadowed by the beauty of your outfit. It suits you perfectly. As I spoke, my attendants taught Eglantine how to put in the hairpin. It was like the large red flowers blooming from her glossy, rinsham-colored cleansed hair, with the lively greens reminding me of spring. All the colors made Eglantine's golden hair look even more gorgeous. Oh my, how splendid! It looks wonderful on you, milady. The attendants gave enthusiastic approval as well. Considering how impressed they sounded, it was easy to guess that Eglantine would draw a lot of attention to her graduation ceremony. Eglantine joyfully expressed her thanks for the praise. She then turned back to look at me while touching the hairpin. Lady Rosamund, is this hairpin safe to wear while whirling? I would suggest experimenting. If you find it interfering with your whirling, then you will need to adjust its position or change how your hair is braided. I usually insert my hairpins from above so that they remain in place even during dedication whirl practice. There is a risk it might fall out if stuck in from the side. Eglantine gracefully raised her hands and started to whirl, humming a quiet rhythm to herself. Her billowing sleeves filled with air as she spun, fluttering through the air as though they had minds of their own. The loose strands of hair dangling on either side of her hair gleamed as they caught the light, and the subtle smile that crept onto her face showed just how much she loved to whirl. It seems that things will be just fine, she eventually concluded with a content smile. I was likewise satisfied, having been able to watch Eglantine whirl free of charge. I was a big fan of her dedication whirls. Once we had finished celebrating the hairpin together, I stealthily sold Eglantine the jar of rinsham I had brought, thereby completing everything I had planned to do during this meeting. I victoriously balled up my fist, having remembered to do everything I had been told to do this time, only for her to bring out 2 sound-blocking magic tools. Oh. May we speak a bit more with these? She asked. Of course, I replied, my heart pounding in my chest as I gripped the tool. Who knew what she was going to say? It is thanks to you, Lady Rosamund, that I can allow Prince Anastasius to escort me. I am told that he put forth great effort to make it a reality. There is no doubting that he truly did pour his all into this. He spoke with the king, Prince Sigiswald, and even my grandfather countless times, traveling between them with no rest to speak of. This determination won my affection more than any sweet nothings. You're really going to use sound-blocking magic tools just to make me listen to you brag about your boyfriend? It seemed the sight of Anastasius passionately working to convince the former Abbe Klassenberg had won Eglantine's heart more than anything. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes watered slightly as she spoke, the overflowing aura of a young girl in love making her even more lovely and attractive. However, perhaps due to my lack of imagination, I can only imagine Anastasius arguing with a stubborn old man. It was certainly disappointing. No, here we have basically the most handsome man and the most beautiful woman possible, but it barely feels like a fairy tale romance at all. My heart is dead. Still, Eglinton's smile was radiating happiness, and that was enough for me. She looked much more wonderful now than when she had been agonizing over whether she would become the catalyst for another war. I cannot say much more, as our future will be announced during the upcoming Archduke Conference, but you are undoubtedly the reason that things are going so well, Lady Rosemine. I am truly grateful for all you have done, Eglinton said. I am just glad to see you happy, I replied with a smile, only for Eglinton's own smile to cloud over a little. Lady Rosemine, would you still celebrate our union, knowing it might distance us from the throne, she asked. I recalled my guardians yelling at me about how dangerous problems with the throne were, in which case this distancing could mean only good things for me. Of course, I replied, my chest confidently puffed out. I have chosen to be your ally, Lady Eglinton. You being distanced from the throne changes nothing. Eglinton fell silent, so shocked she was truly at a loss for words. Lady Eglinton? Is something the matter? Oh no, I just never expected you to give such a reply. Will your Ob not scold you for speaking from your heart? Do the powers of Ehrenfest not wish to establish connections to the throne? Ehrenfest is a neutral duchy that did not side with either faction to begin with, so in truth I was scolded simply for getting involved with matters of his succession at all. Oh my, Eglinton exclaimed with a giggle. Her expression was no longer clouded over. Rather, her peaceful smile from before had now returned. You truly are the saint of Ehrenfest, Rosemine. I feel as though you have saved me. If my actions have helped in the least bit, I am honored to have been of service, I replied on instinct. Huh? Wait, did I actually do anything? I kept my confusion to myself, allowing Eglinton to continue extolling her boyfriend's many virtues until our tea party eventually came to an end. You cannot be allowed to socialize any further. It is simply too dangerous, Justice said as soon as we returned to the dorm. He knew how to lip read, and what he had seen had apparently put him through agony again. He muttered under his breath that he would need to write yet another report to Ferdinand. Have I done something wrong, I asked. Lack of education, misunderstandings. The problem is more to do with your surroundings than you yourself. The most terrifying part is your own lack of awareness over what a dangerous bridge you are crossing. Something must be done at once, Justice said, looking entirely exhausted. My other retainers, none of whom knew how to lip read, watched with confused expressions. Well, I don't know what I've done, but sorry anyway. Oh, poor mine. She has no clue what the heck she did. Okay, I think I'm gonna... do I want to stop? Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop. I'll see you guys next time. Okay. Hang on, let me just make sure. Okay. The tea party for all duchies. The seats have been arranged, right, Lady Rosemine. Please memorize all the names and duchies, Laisletta said, holding out a table of all the Archduke candidates due to attend our tea party, as well as any archnobles attending in an Archduke candidate's place. The table contained each person's name, the duchy they were from, a description of what they looked like, and any personal preferences that were likely to come up in conversations. Here's a list of each duchy's quirks and specialty good products. I hope you will find it of some use, Felina said, adding another document to the pile. She had apparently organized all this information with Hartmut after gathering it at tea parties. Ooh, I had to memorize all this. The motivation was low, but I wasn't about to stomp on the goodwill of my retainers. I had no choice but to put my all into remembering everything they had prepared for me. This must be hard for you, since you were sent back to Ehrenfest before you had a chance to socialize, Feline said. I must count my blessings and appreciate that Wilfrid will be helping when the time comes. Had I been here alone here, I would truly not have known what to do. Wilfrid and I were jointly hosting the tea party together since all the other duchies were going to be involved. One could guess that his participation had made it easier for male Archduke candidates to attend, since there were several boys due to arrive. Of course, these lists naturally lacked photographs, so I had no idea what most people were going to look like. I just glared at the names and did my best to memorize the traits associated with them. At first I had thought that all this information would help at least a little, but I already felt as though I was suffocating. Let's see. Klassenberg is sending Lady Eglinton, of course. And Dunkelfelger is sending... Oh? Not Lord Lestalot, but one Lady Hannelore of first year? Crap, she's in my grave, but I don't remember her at all. I wonder what kind of girl she is, but moving on. I thought Drawanchel would send Lord Ortwin the first year, but they're apparently sending his 5th-year older sister. Interesting. Perhaps because I finished my classes so quickly, I had barely remembered my fellow first-year Archduke candidates at all, and the few I did kind of remember had siblings who would be attending instead. The fact that Dunkelfelger was sending Hannelore rather than her older brother was possibly due to Lestalot holding a grudge against me. While I hope I can at least forge a good friendship with Lady Hannelore, but she's also a Dunkelfelger Archduke candidate. Is she going to be all aggressive and Ditter-obsessed too? Lady Rosemine, Lord Wolfried, we have received a response from Ehrenfest just as announced. They have said that they will not be able to provide much more material support for the Interduchy tournament. This is all they can give at the moment. When requested supplies for the Interduchy tournament, what they could actually provide seemed to be very limited. That can't be. What did they expect us to do then? Wolfried shouted, his eyebrows raised in anger. From my perspective, however, it felt as though that those in Ehrenfest had done all they could to help in whatever way they could. The Interduchy tournament was an annual event, which meant a portion of our duchy's budget was put aside for it each year. There was no way they could just conjure up more resources. They had no doubt done all they could with the Archduke Conference and the business it would entail on the horizon. They provided more assistance than we had anticipated, no, I asked. We asked expecting nothing at all. Rosemine, this isn't enough at all. There's nothing we can do about that. Sugar is simply too expensive. Considering how unreasonable a request it is to expand the budget at such short notice, they must have worked very hard to accomplish even this. We have no choice but to handle the rest as best we can. The trade on sugar had to continue to develop over the 2 years I was asleep, but it was still expensive and more on the sparse side than not. It was to be expected that Ehrenfest couldn't send us its entire supply for the Interduchy tournament. We won't be able to satisfy our visitors like this, Wolfried protested. It's not like we can make something from nothing. Wolfried, do you know how many members of royalty will be visiting, I asked. I'm pretty sure Ignis looked that up for us. Wolfried replied, at which point his scholar began fishing up through documents. If we have enough pound cake to treat royalty and the archducal couples, then I would argue that it's satisfactory. We do have enough for them, correct? Yeah, but what will we do about the other nobles? First come, first serve. We prioritize visitors in order of arrival and stop serving it when we run out. Huh? Wolfried widened his dark green eyes like a cat that had just been smacked on the nose. First come, first serve. Is that even allowed? Regardless of whether it is or not, we cannot serve food that does not exist. We should ensure service only for royalty and the archducal couples, while serving other nobles as they come. Then when we run out of seats, we can serve pound cake to be taken home. Once we run out of that as well, we will politely request that they leave while saying that we await their visit next year. What do you expect, Wolfried? That is simply too disrespectful, Justice interjected, refusing the idea as well. What do you expect, dude? We can't make something from nothing. You can't make more food appear when you have no food. What do they expect? You can't just snap your fingers and magically make more food appear. Magic is amazing, but it don't work like that. Knowing service for royalty and the archducal couples was a satisfactory idea since it followed status-based customs, but simply ignoring other nobles outright was not an option. It seemed that the parents of some betrothal students were due to visit, and we absolutely needed to accommodate them to some degree. In that case, what if we calculate how many guests of each importance are going to visit, and then reserve seats or gifts for them, I suggested. Only the nobles who wander our way unprompted will be turned away. That is at least somewhat better, Justice conceded. His approval was enough for us to go ahead with the idea. We were lacking numbers either way. As for how to dress up what we have as best as possible and how to satisfy our visitors, I shall leave all that to you, Wolfried. I am not much of a socialite myself, I said, directing work his way. Wolfried grimaced and gave me an unhappy look, but what did he expect? All of my suggestions would simply be rejected, so it was much easier and quicker to have someone with more noble-like ideas handle things. As we can only host so many people, the only solution that comes to my mind is rejecting visitors, I continued. Of course, I have a few small ideas such as slicing our pound cakes into singular bites and distributing prioritized seating for next year, but nothing more. I'll see if I can think of anything. Preparations for the large-scale tea party progressed alongside preparations for the Interduchy tournament until at last it was the day of the tea party. The tea party room assigned to Ehrenfest was on the first floor, close to the stairway leading down to the basement kitchen, which made it easier to prepare sweets and tea. A door for visitors was connected to the central building of the Royal Academy, meaning anyone could enter, but the door connected to the dormitory was much like the dormitory's first door, and that only students of the relevant duchy could enter. I entered the room my attendants had prepared and checked that everything was in order, including whether we had enough tea and sweets. After that, I discussed with Wolfried how we were going to divide our guests. There would be a great number of visitors here for every single duchy. I couldn't hope to run the tea party alone. I'll leave Klassenberg and her school friends to you, Rosemine. I'll prioritize hosting the first years. I know from class, and those I know a little from attending those other tea parties. That will be quite helpful, Wolfried. Third bell rang while I was double-checking the list the apprentice scholars had made. The students would now be leaving their dormitories, so everyone started taking their positions. We needed to brace ourselves for the incoming storm. Before the bell had even stopped, the smaller bell used to mark the arrival of a visitor rang from the other side of the door. One guest had arrived already, and the apprentice attendant who was standing by to open the door turned to look at me with surprise. Uh-oh. Lady Detlinde of Ehrenbach has arrived, came a voice from outside. All those who hadn't yet gotten into position did so at once as the door began to open. We had mostly completed our preparations, but the sudden arrival meant we were feeling a little anxious regardless. Detlinde looked around the tea party room before lowering her eyes shyly and pressing a hand against her slightly reddening cheeks. Oh my, I seem to have arrived early. I suppose I was just that excited to visit. How embarrassing. Should I leave and come back, she asked. Her expression made it exceedingly hard to tell whether she had genuinely been excited or whether she was just mocking us for not having been completely ready by the scheduled time. That is quite all right, Lady Detlinde, I said. I am glad you were looking forward to this tea party so much that you arrived before the bell rang. Please come in. Oh, but of course, I simply could not wait to see Wolfried, she replied. Okay, it was definitely her just being spiteful. I made my conclusion in an instant. Her dark green eyes held no mirth nor light above the smile she was giving me. In a way, she was very easy to understand. I decided to leave handling her to Wolfried. Wolfried, it seems that Lady Detlinde wishes to see you, I said, prompting him to step forward. It is good to see you, she said to him, having already forgotten about me entirely. I believe the last time we saw each other was at our tea party between cousins, or perhaps that one hosted by Dunkelfelger. I am glad to see you as well, Lady Detlinde. Oh my, formal today, aren't we? I believe I asked you to be more casual. But I suppose there is going to be a crowd. While Wolfried was busy greeting Detlinde, I ordered my attendants to begin preparing tea and sweets for her. Wolfried then escorted her to and offered her a seat, demonstratively sipping the tea and taking bites from the sweets once her attendants had already prepared the appropriate dishes and cutlery. This is the pound cake that is popular with an Ehrenfest. We have prepared those three kinds today, he explained. There was honey, apple sage, and rum-toff pound cake, as well as several traditional sweets that had been served during previous years. They were invented by Rosemine. Oh my, so they are sweets served in the temple then? That explains the rustic appearance, but the flavor is certainly excellent. I'm glad you like them. Wolfried, you're giving a proud smile here, but she literally just said they're poor-looking sweets. She would have expected someone raised in the temple like me to come up with. She's insulting them. Pay attention. He might know that, but he's just not saying anything. Wolfried had described the tea party among cousins as very peaceful, but now I was starting to think that Linde had voiced all sorts of coded messages and insults that had gone straight over his head. In reality, it had probably been a disaster. Now even I was starting to worry about him. I mean, all you gotta do is ask his cousin from Fullmetal and ask him what was said during it. That's all you gotta do. Because maybe he'll even tell you what was said. Because, I don't know. I mean, you'd have to ask Wolfried to kind of, collaborate the story and see what was said, and if that's all true, then you can figure out what was said there. Or what it meant, I mean, not how it was said, whatever. Soon after Detlinde took her seat, visitors began to arrive one after another. Wolfried and I stood at the entrance to greet them while our attendants took them to their seats. Thank you ever so much for coming, Lord Rudiger. Thank you for inviting me, Lady Rosemine. I was thinking that I would like to have a leisurely discussion with you. Ehrenfest and Fullmetal are on good terms, and that extends to us relatives as well, Rudiger replied with a smile. He looked a lot like Wolfried, perhaps due to their parents being swapped around siblings, and this familiar face made me feel instinctively closer to him. I also appreciated that he had bent forward slightly to meet my eye level, since most people were content to look down at me from above. You would consider me a relative, despite the fact that I am adopted, Lord Rudiger? I wish to be as friendly as possible, he replied. I similarly wanted to be on good terms with Fullmetal, considering that it was Florencia's hometown. As we exchanged smiles, Wolfried was welcoming another visitor. Lady Hannelore, thank you for coming. Thank you ever so much for inviting me, Lord Wolfried. I have truly been looking forward to today, Lady Rosemine. Is busy, I see. I will greet her later. Sorry. As I was speaking to Rudiger, I glanced over at Hannelore. She was a quiet-looking girl, not at all comparable to her aggressive older brother, Lancelot. Her almost purplish light pink hair was tied into two tails, one on each side of her head. She looked a little tense, and the way her red eyes darted around the room reminded me of a rabbit. Lady Eglantine arrived and over half of our guests were seated. Lady Rosemine, I thank you ever so much for inviting me today. I am determined to introduce you to my other friends, she said, gesturing to those who had entered with. Likely due to her being a 6th year, pretty much all of her friends were older students. The girls immediately began to circle around me. Even up close, you truly are small, Lady Rosemine once said. They eyed me as though delighting over the cuteness of a stuffed animal. Though, as an Archduke candidate, there were no doubt some plotting behind their smiles. No doubt. I wonder whether they're being this friendly because I'm so small? Or is it because Eglantine introduced me as a friend? I'm not sure how I should be interacting with them. I entrusted Wilfred with handling our remaining visitors as I took the girls to their seats. Duchy rankings took priority here. I then escorted Adolphine and our Archduke candidate from Durankel III, who smiled at me as I gestured at her seat. You were forced to spend 2 years asleep in a jaree following a serious poisoning attempt, yes? Adolphine asked. My little brother has told me you are quite well learned despite this fact. He wanted to come here as a fellow first year, but I wish to see you ever so much. Sorry, I know that his name is Ortwin, but I don't at all remember what he looks like. That's me too, because if I don't meet somebody and meet them or like a lot, I'm gonna forget their face and their name. So I understand what Rosemine is feeling like. I smiled, but I was screaming on the inside. My brother tells me that Lord Ortwin is quite intelligent and that he is absolutely honored to be his classmate. Casual discussions were kicking up across the room. It was almost the end of socializing season, so the Archduke candidates and the Archnobles sent to their place already knew each other reasonably well by now. I was surrounded by Eglantine and her school friends, while Wilfred made his way over to them as he knew the most. Ehrenfest's pound cake has a humble appearance, but it really is quite good. Even Prince Anastasius is fond of it, Eglantine said as she introduced the sweet. Several of her friends' faces lit up at once as though they were waiting for this very subject. I had some at one of your previous tea parties, Lady Eglantine. The apple sage flavor was particularly delightful, one girl said. That pound cake was a gift from Lady Rosemine, which reminds me, the hairpin I will be wearing at graduation was made in Ehrenfest at Prince Anastasius' instruction. It has ended up looking quite splendid. Eglantine is already shilling me to all her friends. What an actual goddess! She was better than me when it came to flattery, and she was much more influential. I wanted to learn from her radiant example, but that seemed fairly tough. Your hair looks even more lustrous than usual, Lady Eglantine. Is that also thanks to Ehrenfest? One of the girls asked. I cannot help but notice that the women of Ehrenfest have especially brilliant hair today. For advertising purposes, every girl from our duchy had used Rinsham in preparation for the tea party, much like they had done prior to the advancement ceremony. Even the attendants serving everyone had glossy hair. Your hair is especially glossy, Lady Rosemine. May I touch it? Another girl asked. Of course. Eglantine's friends took turns touching my hair, praising it, and expressing their jealousy. Of course, they also asked whether I would sell them some Rinsham, but I wasn't allowed to engage in any trade here. Unfortunately, I cannot make such decisions myself, since I need the Op's permission to engage in any trade. Would you like trial jars, however? I can share that much at least. Oh my, you don't mind? Not at all. There are a limited number, though, so I will need to prioritize friends. In my eyes, one could hardly call a relationship founded on bribery a friendship, but this was just a fact of life for Archduke candidates. Ehrenfest was in a hardly favorable position at the middle of the duchy rankings, and unless there was merit in befriending me, nobody would even bother trying. I needed to make as many friendships with other duchies as possible, while Eglantine's influence was on my side. I will have my attendants prepare them, I said, and then I shall greet my other visitors. Tea parties of this size are always dreadfully busy. We wish you luck. With encouragement from Eglantine and her school friends, I slipped out of the circle and signaled Brunhilde with a glance. She would deliver the Rinsham trial jars while I greeted those I had missed on my first pass. I wish to form bonds with you all as soon as possible, but fate necessitates that I return to Ehrenfest, and so it is only now that I have been able to hold a tea party. I extend my apologies and thank you ever so much for visiting during these busy weeks. You were raised in the temple before being adopted by the Archduke, weren't you, Lady Rosemine? Ditlinde asked, looking and sounding concerned. You must participate in temple rituals even now. I cannot imagine how hard that must be, as I have naturally never set foot in a temple of all places, but I sympathize with your struggles. The visitors were astir. Many had already known that I was adopted, but apparently not that I had been raised in the temple and continued to serve as the High Bishop even now. A few people scornfully muttered, "In the temple," to one another. Their eyes were narrowed like predators that had just discovered a weakness to exploit. Using faux concern to publicize my dirty laundry, here. Talk about nasty. This wasn't a one-time thing either. I would need to go back for the dedication ritual every year from now on. Allowing my temple origins to become a lasting weakness for others to attack would only cause me having lasting trouble. I needed to own it here and now, so I looked over everyone and smiled. Indeed, as Lady Ditlinde says, I was raised in the temple due to family circumstances. However, it is by the request of the Ob that I continue to participate in religious ceremonies. Ehrenfest is suffering so greatly from the mana shortage that even a child such as myself is needed to serve as a saint and participate in ceremonies. I am admittedly quite jealous of greater duchies that have no such mana issues to deal with. Isn't that right, Wolfried? Yes, I too have participated in temple ceremonies, filling the duchy with my mana. It was arduous but worthwhile, since it is the duty of the archducal family to fill the land with mana. Of course, I also envy the greater duchies so rich with mana that their archduke candidates need not do this work themselves. I nodded in agreement and then gave Ditlinde an envious look, one which said, I would like for your home to share its plentiful mana. It was an ironic jab, since Ehrenbach was plummeting down the ranks despite being greater duchy, and she appeared to understand this. She furrowed her brows in frustration, and the hard look in her dark green eyes intensified. Many middle and lesser duchies are suffering right now, but Frembaltag too is envious of the greater duchies, Rediger said with a calm smile. And yet, despite the difficulties we all share, Lady Rosemont assisted Frembaltag when we called for aid. Our duchy has nothing but gratitude for the Saint of Ehrenfest. I am grateful that your people are so appreciative, Lord Rediger. I hope that Ehrenfest and Frembaltag can continue to assist one another in the future. Is that just a generic thank you, or is he trying to lead into the proposal that I've already rejected with my guardians? Frembaltag's intentions were not yet clear. I appreciated the backup, but I couldn't say whether they were expecting even more assistance in turn. To avoid the troubles that might come with any further clarification, I ended the exchange with a smile. It feels that we are all struggling as of late, came words of agreement from those in the middle and lesser duchies. My commoner upbringing meant that I couldn't really empathize with them, but the Civil War had dramatically changed the lives of countless nobles. The sovereignty had also undergone blatant and quite extensive change, to the point that Justice had commented on how different the Royal Academy was not long after arriving here. Ehrenfest was struggling from having fewer people, but other duchies had been impacted even more. You say that Ehrenfest is struggling from a lack of mana, Lady Rosemont, but your duchy's grades have been steadily rising. You should even are spreading new trends, one girl sassed. That is because we are putting our best efforts into areas that do not require mana, I replied. Of course, we are likewise working on the mana problem as best we can. It was true that our written grades had shot up, but those didn't require mana, and all of our new trends were fashion accessories and sweets, not new magic tools. Everyone seemed to nod in response, understanding my point entirely. I consider your hairpins very delightful, Lady Rosemont, one of the girls said. To think that we could help their duchy, or one could help their duchy in ways that do not require mana. I believe I will need to learn from your example and think of something myself. Oh, but Lady Rosemont is also working on matters that do require mana, came an unexpected rebuttal. I turned to see a boy looking at me with probing eyes, an archnoble attending because his duchy had no archduke candidates at the moment. My first-year little sister made a high beast that one can climb into and drive like a carriage. It seems you thought up that design yourself, Lady Rosemont. How does one come up with such ideas? I have always been of poor health, and so I spent much time thinking of ways to travel while minimizing contact with the outside. The drivable high beast was my solution, I replied. It was a complete shameless lie. I certainly felt bad for all the people who were nodding to themselves at my apparent logic. The truth was I had simply only been able to picture a car after being instructed to make a vehicle. One can ride drivable high beasts without needing to change into riding clothes, plus they can be used to carry luggage, I continued. I believe it is quite a convenient design for women, but the surrounding walls block the usage of weapons, so my guard knights have maintained that it is not suitable for knights. There came a few impressed noises from among those gathered. The idea is quite splendid, but was it not said that you assaulted a dormitory supervisor with your high beast, Ditlinde asked, drawing attention once again? It was ultimately no more than a rumor, but its fey-beast-like design is surely to blame. Did no one try to stop you, or do you simply have a fondness for such terrifying creatures? I knew from experience that attempting to convince everyone that Leslie was cute would not do me any favors. As I paused to think about what to do, Wolfrey looked at the ground and then snapped his head back up as though he had just had some incredible idea. Rosamund prioritizes toughness when creating her high beast. Her weak constitution has resulted in her being drawn toward those who exude strength. Just consider how many knight commanders she's fond of. There's Lord Bonifacius, Lord Ferdinand, Karlstedt. Wait, what? I know you're trying to back me up here, Wilfred, but that is completely untrue. When have I ever said that I love strong people? That's so wrong. That said, his twisted backup appeared to have had some effect. Detlinde was now giving me a look that was filled with both concern and pity. I see, the weak admitting the strong is understandable, but as a woman, I would suggest that you seek cuteness over strength, she said. Some nodded in agreement, but others spoke up to support me. It sounds to me like Lady Rosamund will be on good terms with Dunkelfelger then. Don't you agree, Lady Hannelore? Oh, where has Lady Hannelore gone to? As if she had briefly left to wash her hands. Admiring the strong. Okay. Another missed opportunity to greet Hannelore. My timing sure is bad today. It was then that Brunhilde whispered, "Everything is ready, Lady Rosamund." I concluded my greetings and started making my way back to my seat, all the while eyeing Hannelore's empty chair. I was now going to be distributing the trial jars of Rensham to Eglantine's friends. The girls met me with looks of excited anticipation. They had seen Eglantine and the Ehrenfest girls' glossy hair with their own eyes, so it only made sense that they would want to secure some Rensham for themselves. Brunhilde brought over the small jars with a half-smile, at which point I noticed Hannelore return out of the corner of my eye. We had completely missed each other. I wanted to speak to her at least once before this party was over. But for now, I distributed the jars to the friends Eglantine had introduced me to. I started with the Dolphin and carefully worked my way down the status hierarchy from there. "Here is yours," I said. "My attendants will explain how to use it later." "Oh my, I thank you ever so much." As I was handing them out, I noticed that I was drawing attention from the people Wilfrid was speaking to as well. They didn't say anything to me, however, and so I continued distributing the jars to my new friends. Friends, quote-unquote. "They all smell lovely, don't they?" Eglantine asked. "I am quite fond of the scent myself." The other girls opened the corks for sealing the jars and tried the scent for themselves. They all immediately let out odd gasps of delight. They likely had their own preferences, but for this particular scent, I had given them all the same kind I had given Eglantine. Brunhilde, teach everyone's attendants how to use the Rensham for me. Understood, Lady Rosamund. As Brunhilde gathered the attendants of my new friends and taught them to use Rensham, those who hadn't been given any jars leaned toward me as if unable to resist the allure. "Lady Rosamund, what is in those jars?" one person asked. "It smells ever so delightful." "It is Rensham, a liquid which brings out the glossiness in one's hair. I'm afraid there's a limited amount, so I am distributing these jars only to my friends today." "Oh my, are you not distributing them to Lord Wilfrid's friends also?" Detlinde asked. Her wide eyes turned to Wilfrid, and soon enough many more eyes had gathered on him. "Well, it was Rosamund who created Rensham in the first place," Wilfrid responded with a smile backing me up. "And unlike girls, I'm not too interested in glossy hair. I generally leave all matters related to beauty products to her." Several of the boys gave wry smiles to indicate that they felt the same way. Much like Wilfrid, they had most likely failed to understand why women were so passionately obsessed with Rensham. "I see," Detlinde replied. So that means you will be giving me Rensham as well?" "Yes, Lady Rosamund." What? Where in the world is that brimming confidence coming from? Is she, trying to use her authority as a Greater Duchy Archduke candidate to order me to give her a jar? I cocked my head to one side in confusion, unsure how to respond. "Goodness, Lady Detlinde, did Lady Rosamund not just say she is distributing them only to her friends? I do not believe your words thus far have been friendly in the least." "Thank you!" "Thank you, Eglantine, you are awesome. You're backing me up on this. Or backing her up on this." Eglantine said, chastising her with a soft smile. She spoke as the Archduke candidate of Klausenburg, the highest-ranking duchy, and our friends who had just received Rensham all nodded in quiet agreement. I see. So this is why men nobles and lay nobles flock to greater power. It keeps them safe from tyrannical misuses of authority. As a lower-ranking duchy, Ehrenfest had to obey the orders of Ehrenbach, but if an even higher-ranking duchy like Klausenburg stepped in, then Ehrenbach would need to back down. It was only now that Eglantine had protected me, despite not being a relative or my guardian, that I started to truly know how it would feel to be a men noble or even a lay noble here. At the same time, I understood for myself what matters members of a faction expected from those they followed. In the Royal Academy, I needed to take care to be as friendly as possible with greater duchies, and in Ehrenfest I needed to take care to protect the men nobles and lay nobles in my faction. Even after Eglantine's interjection, Detlinde persisted. She widened her dark green eyes as though she were the one being treated unfairly. I blinked in surprise, and then sadly looked down. I am shocked that our relationship seems so cold on the outside. I am always concerned for Lady Rosemont. She is my precious cousin. Yeah, right, you didn't mean that when you were talking about having her excluded at the tea party. Frickin' two-faced little bitch. But yeah, if she was really thinking of her as a cousin, she would have let Rosamund come to the tea party with her and Wilfried and shoot Rudiger. But no, you were essentially telling her that, yeah, you're not my family. So what, you think her family now when you want something? Of course, that's freaking toxic right there. And my heart ached when I learned she was attacked by other nobles in her home duchy. What? Precious cousin? You're what now? My words may have seemed harsh to most, but such sharpness is a reflection of my familial love. Lady Rosamund understands me, don't you? No, not at all. She was flip-flopping so blatantly that my jaw actually dropped as she spoke. However, I quickly snapped back to reality. I needed to reject her here, otherwise everyone would accept her erroneous statements as fact. This is my first time hearing such a thing. I recall you once saying to my face that I am no cousin of yours. Thank you! You called her out! Called her out! Oh my, it seems that even you misunderstand me, Lady Rosamund. How tragic, Detlinde said, slumping forward. The boys watching certainly seemed to have fallen for her act. And I started to worry that the girls would similarly conclude that there had been a tragic misunderstanding. As I turned my attention to them, however, it became clear that they had picked up on the lies and were getting annoyed. They subtly signaled for me to end this already. Lady Rosamund, it was all a misunderstanding. You are my precious cousin, Detlinde reiterated, seemingly intent on continuing this charade, despite the flat, unamused look she was receiving from all the other girls. No, I'm pretty sure I understand you just fine, Detlinde, but what should I do? How do people want me to end this? I paused, unsure what a noble would do to end the situation, and it was then that Gudrun appeared with one of the small jars in hand. My lady, might I suggest you gift your cousin, Lady Detlinde, some Rinsham too, she asked with a smile, lending me the Rinsham while simultaneously showing me a slip of paper in his palm that read, Use this opportunity to emphasize your position as cousin to Ehrenbach Archduke candidate. He was right. There was no harm in me exploiting her status. The very reason I was distributing the Rinsham to my friends was to ensure my own security. Though it is annoying having to give her some after she smack-talked me so much. I had no idea you viewed me as such a precious family member, Detlinde. My apologies. If you would have me, then I welcome our relationship as cousins, I said. She probably wouldn't be able to backtrack on our connection as family now that she had announced it in front of Archduke candidates. From every single duchy. I smiled and held out the bottle, to which Detlinde took with a smile. Indeed, may our relationship be long and fruitful, Lady Rosamund. Giving some Rinsham to Detlinde caused a number of other girls from the duchies to come forward, all asking for trial jars of their own. I counted, and we just had just enough for all those flocking around me. Once the jars of Rinsham had all been distributed, and my attendants had explained how to use them, the topic shifted to Eglantine accepting Anastasia's request to escort her during the graduation ceremony. In truth, I acquired Prince Anastasius' escort thanks to Lady Rosamund's assistance, Eglantine revealed. Is that so? Please do share the details, came of reply. It was highly important, even from a political perspective, when the royals chose to escort, so boys and girls alike were interested in what Eglantine had to say. Lady Rosamund, it is quite interesting that you were able to meet with Lady Eglantine despite having returned to Ehrenfest before socializing season began, one girlette said. It was when the music professors invited me to a tea party, I replied. Lady Eglantine invited me to a separate tea party with her afterward. My time in the World Academy is limited, so it was quite reassuring that I was given the opportunity to befriend her. Some girls responded with looks of surprise, no doubt because I had started socializing so much earlier than usual, but Detlinde gave a worried look of sympathy. You must feel very concerned then, she said, considering that Lady Eglantine is about to graduate. Oh my, you are quite prone to worrying, aren't you, Lady Detlinde? Fear not. Lady Rosamund and I have promised to remain friends long into the future, haven't we? Lady Eglantine replied, easily restraining Detlinde and directing a smile my way. It was the soft smile of a goddess, and I returned it with a nod. Lady Rosamund gave a small, trembling voice. Oh, Hannelore! I turned and saw Lady Hannelore from Dunkelfoger clasping her hands before her chest and wearing a resolved expression. There is something I want to ask you, Lady Rosamund. Whew, I can finally greet her. I had an attendant help me down from my chair so that I could stand before Hannelore. She was certainly on the smaller side for a first-year student, but she was significantly taller than me, as one would probably expect. I looked up and saw that her red, rabbit-like eyes were wet and trembling. I thought it important to greet you properly, Lady Hannelore. It feels we have just been missing each other all day, I said before giving the proper noble greeting. Much to my surprise, however, Hannelore looked more troubled than pleased when she greeted me with in turn. Wait, did she not come here to greet me? Have I messed up? I was starting to feel worried, and Hannelore likewise looked around with an anxious expression. People were starting to watch us with curious looks, as if something was about to happen. I wanted to speak to you about my brother, Lady Rosamine, but on second thought, this is not quite the place for it. I will save the matter for another time. Is Lestalot causing more problems or something? We had beaten Dunkelfelger in a game of dinner, using what was considered an unusual plan, thereby avoiding their attempt to take custody of Schwartz and Boyce, and then we had refused a rematch through our dorm supervisor. Perhaps Lestalot was making some unreasonable demand of me that Hannelore couldn't mention in public? That is not all, however. I also wanted to ask if we could possibly be friends, Hannelore asked, nervously. I glanced over at Brunhilde and felt my stomach drop as she suddenly shook her head. Oh no, this is even worse than an unreasonable demand. We're out of trial jars. I'd assumed that Hannelore wasn't interested since she was busy talking with Wilfried while everyone else was crowding around me. What should I do? Maybe I should have saved a jar for each greater duchy? It's obviously a problem that a greater duchy is asking for some Rinsham after we've already gone through it, given it all away. Sheesh. Greater duchy should demand a jar. That's how they're supposed to act. I don't think that's what she wants, though. If she had wanted, don't you think she would have come up with everybody else? Struggling with the impossible problem before me, I decided to plainly state the truth. Lady Hannelore, I'm truly sorry, but we're out of jars to distribute. What? Hannelore widened her eyes in surprise and she looked down. I knew it! This is not what she wanted! She was asking to actually be friends! Not because of the Rinsham. Then she looked down at the floor and slowly shook her head from side to side. I doubted anyone else could see her face, considering that she was hanging her head, but I was short enough to see her devastated expression up close. She looked as though she was about to burst into tears. No! I've never seen anyone more disappointed in my life! Just to save me! I turned on instinct and saw Gudrun quietly walking over to stand behind me. He placed a hand on my shoulder and gently encouraged me forward. Lady Rosamine, I do believe Professor Solange mentioned that Hannelore visits the library often. Perhaps you could lend her one of your books as proof of your friendship? I widened my eyes in shock, and Gudrun nodded to confirm that was true without a doubt. There was an instant where the question of when he had heard such information from Solange flashed in my mind, but was quickly forgotten amid the intensity of the revelation. Oh my, you are a lover of books, Lady Hannelore? Yes, well, I do not dislike them, Hannelore said, looking up and nodding. Most Archduke candidates never bothered to go out of their way to visit the library, but Hannelore apparently went there quite often. She had presumably started going there once her lessons were all over, which had probably been right around the time I returned to Ehrenfest. I could tell we would have become fast friends if only we hadn't missed each other. I found a bookworm cutie. I want to be friends with her. I want to be friends with her so bad. This must be the guidance of Mestinora, the goddess of wisdom. Woohoo! Hot mana started to course through my body as I was struck with the urge to offer a prayer of gratitude right then and there. I managed to contain myself, however, since it would be well and truly awkward for me to pray in the midst of all these Archduke candidates so soon after my temple upbringing had been mocked. Lady Hannelore, I had many night stories, but which one would you prefer? Stories focused on romance or on fighting? As an Archduke candidate from Dunkelfelger, I presume the latter? Hannelore paused in thought. If I had to choose, I would say I prefer stories about romance, she finally responded in a quiet, reserved voice. The thought of such a shy-looking girl enjoying romance was in itself enough to bring peace to my heart. I see, she likes both, but prefers love stories. Interesting. In this case, I would lend her the book of romantic night stories that Elvira had written, and then probe her for opinions. Perhaps we could even make a book together in the future. The possibilities were endless. I will have it sent to you at once, then. I am quite happy to have made a book-loving friend, I said with a full smile. Hannelore responded with a cute smile, looking relieved. Then she clapped her hands together in realization. In that case, if I lend you a book of my own in return, what would you be interested in, Lady Rosamine? Oh my gosh, someone might be a literal angel. Or Hannelore might be a literal angel. A precious, precious angel who lends me books. She was sent to me by Mestinora. My truest friend. Hey. My arms began to rise in prayer as I entrusted my body to the fervor and joy burning within me. This lack of restraint was short-lived, however. Gudrun intensified his grip on my shoulders, quite clearly signaling for me to contain myself. I forced down the mana in my body that was searching for an exit and looked up at Hannelore. I adore all books, but I would especially like to read stories about knights or romance that are rich with Dunkelfelder culture, I answered. I will get it to you as soon as possible. I am so glad we can be friends, Lady Rosamund. Hannelore smiled warmly, then clasped my half-raised hands in hers. Holy cow, what? She's so cute. She's a totally adorable bookworm. What should I do? I think I just found my best friend in the whole world. I broke into a goofy smile of my own, overwhelmed by Hannelore's cuteness. Oh my god, yay! I am glad to be your friend as well, Lady Hannelore. All of a sudden, everything went black. When I woke up, I was already in bed. I sighed at how familiar this whole experience was. It feels like it's been a while since I last messed up like that. It seems I had gotten too excited about finding a new best friend and had fallen unconscious. The massive quantity of mana raging through me had not had any form of release, whether for prayer or a face stone, so even my Jareve expanded capacity hadn't been enough to contain it. Oh my god, I'm feeling better. I have to bring Hannelore that book and apologize. Oh boy, the introductory tournament's next, but I can't continue it. I have to go into work. I thought I was going to be off today, but I have to work. I'm sorry, everybody. I gotta get this edited and uploaded. I'll see y'all next time. Okay. Let's do, I think, part 6. Introductory tournament. Once I had properly recompressed my mana and regained the ability to move normally, I reached out for the bell sitting on my table beside my bed. Before I could even ring it, however, Rhaegarda pushed through the curtains around the bed. She must have heard my rustling around. Finally awake, my lady? You were asleep for 2 whole days, so we were truly starting to worry. We even just barely managed to convince that stubborn Ferdinand to come give you an examination. When Justice had reported to Ferdinand that I had collapsed from overexcitement, the only response he had gotten was to push empty face stones against me and wait for my mind to calm down. Even I was exasperated by the fact that I had gotten worked up enough to fall unconscious for 2 whole full days. At the same time, I wondered how Ferdinand was going to react when, after having begrudgingly made the trip here, he found I was already awake. The blood drained from my face. Whoops. As I imagined him glowering at me and unleashing a storm of criticism, Rhaegarda, I would like to pass out again, until Ferdinand arrives if possible. What are you saying, milady? Everyone's worried to death about you. If your mana has calmed down, we should be heading to the dining hall for breakfast. And so we made our way to the dining hall. The very moment I arrived, everyone turned to look at me. Lady Rosamund, awake at last, Tom, Wolfried said. Uncle said you'd be fine, but I was still worried. What happened with the tea party, I asked as I sat down and started to eat breakfast. Due to Gudrun having been at the tea party, Rhaegarda had immediately moved to direct my attendance and take care of me, so she hadn't been able to tell me what had happened next, or rather, when I had asked. She had just told me to check with those who had actually been there. Not like anyone would just calmly keep drinking tea and enjoying conversation after the host collapsed, Wolfried noted. I had put my weakness on display for all the attending Archduke candidates and their retainers to see, and the tea party had been brought to an immediate close, giving everyone the impression that I would collapse if so much as touched without warning. Lady Hannelore had it the worst of all, since you collapsed right after she held your hands, he continued. You've gotten to apologize. You gotta go apologize to her. She was trying her best to stay composed, but she ended up in tears. Hannelore had apparently fallen into panic, entirely unsure of what to do. Wilfrid had done his best to console her, having endured a similar trauma in the past, namely the time he had taken me by the hand and ran off during my baptism ceremony, which ended with me unconscious and somewhat bloody. There had also been another incident during the winter that same year, when a single snowball had knocked me out, which had terrified his friends and guards too. It was safe to say that my help had spawned many legends in Arrowfest. I told Lady Hannelore over and over that she didn't need to feel bad, since no matter how shocking it looks, you're always just fine when you wake up. Your retainers who told her that it wasn't her fault, but it just came off as superficial. It didn't help her feel better at all, Wilfrid explained. I ended up walking her all the way to the Dunkelfelder dormitory, explained to Lord Lestalot what had happened at the tea party, and then carefully apologized for having disturbed Lady Hannelore. Understand what that means? The tea party had been held not long after our treasure-stealing dinner match, so Lestalot, who had bitterly called me a trickster and described me so far from being a saint, had apparently glared at Wilfrid and the others with some overwhelming intensity. Sorry for putting everyone through that. I didn't think it'd take you 2 whole days to wake up. The introductory tournament's tomorrow, you know. Besides, why did you even collapse this time? It didn't look like anything happened. It's simple. Lady Hannelore is such an adorable cutie that I got all heated. I opened my mouth to tell him just that, but then I paused. Wait a second. Doesn't that make me sound a little bit like a pervert? I should probably dress this up a little. I can say I was really glad to have made a new friend. No, I showed way too much cute excitement for something like that. As I struggled to find a nice sounding answer, a low, melodic voice came from behind me. I too would like to hear why you collapsed, Rosamine. My heart skipped a beat, and such an intense chill ran down my spine that I could have sworn it had turned to ice. Ferdinand is here. Oh no. Oh boy. You're gonna have to tell him. I was so taken by surprise that my voice cracked and I whipped around to see the man himself glaring at me. His eyes were filled with irritation and practically screamed, "You would dare cause problems while I'm so busy?" Eckert was there too, serving as his guard knight. I reluctantly came at Riarda's dogged insistence, Ferdinand continued, "but I see now that you have recovered on your own." She woke up right before breakfast, Riarda soothingly informed him. At those words, Ferdinand went from a frosty smile to his usual flat expression. "I will hear the details regardless. Come," he said to me. But the Interdigi tournament is tomorrow, and there's a lot I need to prepare." I was indirectly asking Ferdinand to save the lecture for some other time. But he just looked around the dining hall and made a dry announcement. "There's no need for you to worry about the Interdigi tournament. It has been decided that you will not be attending." Wait, what? "You will not be attending the Interdigi tournament," he repeated. "This is the Ob's decision, and one that we will now discuss. Riarda and Justice will suffice as your attendants. Everyone else prepare for tomorrow." Dazed, I allowed Riarda to push me into the side room for discussion. "Do check up on milady before you start your talk, my boy." "I know. Come, Rosamine." I walked up to Ferdinand, who had slowly sat down on a chair. From there, he acted like my family doctor. He touched my neck, my wrists, and investigated me all over. "I see your mana has already calmed," he said. "Do you understand what happened to you? According to your Justice report, they could only assume that you had become too excited over the proposed lending and borrowing of books. That's basically it. It had been my first time befriending a fellow bookworm, and my excitement had gotten the better of me. Books were rare and expensive in this world, so it followed that very few made a hobby of reading. I had doubted I would ever find another girl my age who was both a lover of books and of a similar enough status for us to interact casually. For me, Hannelore was a precious friend whom I could not allow to slip through my fingers under any circumstances. I was so thrilled about making a bookworm friend that I started to offer a prayer. Justice stopped me since praying and giving blessings is abnormal behavior at a tea party, but the mana had already been unleashed within me. It raged in my body until out of nowhere everything went black. "So it surpassed your allowance. As expected. That should be fine now that your mana has calmed. The problem will be this new friendship of yours. Who is this girl exactly?" Ferdinand asked, fixing me with another glare. I recalled what I had known about Hannelore. She's Lady Hannelore, an Archduke candidate from Dunkelfelger. Her rabbit-like features make her absolutely adorable, plus she's an avid lover of reading. We promised to exchange books. I have a friend with whom I can discuss books now. This is amazing. "Fool, you're getting too excited," Ferdinand said, his frustration clear in his voice. He pulled me forward, pressed a face stone against my head, and then promptly replaced the face stone with another. "It seems to me that you should avoid this friend. At this rate, you're going to lose consciousness again." I watched as the face stone rapidly changed colors. "Would you stop?" A clear sign that I was indeed too worked up. Riarda shook her head as if to say that I was hopeless. "Lady Hannelore was quite troubled when you collapsed, milady. It might be wise to keep your distance for her sake as well." "I will contain my excitement, so please do not say such cruel things. Do not..." "I will contain my excitement, so please do not say such cruel things. Do not take my first bookworm friend away from me." Have you never had a friend who loves books before? The fact that books are rare and have to be made by hand should give you an indicator that no. I have been close with a number of weirdos back in my Arana days, all of whom had different but respectably strong obsessions. Since coming to this world, however, I hadn't made any such friends. Neither is mine, nor is Rose mine. Even Lutz, who had spent so much time making books with me, couldn't be described as a bookworm.
Be quiet!
Couldn't be described as a bookworm. To him, books were products, not things to read and enjoy. This is the first book-loving friend I've made since moving here, I replied. Books are so expensive that even nobles tend to not keep very many, no? A mutual appreciation of reading was the reason I was on good terms with Feline, but I was so an Archduke candidate and she a lay noble. We couldn't see each other eye to eye nor share books with one another. She was my retainer, and I couldn't treat her as anything more than that. From her perspective, I was her lady and someone she had to be very careful around. She needed to keep an eye on her surroundings at all times and avoid getting too close. We weren't friends, but rather a lady and her obedient servant. Lady Hannelore, however, is a Dunkelfelder Archduke candidate. She almost certainly has an impressive library. I will need to keep on making as many books as possible, so that I might be able to lend her just as many. It seems that you are not going to calm down for some time. Riarda, drain her with facestones whenever she gets excited, so that her mana does not overflow. Ferdinand said as he set a leather bag on the table. I could tell from the visible lumps in the material that it contained 3 large facestones. That reminds me, Ferdinand, why has it been decided that I won't be attending the Introductory Tournament? I feel perfectly well again. The Av decided as such after reading Justice's report. Avs from other duchies and royalty are going to be attending the Introductory Tournament, and considering that you could not even make it through your own tea party without ingloriously falling unconscious, he has concluded that it is best for you to remain in bed and avoid causing any further problems. The Introductory Tournament was like a cross between a sports festival and a cultural festival. To put it in Earth terms, it was the biggest event of the year and something that even everyone looked forward to. Not being allowed to attend was just plain cruel. My dissatisfaction must have shown on my face. Ferdinand crossed his arms and shrugged at me. Rosemine, the Introductory Tournament can politically be considered the first stage of the Archduke Conference. And to be honest, with so many uncertainties this year, we did not wish for someone as unpredictable as you to be involved. It would be best for you to develop socializing skills and stamina first. If an aunt from another duchy speaks to you, are you confident in your ability to handle yourself appropriately? And would you be able to avoid collapsing in spite of your proven affinity for spontaneously falling unconscious? Ferdinand paused to look at me, waiting an answer. I took a deep breath. I wasn't confident that I could do either of those things. Just a few days ago, my way of speaking had been enough to make Justice cradle his head in agony. Are my socializing skills really that bad? I asked. Justice says that you are largely competent and that you can socialize while keeping up proper appearances. However, there are times when you say such bizarre things that one feels compelled to ask what in the world inspired them. The fact that you think and act on entirely different bases is likely to blame for that. I sadly hung my head as always. My common sense was not so common here. To make matters worse, I couldn't even tell what it was about my thought process that everyone else found so strange, and without that knowledge, I couldn't be careful and avoid making similar mistakes moving forward. Ferdinand, my boy, my lady is doing the best she can with her poor little body. Her grades are so incredibly high that one would doubt she had actually spent 2 years in the Jareve. She completed the dedication ritual, and she even took part in some socializing. What more could you ask of someone who has so recently woken from a coma? Riarda asked, stepping forward protectively. Ferdinand regarded her with his usual flat expression. I am asking her to rest. Rosemine really completed all that the Archduke requested before she entered the Royal Academy. Or more precisely, she surpassed our expectations far more than is reasonable. We have no plans for her to socialize with royalty, nor did we expect her to form this many connections with greater duchies. At this rate, if she attends the Introductory Tournament tomorrow, we can expect her to bond even further with royalty and the obs of other duchies. Those around her cannot keep up with that any longer, and that is why I ask that she rest and avoid contact with royalty and the obs of any higher-ranking duchies. Ferdinand turned his attention back to me before continuing. Justice's report also included the suggestion that you collapsed due to exhaustion from socializing and preparing for the Introductory Tournament. I thus opted to bring with me several books for you to read while you rest, out of consideration for your health, but would you still rather attend the tournament? Several books, you say? That means, woohoo, a whole day of reading! Resting on one pant of my eternal scale was the Introductory Tournament, and resting on the other was an entire day of reading in my room. Considering that I had been forbidden from even entering the library due to socializing and the tournament, there was only one answer I could give. I am still a poor health, so I believe from the bottom of my heart that it would be best for me to stay and rest in the dormitory with Yarda. However, what will my retainers do? We expect to be short on hands, and I would like for them to all participate in the introductory tournament. My resting meant that some of my retainers would need to stay in the dormitory, and that certainly wasn't ideal when we were so short on people and resources. I will remain in the dormitory as your supervisor, so you will not need retainers. You should be able to survive the day with just Yarda. Wait, what? Ferdinand supervising me? No thanks. That was a surefire way of to turn my day of reading into a day of non-stop lectures. I thought as hard as I could of ways to get rid of him. Ferdinand, shouldn't you be attending the introductory tournament? Please don't feel compelled to stay here with me. The plan was for me to attend the tournament as your guardian and to support you during any negotiations with higher-ranking duchies. But it seems that things have gotten too troublesome from that, he said with a glare. But I returned only a quizzical look. What was so troublesome about our situation? Justice has informed me of the headache-inducing reality that bizarre legends of my past are circulating the academy, Ferdinand continued, answering my question before I could even ask it. It has reached the point where he believes my casual appearance at the tournament might cause quite an incident, which is utterly absurd. What in the world did you do? Ah, the legends of Ferdinand. Please do not try and blame me for every little problem, I replied. Professor Herscher publicly referred to me as your disciple, and so everyone began to speak of your student days in the Royal Academy. I will not deny that the legends have gotten a little mixed up with the exploits of others, now being attributed to you and the like, but I am completely uninvolved here. I am told that you instructed the students to gather stories about Lord Ferdinand as you expected him to be an easy topic of conversation at tea parties, milady. Justice! Shh! I frantically tried to shut him up, but it was too late. Ferdinand was already staring daggers at me. Uh-oh. But I mean, it technically wasn't her fault at first. The professors were already talking about all his days at the academy back then. And I think that started with the music professors talking about how they hated that puberty had changed his voice to where it is now, but I think it was better now. We don't know, though, how it sounded then, so... yeah. You can't completely blame her for that one. It was the day of the introductory tournament, and more importantly, my first day of reading in a very long time. Everyone finished breakfast early and then rushed to continue preparations. A sweet aroma had been pervading the dormitory for 7 days now, as those in the kitchen prepared a copious amount of sliced pound cake. The same heavenly scent also wafted from a number of pound cake-filled boxes. We had recently been receiving a consistent stream of packages from Ehrenfest containing supplies for the introductory tournament. The apprentice attendants checked each one, sent out any necessary instructions, and then had the servants carry them where they needed to go. Wilfred was currently out by the stadium where the tournament was due to be held, likewise giving instructions. The apprentice scholars were diligently writing down the key points Ferdinand and Justice were giving them about the research for his dissertations. The most important one of all, apparently, was to hide the fact that Ferdinand was here. Professor Herscher will abandon her presentation and rush to the dormitory to discuss research if she learns of my presence, so speak of me to no one. Yeah, you really don't want her to come barreling into the dormitory. I think it would be, the 4th, 5th time she's done that if she does that? The apprentice knights had exited the dormitory through a side door and were now receiving something of a lecture from Eckert about the weak points of various Fae-beasts and how to attack them. It seemed the students were easier to deal with now that they had overcome their ignorance and recognized their complete lack of cooperation skills. Eckert was pretty pleased about that, since he was in charge of training new recruits in the Knights Order. These apprentices humbly listened to his teachings. They would apparently be a lot more skilled next year once Bonifacius trained them in the spring. Oh, definitely. Ob Ehrenfest has arrived, came an announcement. First the archducal couple, then the guardians of graduating students arrived in the busy dormitory. They were all wearing extravagant clothing for socializing and passed right through the dormitory on their way to the stadium. They had all previously graduated from the Royal Academy, so they did not need any guidance. Finally, awake Rosemine, Sylvester asked. You should spend the day resting here in the dormitory. You still look a little sick. I thank you ever so much for your concern, I replied. I personally thought I was looking healthier than ever. The sheer bliss of now having an entire day to read had worked wonders. But if Ob Ehrenfest said you look sick, then you look sick. No questions asked. I will be resting in my room. Ferdinand, take care of Rosemine. Don't let her leave the dormitory. As you wish. Oh, he will not let her leave. If he has anything to say about it, he will not let her leave. Even if she was to try and, I don't even think they have air ducts. If they had air ducts in that place, she would not even be able to get into them and get away. The dormitory calmed somewhat once the visitors had all passed through, but then the apprentice knights returned. It seemed they had to start standing by in the stadium now. Lady Rosamond, may we ask for a blessing? If you would be so kind as to kneel, then certainly. I will grant you all a blessing from Ungarf. The apprentice knights knelt in rows and bowed their heads with Angelica the Six-Year at the front. Just like always, I conjured my staff in my right hand, raised it to the air, and started filling it with mana. O God of War Ungarf, of the God of Fire laden shafts exalted 12, I pray that you grant them your divine protection. Blue light shot from my staff and rained down upon the apprentices. I ask that you all use what you've learned to the best of your ability, that you keep an eye on your surroundings and work with one another. I pray that Ehrenfest is able to secure the best results possible. Understood. Once everyone had gone, I spent my time leisurely reading the books Ferdinand had given me in the common room. Aside from the apprentice scholars and justice popping in to ask Ferdinand for late instructions, it was peaceful. Ferdinand was reading responses from reports from justice, of course, as well as varied documents that had been organized by Wilfrid and Charlotte's and my apprentice scholars. The papers were apparently homework that Ferdinand had given them through justice as part of their scholar training. Third bell rang, and a delicious smell began drifting in from the kitchen. It wasn't long before the scholars and attendants returned in staggered groups to eat lunch. Lady Rosamond once said, "The tournament this year is proving to be quite something. I've never seen Ehrenfest receive so many visitors before," replied another. The returning students excitedly told me about the introductory tournament. As it turned out, even researchers from the Sovereignty had approached us with gleaming eyes to discuss the research on Schwartz and Weiss. Herscher had happily explained what she had learned, and they had engaged in lively discussion about solutions to the gaps that remained in the magic circles. It seemed that the shoe mill variations of my drivable high beast had also been put on display, and the idea of not having to change into riding clothes had drawn the attention of many women. Even though you were not there, it felt as though your name is known to all, Lady Rosamond. The commander of the Dunkelfelder Knights came too, asking for the Archduke candidate considered to be Ferdinand's disciple. I wasn't the only one to grimace at that news. Ferdinand did too. His frown seemed to suggest that he knew exactly who this knight commander was. Maybe they had attended the academy together, and this was the man Ferdinand had beaten to a pulp using his devious strategies. It seems that I was wise to not attend, Ferdinand said. Since we have not yet spoken of your recovery, Lady Rosamond, Klassenberg's and Dunkelfelder's Archduke candidates came with their guardians and offered us gifts to help with your illness. Ehrenfest was quite tense as he handled them. Wow! Fight, Sylvester, fight! As we talked, the apprentice knights all returned at once. It seemed their battle had ended. The atmosphere was somber, not excited, and everyone but Angelica looked at me with a conflicted expression. Had their blessing not been enough to help them? Cornelius, how did the game of Ditter go? I asked. Still not as good as one would expect for our rank, but compared to previous mock battles, we slew the Fabies incredibly fast. You all seem rather solemn for an achievement like that. Cornelius glanced at the other apprentices and then grimaced. We had to fight a Grun, and considering that you used one as your high beast, it was a bit... I do not actually know what Gruns are. What manner of Fabiest are they? They are foul-smelling and truly vicious. Wait, they smell? I was hit with a sudden wave of regret, but Ferdinand interjected before I could speak again. Apprentices, save the Grun discussion for later. Finish lunch and then assist the attendants. I was being told there were so many visitors that they do not have even the manpower to properly turn and get people away. The apprentice knights snapped to attention, then wolfed down their lunches, and then rushed back outside again. Once the dining hall calmed down a bit, Ferdinand and I started eating lunch ourselves with Riarda serving us. I do feel like this has been unfair for you, Ferdinand muttered as we ate. What do you mean? Forbidding you from attending the introductory tournament. Forbidding you from attending the introductory tournament. Missing the tournament means you will also miss the award ceremony. According to Ferdinand, the competition part of the introductory tournament ended around 5th bell, at which point they would announce each year's honor students. Herscher said in the letter, you are likely to be first in class. Under normal circumstances, you will be receiving direct praise from the king, and look basking in the praise of all, and yet, due to our circumstances, you have been denied this. I'm glad that I'm missing it, actually. I couldn't speak to the king as I am now. I would practically die speaking to the king after being crowned the top of my class in a place where all the royals and Archduke candidate couples were in attendance. Just thinking about all the ways I could mess up was terrifying. I hope that you will be able to attend the introductory tournament next year, but thinking of ways to educate you is quite the struggle. Your thinking and culture differ fundamentally from ours, and I do not know what to do about it. I have tried already, and the results are as you see. Milady was raised in the temple, so it's only natural she would think differently from most nobles. She just needs to get used to it. Time heals all wounds, Riarda said with a calm smile. She's lived as an Archduke's daughter for 1.5 years since being baptized, and then she slept for 2 years before entering the Royal Academy. If you subtract the time she spent in the temple, she only lived as a noble for about half a year. Everything will surely get better soon. Ferdinand had quite a precise memory. He began counting the number of days I had actually spent in the castle as a noble. It is more than half a year, but she certainly has spent only a short amount of time in the castle. It does not feel that short to me, but I also educated her in the temple, but... You're the only noble in the temple, my boy. The blue priests technically don't count. My lady won't ever learn how to think like a noble while she's there. The castle, on the other hand, is filled with nobles. I see, Ferdinand said with a nod. You always want immediate results, but raising people takes time. Take your time. Riarda was right. Raising people took time, and the temple wasn't like the castle at all. There, I didn't have to be tense at all times, since there weren't nobles surrounding me. I could guess then that any recreated education plans from Ferdinand would have me spending a lot less time in the temple. That sucks. I knew that Riarda was right, and that I needed to sort out my socializing skills, but if the solution involved taking away the one place I could feel at peace, then I felt nothing but miserable about it. Angelica's graduation ceremony. The graduation ceremony would take place the day after the introductory tournament. The archducal couple had rooms in the dormitory, but all the other parents would need to return to Ehrenfest for the night. That explains why so few came to watch the tournament. So many consecutive days of teleporting required a lot of mana. For this reason, men noble and lay noble guardians couldn't come unless they already knew that a relative would have a position of honor, or unless their relative wanted to marry someone from another duchy. Angelica's father was more concerned about seeing her sword dance in the graduation ceremony than the game of dinner, so he would be coming tomorrow after taking a day off work. Incidentally, Angelica's mother served as Florencia's attendant, so she had seen the game today alongside her lady. Laisleda had said she would have tomorrow off. Angelica really is the lone knight in a family of excellent attendants. The graduation ceremony was due to begin at third bell. There would be a dedication whirl and sword dance performances, then the High Bishop of the Sovereign Temple would come to give a blessing. It was also a coming-of-age ceremony, though that was treated as just a part of the day's events. In the afternoon, the graduating students would gather in the hall for graduation ceremony while wearing their best clothing. I'll be staying home for that too, right? I asked Ferdinand in the common room after dinner. He had said that he would be staying in the Royal Academy overnight, so I assumed he was going to be supervising me tomorrow as well. The same important figures who attended the tournament will be attending the ceremony. Your attendance will make all that we did today entirely meaningless. Or what, are you dead satisfied with reading books in the dormitory? I knew there was no chance for me to participate in the graduation ceremony after missing the tournament, but still, I was really curious to see Eglantine dedication whirl and Angelica's swords dance in maximum power, the latter of which I had never seen since swords dancing was practiced in a separate location from whirling. The fact that these are once-in-a-lifetime dances only served to intensify my enthusiasm. I am quite happy to be reading, but I would have liked to see Lady Eglantine's dedication whirl and Angelica's swords dance. If only we had a video camera. And what is that exactly? Something which could record the performance and allow me to view them again later. Remember the magic tool that Professor Hersher used in her lectures? Think of it like that, but it captures motion as well. Ferdinand marginally raised an eyebrow. Hersher does have a recording magic tool. She used it once during a lecture, I recall, but it took such a ridiculous amount of mana that she sheathed it soon after. If you were to move your mana to a face stone and activate it, perhaps it would last long enough for the swords dance and the dedication whirl. Really? I exclaimed. I can't believe there's already a magic tool that works like a video camera. I gazed up at Ferdinand with hopeful eyes, spurring him to take out his ordonnance face stone with a displeased grimace. The problem is, doing this will inform Hersher of my presence, he said, although I suppose it cannot be helped if it is for the sake of keeping you docile. Pour your mana into these face stones. The recording will cut out part way if you do not provide enough. Ferdinand handed me some face stones and then began sending his ordonnance to Hersher. In the meantime, I dutifully carried out my task as a battery. I gripped the face stones one after another and filled them with my mana. It was an easy work since my excitement was making mana course through my body. Tra-la-la-la-la, I get to see the swords dance and dedication whirl. Just as I was beginning to wonder when we would hear back from Hersher, I received my answer. Her response did not come via an ordonnance, however. She threw open the dormitory door and rushed inside, carrying a magic tool and a bundle of documents in her hands. Ferdinand, why didn't you tell me you were here sooner? There's so much we must discuss about the documents you sent me. I imagined you would say that and abandon the introductory tournament, so I opted not to contact you despite how rude that may have been. It is good to see you again, Professor Hersher. Does the magic tool still work? Ferdinand asked. His tone was more polite than usual, but he still plucked the tool from Hersher's hand and started fiddling with it. What do you need it for after all this time? I tossed it away long ago due to how much mana it requires. The need arose to record tomorrow's performance. Rosemont will provide the mana, which eliminates that problem. Good, it still works. I appreciate your continued dedication to performing regular magic tool upkeep. If only you would send reports as regularly. Harsher didn't respond. It seemed that she had ignored everything that wasn't convenient to her. Instead, she started spreading the documents she had brought out onto the table. Getting back to the library tools, these are all the theories I've crafted alongside the many researchers who approached me at the introductory tournament, she explained. Some of them were researching the royalty's magic tools and the sovereignty and were familiar with what they saw, which would mean that this part of the magic circle likely has to do with the god of life. However, the magic circles they recalled did not seem to match completely. Interesting. What manner of magic tools circles were they? And so the discussion between mad scientists began. The scholars listened on with interest, though their expressions gave way that they understood nothing of what was being said. Of course. Once I had finished pouring mana into the last phase stone, I swiftly exited the room. I cared more about the books that Ferdinand had brought for me than their incomprehensible ramblings about magic circles. I went back to my room and took a book, read, took a bath, and then went to sleep. I headed to the common room after breakfast the next day, only to find Ferdinand and Harsher still discussing things in the exact positions they had been in the night before. Only the increased number of strewn about documents revealed how much time had passed. Eckert was leaning against the nearby wall with a determined grimace, presumably having stayed up all night with them. It seemed that even when Ferdinand had these overnight research talks, his guard knights were forced to accommodate him. Maybe this had been a regular occurrence for them when they were attending the academy? Ferdinand, Professor Harsher, good morning to you both. Are you still talking? Would it not be wise to at least eat breakfast? Ah, Rosamund. Morning already then? Professor Harsher, today is the graduation ceremony. I believe we should end this here for now. The graduation ceremony, And we were making such great strides, too, Harsher said with a look of genuine vexation. Ferdinand shook his head exasperated. You will have to make do for today. You were weeping about having no successes, but you have found a promising disciple, no? Indeed, it took much longer than I would have liked, but there's a promising student in this term's batch of second years. It's unfortunate that there are men noble with so little mana that they're almost a lay noble, but in terms of improving designs, they're quite excellent indeed. Ferdinand was a genius when it came to coming up with ideas and finding things to focus on, and this had led to him developing all sorts of unique, one-of-a-kind magic tools. However, because he had so much mana, he often invented things that only he could use. Harsher's new potential apprentice was currently absorbed in researching whether there was a way to reduce those mana costs. Thanks to this apprentice, I feel as though I've returned to my glory days. My time is filled with lively research and discussion. You said that nothing but boredom and melancholy awaited you following your graduation, Ferdinand. But did that come to pass? Have you found at least a little joy in Ehrenfest? Harsher asked, her expression swapping from that of a mad scientist to that of a teacher concerned about her pupil. In a rare development, Ferdinand faltered. He gazed into the distance, a deeply nostalgic look in his eyes, and then answered with a hint of wryness. My days are quite lively now. They are anything but dull. That is a relief. I'll be waiting to hear from you, whether it be about new magic tools, research results, or even attempts at romance. Harsher said. She then gathered up her documents and swiftly left for the dining hall. It seemed that she needed to hurry and prepare for the graduation ceremony after breakfast. Justice came in from the dining hall, as if swapping places with her. What will you do now, Lord Ferdinand? He asked. Will you prioritize sleep? Yes, wake me up around 2:30 bell. As you wish. Rest well. Eckert, shouldn't you get some sleep too? I've got plenty since I've stuck with Traga, but it must have been rough for you having to deal with these two again. Eckert glared at Justice, then followed after Ferdinand. Why did you leave the dining hall, Justice? I asked. I was serving Traga when Professor Harsher came in. So I knew the research discussions had finally wound down. Does that mean you've abandoned Traga in the middle of his meal? What choice did I have? Lord Ferdinand is much more important. He takes priority. After that casual statement, Justice smiled and returned to the dining hall. Traga is only allowed one adult attendant in the academy like everyone else. And they're prioritizing someone else? Judith whispered. I'm starting to feel kind of bad for him, knowing that his meals and baths are being ignored for Lord Ferdinand's sake. Well, that's how dedicated the guy is to him. As students finished their breakfast and started filtering into the common room, the parents of graduating students began teleporting in. The apprentice students who had been waiting for them guided them to their children's room. Attendants who waited for them guided them to their children's rooms as they came out of the teleportation hall. The parents needed to help their children prepare for the graduation ceremony, or rather they wanted to see for themselves that everything was in order. Father, Mother, Layslida welcomed her parents, but they ignored her, moving to greet me before even thinking of going to Angelica's room. Lady Rosamund, it is good to see you. On this day, I waved a hand to interrupt them. No need for a formal greeting, there's not much time today. Layslida, guide your parents to Angelica's room. Her laziness will no doubt cause her to slacken her preparations, and she will need the three of you there to keep her in line. This is an order from me. Her preparations for the sword dance might have been perfect, but she would slack on her formal attire for the graduation ceremony and pick a plain hairstyle for the dance without giving any consideration to looking flashy. She just couldn't be trusted to prepare on her own. With her parents and little sister watching over her as 3 skilled attendants, however, not even she could get away with slacking. I understood this, and I gave me a half smile and then took her parents out of the common room. That solved the Angelica problem. I nodded to myself only for Daniel to enter the common room for some reason. He looked around, walked over to me, and then knelt. "Daniel, why are you here?" I asked. "Lord Ferdinand sent an urgent request last night. Due to most of your retainers leaving for the graduation ceremony, he asked me to serve as your guard today." "Okay, that's fine. It seemed that Ferdinand had planned his nap in the morning after spending an entire night discussing research with Hersher from the very beginning. "Now that Daniel is here, you can all go prepare for the graduation ceremony," I said to my attendants. They got to work on their respective tasks, and after seeing them off, I turned back to Daniel. "How has the castle been? Is grandfather doing well?" His eyes turned vacant, and the smile disappeared from his face as though he had remembered something terribly unpleasant. "Yes," he answered after a pause. "Lord Bonifacius has been very, very lively. He charged into the Knight's Order and spoke with the higher-ups about training the recruits. I imagine the apprentices will have quite the painful spring." Oh, boy. Daniel spoke sympathetically, but I was glad that Bonifacius was motivated. I could expect good things from this. 2:30 bell was when all the students, save for the graduates and their escorts, will be leaving the dormitory together. They will be preparing the hall before the graduating students arrived. Amid the crowd of attendants waving their lords and ladies off, I saw Justice disappear to wake up Ferdinand. As expected, he was prioritizing him over seeing off Traugott. "Riarda, this is just too sad," I said. "Could you please help Traugott for a moment?" "I'm afraid not. Putting aside that you have no other attendants right now, I cannot leave your side with so many people passing by," Riarda explained, flatly rejecting the idea. I gave a curt nod. If she said no, that was that. A short while after the students had departed, Ferdinand arrived back in the common room. He was with Justice and Eckert, and to my surprise, Eckert was wearing formal clothes that were unfamiliar to me. "That is an unusual outfit for you to wear on guard duty, Eckert," I observed. "Is something happening?" "What? Excuse me?" "I can hardly wear my armor when escorting Angelica, can I?" "What? You're escorting Angelica?" I widened my eyes in surprise, which made Eckert widen his in turn. "You didn't know? Hasn't everyone in the dormitory been gossiping about who's escorting whom?" "Lizletta seemed to know, but nobody else. We were all trying to guess who it was going to be, but Angelica only ever stared at us quizzically when we asked. So most of us just concluded that her parents had made a decision for her without telling her. When did you two get so close?" Eckert had come to the dorm with Ferdinand yesterday, but he hadn't had any friendly conversations with Angelica since then. Nor had they seemed to exchange any furtive glances. No matter how you looked at it, they didn't look like a couple in love. We didn't. Grandfather has been thinking about marrying Angelica to someone in the family ever since he took her as a disciple. He didn't make his decision before the deadline, so she might not have actually known who was chosen. She simply said to Bonifacius, "I'll leave it to you, master." Of course she left everything to Bonifacius and stopped thinking entirely. This winter sure was a struggle, what with the grandfather demanding that Angelica be wedded to our family, Eckert's side. Marrying one of Bonifacius' descendants meant wedding into a family that was closely connected to the Archducal family. It was a great honor under most circumstances, but it was also far more status than a men noble like Angelica would normally receive. Not to mention, while she was strong as a knight, she completely lacked the personality and socializing skills expected of an archnoble's first wife. Her parents had desperately searched for any way whatsoever to avoid the marriage, but it was far beyond them to overturn a decision from someone like Bonifacius. Exhausted, defeated, and anxious about their daughter's future, they had suggested to Elvira that Angelica become second wife to one of Bonifacius' grandchildren of a suitable age. They had initially tried pushing for her to become a third wife, but Bonifacius simply wouldn't tolerate the idea. And in the end, after some back-breaking negotiations, she was secured a place as a second wife. The question was, whose second wife would she be, Eckert continued. The plan had initially been for her to become Traugott's second wife. Wait, Traugott's already got a wife? Huh. Or he's going to? Whatever. Angelica had no thoughts of marriage herself. She was a somber, beautiful young woman who cared only about getting stronger, and so her parents had thought she would be better with a younger boy who wouldn't marry her right away, unlike an adult man. Traugott had also been planned to become my guard knight, which would have made them a good pair. Unfortunately, Traugott had resigned from serving me and not under pleasant circumstances, considering I had pretty much fired him. He had earned Bonifacio's wrath, and in turn lost any chance of marrying Bonifacio's beloved disciple Angelica. We didn't just have to talk about Trogot's future at the family conference, with the graduation ceremony looming over us. We also had to rethink Angelica's marriage partner. It ultimately came down to a decision between my brothers and me. Given that they wanted someone younger, I guess Lampert and Cornelius were the first picks, I asked. Eckert must have been last in line considering Angelica's age. That's right, but we didn't want to involve Lampert while the Ehrenbach business was still going on, and Cornelius had said previously that he didn't want to escort Angelica because he has feelings for someone else. It ended up falling on me, the widower. After so many years of sticking to his guns about not taking a wife until Ferdinand did, wow. Well, you're gonna wait for a while on that one, dude. It seemed that Eckert would finally be getting married. It was time to pay the piper, or rather, maybe it wasn't? Realization struck me. And since Angelica has no intention of getting married for some time, you can avoid Mother pestering you about marriage without having to take any action yourself. Precisely, he replied with a smile. It was evident that he still didn't intend to get married for years to come, so in a way, he and Angelica were a good match. The only problem was that Eckert had agreed largely for his own personal gain, while Angelica had most likely agreed without spending so much as a single second thought thinking about it. Lord Eckert, thank you for waiting. Angelica's parents returned to the common room with a dressed-up Angelica in tow. She was clad in leaden shaft blue to symbolize her strength, and while one might assume she was wearing a skirt at first glance, she was actually wearing culottes, the same piece of clothing used for riding gear. Their hem was long enough to hide her shoes due to her having coming of age. I balked a little, especially when I saw her bundled up hair in the style adult women wore. Angelica, with the added benefit of a light layer of makeup, looked so stunning that not even I, someone who had already spent so long basking in her beauty, could believe my eyes. I see they've made you quite beautiful. I'm looking forward to your sword dance, Eckert said casually. I hope to perform the best sword dance ever. Angelica replied, smiling softly as Eckert took her hand. In that moment, they looked like a heroic knight and a bashful, innocent princess, but no matter how perfect they appeared on the outside, it was the inside that I was really worried about. Are you sure you're fine with Eckert, I asked before anything else. Angelica nodded without any hesitation. I said that I would trust my master with this, and this is what he has arranged. He has my full trust. Though I do feel bad for Eckert. He could be anyone for all I care, so long as I continue to serve you, Lady Rosamund. What a blunt, Angelica-like thing to say. I was equally impressed and exasperated, but I accepted her reasoning. Her parents, however, went pale. What do you mean he could be anyone for all you care? That's incredibly disrespectful to Lord Eckert. After lambasting her at once, they pleaded to Eckert to rethink escorting someone so shameless. They were desperate to get Angelica out of this picture entirely, but Eckert blew them off with a casual smile. That would make Grandfather angry with me. Not to mention a girl so uninterested in love and romance is a perfect match for me right now, he replied. At third bell, Eckert escorted Angelica out of the dormitory. They had with them the video camera magic tool that Ferdinand had made, and the face stones I had packed full of mana. Please do remember to record Angelica's and Angletine's performances, dear brother, I reminded him as they went. And with the last of the graduating students out of the dorm, it was time for me to resume my idyllic reading. Meanwhile, Damien was going through some paperwork in the process of being worked to the bone by Sir Ferdinand. Everyone returned after fourth bell. They had lunch, and then the graduating students began to the graduation ceremony check their clothes to make sure everything was in order. Angelica, having performed her sword dance, had to go and put on some more formal attire. She would be leaving as soon as she finished changing. Now then, Eckert, show me the sword dance and dedication whirl, I asked, since he seemed to be doing nothing while he waited. Rather than doing it himself, however, he handed the tool to Ferdinand. Playing the video apparently required a great deal of mana. I cannot spare the mana right now, considering that I need to escort Angelica at the graduation ceremony, Eckert explained. So I have to wait then? No, Ferdinand replied, fiddling with the tool. It does not have to be Eckert's mana. You can display the image with your own if you wish. Simply pour your mana into the space stone when it is ready. It seemed that some preparations needed to be made before I could use the magic tool. As he worked on that, groups of graduating students started leaving for the ceremony. Those escorting students from other duchies would be meeting them in tea party rooms. Angelica, congratulations on graduating. It's thanks to you that I'm graduating at all, Lady Rosamund. I need to show my gratitude. Thank you ever so much. Angelica said, bowing her head and kneeling before me. Her parents and Liz later did the same. Our entire house expresses its gratitude, Lady Rosamond. It is thanks to the assistance of you and Angelica's allies that she stands here today. They said it seemed that Angelica's parents were quite moved by her graduation, since they had steeled themselves for her expulsion. Eckert, take care to escort Angelica properly and not let any cracks show. I trust that you will know what to do, dear brother. He ruffled my hair, then he took Angelica by the hand, and the two of them went on their way. The other graduating students left after them, and once the guardians and archducal couple were gone, only students unrelated to the graduation ceremony remained. Ferdinand, is the tool ready? I asked, upon my innate return to the common room. He gave a brisk nod in response. Several nearby students were peering at the video camera magic tool since they hadn't seen anything like it before. The recording is displayed on this board, so position it in a way that is easy for you to see. Then begin pouring in your mana, he explained. There was a smooth metal board about the size of an A4 sheet of paper that gleamed all the colors of the rainbow when touched by the light. It looked similar to the guild card that I had. I eagerly started pouring my mana into the tool, and the recording began on the board. The gathering crowd of students all made odd noises. It's the sword dance, one said. Incredible, I've never seen a magic tool like this before. Show me too, Rosamond, Wilfred said as he pushed closer for a better look. He and all of his retainers were squished together behind me. In all honesty, the video quality was rather poor. There was color, but there wasn't any sound, and the resolution left a lot to be desired. Still, I was glad to see the two performances I had missed. Is that Stenlook? I asked. Uh-huh. Angelica did the sword dance with Stenlook. She let sparks of mana fly with each swing as the blade glowed blue. It was the most breathtaking sight ever, Judith told me with this happy smile, her love and respect for Angelica oozing out of every word. It seemed that even in the Royal Academy, not too many people wielded mana blades. Both growing and using them required mana, so basically 0 men nobles used them. There were other female knights participating in the sword dance, but Angelica clearly stood out among them. The sight of a young beauty freely manipulating a glowing blade was so alluring that it was hard to look away. That was splendid, I said with a wistful sigh, once the dance was over. But the recording of the dedication whirl began immediately after. It seemed that Eckert wanted to preserve as much mana as possible, so there was no time for me to get lost in thought. Eglantine began the dedication whirl with graceful hand movements. I could hear the music in my head, considering I had practiced the same whirling myself, and started to hum as I watched Anastasius join her in the dance. He must have been taking his practicing pretty seriously, as they actually look like a good pair now. Oh, Prince Anastasius is a lot better at whirling now. I had thought it would be a bit awkward for them to be a clear skill gap between them playing the parts of the king and queen gods, so it made me very happy to see that Anastasius had worked hard to match her talent. They warmly smiled at one another when their eyes crossed amid the whirling. It was such a heartwarming sight that I wanted to bless them for here. Okay, I'll bless them both. May their happy smiles be protected forever. Rosamond, take your hands off the face, don't came a shout. What? I glanced up just in time to see Ferdinand sprinting over. There was a surprising intensity in his expression as he grabbed my wrist and pulled them above my head, in what was half of the praying pose. The light of a blessing shot out of my ring and flew off somewhere. What in the world were you thinking? He asked. Oh boy. I just thought it'd be nice for Prince Anastasius and Lady Eglantine's happiness to last forever. Oh, and I decided to bless them. What are you thinking? I have to agree. My blessing had, to perhaps nobody's surprise, disappeared in the direction of the hall. I can imagine the light had suddenly shot in and rained down on the couple midway through the graduation ceremony. It had presumably created quite a stir. Ferdinand, is it possible to take back blessings? Of course not, fool. Darn. Is the ceremony going to be thrown into a single bit of chaos? I do not know, but feign ignorance no matter what anyone asks you. All those present now understand that this blessing is not to be spoken of. You will suffer a fate worse than death should anything leak. Ferdinand's deadly expression made it clear that his threat was in no way a joke. The students, having had little interaction with him before, trembled in place as they vigorously nodded their understanding. I think he would manage to cause problems even while essentially under house arrest. Good grief, Ferdinand rubbed his temple and let out a deep, deep sigh. Sorry, Ferdy. I didn't do it. Ferdy. You better not call him that out loud. He's gonna have a cow if you did that. If you called him Ferdy out loud in public or even in private, he will have a conniption and tell you to never say that again. Okay, do I want to continue? I want to continue, but do I have time to continue? Do I have time? No. Sorry, guys. This will have to wait till tomorrow. But I am off tomorrow and went Monday, so yeah. Get to enjoy more of that. Okay, I don't care that this is editing right now. I'm continuing. We're just barely over half of this done. Year 1 complete. We're back. Anything happened while we were gone? Sylvester asked as he and Florencia entered the dormitory. The graduation ceremony had just come to an end. The graduating students were still in the hall. They were loath to say farewell to their friends, and many were busy introducing people to their parents. At least that was the explanation I received from an exhausted-looking Sylvester. I gulped. My blessing had no doubt had some sort of consequence, and he was well aware of who the culprit was. Ferdinand stepped forward with as flat of an expression as always. Nothing happened at all, Ehrenfest. His body partially hid me from Sylvester, and I used this opportunity to scoot completely behind him. Incidentally, how was the graduation ceremony? Did anything of note happen? Yeah, I'll tell you all about it. Come to my room. You too, Rosemine. I greatly appreciate the invitation, but as a humble young girl, I am unfortunately not allowed up on the second floor where the boys stay. She's not wrong. She's not wrong. That's what the rules. Sylvester's brow twitched with anger at my uncouth attempt to escape. This is an order, he grunted. Florencia, who was standing next to him, smiled softly and attempted to reassure me that everything will be fine since she will be coming with us. There truly was no hope of escaping. Sylvester flourished his cape as he turned to head to his room. I slumped my shoulders and followed after him. Our retainers weren't allowed to enter the Archduke's room with us, meaning it was just the Archduke couple, Ferdinand, and me. Carsten and Eckert were standing guard outside the door. We were all watching the second Prince and Klassenberg's Archduke candidate walk into the room when suddenly a blessing flew in from nowhere, he began. The light of the blessing had apparently rained down upon them, but nobody could tell where it had come from. The audience had immediately begun to stir, with many asking whether the High Bishop of the Sovereign Temple was responsible. Nope. The other High Bishop was! The commotion persisted until the Sovereign High Bishop himself raised his hands, demanding silence. He then declared that the blessing was not from him, but from the gods. That they had blessed Eglintine's coming of age and wedding. Wait, Lady Eglantine, not both of them? The light was clearly focused on her, Florencia said. It gave the impression that Lady Eglantine had been chosen, with Prince Anastasia simply being blessed alongside her. That didn't make sense. I had prayed for both their happiness. Then I suppose I have nothing to do with it, I mused aloud. They almost certainly happened because Lady Eglantine is truly loved by the gods. I decided to persist as having literally been the blessing of the gods, only for Ferdinand to rub his temples and glare at me. Your blessings, when given unconsciously, are swayed heavily by your emotions. It would not be at all strange for it to have prioritized her. Do you just not recall how extensively you practiced for Charlotte's baptism? Eep. I had desperately practiced so that my blessings would look similar to those of the other children, so I couldn't argue with that. It only made sense that me liking Eglantine more would have impacted the blessing. Anyway, everyone's treating it like a blessing from the gods, so don't mess that up. Keep all this to yourselves, Sylvester said. Did anyone else see it? The students who remained, yes, I ordered their silence. Now that the High Bishop of the Sovereign Temple has recognized it as a blessing from the gods, attempting to claim it as Rosemine's would only lead to mockery. So if we must resort to lies to assist her reputation. If nobody said anything before we all returned to the duchy, then by next winter everyone would have accepted it as a blessing of the gods. Lady Eglantine being loved by the gods is a good cover story, but we still need to know the details, Sylvester said wearily. Tell me what happened before and after the blessing. Which god did you even pray to? Alter, that wasn't an easy question to answer, since I hadn't actually been praying this time. I just wished for Prince Anastasius and Lady Eglantine to be happy. I don't think of any god in particular, nor did I speak to any words of prayer. Sylvester looked at me doubtfully, and then turned to Ferdinand. She speaks the truth. Had she begun a normal prayer, I would have stopped her before the blessing was able to fly away. Oh my, what were you doing at the time, Rosemine? Florencia asked in a soothing voice. Feeling a bit calmer, I explained that I had been watching Angelica's sword dance and Eglantine's dedication whirl as a video camera magic tool. Show me, Sylvester said. I'd never seen a magic tool that can record things like that. Ferdinand shook his head. There's still much we need to discuss, Sylvester. This takes priority. The recording might contain some useful clues. Ferdinand muttered something about not buying that, but nonetheless opened the door and instructed Eckert to retrieve the magic tool. Once it was here, I started playing the whirling video in question. Now this is cool, Sylvester remarked. It uses an absurd quantity of mana, Ferdinand warned. It is not to be used lightly. This dedication whirl was truly splendid, and I am glad to have the opportunity to see it once more, Florencia said, having felt that this year's dedication whirl, and Eglantine's whirling in particular, had been marvelous. I looked up at her, feeling happy myself. Lady Eglantine is something else, isn't she? Especially the part where they go, like, I vow that I shall pray to the gods of nature. I shall thank you. Rosemine, were you perhaps singing to yourself at the time of your impromptu blessing? Ferdinand asked. Yes, this tool doesn't record or play back sound, so I added some myself. Why is that? Ferdinand rubbed his temples. That would be what caused the blessing. What would... The dedication world song. What else? It is part of the offering to the gods. The song you played for Leidenschaft at your debut became a blessing as well. There's nothing unusual that a song crafted in old languages for the gods would have such a result. It would be quite unusual for anyone else, but this happens surprisingly often with you. Upon hearing that one man's miracle was my daily life, Sylvester gave Ferdinand a thoroughly troubled look. How can we stop her? Do not ask me. It is impossible to control when Rosemine feels compelled to bless someone. I know that I need to be careful when whirling my heart out in my instructor's direction, but I didn't think that something as simple as humming would result in a blessing, I murmured. Even I'm surprised. All those gathered cradled their heads at how abnormal I was. I just realized something even worse. Rosemine already has her staff, Ferdinand said with a deep grimace. I looked at Sylvester, unsure of what was being implied, only to see that he was equally as confused. Ferdinand frowned even harder. Do you not recall why one absorbs the divine will into themselves and creates a staff? To make mana easier to control, to help prayer reach the gods and the divine protection to... Ah! Sylvester stopped mid-sentence and cradled his head. It seemed that my staff was making my prayers reach the gods much more easily than before. We are not going to find any solutions to this, just mulling over the situation. We need to prioritize thinking about other things. Is there something more important than this, I asked? Yeah, we had a lot of people coming to us at the introductory tournament and the graduation ceremony asking who our first-in-class trendsetter/saint is engaged to. We managed to sidestep the situation for now, since they were all from lower-ranking duchies, but we need to get your engagement in order before higher-ranking duchies come knocking. Oh, in other words, I'm quite super popular with the boys. Sort of. Your mana capacity and everything else is popular with the other duchies to get close to Ehrenfest and all that. So, yeah, sort of. If you want to think you're popular with the boys, think you're popular with the boys. Whatever. Do not get excited about those troublesome matters, fool. So, what did you tell them, Sylvester? Naturally, I said that she has someone waiting for her in Ehrenfest. I hinted that she'd be settling with Wilfrid this winter, and I said that I'd be announcing her engagement at the Archduke Conference. A suitable answer. We cannot allow Rosemine to be taken, not only due to the mana shortage, but because I cannot envision her surviving in another duchy where she needs to remain proper at all times. She's a dangerous gremlin who is a headache to deal with, mentally unstable, and untrained in the ways of mana control. Gremlin? You're really going to throw out an insult like that, Ferdinand? He was pretty much right on every sense, but I had no room to argue, but I could at least protest the choice of words. Florencia gave a troubled smile and shook her head. Rosemine, please focus on the fact that the details of your marriage are being discussed here. Well, I was adopted because of my profitable ideas of mana, and has it not always been the case that I am to be thrust into an arranged marriage to benefit our duchy? I am fine with marrying anyone as long as I'm granted full access to the library. You have taken exactly the same position as Angelica, Ferdinand said. What a terrifying combination. Wow, he's right. But wait, does that make me a waste of beauty too? You know, in terms of compatible mana capacities and controlling Rosemine, Ferdinand is actually our best choice here, Sylvester mused. Do not be foolish, Ferdinand shot back. Yeah, Rosemine's gonna agree on this one. Opened my mouth to say, would you hate marrying me that much? But then promptly swallowed my words. Ferdinand was wearing such a deadly, serious expression that it was almost scary. That would remove the possibility of one of your children becoming the next Archduke, he explained. It's not something to joke about. What do you mean? Ferdinand sighed. There are at present 5 people in Ehrenfest considered to be candidates for the Archducal seat. And those are Wilfrid, Charlotte, and Melchior, since they're Sylvester's children, and then me as his adopted daughter, and you as the son of the former Archduke, correct? Correct. Bonifacius is technically also a candidate, but given his age, and the fact that he has already retired, he has left this nobility's collective mind in this regard. Grandfather was a son of an Archduke, too. Wilfrid has a stain on his reputation from entering the Ivory Tower. Charlotte, as a woman, must marry an Archduke candidate from another duchy. Melchior has not yet been baptized, and my being ostracized by Veronica means I lack a proper support network. You, on the other hand, are the center of various trends sweeping Ehrenfest, and your mana surpasses almost all others. From an objective standpoint, Is it not obvious who is best suited to become the next Archduke? But I used to be a commoner, was what I wanted to say, but Ferdinand interrupted me to continue. To those who do not know your circumstances, you have Karlstedt and Navarra as parents, with Bonifacius and the Leisgang house supporting you from behind. I have no such backing. Almost nobody knew that I had once been a commoner, and with that impediment ignored, I was Bonifacius' granddaughter and the daughter of the Knight Commander, with Archduke blood flowing through my veins. There was no problem with my lineage whatsoever, according to what they are telling people. Not in truth, though. The printing industry is going to continue expanding with you and Navarra at its center, and considering your lineage, it is safe to say that Hollendale, Groschel, and Leisgang collectively form the Rosemine faction already. Count Leisgang in particular has practically spent his life suffering at the hands of the Ehrenbach bloodline. He will no doubt put his all into ensuring you become the next Ob, as you are his blood relative and entirely unrelated to Ehrenbach. Florencia paled. Bonifacius was my grandfather on my father's side, his wife was a Leisgang noble, and my great-grandmother on my mother's side was a Leisgang as well. From an outsider perspective, I was a purebred Leisgang. It is clear to see what would happen were I to marry Rosemine. I will be positioned to become the next Archduke with all certainty, Ferdinand continued. My fault is a lack of support, but with Rosemine as my partner, I would have all the backing she has. Even if our marriage were to take place when she becomes of age, Wilfrid and Charlotte would also just be coming of age. They would serve as no competition to me. That wasn't arrogance or anything of the sort. It was hard to imagine that Wilfrid or Charlotte would ever manage to beat Ferdinand after their coming of age ceremonies. I have to agree on that one. They're actually considering this option, and, I have an idea of what the endgame would be for Rosemine as a partner. I'm not going to mention who, because both options for her right now are hinted at. It's either going to be Wilfrid or possibly Ferdinand, because I highly doubt they're going to let her marry into another duchy, because, they're trying to keep her in Ehrenfest. So, both options are viable. Both options have been hinted at throughout this series so far, so it's not like it's something that's going to be coming completely out of nowhere. So, either one would be an option here. It's just a matter of when and what happens. If you wish to form plans before Rosemine is taken by another duchy, get her engaged to Wilfrid. That increases the likelihood of him becoming the next Archduke as you so wish. True. Alright, Ferdinand, if we're gonna make Rosemine get engaged to Ferdinand, are you gonna get engaged to... No! Why? Why are you doing this? Why are you having that's Charlotte's uncle. I know that's, as long as they're not complete blood siblings, you're good. Like, your half-siblings, you can still do that, but still. Gonna get engaged to Charlotte, Sylvester asked in jest, wearing a sly grin. It was a joke that nobody would laugh at, and a vein popped out on Ferdinand's forehead as he curtly shot down the idea. That's right, I exclaimed. That would be much too sad for Charlotte. By the time she comes of age, Ferdinand will be an old man. The only husband I'd accept for her is a kind young man who would treat her right, not a grouch like Ferdinand. Oh, say that again. Ferdinand would not be an old man. How old is Rosemine at this point? Technically, she's 11, if you want to count her actual age at when she was mine. And if I remember correctly, when we were introduced to him, I think she was 7, and I think he was 20. So it would be a 13-year age difference. Technically 12? I don't know anymore. It's a big age difference. Despite my agreeing with his position, my support only angered Ferdinand further. Well, it's the way you put it, dude. He pinched and pulled on my cheeks. Ow, ow, ow. Sorry. I defensively rubbed my cheeks when he finally let go, at which point Florencia let out a breath. You would not oppose marrying Wilfrid, shot Rosemine? Not at all, as long as I can do as I please with the castle and temple back rooms. Will you support Wilfrid? I shall do what I can, I replied. I needed the Archduke to get a grip so that I could manage my librarians in peace. Surely I would have the motivation to support him at least a little. I mean, you gotta get him on track. And yet Ferdinand scoffed at my resolve. Florencia, it is unwise to expect that from Rosemine, he said. Rather, you should worry about whether Wilfrid will be able to keep a firm hold on Rosemine's reins. Do you think I'm a wild horse or something? Considering the impact you have on your surroundings, a wild horse would be much easier to control. True. Laurentia watched our sharp exchange with a conflicted smile. Sylvester, who had at some point fallen into thought, abruptly looked up. If we're all in agreement here, I'll announce Rosamund's engagement to Wilfrid to all the Ehrenfest nobles during the spring feast. Then do the same to those of the other duchies at the Archduke Conference, alright? Understood, I said. Please do tell Wilfrid about this as well, though. Yeah, he needs to know. He's the freaking groom in all this. And so the meeting came to a close. Upon my return to my room, I received get-well letters from Eglantine and Anastasius. Eglantine said that she had wanted me to bless her during the graduation ceremony since it was by my word that Anastasius had made his move, and settled things to the best way possible for her. Is this her probing about the blessing? She also mentioned that the hairpins and Rensham had proven highly popular, such that even her grandfather and Ob Klossenberg were interested in them, and that she had spoken positively with Ob Ehrenfest at the Interduchy tournament. Sylvester came back exhausted, but if the Obs of Greater Duchies were happy about their exchange, it was probably worth all the suffering. I wrote a reply in which I expressed my deep regret at having missed her dedication whirl, and then read my letter from Anastasius. He was about 50% criticism about me being so absurdly weak that I had fallen ill during some of the most important inner ceremonies of the year. My response went as follows. I deeply apologize for my ill health. If possible, I would have liked to attend. I am told that you were blessed by everyone during the graduation ceremony. I would have liked to bless the both of you as well. Indeed, I made sure to maintain the position that the blessing had nothing to do with me. Once my replies were done, I moved on to writing a letter of apology and thanks to Hannelore, who had sent her well wishes during the Interduchy tournament. I then asked that it be delivered to her alongside a book. With that all done, I looked over my room, which was being cleaned up bit by bit. Real deal preparations for leaving would be done tomorrow. Now the graduation ceremony was complete. I will need to go to the library tomorrow to supply Schwartz and Weiss with mana, I said aloud, not to mention I will need to return the book I borrowed the other day. Milady, please discuss that with Ferdinand first. You may be able to supply Professor Solange with enough mana to last until next winter. My discussion with Ferdinand bore fruit, and it was decided that I would lend Solange phase stones filled with mana. Since large phase stones were exceedingly expensive, however, Ferdinand would be accompanying me there and signing a contract with her for the lending. Once I had Sylvester's permission, the two of us headed to the library with our retainers. I don't believe Professor Solange will be one to do anything shady with the phase stones, I said, feeling a bit hesitant about the whole contract business. These are large phase stones filled to the brim with their mana. It is only natural to prepare ahead of time such that they are not stolen or misused. You may lend your mana and magic tools freely with no sense of danger, but do so only while assuming that what you lend may never return. Mana is not normally something to be given out so freely. I nodded to indicate my understanding. If that was common sense for nobles, I needed to try to learn and practice it myself. I had the feeling that Ferdinand lent out his own phase stones pretty freely, and I was lending my mana without issue, but maybe that was because things were different in users in one's own inner circle. Milady's here. Milady, time to read? Schwartz and Weiss greeted us when we arrived, at which point I went ahead and returned the book Leda had carried here for me. Ferdinand saw the two shoemills walk circles around us and blinked in surprise. To think you truly are their master, he said in a half-surprised, half-exasperated voice. Lady Rosamund, and my, if it isn't Lord Ferdinand, how many years has it been? Solange asked. She apparently knew Ferdinand from his days in the academy, when he would go in and out of the library to borrow documents for Herscher. But Ferdinand turned to Solange with a nostalgic look in his eyes. Too many. I was told by Rosamund that the librarians I knew were gone, so it was a relief to at least see one remain. Solange smiled softly in response, realizing that Ferdinand had deliberately said that so she wouldn't have to relate the painful explanation of why there were no other librarians present. Professor Solange, I said, we came here today to discuss the return of some books and a supply of mana for Schwartz and Weiss. Do you have a moment? Oh, yes, and thank you ever so much for your concern. Since it was the day after the graduation ceremony, the library was pretty much empty. I couldn't believe how barren some of the shelves were, too. They had been filled with gaps the last time I had been here, since a bunch of students had taken out books for their final exams, but how could one explain them now? Are there still this many books being lent out, I asked? It's already time for everyone to return to their duchies. It gets worse every year, but the fault ultimately rests with me, Solange replied, her eyes lowered sadly. Even among those who went through the proper procedures for taking out books, some looked down on Solange for being a med noble and never bothered to return them. She also explained that she couldn't even investigate to find out who had taken books into corrals and then made away with them without going through the borrowing process. You cannot investigate them, Ferdinand asked. That cannot be right. For what purpose are Schwartz and Weiss here? I recall their records being used to send letters of recall in the past. He raised his eyebrow at the very thought of the library being different from how he remembered it. As it turned out, Solange couldn't get the necessary information from Schwartz and Weiss because she wasn't their master. And I would not dream of putting even more of a burden on Lady Rosamond, she said. This is no burden, I replied. Helping the library is the duty of any library committee members. I will do all that I can to help when able. Up until now, I had only been refraining from fulfilling my duties outside of reading because I didn't want to bother Solange by helping unprompted. If she actually had work for me, then as a committee member, I wouldn't hesitate to do it. I do not know what this library committee business is about, but Rosamond has both the mana and motivation, Ferdinand said. Or rather, if this state of affairs is allowed to continue, I expect that she will curse all those who have mistreated books. Oh, yes, you would. Curse? Please do not use such violent language. I would never. I still clearly recall you proposing we hold a so-called bloody carnival after someone merely made a mess of the bookroom. It would be wise to settle this matter before the library is stained with the blood of the executed. I had no intention of holding any mass execution, but to be fair, when books were involved, one does not always have the luxury of choosing one's methods. Rosamond, this is your job as Schwartz and Weiss's master. Tell them to state those who have not returned their books or who have borrowed them without permission. Meanwhile, I will speak with Professor Solange about the face stones. Okay, Schwartz, Weiss, please tell me the names and duties of everyone who has borrowed books from the library without permission, or who hasn't returned their books. As per Ferdinand's instructions, I summoned Schwartz and Weiss and then started to write out a list of sinners from each of the duchies. My retainers were helping me with this endeavor. Non-returner from duchy. Unauthorized borrower from duchy. Weiss's eyes glowed as they started muttering names, while my retainers and I speedily recorded. Once the list of names was complete, we learned that there was no need to send letters to the higher-ranking duchies. It was the lower-ranking duchies from that had exhibited poor library manners. I see nobody from Ehrenfest has sinned, I said. No one will be foolish enough to inconvenience the library you are so invested in, Lady Rosamond. Their future depends on returning their books, Cornelius said with a shrug. Everyone else nodded in agreement. I took the finished list and went to Solange's office. Ferdinand, Professor Solange, I have finished writing down the names. And we have finished the face-stone contracts, Ferdinand replied. Show me the names. I showed him the list, and his brow furrowed hard at just how many people had borrowed books without permission. I shall send the ordinances for having the books returned, he said. If they hear the voice of an adult man they are unfamiliar with, they will almost certainly misinterpret the situation as a sovereignty getting involved. This was a good idea. Solange will be ignored as always, while a message sent in a voice as young as mine will probably earn even more scorn. Having Ferdinand contact them in this harsh, chilly tone would terrify them and have them running to return their books. I never expected you to help with the library, Ferdinand. I'm so moved, but as I sincerely thanked him, his lips curved up into a grin. Rosamond, show me the magic circles on Schwartz's Weiss's stomach later. I wish to see the real things. That much is a suitable reward for my assisting the library, no? Was that his plan all along? I knew it was kind of weird that he would go out of his way to come to the library and help out like this. Well, As I stewed in my newfound anger, I thought about the pros and cons that came with this assistance from Ferdinand. Showing him the magic circles wouldn't be a problem, since he had already seen the written copies anyway. He would also help with Schwartz and Weiss's outfits and pressure people into returning their books. It was much that I stood to gain. Ferdinand, if I leave this with you, are you certain all the books will be returned? Yes, I will send them messages that will leave them no choice but to return the books, Ferdinand said. His voice then became dark and threatening as he spoke his message to be sent to the relative dorms. The Royal Academy's library is under the administration of royalty, and its books are consequently the property of royalty. Those who do not return their books before leaving the Academy will be deemed criminals, and their aunt will be informed of this in the name of the king. From that point, we will exercise the contract magic. For the vow given to Mestinora, the goddess of wisdom, will have been broken. It's the day after the graduation ceremony, so a lot of the archdukes are still in the dorms, right? The archdukes are probably going to yell at them super hard. That day, I happily assisted Solange and Schwartz with the flood of panic-looking students coming to return their books, while Ferdinand sat in Solange's office spewing out notes upon notes regarding the magic circles on Weiss's stomach. It was quite chaotic. Ferdinand and I returned to Ehrenfest, both feeling pleased. I had gotten to do my job as a library committee member, while he had realized something or another from observing Weiss's stomach. What time is it? Oh, I don't have time. I want to continue, though. I'll see you guys in the next one. This is going to be a short one. Okay, part 8. Buying information in the mana compression lecture. Upon my return to Ehrenfest via the teleportation circle, Charlotte was the first to run up to me. Hang on. Okay, there we go. Welcome home, sister. I heard that you were first in class for the first years. That's amazing, she exclaimed. Her praise sent me straight to heaven. Hearing her call me amazing made literally everything I had gone through worth it. I'm home, Charlotte. I aim to be first in class next year as well, I replied, eager to earn my little sister's praise once again. I made sure to clench my fists as I made the declaration to emphasize the strength of my resolve. Charlotte blinked in surprise, then she copied me and clenched her fist as well. I, too, will aim to achieve first in class when I join the academy next year. I am your little sister, after all. Then we shall work together. We smiled at each other as we left the teleportation hall. Our attendants followed us out, so there were students waiting behind us to come over, but Wolfred and his retainers were still hanging around outside the door. Things too got pretty cramped as a result. Wolfred, would you mind moving, I asked. We wish to return to our rooms. Sorry, everyone. Let's get out of their way. Just as we all started to walk, however, there came an echoing cry from somewhat far away. Rosemine! I recognized the voice at once. It was Bonifacius. Oh, boy. Here, I called back with my hand raised. I wasn't sure whether he could even see that, considering I was surrounded by people, but he found me soon enough regardless. I heard you were top of your class, he gushed. Good job, that's my granddaughter for you. Grandfather, I was also chosen as an honor student, Cornelius noted. Oh, you too, Cornelius? My grandchildren sure are smart. Excellent. Rah! Bonifacius grunted as he plucked Cornelius from the group, spun him around, and then threw him up into the air. Ah! What the fuck? I mean, dude, Cornelius is what? How old at this point? I don't even know. 12, 13? Something like that? You picking him around, spinning him around? Jesus Christ. I have to admire the amount of strength it must take to pick up and throw a man who's almost come of age. Okay, so almost 13, 14. As I blinked in awe, 2 large hands slid under my arms. You're next, Rosemine. Here, up you go. Grandfather, no! Cornelius shouted the very moment he landed on the ground, but it was too late. I was already in the air. The speed at which I, someone with the body of a child who had only recently had their baptism, and Cornelius, someone who had the body of an almost adult man, were thrown couldn't even be compared. Ah! I screamed. Wait, no! Oh shit, you threw it too hard! You threw it too hard! Oh no! Who's gonna catch her? It's either gonna be Cornelius, or possibly somebody else. Wait, no! Bonifacius let out a panicked shout, but there was nothing he could do. I was already mere moments away from crashing into the ceiling. Thank you. As everyone cried out, Cornelius alone leaped up, grabbed my cape, and pulled me back down. Thank God. His quick use of enhancement magic had saved me from my collision course, but my cape was fastened around my throat. Uh-oh, he had choked her. I could only gag as my airway was abruptly blocked. I'm gonna die! No, I don't think you're gonna die. To make matters worse, the direction of my momentum had suddenly changed, and now I was falling down toward Cornelius. I plummeted as though I was a silent meteor, no longer even able to speak. I was caught by none other than Kartstead, who had returned to Ehrenfest ahead of time with Sylvester. Thank God. He secured me in his arms, looked around to make sure that nobody else was hurt, and just checked that I was simply dazed and not actually injured. He then entrusted me to Riarda before fixing Bonifacius with a stern glare. Father, why would you ever do that to Rosemine? He barked. My retainers were all gathered around me. They knew that Bonifacius' actions were the result of his extreme and evidently dangerous love for me as his granddaughter, and so they responded only with harsh looks. But had he been anyone else, he would have been arrested on the spot for attempting to murder a member of the archducal family. Well, he didn't do it on purpose, but still. Bonifacius faltered with wavering eyes as he endured the reprimanding stares of all those around us. Then he clapped his hands together in realization. Well, I was actually testing Cornelius to make sure he has what it takes to protect Rosemine. He paused, of course. Or passed, of course. That's my grandson for you. It was the worst attempt at damage control that I had ever seen. Karstedt planted his feet firmly on the ground and crossed his arms. Father, stay away from Rosamund. You're going to end up killing her one day, he declared flatly, paying no mind to Bonifacio's cry of disbelief that immediately followed. Cornelius, you did well protecting Rosamund from Father. Rosamund, you weren't even given a chance to recover from your teleportation sickness before you were tossed up into the air. You should spend today resting. Yes, Father. The shock of the whole situation had rendered me unable to move as Riarda carried me back to my room. It was strange having all of my retainers follow me around as they did in the Royal Academy. But they would henceforth be working even in the castle. Things would probably be going to be a lot busier from now on. Welcome home, Lady Rosamund oddly said once I was back in my room. She had prepared everything for my return, meaning I could climb straight into my already made bed. I rolled onto my side as soon as I was under the covers. My head was still spinning from my impromptu flight, and I was still feeling comfortably unqueasy. Somebody please teach Grandfather to control himself. Please. Yes, please be more careful when it comes to Rosamund. My retainers had their own luggage to deal with, so they all dispersed shortly after introducing themselves. Their jobs in the castle would be explained to them tomorrow. Daniel would take the lead when it came to dividing work among my guards, while Riarda and Ottilie were due to teach my apprentice retainers what they would be expected to do in the castle. I was going to be attending a meeting with the Archduke alongside my apprentice scholars that afternoon, so Hartmut was currently receiving an explanation on how we sorted out this information. Previously, we sorted the information like so, and purchased what we needed from those who gathered information in the Royal Academy. We expect the same higher-ups of the knights and scholars to be attending this time as well, I said. Information would probably sell pretty nicely, considering that this year they would need all sorts of information as they headed into the Archduke Conference. As Hartmut was sorting through the information, I turned to Feline. We will also need to arrange compensation for those in the dormitory who did transcribing work for us. Do you have a list of who transcribed what, as well as how much ink and paper they used? Yes, it's all detailed in this sheet here. Thank you. I will have you calculate the fees then. We will need to ask Ferdinand to prepare the payment for us. I started teaching Feline how to calculate the fees for each of the transcribed books. A look at the list she had provided showed a lot of names not from Ehrenfest. Did you make many friends in other duchies, Feline? The sum you offered for transcribing books is higher than usual, Lady Rosamund, so students from other duchies wanted to participate too. I simply arranged the work for them. I taught Feline how to make a profit by charging a referral fee for the transcribing work, Hartmut said. He may not have been an archnoble, but he evidently had the skills of a natural-born merchant. Nice! Benno would like him. He would love this guy. It seemed that Feline had made quite a considerable amount of money, too. She couldn't help but smile as she informed me she might have saved just enough to learn the mana compression method. Nice! Because that's expensive. It was afternoon by the time all the information was sorted out, and we were due to negotiate with the higher-ups. I couldn't just bring all of my retainers along, so I chose a select few. Riarda and Brunhilde as attendants, Hartmut and Feline as scholars, and Daniel, Angelica, and Cornelius as guard knights. Judith and Lenore were going to be spending the afternoon training with Bonifacius. Oh, I feel so bad for them! When will I get to guard Lady Rosamund? Judith cried out, her violet eyes wet with tears. She had spent the entire term in the Royal Academy off duty, and now she was having to wait even longer. Unfortunately, there was no helping it. Bonifacius' training is important for the guard knights of all members of the Royal Archducal family. Give it your all, Daniel said. Whether his intention was to console or encourage her, I couldn't quite tell. After seeing Judith and Lenore off to the training grounds, I climbed into Leslie and drove to a meeting room near the Archduke's office. Wolfrid and his retainers had also been summoned so that they could provide information on the time I was absent. All right, Sylvester began. How about you tell me what you all learned in the Royal Academy this year? The scholars who had gathered information described the changing trends, the newly invented magic tools, and the danger levels of several duchies. In turn, the higher-ups of the various specialties asked questions, noted down changes from last year, and discussed what was new. Eventually, it came Hartmut's turn to speak. We have learned a lot about Ehrenbach's internal situation through contacts made by the children of the former Veronica faction, he said. We've what? Sylvester exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Woo! Ferdinand's lips curved into an amused grin. Due in part to your orders, students were staying clear of Ehrenbach and the Royal Academy, but when Lord Wilfrid started to attend, I observed renewed closeness between students of our duchies, so I explained the situation, exploited the opportunity. Would you consider this treason to Ehrenfest? No, we want as much of this information as we can get now that we're keeping socializing to a minimum. With support from Ferdinand, Hartmut started to give his report. It seemed that Ehrenbach was a total mess internally at the moment. We put together everything we've learned and concluded that they have almost no Archduke candidates suited to be the next Archduke. Hartmut said. The men of the family meant to support the Archduke has decreased dramatically. Their provinces are likely suffering greatly as a result, though we do not know any specifics since none of our sources were able to provide any details. One thing we know for sure, however, is that Ehrenbach has only 2 candidates suited to become the next Archduke, one of whom is Lady Georgine's youngest daughter, Lady Ditlinde. This was news to Ehrenfest's higher-ups. They all fell into thought, looking immensely shocked. Only 2, you say? But what about the children of the former first and second wives? My older sister had 3 children, too. How do they only have 2 candidates? And maybe for the same reason that their ranking is falling despite them being a greater duchy at the moment. We do not know whether Lady Ditlinde is approaching Lord Wilfrid because he is of Ehrenbach blood and she seeks the Archduke's seat next, or because she is looking for a husband to wed and wishes to avoid the seat. Either way, we know that she is quite a troubling predicament, Hartmut said, concluding his report. Ferdinand let out a long sigh and started rubbing his temples. Then he looked at Hartmut with great interest. That was unexpected news. Excellent work. What would you say about coming to work for me? No! You already got somebody. You got justice. So leave Hartmut alone. Let me stop you there, Ferdinand. Hartmut is my scholar, I interjected. Oh, let's get in the fridge. Promptly shutting down his ballsy attempt to take my retainer. He's going to serve as an important aide and will invariably shoulder the printing industry. Do not even think about taking him from me. Hartmut responded with a sensible chuckle of amusement. That is a very appealing offer, Lord Ferdinand, but I'm afraid I must decline. I need to stay by Lady Rosemine's side so I can properly research her. Oh, crap. Should I have let Ferdinand have him to save myself? He's going to use her as a test subject. Oh, my God. You are researching Rosamine, Ferdinand asked, his brow furrowed. She certainly is an amalgamation of notably bizarre peculiarities. But what exactly are you focusing on? There was a sparkle in Hartmut's orange eyes as he responded. Her way of granting blessings differs from what is normal. That is what I wish to research. A fascinating research topic, to be sure. Come show me your results so I can see how far you have progressed. As you wish. I was hoping to be granted the opportunity to ask you some questions, Lord Ferdinand, since you knew her during her temple days. Oh, no. I feel as though a terrible alliance has just been formed. I decided to put aside the weirdos being weird and focus on the matter at hand. Each piece of information gathered at the Royal Academy was assigned an appropriate value, and this value determined how much each information gatherer was paid. Ferdinand, I would also like to compensate those who have transcribed books for me, I said. Please put aside a portion of my budget for those payments. That will not be a problem, but why so soon? Can they not be paid at a later date? I instructed the students who wish to learn my mana compression method to earn their own money. It is for this reason that I will need to pay them before my lecture begins. I went on to explain how an archnoble had complained to me about having to earn his own money, which Ferdinand responded to with exasperation. But he didn't criticize my decision. By the way, have you decided who shall be taught my compression method yet? Yes, we have already contacted those who have been granted permission. As it turned out, we will be teaching Wilfrid, the Archducal family's retainers, including my new retainers, and the Gieb houses related to my family. That meant Bonifacius, the Leisgangs, the Haldenzales, and Traugott. Not everyone was pleased about Traugott being included, but I had made a promise to him that I intended to keep. Far be it from me to inspire some petty revenge by spiting him here. Not to mention he was suffering so much at the academy with justice as his attendant that I thought allowing him a little hope was for the best. How did inquiring about the children of the former Veronica faction go, I asked. It will depend on faction movements and Ehrenbach's actions at the Archduke Conference. Our current intention is to give them 2 options. They can wait until they come of age and are able to select a faction themselves, or they can accept magic contracts with more restrictive terms. Do you have any particular thoughts on this? We cannot allow them to sign with no restrictions whatsoever. If that is what you have all determined to be appropriate, then I shall agree. I am satisfied as long as the children do not have their futures closed off entirely. Refusing them flat out was much too sad, but I was completely fine with the enforcement of terms that required them to put in a great deal of work. The children of the former Veronica faction knew more about faction politics than I did, so I was sure that none of them expected to be embraced outright. I will deliver the payment 2 days from now, Ferdinand said. Oh, and that reminds me, Rosamine, if you wish to summon the planting company to once again sell books at the end of winter, you will need to apply for permission soon. Oh, right, we sell books at the end of winter. I took out my diptych and wrote down that I needed to request permission for the planting company. I would submit it as soon as my meeting was over. 2 days later, it was time to pay those who had gathered information for us in the Royal Academy. The students were lined up with excited expressions, with my retainers among them. Riarda, Daniel, and I were sitting opposite them, among those providing the compensation. As I handed each person their payment, I gave them words of encouragement and conveyed any praise spoken by the higher-ups, much like I had the previous year. The Knight Commander was very pleased with your findings, assisted one student. The Ob scholars used this to send their regards, I told another. Even the arch-noble child puffed out his chest upon receiving our commendations, positively beaming at the money he had made himself. It was heartwarming to see the satisfied smile of a job well done. Lady Rosamond, I've saved up all the money I need. Now I can buy your mana compression method. Indeed, may we meet again during my lecture. Once the payments were complete, the mana compression method lecture was scheduled for the next day. We didn't have much time before the feast celebrating spring. I returned to my room while praising my retainers for their hard work. Lady Rosamond, will you be teaching the fourth step too? Angelica asked. She already knew the normal method, so this extra stage was all that she cared about. It made sense considering that this alone had been her motivation to finish her classes. I will teach you, Angelica, since you passed your classes in time, but the plan is to only teach the fourth step of my retainers. The others will receive an opportunity to be taught it at a later date, on a separate occasion, after everyone else has learned the standard method, I explained. Everyone looked very pleased, but Feline wore the happiest smile of all. She had gathered information just as Hartmut had taught her, and even put her all into transcribing works, which had resulted in her earning enough money to afford the method her efforts had at last paid off. I see you are pleased, Feline. Absolutely, now I can learn the mana compression method alongside everyone else, she said, her cheeks flushing a warm pink. She had been born into a lay noble family that was by no means wealthy, and so she had been forced to endure going without even ever getting what she wanted since she was born. She knew that her parents wouldn't have been willing to cover the necessary expenses, so she was overjoyed about having earned enough to cover them herself. Things have been especially difficult ever since Mother died, and Father had to remarry, Feline continued. I am truly glad that you made a book of my mother's stories, Lady Rosamond. She hadn't said it outright, but it was very heavily implied that she and her younger brother had suffered greatly due to being the children of a previous wife. Feline considered the stories passed down to her by her mother her most precious memories. She had such a strong attachment to books making because she wanted to forever preserve them in physical form. My 2-year slumber had delayed this process, but she had spent her days writing them all down so that she wouldn't forget. There was an occasion when my stepmother confiscated all the stories I had written, but Father gave them back to me. He said it was because you had given me the paper, Lady Rosamond. If one treated gifts from the archducal family without respect, it was impossible to say what twists and turns might follow, or what disaster might be brought to one's family. It was for this reason that Feline's father had made it clear that nobody was to touch her paper. Their treatment of us has been much crueler since the summer when they had a new child. I am terribly worried about how my little brother has fared while I'm away, Feline said. As my retainer, she could always ask for a room in the castle if she wished, but her little brother hadn't even been baptized yet, so she didn't even consider this an option. Your little brother surely has the divine protection of the gods as well, I said. I thank you, Lady Rosamond. The next day when I was due to teach my mana compression method, Feline didn't show up to work. An ordonnance came to inform me that she was ill of health, but in the distant background of the message I could hear her scream, "Give me back my money!" I need to go help her, I said, immediately moving to stand up. Lady Rosamond, Hartmut placed a hand on my shoulder to stop me. There are many, many nobles gathered here to learn your method. There is no time to go to Feline. Are you telling me to abandon her, then? I am not, and I know that you would never abandon her no matter what I advise. Rather, I am saying I believe it best to postpone providing her with assistance. I know well the extent of your compassion, but abandoning a promise with this many arch-nobles for the sake of a single lay noble is simply not something that can be forgiven. Hello, you do know that you're supposed to be protecting those in your faction. Who knows what the nobles would say to Feline afterward? They would unquestionably blame her, Cornelius said. Daniel concurred. Your behavior will impact Feline's reputation as well. Furthermore, they have only taken her money, Riarda noted. Her life is not in danger. You can teach her the method at a later date when you teach us the fourth step. For now, I must ask that you please contain your emotions, Hartmut concluded. Everyone was in agreement. I wanted to declare that I was going to help her regardless, but I clenched my fist and swallowed down the words. Very well, I conceded. I will teach the nobles the compression method first. My retainer circled me as we moved to the scheduled room, no doubt cautious that I might abruptly run off. By the time we arrived, a great number of nobles were already gathered. I had already taught my compression method to all of this archducal family's guard knights, except those serving Wilfrid, so the majority of the attending nobles were scholars in attendance. There were many children here learning without their parents, since kids had a better time developing mana, and the lecture fees were anything but cheap. There were also many younger people. The primary exceptions to this were Bonifacius and the Gieb couple sitting in the front row. I couldn't help but balk a little when I saw the grandpa who looked even older than mine. Are they really planning to borrow their mana at this point? I'm scared they're going to keel over and die as soon as they even attempt to. May I pray for a blessing and appreciation of the serendipitous meeting ordained by the harsh judgment of Abeglabe, the god of life. The nobles I hadn't met before came forward to greet me one by one. The situation with Feline had me racked with anxiety and impatience, but I couldn't allow that to show on my face, so I returned the greetings with a fake noble smile. It was then that the oldest man among the grandfathers hobbled forward. He was of such an advanced age that he needed a caretaker to accompany him, and he knelt before me with tears in his eyes. I am the previous Gieb Lysgang. May I pray for a blessing and appreciation of the serendipitous meeting ordained by the harsh judgment of Abeglabe, the god of life, he asked. You may. Now that I have met you, Lady Rosamund, I can meet my grave with no regrets. Holy cow, talk about a heavy greeting. He's literally risking his life to being here. Dear God. He was quite pushy with Count Lysgang about coming. As your great-grandfather, he wanted to see you at least once, Riarda whispered to me. Say what? This is my great-grandfather? The old man, weeping tears of joy over getting to see me, was apparently Cardstad's grandfather. Never before had I met one of my great-grandfathers, even in my Arano days. It appeared to be a miracle that this man was even still alive. He was old enough that it looked as though he might drop dead at any moment. He had apparently reached the point where he seldom socialized or even left his estate. I am glad to have met you as well, great-grandfather. What? No sooner had I given him my blessing than he closed his eyes and collapsed with a thump. He's dead! Jesus fucking Christ! Drop dead in front of you, why don't you? He was completely motionless. The most I could do was stare down at him in shock. Did I cause this with my blessing, I asked? Fear not, Lady Rosamund. This happens often. He is fine. Oh, really? Sorry, but that doesn't make me feel any better. This moment of shocked silence quickly turned into a buzz of whispers as my great-grandfather was carried out of the room. I was assured again and again that his life wasn't in any danger, but it sure didn't look that way. I know. Oh my God. That would freak me out, too. Attempting to learn my compression method certainly would have pushed him to climb a towering stairway, so I was at least thankful that he hadn't reached that stage. That was crazy. I thought my heart was going to stop. Never before had I witnessed someone abruptly collapse, so it was only then that I truly understood how much I had traumatized others when passing out myself. I couldn't have been more apologetic. Eventually the whispers quelled, and the current Count Lysgang humbly stepped forward. I am Gieb Lysgang. May I pray for a blessing and appreciation of this serendipitous meeting ordained by the harsh judgment of Abeglabe, the god of life, he asked. You may. I deeply apologize for my grandfather shocking you so. He planned to attend the seminar as he wished to see you at least once before the supreme gods welcomed him. I too am glad to have finally met you in person, Lady Rosamund. The current Count Lysgang was fairly young, perhaps just a little older than Cardstad. I could feel the ambition burning in his eyes, and I suddenly understood why we previously hadn't been allowed to meet, despite us being family. This meeting had most likely only been allowed because my guardians had finally decided that Wilfrid and I were to be engaged. I shall now teach my mana compression method, but first I asked for the payments to be made and the magic contracts to be signed. I gestured to the scholars who were going to be handling the payments, and then to Sylvester, who was managing the country-wide magic contracts. He would be watching carefully as everyone signed their names, both because I couldn't yet recognize everyone, and to show that this lecture was taking place under the guidance of the Archduke. Once all those participating had paid their fees and signed the contracts, I started teaching the method with Daniel as my assistant. We would only be going up to the third stage today, and as expected, showing the actual process made things a lot easier to visualize than just giving vague analogies. Many people found it simpler to compress their mana this way, and everyone there said they had never before seen folded material being stamped down. Even knowing this method, the amount of mana you can compress ultimately relies on your mental fortitude, I explained. Also know that your mana density increasing too suddenly due to rapid compression will cause mana sickness. Take care to increase your mana at a leisurely pace that will not interfere with your work. Now, anyone who got mana sickness had only themselves to blame. To think that even fully grown adults such as ourselves can increase our mana density through this artful compression. I am moved. Geeb Haldenzel said, his enthusiasm clear in his voice. This is knowledge that one could monopolize for their own benefit, and yet for the sake of the duchy, you are willing to teach it even to competing archduke candidates. I am left speechless at your compassion. Following these words, Geeb Haldenzel exited the room. Wolfried and his retainers were to leave shortly after, though I noticed they were all wearing very focused expressions, a clear giveaway that they were compressing their mana even as they walked. I instinctively called out to them. What is it, Rosemine? Wolfried asked. I understand that your guard knights will wish to work especially hard to compress their mana, considering that they have learned it much later than the other archducal family retainers, but it is dangerous for all of you to compress your mana while on duty at the same time. Several of the retainers exchanged nervous grimaces. They had evidently been so focused on compressing their mana that they had forgotten their surroundings entirely. The risk of mana sickness aside, you will all want to take care not to let the compression method interfere with your guard duty. Wolfried, perhaps you should adjust your schedule to make it easier for everyone to compress their mana in order for them not compress it while at work. Good point, Wolfried did not reply with a nod. He and his knights paused their attempts to compress their mana, and then together they exited the room. Once they had gone, I dashed over to where Celeste and Ferdinand were. Okay, here we go. Feline's family circumstances. Sylvester, Ferdinand, may we go rescue Feline now? I asked. Oh yeah, one of your retainers didn't come. What's with all this about rescuing her? Sylvester asked, his brow furrowed. Unfortunately, I couldn't provide more details. I know only what I had heard from the ordonnance. I'm not sure what the full situation is, but I received an ordonnance this morning. A woman was informing me that Feline was ill, but in the background, I could hear Feline screaming about her money being taken. Ferdinand, who had been tapping his temple as he listened, lowered his hand and stared at me. And you did not run off immediately? He asked, blinking incredulously. Gods, have you actually matured somewhat? All of my retainers gathered together to stop me, and my emotions have calmed somewhat since then. Or rather, my thoughts have been dominated by the sight of my great-grandfather collapsing in front of me. Now tell me, how can we rescue Feline while respecting her position and not bringing her more trouble? She worked so hard to earn money specifically so that she could attend my lecture. Her parents weren't going to cover the cost, and so she gathered information in the Royal Academy, transcribed books, gathered stories from other duchies, and ultimately put everything she had into saving up. She was so happy about getting to learn the method too. Not once had it occurred to me that Feline's parents might interfere instead of celebrating her growth. She had earned the money on her own terms precisely because her family was poor, and she knew that they wouldn't be able to pay for her. Her parents actually took money from their kids? Sylvester asked. In lay noble families, income is generally expected to go to the house, especially the earnings of underage children who still live at home, Daniel said. As lay noble himself, he was able to give us some valuable insights. Sylvester sighed. You should have held on to the money for her, Rosemine. Perhaps, but she would have needed to make such a request herself. Had I made the suggestion, it would have come across as an order, no? In truth, I had at one point considered subtracting the cost of my mana compression lecture before giving out the payments. Sylvester had said this would make things easier for us, since we wouldn't need to prepare as much money at once. But I was of the opinion that it was more satisfying, and in turn more motivating for one to receive the full amount. Nah, hindsight is 20/20 on this one, girl. You didn't know that was going to happen. By having them physically pay for the method themselves with money they had earned and not just received from their parents, I had hoped to teach the students the importance of self-investment. Of course, my decision to pay everyone the full amount had unfortunately backfired. Yep, you didn't know. I understand how you feel, but the situation has already progressed. I don't know how I feel about you interfering with someone else's family matters, Sylvester said. Feline is my retainer, and it is my duty to protect her from misfortune. Is that not what lords and ladies must do? I was taught as such when Lady Eglantine protected me in the Royal Academy. Your thought process is not incorrect. You caused nothing but problems, but I see that you were at least learning in the process, Ferdinand said, beginning to tap his temples once again as he fell into thought. I understand the role I must play, but how easily can I protect Feline? I wish to resolve this matter peacefully without causing her any harm. You getting involved in a domestic matter will make it quite the scandal. If you wish to settle things peacefully, I would suggest having your retainer earn the money again, and tell her to entrust it with you this time, Ferdinand said plainly. Doing nothing about it was the most peaceful option. We were having this conversation specifically because I refused to turn a blind eye to this. I anxiously bit my lip, and that was when Hartman interjected. Oh no, I just realized something terrible, he said, speaking in a monotone voice like an intentionally bad actor. I cannot believe I've done this, but I gave Feline the wrong money. She must have taken home the funds we were going to pay the students of other duchies. In other words, I gave her money that rightfully belongs to Lady Rosemine and Lady Rosemine the money that Feline was going to spend. I knew for a fact this wasn't true. He's lying. He's trying to make it so that he do have a reason to do it. I had paid everyone in Airfest already, and the money for the other duchies was safely in my possession. I blinked confused, only for Ferdinand to chuckle. That is terrible indeed, he said. Rosemine, it seems that your retainer took home money that was intended for other duchies. This could escalate into an interduchy scandal if something is not done. This is your loophole, girl. Take it. Go forth and retrieve that which is rightfully yours, and at this time do not forget to keep the money meant for the mana compression lessons separate. It was only then that I understood what was going on. Oh my, it certainly would be terrible for this to escalate into an interduchy scandal, I said. I must go to Feline's home at once and apologize for the mistake. An unannounced visit would only escalate matters. I will explain the reason for your visit to Feline's father, Koshik. Return home here when the money is prepared. Right. Now, with justice on my side, I climbed into my high beast and flew to my room at once. Riarda and Ottilie welcomed me with wide eyes, having declined to learn the mana compression method themselves. Riarda, please fetch the money for the other duchies, I said, explaining the situation to them as they carried out my request. From those funds, I took out exactly as much as I had paid to Feline, and from that amount, I took out the fee for my mana compression method and a small silver. I thought it only fair for Feline to get a little money to spend on herself, rather than it all going straight to her house. Milady, would it not be wise to grant Feline a room in the castle? Riarda asked, looking notably concerned. If she is with a family that will send false reports to keep her from work, she will one day fail to carry out her duties, even if it is not her fault. She was certainly right, but Feline had a little brother as well. It was hard to imagine that she would abandon him and enter the castle alone. I will grant Feline a room if she asks for one, but I expect that she will not wish to enter the castle alone. I gave the money to Feline's family to Hartmut and then brought out my high beast. Let's go. Naturally, I couldn't impose upon a lay noble's estate by arriving with all my retainers. I needed to bring all of my guard knights, given that I was leaving the castle, but of my scholars and attendants, I could only be bringing the fastest and most flexible thinkers, Laisletta and Hartmut. We will prepare a room for her just in case, Brunhilde said. It will not do for there not to be one available. Please do. Despite being an arch-noble, Brunhilde worked with and cared for Feline as a fellow retainer in the Royal Academy. With clear worry in her amber eyes, she saw us off to the room where Ferdinand was waiting. My apologies for the wait, Ferdinand. I have finished explaining the circumstances. My sympathies, Koshik. Rosamund has certainly thrown him into the fire with her mistake. Ferdinand directed his second sentence at a pale-faced lay scholar who was practically groveling after receiving such an abrupt summons. It was Feline's father, and so he made his submission clear. I apologize for my mistake. I truly am sorry for this. If we do not have the proper sum at hand, this will escalate into an interduchy issue. I had no idea, Koshik stammered. He had apparently spent the winter busily gathering information about mana compression to the point that he had returned to his estate only to sleep. He consequently knew nothing of what was happening there and was beyond dismayed to learn that they were involved in such a large-scale diplomatic issue. And so with Koshik's guidance, we all flew to Feline's home on our high beast. Ferdinand was accompanying us both to apologize for my mistake and to observe the proceedings. Here we are, Koshik said as he landed at an estate in the southernmost area of the nobles' quarter, where the lay nobles lived. His house was so much tinier than the castle that the two couldn't even be compared. But from a commoner's perspective, it was large and overall quite attractive. In terms of dimensions, it was likely larger than the Offmer Company. Oh my, welcome, Feline's stepmother said as we once arrived at the parlor. She looked quite young, as one would expect from a second wife, but also rather exhausted, likely because she had given birth during the summer just past. This is urgent, Jonsara, Koshik said. Feline apparently brought home a lot of money. Do you know anything about it? Has that girl done something? She lied about being the retainer of an archducal family member yesterday and came home with a small fortune. It was quite strange. After all, Lady Rosemine would surely never accept a lay noble into her service. Feline must have been delusional after her vow in the playroom was rejected. The truth was just too much for her to bear, Jonsara spat. She then apologized to me for all the trouble. You seem to be misunderstood, I said. Feline truly is my retainer. She was officially assigned as such at the Royal Academy. Jonsara offered no response. She merely stared at me in wide-eyed surprise. Feline spoke the truth, I restated, speaking more slowly this time to ensure there was no confusion. She is my retainer. Jonsara shook her head in disbelief, but that can't be. Feline isn't feeling well today, correct? I asked with a smile. Do allow me to see her. I will need to explain that the situation is not her fault, and then have her return the money from yesterday. But She is still unwell. Someone of poor constitution such as yourself would be at risk of attending her. If you are in a hurry, I will fetch the money for you right away, Johnsara said, panicking in such a blatantly suspicious manner. I glanced over at Ferdinand, who steadily gestured to Hartman with his chin. He was telling me to send Hartman in my place, so I nodded and deepened my smile. I appreciate your concern for my health. Hartman accompanied Johnsara and ensured the proper sum is being returned. Laisletta, go in my place to express my will wishes to the ill Feline. I will wait here, so you need not worry. If going to see her myself wasn't an option, I could just send my retainers. I had no intention of going home until Feline's safety was ascertained, especially now that I had seen how maliciously Johnsara acted toward her. Daniel and Judith would be following Hartman and Laisletta as guards when they came to money-related problems. The more witnesses, the better. Not long after they all exited the parlor, we heard a large slamming sound and a scream coming from somewhere deeper in the house. I instinctively went to get up from my seat, but Ferdinand extended a hand beneath the table to stop me. Meanwhile, Angelica and Necker drew their weapons and assumed defensive stances. However, nothing followed but silence. The lack of any report or contact made me feel sick. My apologies. I will go check on them, Koshik said. Just as he moved to leave the parlor, however, Daniel shouted, "Get out of the way!" "Feline!" I cried. Daniel entered the room with Feline wrapped in his cape. There was a painful-looking mark on her face, and her grass-green eyes were wet with tears. Behind them were Laisletta and a young boy of around 5 years of age who was clearly not being treated well. Okay, that's her brother. Okay. Okay, so something must have happened. Feline, what in the world just happened? I asked. She looked my way in a daze, and her eyes shot open as though she had suddenly come back to reality. Lady Rosemine raised my... I cannot talk. Lady Rosemine, please, save my brother. Save Conrad, she choked out. Feline went on to explain that Johnsara was abusing Conrad and that she had taken away his life-saving magic tool, the one given to all noble children that sucked out and stored their mana in face stones until it was time for them to attend the Royal Academy. Johnsara had drained the mana from his magic tool, and face stones then unregistered his mana from his magic tool, which she had given to her newborn baby instead. You bitch. She had been able to do all this unopposed since Koshik was barely at home during winter socializing, and Feline had been at the Royal Academy. At this rate, he's going to die, Feline wailed. He's already filled with mana. However, this is a domestic matter. It is not an issue for Rosemine, the daughter of the Archduke, to oversee. Ferdinand stepped in faster than I could open my mouth. He was clearly telling Feline and me to think carefully before speaking. I clenched my fists on my lap. Indeed, it is as Lord Ferdinand says, this is a domestic dispute, and not for one for Lady Rosemine to concern herself, which Johnsara said venomously. Feline, you must not display such arrogance simply because you were chosen as a retainer. Know your place. She was standing by the door with her newborn in her arms, watching us with defensive eyes and showing no intention of entering the parlor. She was cradling her baby and the magic tool as though they were precious treasures. However, I was not about to let this fly. Noble children would die without magic tools to drain their mana in the same way that commoners with the devouring would. I knew better than anyone how it felt to die slowly as the heat consumed you. Ferdinand, I do not wish to let Conrad die. A child that is not yet been baptized is not even considered a person. The newborn baby isn't either! Hello? Hello? Do you not understand that? The newborn baby isn't a person either. But Conrad's going to be coming of age, or getting his baptism in a couple of years. It was the same thing he had said to me countless times before. I squeezed my eyes shut. That way of thinking was something I would never get used to. How could one see a child standing right before them and not even consider them alive? As this is a domestic dispute, I certainly have no place in it, but I refuse to overlook the life-threatening condition of this child. What do you think of this, Koshik? I asked, turning to him, since he was more directly involved in the situation. I was aware of my wife's wish, but I did not think she would forcibly go through with it while I was away, he replied. In other words, he hadn't purchased the magic tool even after Johnsara had consulted him about the matter. This was enough to convince me that a conclusion had been made, a conclusion to raise only one of their children. What will you do then? Will you purchase a new magic tool? Our house does not have the funds to do such a thing. We shall prioritize the child of more mana. Father! Feline shrieked in protest, but Koshik stating his intentions before me had finally finalized the decision. It was only natural for a noble house to prioritize those with the most mana, and as a result, none of my retainers voted any objections. They merely lowered their eyes sadly. Meanwhile, wait a minute, he said with the most mana. You don't know which has the most mana right now. Meanwhile, Johnsara sighed in relief. She tightly hugged her baby and the magic tool she had stolen from Conrad to her chest, wearing the expression of a mother who wished to protect her beloved child more than anything else. A sight made me feel conflicted, to say the least. As this went on, Conrad stood in a daze. Not only had his lifeline been stolen from him, but now his father had cut him off completely. Feline looked at her little brother, tears streaming down her face. But if you do that, I will take him, I interrupted. If the uncontested guidance of the supreme gods will force him up the towering stairway, then living in the house of the gods will surely make no difference. Kashik and Jonsara grimaced. Unfortunately, Lady Rosemary, we do not have the wealth to support a blue priest, Jonsara said. Our expenses are only rising, and we will need Conrad's mana when he becomes a servant. Furthermore, while it is an honor for Feline to have become your retainer, Lady Rosemary, preparing everything that her new role requires is no easy matter. This is why I ask that you relieve her of duty. Oh, hell no! Feline looked away, now making the same face she had made when she had given up on her picture books in the winter playroom. She had probably survived at home all this time by enduring and making her true feelings behind the same expression, or masking her true feelings. It is my duty to protect my retainers, I declared. I will grant Feline a room in the castle and give her all that she needs for work, such that she will no longer burden your house. Feline, prepare your things with Laceletta. I have no intention of letting you go. She beamed a happy smile for a second, but then she looked at Conrad and lowered her eyes. Feline, we will take Conrad to the temple, I assured her. He will not die. You may trust Lady Rosemary. Now let us go, Laceletta said. Feline was promptly urged out of the room, but she walked with heavy footsteps, and continually glanced at her little brother, reluctant to leave his side. Conrad, may I cast healing upon you, I asked. That would be a waste, Kashik began, but I silenced him with a look. I did not ask you, Kashik. I crouched down so that I was at eye level with Conrad. He was smaller than me, clearly unkempt and covered in wounds. You don't want to be in pain, right? I took out my staff, but this immediately sent Conrad into a panic. He recoiled and started to flail about as he tried to get away from me. A desperate fear in his eyes told me he had endured mana attacks in the past, so I made my staff vanish and turned my attention to Jonsara. This is a domestic matter, she repeated with a thin-lipped smile. Children need to be trained. It was clear to see that she didn't consider herself as having done anything wrong. I gave up using my staff and instead poured mana into my ring. O goddess of healing, Hellschmerz, of the goddess of water-flew trains, exalted 12, hear my prayers. Lend me your divine power and grant me the power to heal those who have been hurt. Play the divine melody and cast the blissful ripples of your pure divine protection. Green light shot from my ring and enveloped Conrad. He looked down at himself with wide eyes as his wounds were healed and whispered, It doesn't hurt anymore. I am Rosemine, the lady of your older sister. This place has no magic tools for you. Will you live on as a servant, allowing the heat of your mana to devour you, or will you live in the temple? Lady Rosemine, Jonsara interjected. The mere sound of her voice caused Conrad to recoil again. We cannot afford... Shut up. I cut her off with a wave of my hand. I do not recall saying that he will become a blue priest. He shall join the temple as one without parents, as a gray priest. From that point onward, he will have nothing to do with this house. You may consider him as having passed away. I will miss using him as a servant, but I take no issue with him being removed from our lives entirely, Jonsara replied, suddenly in a much better mood. I hate her! I hate her! Meanwhile, Conrad stared at me, his expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. The orphanage will grant you food, clean bedding, and an education, I said to the young boy. At the very least, you will not be abused as you are now. If you wish to remain here, however, I will accept that. Now, would you like something delicious to eat? Conrad hesitated. His eyes wandered all over the place before eventually resting on me. I'm hungry. I see. Then you may leave with us once Feline is ready. Soon enough, Feline came back into the parlor with Laceletta. She looked relieved to see me standing protectively between Jonsara and Conrad. But her expression also seemed to be tinged with that resignation. Feline, I'm going to be taking Conrad to the temple, I said. Her brow trembled for a moment, then she glared at her father, her eyes full of anger and frustration. Conrad's magic tool is an heirloom from Mother. Why would you let Lady Jonsara take it? Why do you permit her tyranny, she demanded. The stolen magic tool had once belonged to Feline's birth mother, for Jonsara to have re-registered it with her own son's mana was unforgivable in Feline's eyes. Her lips trembled and she glowered as hard as she could at both her stepmother for her actions and her father for having allowed them to happen. The mana's already been replaced. Nothing can be done, and furthermore, it's normal to prioritize the child with more mana. Kashik replied, his attitude unchanged even in the face of the desperate pleas from his own daughter. Feline then knew that her words and feelings would never reach him. She looked down at the floor and squeezed her eyes shut, trying her hardest to hide her emotions, but she still couldn't hold back the tears. I can't believe they'd steal her late mother's heirloom. I may not have liked it, but nobles prioritizing children for more mana was something that I could at least understand. Stealing such a sentimental heirloom from a child, however. Ferdinand, how expensive are the magic tools given to babies? I asked. A new one will cost around 5 small golds, I suppose. The materials are also expensive, but that is because they require a significant amount of mana to create. I have never bought one myself, though. It made sense that he wouldn't know the exact price of magic tools for babies, considering that he had never been married. Feline, I will give you the money that you need, but I expect you to pay me back, I said. Use it to purchase your brother's magic tool. I will not like you to lose such a precious heirloom. An old magic tool that has had its mana forcibly overwritten will not be worth more than 3 small golds, Ferdinand said, taking out a card that shone like a rainbow. It looked a lot like a guild card, and this comparison only became more appropriate when he held it out to Koshik. We are going to buy the magic tool. We shall pay 3 small golds. You have no complaints, I imagine. Overwhelmed and unable to defy Ferdinand, Koshik swallowed hard and took out a similar card. He touched his to the one that Ferdinand had produced and then reached for the baby's magic tool. No, stop us at once, Jonsara explained. This is my baby's magic tool. You can always buy another one. No, who knows when they will be unable to, Jonsara protested, but Koshik wrenched the magic tool from her grasp and held it out to Ferdinand, who then set it down in front of me. I in turn handed the magic tool to Feline. Lord Ferdinand, Lady Rosemine, I thank you both ever so much, Feline said. She then hugged the magic tool close and continued to cry, but this time she wept tears of joy. I sighed in relief, glad to see that her smile had returned. After wiping her eyes, Feline looked up at her parents with resolve. Father, Lady Jonsara, I will now live in the castle as Lady Rosemine's retainer. Now that Conrad's going to the temple, I will never return here. The blood drained from Koshik's face, while Jonsara sighed in relief, 2 contrasting reactions to say the least. Meanwhile, Feline's grassy green eyes were shining with a firm, resolute light. A day will most likely never come when Dragarner, the goddess of time, weaves our threads back together, but I pray that you live in peace with the divine protection of the gods, Feline said. It was her final farewell, and with that she took Conrad by the hand and left what had once been her home. I hate that woman! I hate her! Hate her, hate her, hate her! If anybody has any conflicting opinions to mine, tell me why. Oh wait, hang on. How long have I been recording? I'll keep going. Last video that I made was only like less than 30 minutes, so I think I can make it longer this time. Taking Conrad to the temple. You are taking him to the temple now, Rosemine? This was not part of our plan, Ferdinand said the moment we left Feline's home. He was glaring down at me with the eyes of a parent about to tell their child to put a stray cat back where they had found it. Had we been alone in the temple, he certainly would have chastised me for helping everyone you see without thinking. Shut up! However, I knew him all too well now. Although he would complain and prioritize acting like a noble in public, beneath the surface he had conflicted feelings about children suffering from abuse. Because he had done it, he had been through it himself. He wouldn't abandon them unless there was significant reason preventing him from getting involved. I am the temple's orphanage director. It would be beyond me to abandon a child in need. Could you have abandoned him, Ferdinand? Fine, I would like to go to the temple and get this over with, but you have many underage guard knights with you. We must first return to the castle. Hartmut smiled. One of the requirements for an apprentice scholar to be involved with the printing industry is being capable of entering the temple and speaking with competent merchants. Please do bring me with you, Lord Ferdinand, he said. It was written on his face that he spoke less out of a pardon for his job, and more because he wanted to see the saint's temple for himself. But perhaps that was just my imagination. Either way, I could use his justification to bring Feline along too. Ferdinand, surely there is no issue with us bringing the apprentice scholars, I said. They are going to be visiting the temple soon enough anyway, so... Excuse me, Lady Rosemine, Judith shot her hand up. I want to do guard duty with Angelica. It is one thing to have the apprentice scholars come with us, but apprentice guard knights are only allowed to work in the nobles' quarter. We can decide whether to expand your duties in a meeting with Ehrenfest, but you must return to the castle for today, Ferdinand said. He glanced at Judith, Lasletta, Lenore, and Cornelius in turn, while writing a white bird letter to my attendant stating that we were coming to the temple with an orphan. Judith hung her head. She couldn't defy orders from Ferdinand, and so she brought out her high beast in preparation for going back to the castle. I feel for you, Judith, but I wasn't allowed to go to the temple before I came of age either. You should hurry and come of age too, Angelica said. She puffed out her chest with a bit of pride, while bringing out her high beast. Angelica, Judith smiled. Angelica, what kind of place is the temple? Angelica looked up as she pondered the question, then she smiled in turn. A delicious place. Huh? I guess the food there is delicious, but still. After receiving an answer like that, I can understand why Judith looked so utterly bewildered. My personal chefs are there, so the food served from the temple is the same as produced in the Royal Academy, I explained. That is what Angelica is trying to say. What? That's so much better than what we get at the Night Storm. What else is different? Judith asked, her violet eyes sparkling as she looked up at Angelica. Angelica paused and thought again, then she clapped a fist into her palm. The temple is tough. What? Judith looked at me for an explanation, but not even I knew what was meant this time. I shook my head, which prompted Angelica to explain. In the temple, everyone has to do paperwork like scholars. I trained with Lord Eckert there too, so it just felt like a tough place in every way. Angelica's baseline was utterly bizarre. Cornelius was shaking his head, having been to the temple before, while those who hadn't simply looked on in confusion. Oh gosh, it's so romantic for you to look forward to training with your betrothed. I'm jealous, Judith said. Wait, what part of that was even the slightest bit romantic? As Judith squealed with delight, I concluded that her baseline for things was equally bizarre. It was hard to tell whether Angelica and Judith were on the same page at all, and while everyone was stunned by it, not everyone was stunned in the same way. Lisletta, Angelica's little sister, opened her eyes wide and looked between Angelica and me in disbelief. Everyone does scholar work. Are you telling me that my sister does paperwork? She exclaimed. No! I guard the door. All by myself, Angelica replied with a heroic expression, spurring everyone to start nodding to themselves. They knew her grades. She couldn't possibly have been capable of doing paperwork. I thought for a moment that you were being a burden to Lady Rosemine, not just in the Royal Academy, but in the temple as well, Lisletta said. Please continue to refrain from spoiling the paperwork, sister. Right, her temple attendants are really good, so they know not to give me anything. Just how much did Angelica mess things up when she tried helping with paperwork? I was starting to feel exceedingly uneasy, but Lisletta didn't provide any further details. Instead, she just summoned her high beast. Enough chatter. Rosemine, prepare to leave, Ferdinand said. Allow the child and your apprentice scholar to ride with you in your high beast. I want everyone who needs to be guarded together. Okay. After seeing off the underage retainers who were going back to the castle, I gestured Hartmut, Feline, and Conrad into Leslie. Conrad looked relieved about leaving home, and while Feline was holding his hand to reassure him, her own expression was clouded. Hartmut must not have seen my bigger Leslie up close before because he started looking around everywhere the moment he was inside. Hartmut, please sit quietly. I do not answer questions while driving. Who asked you questions while you were driving? Justice. Hartmut chuckled in response, perhaps imagining the scene. Oh, Hartmut would do the same thing if he could. I shot up into the sky, and Leslie, following after Ferdinand, at which point Conrad let out a cry of surprise. He had evidently never ridden a high beast before. We soared through the air and made our way to the temple with guard knights surrounding us. Our destination wasn't too far from Feline's home, since lay nobles lived at the south end of the nobles' quarter close to the north gate. We passed over the nobles' gate and arrived at the front entrance of the temple's noble section. Welcome back, High Bishop, High Priest. Fran and Monica were waiting for us alongside Ferdinand's attendants. Even Wilma had come out since a new orphan was arriving. I will compose the documentation for the new orphan, Ferdinand informed me. You give him food or what have you. As instructed, I took Conrad and the others to the orphanage director's chambers, where I then asked Nicola to start preparing food. My apologies for the suddenness of all this, I said to her. Fourth bell was about to ring anyway. This is perfect timing. While Nicola was preparing food, I introduced my temple attendants to Feline and Hartmut. These are Fran, Zom, Monica, and Wilma. I have entrusted Wilma with taking care of the orphanage. Nicola is currently preparing the food, while Gil and Fritz are in the workshop. I will introduce them to you later. For everyone, these are Feline and Hartmut retainers in the castle and apprentice scholars. They will soon be visiting the temple to assist with the printing industry. Nicola started bringing in dishes while I was introducing everyone. Each plate made a quiet clink as it was set down. Today we have bacon, fluffy bread, and vegetable soup, Nicola said. This meal is a bit simple since we hadn't planned for your return, Lady Rosemine. Furthermore, we have sweets at the side. I must admit, I made them in a hurry. Nicola placed on the table some crepes with thoroughly beaten cream and rum toff wrapped inside. I ate one and then everyone else began eating as well. Feline and Hartmut were immediately taken aback when they tasted the sweets for themselves. See, sweets like these are served in the temple? Only for Lady Rosemine, Angelica explained between graceful mouthfuls of crepe. Lord Ferdinand doesn't care much about sweets, so they aren't served in his chambers. So Hartmut, the temple is delicious, isn't it? Guard knights took turns to eat, and Angelica's not higher status dictated that she will always eat first. Daniel watched us with a longing hand on his stomach as he carried out guard duty and shrugged as Hartmut and Feline delighted in the sweets. Those in the orphanage here are given the leftovers of the Blue Priests in the form of divine gifts, so their food is better than that served in the Knight's dorm. There's plenty to go around too, Daniel explained. The orphans are also taught to read and do math before being baptized, meaning they can serve Blue Priests as attendants or join Lady Rosemine's workshop to make books. The Grey Priests are devoted to the teachings of the gods, and there are none who commit acts of violence. I imagine Conrad's life will be much better here. Feline's eyes widened in surprise, then she gave a genuine sigh of relief. That is good to hear, she said. Fran, how much longer do we have before the High Priest arrives, I asked. I wish to write a letter to the planting company, and I will need Gil or Fritz to deliver it. Have you decided on a date to sell the books? Fran asked while preparing my desk for writing a letter. It seemed that the workshop had already finished preparing to sell in the castle. Lady Rosemine, may I observe to see what kind of letters you write? Hartman asked. Certainly, I replied. Hartman watching meant I would need to write in strict formal language, and this struggle would only continue once more scholars began arriving in the temple. Putting something like, I came first in class at the Royal Academy, isn't that awesome? Simply wasn't an option, and with that in mind, I wistfully started writing my letter. Just as I finished, Ferdinand came with the necessary paperwork for Conrad to be accepted into the orphanage. He apparently wanted to leave a special record, since while the children of nobles had been taken in as blue priests in the past, never had one been taken in as an apprentice grey priest. Ferdinand and I sat next to each other at the table, while Feline and Conrad sat opposite us. Angelica and Hartman stood behind me, while Daniel despaired of the crates being taken away. He had seemingly missed his chance to eat one. Oh, call Daniel, poor guy. Now then, we will temporarily take Conrad into the orphanage, I said. Since orphans and grey priests can be purchased, you need only save up enough money, Feline, then you and your brother can be reunited. Ferdinand immediately fixed me with a harsh glare. Hold it. Where do you expect him to live? He cannot live in the room you have granted Feline in the castle. She would need to save enough to buy an entire estate, and that is no simple task. Furthermore, no matter how hard either of them works, that child can no longer become a noble. But why not? We retrieved the magic tool, so if she saves up enough money to have his baptism ceremony, or before his baptism ceremony, I trailed off, he had managed to reclaim the magic tool for children that had used to belong to Feline's mother. If we put new face stones into it, surely Feline will just need to buy Conrad when she was able. That was the assumption I had made, at least, but it appeared that living as a noble wasn't quite that easy. Feline set the heirloom on her lap and then stroked it. Her eyes lowered sadly. Lady Rosemine, money can be saved and borrowed, but the mana is lost, she said. I didn't understand, though. The tool was right there. Ferdinand sighed at my confusion and explained. You must not consider yourself on the same level as a lay noble child without even enough mana to be a suitable successor. You may have been compressing mana since long before your baptism, but you are an exception. Most cannot dye multiple face stones in the blink of an eye. Lay nobles use magic tools such as that one to prevent their mana from being mixed in with others, and then spend years preparing face stones to be used in lectures. Lord Ferdinand is correct. Conrad is already almost 5, and all the face stones he saved up until now have been lost. He no longer has enough time, even with the mixed tool and the face stones returned to him. No way, I murmured. I had been sure that now that they were away from their abusive parents and receiving my support, they would even eventually be able to live happily as siblings again. But reality was not so forgiving. Ferdinand rubbed his temples, having never considered that I actually intended to return Conrad to noble society. The most you can do as the High Bishop and orphanage director is save the life of a child deemed unnecessary by his parents. You cannot support his life as a noble, he said. Furthermore, it will be problematic for you to show such obvious favoritism to just one of your straight retainers. Be careful of all that you say and do. You are the Archduke's adopted daughter, and it is precisely because you were made High Bishop that you must know what lines are not to be crossed. I could only bite my lip in response. He was right. I couldn't do the same for every noble child who was put before me, and putting some above others based on my feelings would only make me the same as Bezin wants. Don't look so down, Lady Rosemine. Feline looked between Conrad and me, then she gave a bright smile. I feel at peace just knowing Conrad has a safe place to live. I had feared more than anything that he would be left in that place and climb the towering stairway. On top of that, you even recovered our mother's heirloom for us. I am grateful from the bottom of my heart. I will serve you with my absolute all and return the money that you lent me as soon as possible. I will even save up enough to buy Conrad so that we can live together, even if not as fellow nobles. He is my only brother, after all. I saw Feline and Conrad smile at each other, and my feelings on the matter settled. The world would be a better place without mana prejudice, and without children dying from having their magic tools stolen. Ferdinand, how many children are in situations like Conrad's? I asked. Magic tools are expensive, so I would say there are likely others among the lay nobles. Is there any way we can save them? And comers with the devouring, too, if possible, I asked. Those questions earned me exasperated looks from not just Ferdinand, but Hartman and Feline as well. You would overreach that much while you are already so busy with the printing industry? You must be a fool, Ferdinand said. But does it not bother you? Plus, given the duchy's mana shortage, I believe things could change a bit if we accepted them into the orphanage. The shortage was a serious problem, and we wanted to scrape up as much mana as we could get. The mana shortage is temporary. What will you do when the nobility repopulates? The inefficiencies you introduce will be shaved away first. Rather than being driven by emotion, you must think of the future. Right now, you are considering only what is right in front of you. I took a deep breath. He had a point, but the children most would surely be able to use their mana to secure them some other job to do. Perhaps they could work on finding future employment while helping to fill the land of mana. They could prove useful to society while earning their own income. Even if they couldn't live as nobles, there were other paths available to them. Ones that were much better than death, in my opinion. What can I do? You must stop contemplating this, Ferdinand said, interrupting my train of thought. In almost all cases, when you begin to contemplate an issue, things shift in an unfathomable direction. Furthermore, something this large will require the Ob to make any final decisions. Do not think of such extraneous matters before you first clean up your own business. Understood. Still, I want to think about this. I clenched my fist under the table, and in an instant Ferdinand sighed from beside me. You are letting it all show on your face, he said with a glare, prompting me to raise my hands to my cheeks. Before you throw noble society into complete chaos by barging into the domestic problems of strangers and giving unrequested assistance, finish your printing work. Is your wish not to become a librarian? One cannot become a scholar without first gathering experience as an apprentice. In short, Ferdinand was admonishing me for trying to do too much at once. The date for selling books in the castle is fast approaching. Have you finished organizing it with the planting company? Indeed, Fran has reported that the workshop is fairly ready too, I replied. Even during the 2 years I was asleep, Charlotte and the others had communicated through Ferdinand to set up the planting company's book fair. It had consequently become a regular event. It was looking forward to seeing how it turned out this year. Okay, I think I'm going to have to end this here, and I will see you all on the next one. Okay, part 8. The book fair and the follow-up meeting. A great number of customers came to and made purchases from the book fair this year. The most notable attendee to all those present was no doubt my great-grandfather, who had been at the very front of the customer line. He had recovered since his collapse during my meta-compression lecture, and to everyone's surprise, arrived with his caretakers. Upon tottering to the stand with his walking stick, he had bought one of every book. I heard Benno and the others inhale sharply at the sudden huge sum of money. There hadn't been many books when we had initially started the fair, but now there were a variety of types available. No other customer bought one of everything. Grandfather certainly is rich, isn't he, Riarda? He wanted to purchase one of each, considering that his descendants, you and Lady Elvira, published them, milady. He has only just recovered. Wait. So Count Lysgang was quite worried about him coming. Great-grandfather, you're pushing yourself way too hard. Isn't there a good chance you'll collapse again? I watched over him anxiously until he eventually left the room, all the while empathizing with those who had to watch over me in the same way. This is bad for my heart. No wonder everyone yells at me to keep calm. I need to search for the self-restraint I abandoned so long ago. As I passed the nerve-wracking time, newly baptized children came for karata and playing cards while adults came for books. There were many female customers, and our best-selling fiction book was the collection of romantic night stories Elvira had written. Once again, love stories set in the Royal Academy were proving popular. They were based on tales she had heard from women across many durations so that people of all ages could read them and enjoy both savoring their nostalgia and sharing theories on who a particular character was based on. Oh boy, but that's fun to figure out. With that said, the best-selling product came across all types was the star of this year's book fair, Rosemine's Ravishing Recipes. It was our first color book and the product of many people's labor. Hugo and Ella had selected their simplest, easy-to-make recipes, Nicola had done her best to write them all down, Wilma had drawn the art, and Heidi had created the color ink that made the coloring possible in the first place. Incidentally, the final page included an advertisement for the Italian restaurant. We were able to produce color books through mimeograph printing. It was exceedingly time-consuming and expensive compared to printing in black and white, and it was extremely hard to keep the overlapping colors from mixing together. Gil had informed me as such, slumped over in exhaustion at just the thought. The recipe book was slim, with only 10 recipes in total, but it was our most expensive book yet. Even so, because it included recipes for common consomme and pasta dishes, nobles who had eaten the meals prepared by the castle chefs over winter socializing bought it in droves. The cooking style was quite different from local traditions, so it was yet to be seen whether their chefs would actually be able to make proper dishes from the recipes alone. Ella and the others had said that one would still need to get used to balancing the heat and the timing and such. Of course, instructions to make natural yeast were not included, So the castle remained the only place where one could eat fluffy bread. I gotta talk right. We will return to the temple after breakfast tomorrow, Ferdinand said. The planting company will be there, but only for our meeting. Know that we will be returning to the castle by dinner. Understood. We had a meeting with the planting company scheduled in the orphanage director's chambers, where we were going to discuss what to print next and the upcoming Haldensdale visit. I was completely ready to meet Lutz and Benno again after so long. I had given them an official summons during the book fair and slipped a letter to my family in the list of things we'll be talking about. I would like to participate in the meeting as well, Hartman said to me. Please, no. Hartman being there meant I would need to dress up my words, just as I had done when writing the letter. Was this just going to be my life now? And I was finally going to get to meet everyone again, too. Due to having brought him to the temple before, there was no reason for me to refuse him this time, but as I regretfully went to give him permission, Ferdinand shook his head with a frown. Thank God for that. There will be a meeting 2 days from now with the scholars recommended by the various Geebs. It is then that work for the printing industry will be officially distributed. The ops permission shall not be granted before then, so now is not the time for Feline or Hartman to come to the temple. Instead, I would advise them to prepare documents to be distributed to the scholars regarding the steps and materials necessary for building paper-making workshops and printing workshops, he said. As you wish. Ferdinand silenced any potential protests by giving my apprentice scholars work to do. I did feel a little bad for Hartman, but I was super relieved that I wouldn't have to bring him or Feline with me. So much so that I wanted to pray in thanks for Sylvester working so slowly that he hadn't given Ferdinand permission yet. Don't worry, I'm not actually praying, though I may be grinning a little. After breakfast the next day, I departed for the temple with Ferdinand, Daniel, and Angelica were going to accompany me as guards, while the underage knights remained behind as they had before. They will be spending this time participating in Boniface's apprentice training. Good luck! Hurry back soon, Lady Rosamund. For their sakes, I am terribly worried about how excessively motivated Grandfather seems to be. The apprentices might even be worked to death, Cornelius said as he saw us off. His mental scars from his time being trained among the Archducal family's guard knights were evidently long from being forgotten. I really don't think my return will change Grandfather's inability to control himself. Upon arriving at the temple, Ferdinand went straight to the High Bishop's chambers and held a pre-meeting for our talk with the planting company, which was scheduled for 4th bell. I suppose this will have to do, Ferdinand said, once our preparatory discussion was over. Indeed, I replied, still writing down what he had said on my diptych. I imagine they will have many questions, concerns, and requests regarding the cleanup of the lower city, and the selection of scholars which will need to be settled through a meeting with the Ob. I will arrange that at once, Justice replied. He wasted no time getting to work. Now that our pre-meeting had concluded, Fran brought in tea and sweets. We were having crepes again since Daniel had tragically missed his chance before. Those crepes were especially fancy, with the Peru juice having been mixed into the batter. Oh, Daniel's gonna love that if he gets the chance. He gets to try it. Come on. Let him have it. Ferdinand didn't like his sweets to be too sweet, so his crepes had lots of rum toff and a conservative amount of cream. In contrast, mine had Peru chunks mixed in and extra cream. Juice from the Peru chunks filled my mouth with joy. It was a delicious winter flavor, but Perus were now out of season. This will be my last opportunity to enjoy them this year. More new sweets, Ferdinand observed. The crepes themselves have been around for quite some time. They're just made with slightly different ingredients, I replied. Once we were done, Ferdinand took out the sound-blocking magic tools. I groped one, and that was when I noticed his expression twist slightly with what looked like sympathy for me. Oh, I know why. This was actually mentioned in a previous volume by Benno and Mark, where they had to, they were discussing what they were going to have to do once they could no longer go into the hidden room, because that was going to end up popping up at some point, either when she turned 10 or when she became engaged. So there's going to be times where she can't even go in the hidden room with them anymore, which means she can't get her hugs from Lutz anymore. Oh, no! Mine. Scholars will henceforth accompany you to the temple, he said. This will be the last time you can use the hidden room here. I had known this day would come eventually, but his words hit me like a truck nonetheless. The presence of scholars meant I wouldn't be able to clear my chambers and bring only specific merchants into my hidden room. I was feeling the same sadness I had momentarily felt when Hartman had asked to come. It was all over. Did you stop Hartman from coming so that I could have time to say goodbye to Lutz and the others, I asked. I imagined it would be better for you to finalize matters yourself, rather than have everything so abruptly taken from you. Ferdinand lowered his eyes and then slowly exhaled. The plan was for you to stay with your family until you entered the Royal Academy, but you ended up being taken from them all the same. I have turned a blind eye to this hidden room business to help ease your fears and anxieties, but you are now a student. You will be attending all future meetings with scholars at your side, and they will not be so willing to overlook such things. Indeed, I replied. Ferdinand had kept this going for as long as he possibly could, probably at some personal expense. Knowing that, there was nothing more I could say. Most importantly of all, your engagement to Wilfrid is due to be announced during the feast celebrating spring. It will be unthinkable for a commoner man to enter the hidden room of an engaged woman. Such a controversy would even damage the planting company's reputation, and you certainly would not want that, would you? I shook my head. Benno had desperately expanded his store to accommodate the unreasonable demands of the nobles. Plus, he was running all across Ehrenfest with Lutz and the other Gutenbergs. I couldn't undo all their efforts for my own selfish reasons. Justice is going to accompany you into your hidden room today, Ferdinand said. He knows of your circumstances and simply already has connections with the planting company. You will find his presence much easier to ignore than mine, I imagined. I apparently had to bring at least one scholar with me. This was because we would be talking about things that needed to be mentioned at the upcoming meeting with the scholars, but it was also presumably his job to make sure I said my farewells for real. Otherwise, there wouldn't actually be a reason for me to bring him into my hidden room in particular. Very well, I said after a reluctant pause. I shall bring Justice. And so I moved to the orphanage director's chambers with Justice and my attendants to await fourth bell. We were going to be talking leisurely over lunch. It was Ferdinand who chose this meeting time, right? I asked Justice. Isn't fourth bell a strange time for a meeting? Lord Ferdinand calculated that it would give you marginally more time than a standard meeting. His kindness is roundabout and hard to understand. Surely you are used to that by now. He is roundabout and hard to understand in general, Justice said with a small smile. Oh, Justice gets it. The attendants assigned to Ferdinand after his baptism had all been Veronica's men. They had taken away from him anything that made him happy and forced upon him anything that he didn't like. As a means to protect himself, he had learned at a young age to develop a flat expression that hid his emotions from those around him. Understandable. From his perspective, milady, you were a very simple you were a very easy to understand individual with clear emotions and no ulterior motives. On top of that, he recognizes that any noble euphemism will only go over your head and result in problems at a later date. So he has adopted a rather easy-to-understand attitude around you in turn. If that attitude is meant to be easy to understand, what the heck does that say about me? I pursed my lips, at which point the planting company arrived. Fran brought them up to the second floor, and Nicola brought in food while we greeted each other. Mark, Lutz, you may eat with us today. My attendants will serve you, I said. Gil glanced uneasily between Justice and me as he started serving Lutz. Please be at ease. It is an invitation from Lady Rosemine, he said. Lutz snapped back to reality and then gracefully took the seat offered to him. I was told that he had learned etiquette at the temple over the 2 years I was asleep, and it certainly appeared to have paid off. He really had mastered it. A Lutz of a bygone age who had stuffed his face with food when Benno had first invited us to lunch was nowhere to be seen. That's good, he's gotten better. On a similar note, Gil, who was pretty much an adult now, was a perfect attendant. It was hard to believe that he had been the biggest brat and a regular of the repentance chamber when he was a kid. Yeah, things have changed a lot since you took him in. He did his job so well that it was hard to imagine him getting punished for tossing his duties aside. I had been so busy since waking up that I hadn't had any time to actually take in my surroundings. Now that I was really looking at them, they had grown up so much. They would no doubt accept the news that we were going to be separated with the utmost calm without getting all weepy and overly attached like I was. It made me feel as though I were a child throwing a tantrum by comparison. The sales were adequate, Benno began as we ate our appetizers. Most books were sold in the castle, but as the head of the printing guild and the planting company, he still handled all the numbers himself. Since the recipe collection sold well, might I suggest our next work be a new recipe collection with contributions from Ella, Hugo, and Lace? If we paid them a small percentage of the money we make in return for their input, we might get even more recipes to use. Perhaps, but sales all across Ehrenfest are gradually on the decline. This is likely due to us having reached our entire sales base. But either way, not that many people could afford books, and so it seemed the planting company was looking to expand into new demographics. But that would require the Archduke's permission. As I sipped my consomme, I mentally started picking out which books I wanted to spread. I want to maintain our advantage in the Royal Academy, so the Bible picture books and the yet-to-be-made textbooks will not yet be sold to other duchies. We will, however, think about starting to sell the other books, that is, the night stories and the sheet music. Considering the chaos that will be ensue from the ensue from the increased number of duchies doing trade here, we will presumably need to wait until next year for that to begin. We will not be able to handle the demand unless we create more printing workshops before then. So you would do well to plan on building more and printing more textbooks this year. Benno gave an empathetic nod and frowned at the word chaos. There was no denying that the lower city had been struggling to prepare for a while now. Furthermore, it seems that the books regarding etiquette are not selling particularly well, I said. Thule had been the one to suggest that we make them, but there simply hadn't been much interest. It saddened me a little to see all the unsold stacks. Lutz, however, shook his head while picking up some fluffy bread. Oh, those are for a different demographic. We're selling them to lay nobles and who cannot afford good tutors. Rich families with connections to the nobility, and town chefs and mayors who deal with nobles. They aren't selling poorly in the least, he explained. As it turned out, they were actually selling rather well. They simply weren't needed by those in the castle since everyone has already understood etiquette. We sold them on the way to Haldensdale by stopping at towns and cities in the central district, discussing what had happened in Haas, and then warning them that they could suffer the same fate unless they worked on their etiquette. We made a ton of sales after that, Lutz said with a proud grin. I couldn't help but smile. The people had presumably had no choice but to buy the books at that point. Haas was the only city that was used to how Besenwants had once done things, so they couldn't just pass it off as someone else's problem. Judging by the sales in the castle, Haldensdale seems like quite a melting pot for stories deemed acceptable by the nobility, Mark reported. The stories your mother wrote sold more than any other, Lady Rosemine. He was eyeing the thigh meat cooked with wine that was sitting on his plate as he spoke. At the moment, Elvira's romance stories had firmly gripped the hearts of all the duchy's noblewomen. Faction politics were no doubt at play to some degree, but the more important takeaway was that a noble was better suited at writing stories than other nobles would enjoy. Haldensdale is beating us in sales. We want something that feels palpable more in Ehrenfest. Benno said, his tone polite and firm. Most children have the illustrated Bible, Carta, and playing cards by now, but so they weren't likely to make any more purchases going forward. We were planning to appeal to them with textbooks in the long term, but Benno wanted something that would bring more immediate profits. I wonder what we could produce while cutting my meat. What if we were to focus a bit more on stationery, I suggested. What other stationery exists? Perhaps something like a file folder or a binder for organizing paper? We could also create standardized order forms for merchants, especially considering that a great number are going to be arriving from other duchies. They would be convenient to have, don't you think? Mark nodded in agreement several times as I explained how hard it was to process orders, since they were often written in different formats. It was a grand struggle to get people to write them in a consistent way. Speaking of which, the guildmaster had a question. You said there were going to be specific duchies chosen for us to do business with, but how will we determine which merchants have received this permission? Benno asked, looking at me as he stuck a spoon into the pudding served for dessert. They had thus far been able to do business with whatever merchants came to them, but now they were going to need to restrict themselves to a select few. There simply wasn't enough product for them to sell to absolute anyone. That is something we'll have to think about. Did you consult Otto on it for his opinion? His opinion was that he could say no more than the fact things would likely differ based on the duchy. As a former traveling merchant, he wasn't particularly informed on merchants doing business on the orders of their archdukes. Benno replied. If even Otto and Gustav didn't have any ideas on as experienced merchants, then I certainly had no clue either. I suppose it would be wise to investigate how other duchies are handling this, though perhaps the most reliable method will be to make something special in Ehrenfest that other duchies cannot emulate, I mused aloud. The first thing that came to mind were red seal ships, Japanese merchant vessels from the early 17th century that traveled with red sealed letters, patent issued by the ruling Tokugawa shogunate. We could probably copy that system by making it so that only merchants with red sealed letters patent could do business. Although I had no idea whether we could actually issue those or whether they would even work in the first place. It was too dangerous to make this kind of decision by myself. I will consult the Archduke, I said. This is perhaps something that will need to be decided at the Archduke conference. We thank you for your consideration. Food really does taste better when you eat it with other people. Such was the thought that crossed my mind as I finished the last lunch I would ever eat with Lutz and the others. I could have lunch meetings with Benno in the future since he was the head of the planting company, but eating with a Laharl apprentice like Lutz was simply out of the question. It might be possible 10 years from now, but that felt like forever away from where I stood now. Lady Rosemine, here are the documents regarding this year's sales, the thoughts on lay scholars, and the reconstruction of the city. Much appreciated. I will send them to the Ob, I said, and here is a letter from the Ob. Let's held out the documents as Benno spoke. I took them, and upon confirming that there was a letter slid in between them, swiftly put them into a box and closed the lid. At the same time, Let's noticed the envelope I slipped into the documents I handed him and glanced at Justice. I wonder if this will be our last time exchanging letters, too. Even after stealing our resolve, the thought still pained my heart. I held back the urge to cry as I ordered Fran to open the hidden room. Benno, Mark, Les, there's something very important we must discuss. Daniel is going to accompany me as my guard, Gil and Fran as my attendants, and Justice as my scholar. Letz's eyes widened in disbelief the very moment I spoke that last name. Mark turned his gaze to the floor while Benno squeezed his eyes shut as if to say, so the day has finally come. He knew. Oh, God, no. This is gonna suck! I looked at the door, Fran had opened, and then gave Let's the best smile I could muster. It's very, very important. Oh, boy. If I end up crying, guys, I apologize. Sorry I was stretching. I promise. I went inside with everyone else following behind me. I sat in the chair that Gil pulled out for me. Then, once Fran had shut the door, I calmly looked over everyone. Daniel stood behind me, Fran stood by the door, and Gil stood to my right in the standard attendant position. They were all in their usual spots, but the three from the planting company looked awkwardly between Justice and me, unaware of where to go. Benno, Mark, Let's, it's fine. Justice is here, but he knows everything. You can sit and act as you normally do. What? Let's exclaimed. He looked at Justice, who in turn looked down at him with an amused cocked smile. Amused cocked eyebrow. Oh dear. I'm the one who sussed mine out way back when at Lord Ferdinand's order. That's why he trusted me with the planting company and the workshop for the past 2 years. To be clear, I'm here at Lord Ferdinand's orders too. Let's grimaced at that. He took a seat in front of me and then gave me a worried look. Lady Rosemine, what did the High Priest say? Let's, please, speak normally. Normally? He looked around the room, then he sighed and shut his eyes tight. It took him a moment, but his green eyes eventually looked straight at me. Alrighty then, what happened? I was relieved to hear his familiar tone, but at the same time, I was struck with a sense of unstoppable desolation. Oh, here we go. Dang it, I said that right at the same time. Here we go for both Rosemine and me. My eyes started to feel uncomfortably warm. Yeah, I told you guys. I knew it was coming. And this fucking sucks. That she can't even hug Les anymore. Dang it, I can't even, hold on guys. I'm gonna have to edit this anyway. So, yeah. Don't you hate it when you get freaking stopped up like that? I hate it. And through the blur of tears, I saw Lutz and Benno reaching for me. I clenched my fists on my lap. Today's the last day we can use the hidden room, so he told me to say my goodbyes. I said, choking the words out between deep breaths. Tears were streaming down my face. I mean, Benno and Mark already knew this was coming. I wonder if they told Lutz this? Because, I mean, they knew it was coming, but shouldn't they have informed Lutz on this so he could have tried to prepare himself for when this would happen? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe he did. I don't know. I heard Benno grunt as I watched the beads dripping down into my hands. Figures. Putting aside how you look and all that, you're 10 years old as far as the public's concerned. We knew you wouldn't be able to use the room like this for much longer. Noble society's too strict for that, he said with a bitter expression. Yeah, I still don't get why hand-holding is probably the most lewd thing you can do besides, obviously sex. It's so weird to me. I'm sorry, it's just so weird. Oh, he didn't know. Let's' eyes widen with surprise. He was the only one of the trio who hadn't expected this to be our last farewell. Why didn't you guys tell him? That should have been something you should have prepared him for. When you were talking to him back after the blizzard, after your blizzard meeting, when, Lutz was getting upset, that's when you should have told him. Benno and Mark had both known it was going to eventually come. Age is one factor, but you also show favoritism to only a select few members, Mark said to me. Sorry. His tone was peaceful, but his smile was tinged with concern. There are already many merchants saying that you have too much of an attachment to the Plantain and Gilberta companies. If rumors spread that you have been taking commoner men into your hidden room, all of us will suffer greatly, and she knows this. The impact would be even more severe if people came to assume that all of the Plantain company's success was due to my favoritism. According to Benno, it would impact his workers' motivation, and the last thing I wanted to do was damage his business reputation, considering that's all he built. He built it all up. Your help. Hello? Yeah, I guess a saint can't be the center of a talk like that, Lutz said. Not just that, I noted. The engagement is about to be announced. Lutz blinked at me completely stunned. Whose engagement, he asked, his brow contorted in bemusement. Oh, yeah, this. Oh, dear. This is gonna be awkward. But, yeah, oh, dear. His Derek Gunter's gonna go crazy! He's gonna get so mad. He's gonna be so mad. Who's marrying my daughter? Oh my god, that's gonna be good to read. But he can't say that out loud, obviously. Well, he can say it in his home, but he can't say it, out in public. Because as far as everybody else knows, mine is dead. Mine. The announcement that I'm getting engaged to my brother Wilfried, the son of the Archduke. Naturally, this surprised everybody. Both Benno and Mark looked wholly taken aback, while Lutz stared at me quizzically as though he couldn't quite accept the idea of me getting engaged. Oh, wait, you're engaged? Isn't it kind of early for that? Uh-huh, a lot happens in the Royal Academy. The engagement is necessary to stop bigger problems from happening. You sure do cause trouble wherever you go, huh? Lutz said with an exasperated look. He then grimaced with worry. Guess there aren't problems. These aren't problems I can't help you with anymore. Nope, you can't. Oh, come on, just let him hug you one last time. One last hug. Although I think you're going to have a hard time pulling her away from him at that point. No, actually, what am I saying? She's weak. Justice could do it. Though I think he would feel bad doing it. His conflicted smile made my heart ache. I wanted to hug him tightly like usual, but I couldn't find the strength to reach out to him. I just opened and closed my fists on my lap, staring at the creases that were forming on my skirt. It was like there was a wall between us, or a vast chasm that I was only now noticing. Perhaps I had always known it was there, but I had simply ignored it. And now I was being made to face it head on. It really was hard to put what I was feeling into words. The High Priest said it would sound terrible for an engaged noble girl to invite commoner men into her hidden room. Yeah. Considering what happened with Sister Margaret, that's a little different, but still. I said, I mean, that sounds terrible regardless of you being a noble. Let's shot back immediately. I see your head still isn't screwed too tight. I pursed my lips, which made Let's scratch his head just as Benno always did. He had clearly picked up the habit from him. Well, I mean, the guys are working with him, so of course he's going to pick up some habits from him. Alright. I get that we can't see each other here anymore, Let's said, but are you fine with that? Really? Obviously not, I replied, tears dripping down my face as my true feelings started to spill out. Of course she's not fine with it. Do you really think she'd be fine with it? No! Having to nullify the contracts. And now this? She's essentially losing her real connection to Lutz and the others. Even more so now because she can't even act like her usual self around them. She has no way of acting like her usual self now with anybody except when there's no scholars around, but even still. I hadn't been fine with it before and nothing had changed. You've accepted the real me, helped me make paper and hairpins while watching out for my health, and helped me figure out our next step whenever we hit a wall. You were there for me when I was so lonely and worried that I thought I might die, and you brought letters to my family when I got separated from them. Everything I've done has been possible because of you. I never would have been able to do it all alone. I mean, you've also helped him out, too, with getting him to be a merchant and everything. So yeah, he owes a lot to you, too. Look, if you're not okay with this, let's begin, but I raised a hand to stop him. She needs to say this. It doesn't matter how I feel. It's too late. The High Priest had planned to stop overlooking all this once I started attending the Royal Academy. He allowed it to continue for a bit longer when my 2-year sleep caused me to almost lose my mind with fear. But this farewell should have happened a long time ago. Even though she doesn't want it, obviously. Lutz wore a pained grimace while Benno and Marg averted their gazes, staring at the floor. I understand why we can't stay together more than anyone, but I don't understand it. But I don't understand it either, I continued. Why did I need to sleep for 2 whole years? Why wasn't that enough time for me to become fully healthy? Why do we have to say goodbye already? I say it's because I'm too old now, but to me, nothing's changed. Oh my god, this is gonna make people cry when this gets animated. Oh my god. It's already making me cry. Lutz reached out to console me, but then stopped short. Instead, he gripped my hand in a tight fist. Don't cry. Kinda too late on that, dude. She's already crying. His voice came out low, almost like a growl. I looked up to see that he was now on his feet, staring down at me, his teeth gritted in frustration. Don't cry anymore. Ooh, you called her mine. What am I saying? Of course, he's allowed to do that because that could be seen as a nickname to Rose Mine, but still. Gotta be careful with that. I was so shocked to hear Lutz yell at me and call me mine that my tears stopped in an instant. Wow. From this point on, no matter how much you cry, I won't be there to calm you down, so just don't cry anymore, he continued. It's kind of hard to hold back your emotions. Because if you hold your emotions in too much, you're gonna go boom boom. And it's not gonna be good for anybody. He continued. His face made it clear that he was desperately holding back the pain. While his voice told me he was agonizing over his own powerlessness. Lutz sat back down and silence fell over the room. Justice was quietly watching me. His eyes were just like Ferdinand's, the eyes of someone evaluating another for their worth. I very nearly averted my gaze out of weakness, but Lutz called out to me at the same time, drawing my attention to him rather than the floor. Mine, do you remember talking about our dreams on the way to the forest way back when? Sorry, this is gonna be annoying. I don't know if I'm gonna edit this stuff out. Or I've had to pause. But maybe, maybe not, I don't know. It just depends. I recalled the time I had breathlessly walked to the forest with a tiny basket on my back, eager to forage firewood and food. Lutz had set my pace, Tully was there leading the children, and even Ralph and Faye were accompanying us. All the kids went to the forest in one large group, but I was so slow that I would always leave first and arrive last. Dang, you are slow. I wonder how slow she is. I vaguely remembered us discussing our dreams back when I had been desperate just to make some clay tablets. What the fuck? At the time, we hadn't known anything about city citizenship, the lives of traveling merchants, or what people thought about it, but with that ignorance came a sense of freedom and fearlessness. You said you wanted to be a traveling merchant, right? A gentle smile touched my lips as I thought back on that memory, but Lutz returned a nod with a look of complete seriousness. Right, I wanted to become a traveling merchant to lead this city, to explore other cities. And thanks to you, that dream came true. I'm leaving this city all the time as a Gutenberg. I'm gone to Haas, to Ilgner, and most recently to Haldensdale. Haldensdale was a long trip, even by carriage. So we stopped at all kinds of cities and towns on the way. I've been to so many places, and I'm gonna go to so many more, because we've got to make more printing workshops. Let's begin to list all the other cities and towns he had visited. Looking directly at me with his green eyes, then he eventually said, do you remember what your dream was? If I remember correctly, her dream was to open a bookstore and fill the world with books or something like that? I blinked and scoured my memories. I hadn't had any paper or ink at the time, so my aim had simply been some kind of way to recording letters. I was small, weak, lacking in stamina, and essentially broke, yet I wanted things to read so badly. I wanted to live surrounded by books. My dream was for there to be several new books published each month and for me to live a life where I could read them all. Right. Compared to back then, I'm really, really blessed right now. I had made paper, ink, a printing press, and a foundation through which the Archduke could direct the growth of the printing industry. There were people helping me make books, and I had even befriended a fellow bookworm in the Royal Academy. There were bookrooms in both the temple and the castle which I could enter at will and freely browse thanks to my current status. Only now did it occur to me that I had obtained everything I could ever wanted back then. You did. I looked at my hands and then back at Lutz, who nodded at me in understanding. There are still only a few more books being written each year in Ehrenfest. A few new books being written each year in Ehrenfest, he said. But if we keep building printing workshops, we'll be able to manage a new book each month. Hopefully even more than that. There was now a printing workshop in Haldensdale, as well as Ehrenfest, and there were several other Giebs who wanted to start printing in their provinces too. If the Gutenbergs continued to move around the duchy and spread their knowledge, the number of printing workshops would dramatically increase moving forward. These were concrete steps toward my dream of there being more books, more concrete than anything else we could do. I'll keep making them, Lutz said. I'll keep making more and more books for you to read. Why are you willing to do so much for me? I asked. Oh. I'm willing to bet part of the reason is that he's in love with her. But it's not gonna happen! Well, for one, she's already engaged. Two, it's because of the whole mana thing. Since she's got mana, they couldn't be together. No sooner had the words left my mouth than it struck me that I had asked him a similar question in the past. Let's smile a little as if to say the answer was obvious. 'Cause you made my dream come true, and now I want to return the favor. I'll make a ton of books for you and send them your way, so don't cry. You just need to smile and wait for them to arrive. That didn't make me happy so much as it made me feel like it was a bit wrong. Lutz had been working with me this whole time, and now he was telling me to wait. I was truly happy about getting more books without having to do anything, but I didn't really want Lutz of all people saying that. I thought about why that was, my brows furrowed, and then the realization hit me. I really need to shape up, don't I? Huh? Of course it didn't feel right. We had gotten this far together. Our jobs had always been different, but for sure, whether we were making hairpins and paper, saving for the orphans in the temple, or selling books in the castle, we were doing different things in different places, but I had never just sat and waited for him to do everything. Yeah, you don't just sit, you do what you want, you do what you can to help make things. Sorry. I had to make sure it was still recording because I accidentally hit a button. You make the things I think up, Lutz. I can't just sit around and wait for you to toss things my way. I need to do what I can do myself. For me to waste so much time and potential, well, I wouldn't have the right to read your books. Lutz grinned while Benno's dark red eyes flashed with a light that spoke louder than words. Yep, that's exactly right. If you got time to cry, then you've got time to work. Make money instead. Make a profit. Yep. That's so a thing Benno would say. I'll support you and the other Gutenbergs so that you can do your jobs well and make as many books as possible, I said, and just like I promised my dad, I'll protect this city and everyone in it. Indeed, Mark said encouragingly, the planting company and Gutenbergs will continue to be involved with the nobility into perpetuity. The only one who can protect us weak commoners is you, the Archduke's adopted daughter. I nodded, at which point Lutz abruptly rose from his chair and stood in front of me. Then he held out a hand. It's a promise. Even if we can't meet each other like this anymore, I'll be busy making books for you, and this promise lasts forever. Until he dies anyway, but still, that's a long time away. I stood up and took Lutz's hand, making sure to grip it as tightly as I put my all into my own decision. Put my all into my own declaration. Even if we can't meet each other like this anymore, I'll keep thinking of ways to help all of you. That's my promise to you. We grinned at each other hand in hand. Even when separated, we can continue walking down the same path, the path of making books. Lutz, keep your promise, alright? You too, Lutz. Or later. Sorry, later. Keep your promise. Once our promises had been exchanged, Lutz and the others exited my hidden room. Gil would be seeing them off to the gates, as I watched them leave the hidden room with puffy eyes. Justice. Yes, my lady? Am I smiling right now? Do you think Lutz left without worrying about me? I don't know. Justice quietly nodded. You are smiling. However, if I may make a suggestion, there is still time before we must return to the castle. Why not make use of your hidden room? Adult noble women who must not allow their emotions to be shown use their hidden rooms to be alone and recover, he said. So essentially stay in there and cry your heart out. In addition, he suggested that I use the hidden room in the High Bishop's chambers. My attendants couldn't do their jobs while I was in this one. That is true, but Ferdinand's also registered to come into that room too, so you might want to be careful that he doesn't accidentally try to walk in. What am I saying? He wouldn't try to walk in on you. He would still, do the proper thing and knock and tell you that he's there. But yeah. A hidden room should be to you as your family and the lower city merchants have been before now, he continued. The comparison immediately made sense to me. My hidden room was like my lower city family, and that it provided me an opportunity to reveal my true self. So essentially you could still be your true self, just in the hidden room. I see, I said. So my family was like a hidden room with a door that can no longer be opened, while us and the merchants were like bedding with a canopy that can only be closed, or that could once be closed, but perhaps a blanket that would give me the energy I needed to work another day. Now that they are gone, however, I must find someplace else to rest. Following that conclusion, I gave an empty smile. Perhaps I would need to grow strong enough to sleep outside like a knight. You are a silly girl. After I exited my hidden room, Fran stepped forward with a slight frown and placed a veil over my head. It blocked my face so that other people wouldn't be able to see my puffy eyes or flushed tear-stained cheeks. I cannot talk! Dear God! As a sign of relief, Fran said, "Excuse me," and picked me up. "Monica, Nicola, I entrust the cleanup to you both. I will be taking the tired Lady Rosemine back to the High Bishop's chambers," he said before briskly walking off. I very nearly protested I could walk on my own, but instead I conceded and rested my head against Fran. This was his way of offering me comfort and physical affection without overstepping the boundaries that sat between a servant and the one they served. He's as hard to understand as Ferdinand, just like always. Yeah, well, I mean, the guy did serve him, so I guess he's going to pick up some habits from him, too. Daniel and Angelica were following me as guard knights while Justice was walking beside us. Right after we arrived at the High Bishop's chambers, I was set down by the door to my hidden room. "Milady, I will summon you when it is time to return to the castle. Please do use your hidden room in the meantime," Justice said. "This box contains something you want, correct?" He handed over the box he had brought for me while implying that he knew about the letter from my family that was wedged between the documents. "Thank you ever so much, Justice." The guy is known to notice everything, so of course he's going to notice it. Once inside my hidden room, I took the letter out of the box. It was a reply to the message I had given the Plantain Company during the castle's book fair. A message in which I had described Tully's hairpin receiving the prince's favor and my coming first in class at the Royal Academy. Everyone had read the letter and they showered me with praise. "You certainly are working hard, mine. That really must have been very difficult. Take care not to fall sick. That's what I'm worried about the most." "Ooh, Tully got praised by the prince and you got better grades than all the other nobles. Both my daughters are something else. I couldn't be more proud as a father. There are more craftspeople making hairpins, but I'm working hard so I can get to keep making all the ones for you, mine. I don't want anyone else taking this job from me." Just opening the letter had made me want to cry. Okay, so she's in her hidden room, so she can cry. Good. So she has a place she can actually let out her emotions. Good. So I was positively bawling by the time I actually started to read it. Once the scholars started following me about everywhere, we wouldn't be able to have secret exchanges like this anymore. "Dad, Mom, Tully. I could no longer enter my hidden room now that my magic contract with Sylvester had effectively locked the door. Benno, Mara Klutz. I no longer had a support blanket to wrap around myself and vent my emotions into. I'll keep my promise, but it looks like I won't be able to stop crying. Let's see. Okay, when is the epilogue? Good lord. How much longer till the epilogue? Jesus Christ. I could still go. I could keep going. Okay. I think I should be fine. Ferdinand and I. As I was enjoying the relaxing nothingness of sleep, I heard the faint sound of someone calling for me. I didn't want to wake up yet. I wanted to keep sinking into the calming void. But the voice simply refused to stop. Rosamund, get up. Once the gentle shaking started, I had no choice but to slowly open my eyes. My eyelids were puffy and heavy, and despite, perhaps due to how much I had cried, there was a throbbing and an uncomfortable fever in my temples. Ferdinand, Justice, Eckert? I said, speaking the names of everyone who was here to my surprise. I glanced around and then remembered I was in my hidden room. I had presumably cried myself to sleep after reading the letter from my lower city family. Wow! And since only Ferdinand could come in the room, he had to force it. When they realized that she was still in there and not coming out, they had to go get Ferdinand. I looked at Ferdinand and the two people behind him. Then I lethargically lifted my head up off my desk. Perhaps because I had fallen asleep in such a weird position, my body ached all over and my joints all felt uncomfortably stiff. Ow, ow, ow. Good grief, you look terrible, Ferdinand said with a knitted brows the moment I got up. Wretched is the only word that accurately describes your current state. My pursed my lips. That's a very cruel thing to say to a girl. But it is the truth. Congratulations, you somehow made it even more cruel. Your face is not only swollen from when you were crying, but it's also covered in ink from where you fell asleep on that letter. It is so bad that I can actually read the character on your face. That is bad! That is very bad! Ferdinand said, pointing at my cheek. I touched my face, then looked down at my hand and shrieked, No, the writing's all smudged now! Forget about the letter you have already read and do something about your disastrous face. I care more about the letter than my face. My tears had caused the ink to run such that the letter was hardly in a readable state. Ferdinand, is there any incredible magic that can fix this letter? I asked as I cradled my head. I do know of a magic tool that can completely strip away ink. That would ruin it! Yeah, indeed it did. Indeed it would, he said with an expressionless nod, a sight that caused Justice to clap a hand over his mouth as he tried to hold back his laughter. Still looking down at me, Ferdinand then let out a sigh. You were doing better than I thought you would, at least. Wow. Really? What did you think she was going to do? Explode? Fran had apparently activated the light magic tool to indicate that I should prepare to leave, but I hadn't noticed it at all. He had then contacted Ferdinand, worried that I had collapsed, and together they had come to check up on me. It was quite surprising to enter the room and see you collapsed unconsciously atop the desk, milady. We were enormously relieved when we realized you were just asleep, Justice said. Then after a pause, he added, Ferdinand, that is... Ferdinand, so he was worried. He was worried about you. Yes, Ferdinand does care about her. A lot. Do you really think that he would put as much effort into something that he didn't care about? No, he wouldn't. He would just write it off as something not worthy of his time and just leave. But no, he's gone through all this to protect her, to help her, to ease her suffering. Ferdinand glared at Justice, told him to keep such comments to himself, and then looked at me. Do not read into that. I simply recalled the incident in the repentance chamber. Lord Ferdinand, what is this repentance chamber incident you refer to? Did something happen? Justice asked. His eyes were shining with curiosity, but Ferdinand shut him down, and then touched a hand on my forehead and Snape. You would have to ask Fran about that one, Justice. Or, actually, you could ask Rosemine about it. She'd probably tell you. But not while Ferdinand's there. You do not have a fever, your pulse is normal, and it seems your mana has stabilized as well, he observed. I may be healthy, but I'm not feeling well at all. In fact, I feel really cruddy. But I have a goal in mind, so I'm okay. I can work hard for as long as I focus on that. I'll do all I can to build and stock my own library, I declared, earning a blatant grimace from Ferdinand. You do not appear particularly depressed to me, but very well, I suppose. We could start by making your face bearable to look at. Please do something about your cruel choice of words, Ferdinand. You know too many insults, I complained, turning to face him just as he pointed his stab at me. Hold your breath. I cocked my head in confusion, only for an orb of water to appear out of nowhere and crash into my face. What the fuck am I supposed to say to that? By the time I realized he was using the cleansing magic he had used to clean Dad's cape at Haas's monastery, I was already drowning in the orb, which then promptly disappeared. I had unintentionally breathed some in, but that too was gone, leaving only the sensation of water having rushed through my nose. I started to sputter. Ugh, my nose hurts. Fool, why did you not hold your breath? Ferdinand explained. You didn't give her a chance to! It was like you told her, hold your breath, and then boom, water all over you. Dude, give her a chance to react. I personally blamed his poorly worded warning. Had he said, hold your breath because I'm going to use cleansing magic, then I would have happily complied. I glared at Ferdinand while Justice patted me on the back. You never explained yourself well enough, I said pointedly. Ferdinand gave a dismissive scoff and then told me to close my eyes, which since he was going to be casting healing magic. Thank you! I did as instructed, thankful that he had at least this time given me proper explanation, and then felt his hand rest against my eyelids. May Hailshmer's healing be granted, he muttered. A gentle green light filled my vision, and the feeling of my eyes being puffy almost immediately vanished. I thank you ever so much, Ferdinand. Now you are more bearable to look at. You truly are a handful, he said with a bored voice, at which point his gaze stopped on the letter in my hand. His eyes narrowed slightly, and I could tell that he was staring at it. As I wondered why, he suddenly extended a hand. Is he going to confiscate it? I frantically hid the letter behind my back. A second later, Ferdinand rested a hand on my head and started moving it around as if attempting to twist my head. Very good, he said, while shaking me from side to side, hard enough that my eyes started to spin. Hold on, what's going on here? I cried, blinking as the world spun around me. Excuse me? I simply recalled that I had not yet praised you, Ferdinand said, but this was his interpretation of praise, and I was starting to feel that I would rather never be praised ever again. Dude, you're bad at this! You were a noble, but you cannot do... What was he trying to pat her head and do like, what Benno would do to her or something? Where he would, rub her head and then she'd get annoyed and smack his hand away? I don't know what the fuck he was trying to do there. Did I do something praiseworthy? You came first in class, no? That letter reminded me that I did not praise you despite being your guardian. Did you get praised too when you came first in class, I asked? Oh, we get some insight into his past as a noble, or past at the Royal Academy. Okay. Actually, I started to watch a video involving Ferdinand's, life, the timeline for Ferdinand. And I don't know how good the information was, at least on his actual origins. So I'm going to take that with a grain of salt, but this actually was mentioned in the video. Ferdinand's expression softened suddenly, and he fondly narrowed his eyes as if remembering a precious memory. Never before had I seen him wear such an affectionate expression. It actually made me feel incredibly curious. And speaking of which, he had apologized to me about my having to miss the awards ceremony. Maybe getting first in class was a very important and meritorious event. Ferdinand, who praised you? My father did, Ferdinand replied. After being baptized and brought to the castle, he had been given a room in the northern building. He and his father, the previous archduke, had only had the opportunity to speak at dinner because they lived in separate locations. Since Veronica had also attended those dinners, however, Ferdinand had eaten in silence to minimize any contact with her. He had spoken only when spoken to, and that lifestyle had continued until he entered the Royal Academy. That sucks. Veronica, you're a bitch. And I think everybody would agree on that one. On the night that Ferdinand was made first in class among the first years, he was summoned to his father's room for the first time. Yeah, because remember, the archducal couple gets rooms in the Royal Academy, but since Veronica's a woman, she wasn't able to enter her husband's room, and thus he was able to actually be able to interact with his father without her around. Dormitories in the academy were segregated by gender, with even the archducal couple having rooms on separate floors, which meant Veronica could not follow him. Well, I mean, Florencia did with... whatever. It was their first real father-son time together since Ferdinand had entered the castle. Sylvester had been there too, and together with their father, he praised Ferdinand for having come first in class. He had then spoken all about what had happened in the Royal Academy, and that their father had listened with a peaceful expression. He had never usually made eye contact with Ferdinand, but here he looked right at him and listened to everything he had said. His father sounds awesome. If only we had gotten to meet him. Oh well. And so the three talked as men, with nobody else there to interrupt them. It henceforth became a tradition for them to converse into the night when the archducal couple visited the Royal Academy. All the legends about Ferdinand had resulted from him going all out in the hope of receiving praise from his father during the rare opportunities they had to talk. Aww! I feel so bad for Ferdinand. The poor guy's been through a lot. Sucks for him. Did your father praise you like this during those times? I asked. I wanted to scold Mr. Past Archduke for having been so unnecessarily violent, but Ferdinand casually shook his head. The whole eye-rolling head shake was apparently his own invention, which explained why it had lacked any kindness or gentleness whatsoever. Then, praise me as he praised you, Ferdinand. As my father did, he repeated. Yes? Though, if I remember correctly from this, he doesn't actually call her Rosemine. He just does it like his father did, like he's called him Ferdinand, essentially. So, he doesn't substitute the names. But I mean, she did ask. I held out both arms toward Ferdinand, eager for him to praise me. He sat down in the chair I had been sitting on, wrapped his arms around me, and then pulled me into a hug. I opened my eyes wide in surprise, having not expected a show of affection like that from a noble father and son. Ignoring my yelp of surprise, Ferdinand spoke in a kind voice that I had never heard from him before. Good job, Ferdinand. Ehrenfest could not ask for a better Archduke candidate. You are my pride and joy. Oh! Good God, Veronica, why'd you ruin it? Why'd you ruin all this? I understood that your father was a kind person, but could you at least replace your name with mine, I asked, puffing out my cheeks as I demanded a redo. It didn't feel like he was praising me at all. He did! He actually did it! He repeated it, and he replaced his name. Good job, Rosemine. Ehrenfest could not ask for a better Archduke candidate. Oh my God! You are my pride and joy! Oh my God, considering what I think I know about the end, that comes off as so weird. I'm sorry, but it does. Ferdinand said. It was actual praise this time, but it was spoken almost entirely in a monotone, maybe due to the memory filter having been turned off. Did he not realize how much it had dampened the words? I would appreciate a bit of emotion being put into it. That was more than enough, Ferdinand scoffed. He then pushed me away from him in an unbelievably rough manner. Something I was certain he hadn't learned from his father. He was being a tad crueler to me than a guardian should, if you ask me. But he probably really isn't used to praising other people. After puffing with anger, I let out a sigh. I had known that Ferdinand was clumsy when it comes to relationships, and that he didn't have much of a connection with his family or anyone else, but this was even worse than I thought. He had only gotten a few days with his father over the span of a year. I hadn't really praised other people much back in the Irano days, but spending time in the lower city had taken away all my resistance toward praising others and commending all their good points. Maybe Ferdinand needed that kind of education himself? Mainly so that he would start praising me more. Ferdinand, I'll put my all into it too. So be sure to praise me like this a few times a year. If you come first in class, then certainly. Wait, hang on a second. That's kind of a tall order. It seems as though my request had become an impossible dream. Perhaps it was best for me to give up on earning any praise from Ferdinand. Now that I had no connection to the lower city, I was walking down a thorny path into a barren wasteland devoid of any human warmth. Or at least, that was how it felt. Finally, the epilogue! Okay, I'm gonna end this part off here, and the next part will be the epilogue and the rest of any side stories. So I will see you on the next one. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do the epilogue. I'm gonna have to pause in between during this recording because I've got ice cream coming. Well, I didn't want to wait. Epilogue. After her request for praise, Rosemine gave a half-hearted smile and lowered her gaze. It was the expression she made when giving up on something, such as when she had given up on visiting the library in the Royal Academy, or when she had conceded that her separation from those in the lower city was necessary. But what had she given up on this time? I'm guessing that this is from Ferdinand's point of view? Lord Ferdinand, that much is necessary for Lady Rosemine, Justice chastised his lord with a grimace, having noticed the significance of the situation. As I reported earlier, she had suffered a loss equivalent to losing one's bed and hidden room. You have been foisting responsibility for her emotional stability entirely on her lower city associates, but now they have been taken from her. Now that they have been taken from her, you must step up as her guardian. Rosemine gazed up at Justice, her golden eyes wide with surprise. Her look of defeat was gone, now replaced with one of curiosity. Oh, it's not from Ferdinand's point of view. This is probably from Eckert's point of view. Maybe. I don't know. Ferdinand, in contrast, wore a marginally conflicted expression as he contained his urge to protest and instead searched for Justice's true intent. He looked at Justice while tapping his temple. You talk about responsibility, but does Rosemine not already have a new family? You should know by now, Ferdinand, that nobles are not one to show affection. You should know that. Even a loving family doesn't show affection like a commoner family does, dude. Do you not realize this? Justice raised his eyebrows to indicate his doubt, which earned him a grimace in response. Had Ferdinand truly believed that Rosemine's new family was enough to support her, then he certainly would not have taken such great pains to grant her an opportunity to say farewell to her lower city associates. Ferdinand turned his attention back to Rosemine. If your lower city family is equivalent to a hidden room and the planting company to a bed, then what are Sylvester and Cardstead equivalent to? My father's? They're like doors? Rosemine answered after a moment of thought. They block the entry of intruders while serving as both to protect me and to stop me from leaving. I see, Ferdinand muttered. Those analogies made the emotional distance between Rosemine and her new family very easy to understand. There was little chance they would bring her any real peace. That's an interesting analogy, Justice observed. There was a noticeable gleam in his brown eyes. How about Lady Elvira and my mother? What would they be? Regardless of what Rosemine answered, it was important to know what she thought of those around her. After all, she had a different set of values than Justice and everyone else due to her lower city upbringing. Rosemine pondered her answer while eyeing Eckert and Ferdinand. So it's not Eckert. So whose point of view is this from? Mother and Riarda are like fireplaces. They're bright, warm, and absolutely necessary for me to survive, but I can't lean on them. Getting too close just puts me at risk of getting burned. Quite interesting, Ferdinand said, his lips curving up ever so slightly in amusement. He and Justice went on to ask about several other names, and Rosemine answered each in turn. Angelica and Cornelius, my guard knights are like bookshelves. They protect what I care about. That would make Daniel a locked bookshelf, I think. He knows my secrets and keeps them to himself. I see you value Daniel more than I expected, Ferdinand said, to which Justice nodded in agreement. They had known that Rosemine liked him, but now none had thought she valued him more than Cornelius. Fran and my temple associates are like desks, a place to work but also to read books. They're both public and private life with them, and I read them to live. Or I need them to live. Justice couldn't quite empathize with needing a desk to live. It was an analogy that made it hard to tell what Rosemine considered important. Perhaps you are the only one to mix your personal life with your work desk, milady, he suggested. I don't think it's wrong to call it a personal space, she replied, since it's where one can thoroughly enjoy their reading. Huh? A place to enjoy reading? It must be greatly important to her, then. Justice came to realize this instantly, for Yarda had mentioned to him that Rosemine had maintained that she would forgo even food as long as she had books. In fact, he had seen this attachment with his own eyes at the Royal Academy. Rosemine's temple attendants were absolutely necessary for her to live, and an important source of compassion that healed her heart. Her answers showed that she valued people more the closer they were to the lower city, and that she had very little attachment to the nobility. Perhaps that was logical considering how much more time she had spent with those in the lower city, but it still made one concerned for the future. After bringing up several more names, Ferdinand fell into thought for a brief moment. Rosemine, you will henceforth need to rely on Wolfried, your betrothed, but what exactly is he to you? Wolfried? He's like a stool. A chair without a back. I could take a momentary breather with him, but not relax entirely. He's grown a lot over the past couple years, and given the state he was in before his baptism, it's clear to show just how hard he's working, but I would find no relief or comfort in attempting to depend on him. Her answer was spoken flatly, and without any of the deliberate euphemisms one would normally expect from a noble. She's cut Lord Wolfried off so cleanly that I'm almost impressed. Justice had noticed this with how she had made Traugott resign, but on the inside, Rosemine very sharply delineated those she did and didn't need. She was called a deeply compassionate saint in the temple, but she just displayed an unusual distaste for death, and she wasn't particularly compassionate toward those she didn't care about. Still, it's not good how little she thinks of Lord Wolfried. As Justice pondered these things, Ferdinand raised an eyebrow to indicate his agreement. He certainly is unreliable, he remarked. We will need to raise him to the point where you can trust your back to him. If possible, I would appreciate having armrests too. I will consider it. But would Lord Wolfried be able to keep up with Lord Ferdinand's training? Rosemine always completed the harsh tasks Ferdinand gave her one after another, despite how much she grumbled about them, but that wasn't something that just anyone could do. After all, Lord Ferdinand teaches from the perspective of someone who hasn't slacked off a single time in his life. Ferdinand had put his all into his studies to minimize the complaints he had received from Veronica and to earn praise from the previous Archduke. Attaining high grades in the Royal Academy had been necessary for him to be accepted as an Archduke candidate, and that was precisely why he was so thorough with Rosamine and adopted daughter. However, with these grades and that drive for self-improvement come danger. "Milady, what do you think of the last generation Count Lyesgang?" Justice asked. "Great-grandfather?" "He's like a delicate ornament placed on top of a shelf or fireplace, one so fragile it might crumble to pieces if so much as poked at, though it were made of sand. I feel anxious about just watching him from afar." "I agree, we don't want anyone poking great-grandfather," Echo said with a chuckle. Then his expression hardened a little. "But no matter how fragile an ornament he may be, he is still surprisingly tough and dangerous, Rosamine. He is currently forming a political bloc around the Lyesgangs with the ultimate aim of making you the next ruling Ob. Holdensdale and Groschel are answering his call while he works on Ilgner, the first province to incorporate your paper-making industry. As you are the Archduke's adopted daughter, and possess both the grades and mana capacity necessary to become the next Ob, he views you as a beacon of hope for the Lyesgangs, and the final blessing the gods have given to him in this life. I get the feeling he might outright die of despair if I tell him I don't want to be a ruling Archduchess. Is that okay? We all know I don't intend on becoming the next Ob, right?" Rosamine was a commoner by birth. It was unthinkable that she might become the next ruling Archduchess. Sylvester wanted to preserve her connection to Ehrenfest through an engagement, and the first partner he had suggested in this regard was Ferdinand. The proposal made perfect sense. Rosamine wasn't Sylvester's daughter by blood, nor was he someone Sylvester wanted to succeed him. It was easy to deduce that he didn't even particularly want her to marry Wilfrid. We likewise do not intend to make you the ruling Archduchess," Ferdinand noted. "The engagement with Wilfrid will settle matters somewhat, but the last generation Count Lyesgang is a crafty old man who has certainly earned the long life he has lived. Getting a naive, affable girl like you in the palm of his hand will be nothing to him. You'll most likely be interacting with the Lyesgangs more often now due to the printing industry, so approach them as little as possible and rely on Elvira where you can. You may even pretend to rely on Wilfrid simply for appearance's sake. Now that you are intent on supporting show that you are intent on supporting the next Archduke, not becoming one yourself. But will even that be enough? I'm not so sure. Assuming that Rosamine could continue to excel in the Royal Academy, spreading trends and achieving first-in-class grades while socializing with the higher-ranking duchies, the situation would potentially evolve beyond a point that Ehrenfest could handle. Things had already gotten so bad that they had been forced to stop Rosamine from attending that year's interduchy tournament and graduation ceremony. I don't think improving Lady Rosamine's socializing skills and educating Lord Wilfrid on the whole is going to be enough to fix this. It might not be. So Justice thought, but it wasn't as though he had any better ideas. It was also his duty to silently follow his lord, or at most, subtly indicate his perspective. I believe something else must come before educating Lord Wilfrid, Justice said. He knew that Ferdinand was trying to take the easy way out by placing the focus on training Wilfrid, but that was something for his parents and retainers alone to concern themselves with. Instead, what Ferdinand needed to do was protect Rosamine, whom he had dragged into noble society against her will. Despite now having the status of a noble, Rosamine was still a commoner on the inside. She would doubtless continue to protect the lower city with all she had, as she had promised, and that ran the significant risk of her one day ending up opposed to the nobility. Given her exchange with Sylvester and his scholars after her old magic contracts were cancelled, it was even easy to imagine how her opposing the Archduke head on. They needed to educate Rosamine so that this wouldn't happen. She needed to learn to express her wishes and achieve cooperation in a way that was acceptable to other nobles, and the only one who could provide such an education was someone who knew about her commoner origins, and that she desired connections to the lower city more than anything. Ferdinand fell silent, having understood Justice's perspective at a glance. He lowered his eyes in thought before looking at Rosamine. You live a life with many secrets. Secrets you can discuss with almost no one. Justice has told me that you are not adjusting well to noble society as a result, and that under proper circumstances, those who know your secrets would provide you with more direct assistance. Rosamine looked up at Justice with surprise. He nodded at her before providing an explanation. It is by no means easy to adjust to a culture and way of thinking that one is unfamiliar with, and this is not something we need immediately to fake temporarily. You're going to be living in noble society for the rest of your life. I simply informed Lord Ferdinand that it would be unwise to force this without explaining why. Lutz said the same. Gathering information through disguise required not one to learn the culture of wherever they were sneaking into. But Justice needed only to appear normal temporarily. Rosemine, in contrast, had to act the part of a noble indefinitely. Justice had seen Rosemine and the others speak with complete honesty for the first time in her hidden room, and it was then that he learned that despite her being so close to Ferdinand, and speaking to him with apparent frankness, she was still dressing herself up quite a bit. Her acting skills were far better than Justice had initially thought. Justice, you spoke with Les? Rosemine asked. Some things came up in conversation during our time together in the workshop. I have little in common with the people there, and so you were a regular topic of discussion. Details about the temple's Grey Priest, the Planting Company, and the Gutenbergs were also mixed in, which made for some exceptionally interesting conversation. It makes sense that you would adapt so poorly to our culture, considering that you were of such poor health that you could rarely go outside, and that you saved the orphans with knowledge you gained from conversing with the gods in the world of dreams. Justice couldn't help but laugh as he recalled his exchanges in the workshop, but Rosemine just looked at him quizzically. Oh, and what did Let's say exactly? She asked. He said you were like a business partner, Justice replied, in that he always needed to point out to you all the problems, why there are problems, and the ways to fix them. It seemed that Ferdinand had more of a reaction to Let's thoughts than Rosemine did. He fell into thought for a moment, then looked at Rosemine with clear resolve. As per Justice's advice, I intend to observe your behavior more carefully, and identify errors going forward. Your adjusting to noble society is our greatest priority. It would not do for you to disclose any secrets. Rosemine listened to his resolve with an expression that made it clear she found this more of an annoyance than anything. In truth, nobody would be happy to hear that a perfectionist such as Ferdinand was going to be keeping an even closer eye on them with the intention of pointing at and criticizing their mistakes. Still, she'll accept it since she knows it's necessary for her to survive in noble society. It's not easy to live a life of secrets, Ferdinand continued, but considering the ripples that would result if any were to leak, they must be kept at all costs. You can understand this, yes? What secrets do you have? Rosemine asked, answering his question with a question. Ferdinand glared at her. They are secrets precisely because they cannot be shared. Do not ask what you know, I cannot answer, fool. Sorry, Rosemine suddenly looked rather distant, and then she muttered under her breath. So Ferdinand has secrets too. Sadly enough, plenty. Ferdinand often worked alone in the shadows. He likely had secrets that not even Justice knew. The hardships he had been put his attendants through in the Royal Academy made him not unlike Sylvester. Listen well, Ferdinand said. Politics within the duchy will shift once again upon the announcement of your engagement to Wilfrid. My intention is to attempt to organize all nobles under one banner. It is crucial that you act with the utmost care. Speak with me before you try to make any moves. The trip to Haldensdale in the upcoming spring is of particular importance since that is Elvira's birthplace, and a province of the Lasgang nobles who hope to make you the next Ob. I intend to have Karstedt and Elvira accompany you, but take care to watch what you say and do. Right, Rosemine nodded with a solemn expression. It would be especially challenging for Rosemine to avoid making any clumsy decisions, when she didn't even understand what she needed to refrain from doing. No matter how skilled Elvira was, it was no simple matter to cover for Rosemine's often incomprehensible actions. And Karstedt wasn't particularly astute when it came to picking up on the subtle feelings of others. All signs pointed towards something significant happening in Haldensdale. The discussion ended despite Justice's unease, at which point Ferdinand stood up. They had spoken for much longer than expected. He had come only to fetch Rosemine, not to engage in lengthy debate. It is past time for us to leave for the castle, Ferdinand said while heading for the door. Rosemine began to follow him. It was then that Justice realized he had forgotten to ask her what her thoughts were about his lord. Milady, if we were to continue the analogies from earlier, Justice began, interrupting their leave, what would Lord Ferdinand be to you? Interesting! Rosemine looked up at Ferdinand and paused for a moment in contemplation. A bench. I can lounge around and read on it, but were I entrust my body to it and fall asleep, I'd suffer for it with the aches and pains or a full-blown cold. Oh, a bench, you say? Justice stroked his chin as he repeated the answer. Associating Ferdinand with lounging and reading almost certainly meant she placed an extraordinary amount of trust in him, even more than she placed in her temple attendants. He would never have guessed that she had grown so close to Ferdinand, despite how harshly he treated her. Justice wanted to pat Rosemine on the head and praise her for grasping his lord's hard-to-understand kindness, but it seemed that Ferdinand felt quite differently about being compared to a bench. A very interesting answer, Ferdinand said, his voice noticeably darker than usual, perhaps due to his displeasure at her answer. He wore a relatively bright smile, but Rosemine knew him well enough to know it was fake. She had already turned white as a sheet. Yeah, oh no! Her mouth flapped open and closed as she desperately tried to think of an excuse. Ferdinand stepped toward her, his smile broadening. His amusement overcame his displeasure. His expression and tone shifted somewhat. It was exceedingly rare for him to speak with another in this manner. Justice wished only for Ferdinand to enjoy himself, so he had no intention of interrupting. He and Eckert were both loyal retainers. If their lord was content, then so were they. What happened to Rosamund next can easily be guessed. Hey! I want to know! Can someone tell me? Please? What, did he pinch her cheeks? Come on, tell me! I want to know! Jeez. Don't be making us guess. You're gonna make us think of all kinds of crazy things. I mean, Ferdinand wouldn't do anything to her in that kind of way, obviously, because, well, for one, he's even opposed to freaking hugs. Do you really think he's gonna do anything kind of intimate to her? No. The passage of time and a new promise. The mostly empty temple was painfully quiet. After leaving the orphanage director's chambers, we silently followed Gil down the hall. A carriage was waiting for us at the front entrance to the noble section of the temple. Okay, this is Benno and the others. Right after they left, Master Benno climbed inside first, and then Mark. I moved to follow, but then I stopped and turned around. Gil was seeing us off as he always would. Gil. He had been let into the hidden room before, so he surely knew what Rosamund was going through right now. I met his gaze with a firm look, staring straight into his purple, almost black eyes, and my smile of a merchant fit to serve the archducal family distorted as I struggled to maintain it. Keep a close eye on Lady Rosamund, all right? Like I need you telling me that. I'm her attendant, you know. Gil didn't comment on my rude tone. In fact, he shot back at me with an equally crude way. I could feel the relief spread through my chest in an instant. If Gil said that he was going to look after her, he would. But at the same time, it felt like he was being shoved in my face once more that I was no longer going to be the one supporting Rosamund. I bit down on my lip and climbed into the carriage, trying to endure the indescribable pain in my heart. The carriage began moving at once, bouncing high at the start. It went down the paved road of the temple and passed through the gate for carriages. There was no longer any need to act like a merchant. The fake smile I had been desperately trying to maintain crumbled in an instant. Fuck. I glared down at my hands, feeling powerless. Why did I need to sleep for 2 whole years? Rosamund's pained words were burned into my mind. She had spoken from the heart then, and she had cried so hard, but I couldn't hug her or calm her down like I had been doing for so long anymore. Our lives had changed so much that I couldn't even ease her worries by saying we'd always be together that things between us were going to stay the same. I squeezed my eyes shut, but I couldn't stop seeing Rosamund's face and the tears streaming down her cheeks. I told Master Benno that I'd get a grip, that I'd stay strong and help her when she got scared, and this is what happens. Master Benno had been given an advance warning about the nullification of the contracts, which had given me time to get my feelings in order and console Rosamund when she needed me. But this goodbye had been too sudden. This announcement that we couldn't use the hidden room anymore had come completely out of the blue. Master Benno knew, didn't he? The news had come out of nowhere for me, but both Master Benno and Mark reacted as though they knew it was coming. That annoyed me. I slowly looked up and found myself making eye contact with Master Benno, who was watching me quietly. Why didn't you tell me? I asked, my voice coming out so pointed and reproachful that it surprised even me. Yeah, you have a right to ask that. Why didn't you get told about this? I reflexively clapped a hand over my mouth, but Master Benno didn't criticize me. He just raised an eyebrow and asked what I was talking about. Mark wasn't giving me a chastising look either, so I continued relieved. You and Mark knew we wouldn't be able to use the hidden room forever, right? Oh, that. Master Benno asked, furrowing his brow and crossing his arms. We weren't trying to hide it from you, if that's what you think. We didn't mention it since you were in Ilgner when Fritz brought it up. It was something they had apparently heard from Fritz over 2 years ago, before Rosamund had entered her long slumber. He had said that they would probably lose access to the hidden room around the time she joined the Royal Academy, and that even if not, she would be leaving the temple for marriage after coming of age. After we heard that, we knew it was important to make sure the hidden room being closed off wouldn't cause any problems for the business, Master Benno said. But she ended up sleeping for 2 whole years, you know. Our hands were so full with all the demands the nobles were making of us that we didn't have time to think of what was coming next. He was right. We had spent 2 years following Lady Elvira's unreasonable demands, on top of aiding the Grey Shrine Maidens, Berfen Haas, traveling to Haldensale, and so on. Without Rosamund to stand between us and the nobles, the number of stressful jobs we had to endure had shot up dramatically. Our hands had been so full trying to make a dent in our mountain of work that we hadn't had time for anything else. Even if I had known about the hidden room, I would have put off dealing with it while Rosamund was asleep, much like Master Benno did. As I recalled how little leeway we all had back then, My dissatisfaction melted like snow with the coming of spring, but what sprouted in its place? Unease. Then, Master Benno, did I do my job? Is she going to have the strength to stand alone now? Master Benno looked at me with a conflicted grin, an expression like he had simultaneously swallowed something nasty and stared directly at a bright sun. Yeah, you did good, he said. Thanks to you, Rosemine's managed to stand on her own 2 feet. She stopped crying and is facing the future. Our promises made Rosemine face forward. I wanted to believe Master Benno was telling the truth, but I couldn't accept it that easily. I knew that I needed to swallow my feelings, but the sense of loss was just too great. Mark knocked on the wall of the carriage with a wooden board. Let's down here, he said. The carriage stopped along the side of the road. Outside the window, I could see that we had turned off on the main street and onto a road leading to the planting company. Master Benno directed me to get out of the carriage. Go call Thule. Her family needs to hear about this too, he said softly. Once noble scholars start getting involved with the temple, communicating through letters won't be so easy. He then gave me a light pat on the head, something he often did when praising or consoling his apprentices. It served as a reminder that I had people who cared about me, which was heartwarming and encouraging, but it wasn't enough to pull my heart out of the mud. Even so, I nodded and climbed out of the carriage, making sure to take the wooden board that Mark had held out to me. It's pretty cold, I muttered to myself. Winter was already coming to an end. There had been fewer snowy days lately, and the sunlight was starting to feel warmer, but the wind was still frosty. After seeing the carriage off, I popped up from the collar of my coat and started walking down the still snowy path. So I've got to be the one to tell Thule, huh? Oh, God, this is going to crush her. I wondered whether Effa and Gunter might even cry after hearing that exchanging letters of mine was going to be even harder going forward. And those thoughts actually made me feel a little better. Master Benno and Mark just don't get it. They had also been forbidden from using the hidden room, but they only viewed the situation from a business perspective. They couldn't share my grief. This had also been the case with mine's funeral. Master Benno had propped me up, saying that time spent crying was better spent working and earning money, but he hadn't shared my pain. I had only managed to process my feelings and get back on my own 2 feet after sharing the grief of mine's family and finding a goal to work toward. At this bell, Thule should still be at the workshop. Taking a guess, I passed by the Gilberta Company to go straight to Mrs. Crano's workshop. I had been coming here on errands ever since the time I was an apprentice in the Gilberta Company myself, so I already knew a lot of the people. One such seamstress came speeding over the moment I stepped inside. Oh, Lutz, what brings you here today? Is it just me, or have you gotten even taller? Are you thinking of getting measured for new apprentice clothes? No, Master Benno sent me here with a message. Could you call Thule for me? It's going to be a bit of a long conversation, so I'm sure you can tell from the fact that I've got an entire board here for her. So can you give her permission to go outside, I asked, ignoring her barrage of questions and handing over the board that Mark had given me. I had learned years ago that being stupidly honest and answering her questions would get us nowhere. I can let her leave, but go straight to the planting company, you hear me? I don't want you two wandering down any alleys for some alone time. Huh? No, we're not like that, I exclaimed as she went to fetch Thule. The rumors are getting around, dude. But no matter how much I protested, her knowing grin didn't falter in the slightest. Come on, I guess we are old enough to be seen like that, though. In the past, others had considered us no more than fellow children from the poor part of town, but we were too old for that now. I had realized this a while ago. Ralph had a thing for Thule, and Faye wouldn't stop talking about his first girlfriend, though as more and more people around us throwing themselves headfirst in the romance. We were even at an age where even delivering Thule a message at my boss's order sparked teasing and rumors about a sweet romance. For her sake, I needed to avoid inviting any unnecessary misunderstandings. Same's true for Rosemine. It feels weird since she looks the same as she always has. But she's getting older too. Guess it's not unusual that she's engaged now. I didn't know too much about normal circumstances, but still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was all happening too soon. I sighed, hoping to expel even a bit of my frustration. And that was when Thule came rushing over. She was wearing a coat and accompanied by the same seamstress from before. Sorry for delay. Wait, what? Thule had come in such a hurry that her breathing was labored and her cheeks flushed. She looked around anxiously, blinked a few times, and looked at the seamstress. Didn't you say Master Benno was calling me? Well, you're about to go to his store. It's pretty much the same thing. Isn't it more exhilarating to meet your secret boyfriend out of nowhere like that? I thought it'd be a nice surprise. Letts and I aren't like that, Thule replied with a troubled look. I shared her concern. It seemed like everyone was getting weirdly excited about us supposedly being an item, but I didn't get why. Have we done something to give off the wrong impression? Well, I mean, you two are around each other a lot. You come and give messages to her a lot. You're around each other a lot, so hello. Aw, so shy. Times like this are your only chance to see Letts out of the time of the year, right? Aren't you lucky? The seamstress gushed, ignoring Thule and pushing her out the door. Tuli shot me an exhausted look. I was fine since I lived in the planting company, but she was no doubt going to be teased about this for a long time to come. It made me feel a little bad. Okay, the ice cream is here. I will be back in a bit. I think I'd cause a stir like that, I admitted. Does it make it hard for you to work there? It's not your fault, Lutz. Really, I should apologize for having gotten you wrapped up in all this. They love to talk about this stuff. They don't take the teasing that far when Mrs. Karina's there, but ever since Nut was born, she's been coming to the workshop way less often. Tuli spoke as though she had already accepted the situation, although she still looked fairly depressed about it. I considered showing up less to ease her struggles, but not anyone would come give reports about mine. If you want to get teased less, we should start having someone else deliver these messages. Couldn't do that this time, though. Ah, right. It must be important for you to have come all this way to get me. Let's pick up the pace. Tuli had most likely guessed why I was here, so she started to hurry down the snowy path. Meanwhile, my legs grew heavier as I remembered what I was about to have to tell her. After Tuli and I arrived at the second floor of the planting company, Master Benno told us to go to the parlor. He had changed out of the clothes he wore when meeting nobles into his usual outfit. Mark was handling the store, and while I was instructed to stand behind Master Benno as a Laharl apprentice. Sorry to have made you come all this way, Tuli, but I figured you know there's only one thing I'd call you for. Something major happened with Lady Rosemine, right? Tuli asked. She sat down on the chair for guests and looked up at Master Benno so sharply that her blue-green braids swayed behind her head. Her blue eyes were filled with resolve, just as mine had been when she accepted our goodbyes and faced the future. Master Benno told her everything that had happened at the temple. That we could no longer use the hidden room now that mine was getting older, and that nobles such as Lord Daniel, who knew of our circumstances, would not be the only ones accompanying her to the temple. From now on, she was also going to be with her other noble retainers, and since her scholars were going to be handling her paperwork, it was going to become much harder for us to smuggle letters to her. Tuli quietly listened to Master Benno's dry explanation. She didn't start crying or anything. Well, that's all from me, Master Benno said after finishing his business-like report. I imagine you'll want to discuss what you're going to do from here. I don't mind if you two want to talk alone. I'll be in my office, so just come get me when you're done. He glanced my way, then exited the parlor. Tuli watched Master Benno as he went. Then, when the door was completely shut, she turned her blue eyes to me. Lutz, do you want to sit down? She asked, her face twisting with worry. You look terrible. I had been standing behind Master Benno's chair like a rock, and it was only at her prompting that I dragged my feet over and slumped down onto the guest chair. The moment I no longer needed to mask my true feelings for work, my body and head grew heavy all at once, like it wasn't like I couldn't support myself on my own anymore. The hidden room in the temple was the only place I could treat her as mine, not Lady Rosemine, I said, and now there's no way for me to speak to her as mine. I can't console her, and I can't leave frank business talks with her either. I can't have frank business talk with her either. We can't even trade letters anymore, even though I promised you all that we would. This was the real goodbye. Mine's gone now. From now on, we'll only see Lady Rosemine, not the mine we knew. Just thinking about it made tears well up in my eyes, unprompted. I lowered my face, not wanting Tuli to see me cry, and she patted a hand on my head. I see. But her growing older, and the situation changing, is all noble business. It's not anything that you or Mr. Benno could do anything about. Don't let it eat you up, Lutz. Her head pats were kind and gentle, and she spoke in a tone that carried a peacefulness that made it seem as though she was able to accept anything, but that just made me feel worse somehow. No, I exclaimed, I hate this! I can't only speak of mine with a fake smile and fake words. Things that made it impossible for us to even know whether we're understanding each other. Could you, Tuli? Don't just accept this goodbye. Get mad at me. Get mad at how unfair this all is. I gazed up at Tuli, hoping she would agree with me, but after a moment of contemplation, she slowly shook her head. Sorry, Lutz, but I don't really feel much tragedy here. I'm sad we can't trade letters anymore, but I knew this was coming. I can accept it for what it is. It was as though someone had punched me in the head. I thought that Tuli would share my grief, since, unlike Master Benno, she wasn't just worried about whether business would go smoothly now that they couldn't communicate as directly anymore. What? But why? Because, I've only ever been able to peek at her from the temple's door. I've only ever spoken to Lady Rosemine in the formal way that you hate so much. I haven't met her outside of work. You say you can't use the hidden room anymore, but does that really impact me much? Her words pierced my heart like a spear. I thought I had understood, but I hadn't. Only Master Benno and I had been able to speak of mine like the old days in her hidden room. Tuli and the others were forbidden from interacting with her as family entirely, so they had never been taken there to talk normally. They had only ever been taken there initially because their speech and mannerisms hadn't been at an appropriate level for interacting with the nobility. Sorry, I was just being selfish, I said. Guilt was starting to rise up with me as I realized I had been complaining to Tuli despite having been lucky enough to speak with a mind freely in the first place. But Tuli knocked those feelings away too with a smile. Like I said, don't worry about it. I mean, I'm sad too since we won't be able to trade letters anymore, but it was getting hard to hide them from Camille, so this is good timing in a sense. Remember the cards you brought earlier? He's starting to learn his letters, and now he's super interested in reading. Uh-oh, that would be a bad thing if you guys continued to do letters. He might find them and wonder what the fuck is going on. There was nowhere in a tiny home that we could stash our letters, and it wasn't easy to write them in secret when Camille was away. I've been keeping the letters in my room in the Gilberta Company so that Camille doesn't find them, but I'm too scared to open them for fear of someone seeing them, Tuli explained. Someone might suddenly come into my room to call me for work or food, right? None of us have been able to reread the letters from mine much lately. Things were changing all over the place. She had mentioned to me before that they were hiding mine's circumstances from Camille. As far as he was concerned, I was the one giving him the cards, the picture books, and so on. Yet I hadn't fully grasped the situation there. I guess there's nothing I can do to keep you and mine connected anymore. Don't beat yourself up about it. I don't find it as painful as you do, that is to the point of wanting to cry, but I know how hard you've been working for us. Tuli said with an encouraging smile as she started dabbing away my tears with a handkerchief. There are still times when we get to meet with her directly thanks to work, and since this is mine we're talking about, I bet she's going to come back with more crazy jobs like an order from a prince. She may be surrounded by nobles, but I still get to see her when delivering her products. And Dad always gets to guard her on the way to Haas, since she's already shown him her favor as the High Bishop. And that's not going away anytime soon, right? I mean, it happens way less often than your business talks, but still, we at least get to see one another. She was right. I had been racking my brain, desperately trying to think of ways for mine and her family to still see each other, but even without the hidden room, there were thin little bridges connecting them. We're in positions now that aren't easy to get rid of, so we're fine. And you'll get to meet her as a Gutenberg too, won't you, Lutz? Aren't you going somewhere this spring? Yeah, we're going to Hollandale via her weird but surprisingly useful high beast. My mood started to lighten a little as Tuli listed off all the things we'd be doing in the future. Even without the hidden room, I got the feeling we were still going to be doing pretty much the same things. I guess our main concern should be mine herself, I said, but when I explained how she had burst into tears in her hidden room, Tuli just gave a sad smile, looking only a little worried. I think she'll be fine too. Why do you think that? Because, I'm making hairpins to help her out, right? So I can be with her even when she's in noble society. And you're making books for her. We're all doing things for her, and I know our feelings are reaching her. I trust mine. Somehow it felt as though Tuli had completely bested me. Maybe I was the one who didn't have faith in mine. She had said that no matter how painful things got, she would be happy as long as she had books, and that would always put her off. She would always put her all into getting them. I just needed to make books so that she could be giving her all in noble society, so that she would feel content, or no matter how bad things got. I just needed to follow the promise I had made with her. Feels like a massive weight's been taken off my shoulders, I said. But, I sure do always show you my weird side, huh? It's fine, your weird side isn't weird, like, at all compared to mine's. And I'm her older sister. It's my job to clean up after her. Hearing that made me relieved. I couldn't talk to my family about mine stuff, so it was good to have someone to vent to. Having calmed down a bit, I went to the workshop the next day. I wanted to make sure that mine was doing all right. No sooner had I made eye contact with Gil than he gestured for me to go outside. Fritz, I'm going to check the tools with Lutz, Gil said. I'd also want to ask how the forest is looking. Some of the people who overheard the word forest dropped their work and came running over. They clearly were dying to go out after spending so long working inside the orphanage. Will we be going to the forest soon, one boy asked. If so, can we help? You all have duties to learn before the Gutenberg trip, Fritz said, instructing the orphans to continue their work. I will handle this, Gil. Fritz let us go outside, having most likely guessed what was going on. Gil and I took some trills for visiting the forest from the workshop, and checked over them beneath the cold sky, looking for any chips in the knives or holes in the basket. Hey, Gil, how's Lady Rosemine doing, I asked. He had served mine since her days as an apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden, and accompanied us to the hidden room as an attendant. He knew how different she was inside and outside the hidden room. She locked herself up in her other hidden room in the High Bishop's chambers, but she was smiling when she left, so I think she's fine. Though she's not here anymore, she's already left for the castle. Nice. She had cried as I expected, but in the end she had found it in herself to leave for the castle while acting like a noble. I had been worried that she'd crumbled, but it sounded as though she had gotten back on her feet. Once the Archduke gives his permission, her noble retainers will start going in and out of the temple too, Gil said. Lots of things are going to change, like all documents are going to be passed through her scholars first, things like that. I heard the gist from Master Benno. He said we won't be able to exchange letters anymore. Right, I imagine it's going to be tough on you guys, Gil said with a nod. He then looked at me with his purple, almost black eyes. But since I'm a attendant here, once her retainers leave, I can tell her a little about you guys in my evening reports. Gil? I blinked in surprise, realizing that while everyone else had given up, he alone was still struggling to keep us together. He returned a conflicted look, a mixture of awkwardness and frustration. Letters would leave a paper trail, plus they'd need to be kept somewhere, so my messages are only going to be delivered verbally. You don't want to get on the noble's bad side, right? Why would you go so far for us? I asked without thinking. Yale wistfully gazed into the lower city. I liked it down there. I liked taking Sister Mine home with you and Fran. The smell of the food being made was everywhere, and we talked about everything that had happened that day on the way back, remember? The memories came flooding back to me, memories of when Mine was just an apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden. It was ancient history now, but after work in the temple, I'd walk home with Fran and Gil. Oh yeah, Fran would carry her sometimes when she couldn't walk on her own, right? Right, and it'd be so late by then, but that the stands on the main streets would sell their food for cheap to get rid of it all. We couldn't eat too much, though, otherwise Sister Mine's family would yell at us about her not having room for dinner. I hadn't spent that much time walking through the lower city with Gil and Fran, since Mine hadn't been an apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden for all that long. But even still, nostalgic memories came to mind one after another. We all laughed and chatted about the past, and before we knew it, both our faces were soaked with tears. The truth is, back then, I hated that Sister Mine always went back to her family, no matter how hard I worked at serving her. The way there was fun, but the way back to the temple with Fran always felt so lonely. At the very least, I loved the smile of relief Sister Mine would give when she got home and everyone came to see her. Gil said, spilling secrets he had no doubt kept bottled up for years. No matter how many times he wiped away his tears, more continued to pour out. The same was true for me. I hated going to the temple too. It felt like the nobles were slowly stealing her away. I wanted to do anything I could to stop it, but Mine had to go to the temple to survive, and she'd never been safe if she hadn't become a noble herself. I'm grateful for her being safe, I really am, but now I can't see her in the hidden room anymore. It sucks, and I'm worried about her. Gil nodded again and again as he listened. I'm hurting too. I'm always glad to see that nobody had changed at all when we were in the hidden room, so it hurts to think that Sister Mine can't laugh and cry like that anymore. I hate it. A storm surged through my chest as I realized that Gil was sharing my grief and anger. After not even Thule had empathized with me, it came as a huge relief to have someone I could mourn with. So now it's my turn, Gil continued, puffing at his chest despite his face being red from all the tears he had roughly wiped away. Just as you kept Lady Rosemont connected to her family, I'll keep her connected to the lower city. I exhaled, reassured him that I had been doing the right thing up until now. Things had changed, but everything was still connected. We just needed to keep doing what we've always done, to keep supporting Mine as much as we could in any way we could. I'm counting on you, Gil. I dried my tear-stained hand on my pants and then held it out to Gil. He grinned, and after likewise wiping away his own tears, he smacked his hand against mine. You can count on me. I'll move right under those nobles' noses to make sure she hears you. And so, a new promise formed between Gil and me. A promise between men. 43 of 373. Okay. The blessing at the graduation ceremony. Today was the Royal Academy's graduation ceremony. With the morning's dedication whirl and sword dance complete, everyone headed to the dining hall for lunch. Most went to the doors to their dormitory, but the women escorted by those of other duchies returned briefly to the tea party rooms used for meetings and departures, since even those of other duchies could enter them. Since Anastasius was escorting me, I went to class in Berg's tea party room. Welcome back, Lady Eglantine. My retainers welcomed me, having returned ahead of time for this express purpose. There were fewer gathered than usual. If only I could hold this hand forever, my goddess of light. Dude. You are silly. Anastasius said as he kissed my fingertips, loath to let them go. He had started performing these solicitous acts with regularity since earning my grandfather's and uncle's acceptance. I'd asked him many times to stop, as I always struggled to remain calm and disguise the reddening of my face, but he refused. Oh, she's embarrassed. As always, my retainers let out quiet gasps. I could feel their eyes on me, and my cheeks started to heat up with embarrassment. Anastasius often destroyed my composure like this, and it certainly wasn't helping that his outfit made in the image of the god of darkness was making him look even more regal than usual. I was, to be frank, completely beside myself. "You are too bold, Prince Anastasius," I protested weakly while pulling my hand away, but he just smiled. "I will come for you again this evening," he said, and then turned to leave. It was beyond me to chase and reproach royalty, so I could only watch him go. Perhaps my eyes were a bit more pointed than usual, but there was nothing I could do when faced with his joyful smile. Once again, my protest turned to dust as I found myself entirely unable to stay angry at him. Once Anastasius had disappeared from sight, my retainers began giggling among themselves as though they could contain themselves no longer. "He must be particularly overjoyed today, considering how hard he worked to earn the obs and your grandfather's permission," one said. "Prince Anastasius truly is head over heels for you, Lady Eglantine. You really do astound," added another. Who could earn such heated courting from royalty but you?" A third nodded along in agreement. "The two of you are perfect for each other. When you whirled together as the god of darkness and goddess of light..." Just shut up. "Why, I simply couldn't look away from the sheer beauty of it all." The repeated references to Anastasius' passionate romance kept my cheeks burning, and I soon found myself getting unbearably restless. "Let us hurry to the dining hall," I said. "Grandfather and the others are waiting for us." I briskly walked over to the door to the dormitory while pressing my hands against my heated cheeks. Upon entering the dining hall for lunch, I found that my grandfather, the archducal couple, my cousin, the next ob, his wife, and our dormitory supervisor, Professor Primavera, had already started eating. Grandfather gestured me over to the table, and as I moved to sit at the seat between him and Professor Primavera, my servant served my food, placing a bowl of warm soup before me. "Eglantine, your dedication whirl today was superb. Thank you ever so much, Grandfather," I thought I whirled particularly well today, so I'm pleased to know others thought the same. During my dedication whirl upon the stage, I had felt for a brief moment that the mana within me had been accepted by the gods. It was a very strange feeling indeed. Perhaps it was because there had been more onlookers than I was used to at practice, or maybe because the stage was special and made to praise the gods. Either way, it felt as though my whirl had ended much quicker than I was used to. I had completely lost myself in the moment and attained fluidity beyond thought. If possible, I would like to whirl like that once more in my life. Preparations for my marriage would begin tomorrow, and once I was wed, I wouldn't have any time for whirling. But even knowing that, my performance had been so blissful that I could not help but wish to experience it again. "I must say, I feel a bit of sympathy for next year's goddess of light," my uncle said. "She's going to be compared to you, after all." "That would be the Drawankel Archduke candidate, I suppose," his wife replied. I considered which Archduke candidate would be graduating next year. It was generally the candidates of the higher-ranking duchies who played the parts of the god of darkness and the goddess of light. So it was as my uncle said. Next year's goddess would most likely be a Dolphine. "Prince Anastasius must have practiced so very hard," my grandfather remarked. "He managed to whirl without looking that much worse than you." "That is a terribly rude thing to say," I replied. "It's true. I doubt anyone has ever practiced as passionately as you have. I have been pitying everyone who would have to whirl next to you." Everyone around me smiled at grandfather's clear favoritism, though I did not. I had received an immense amount of pressure from him growing up, being told not to bring shame to my status as the third prince's daughter, and that my skills would need to be fit for a princess for when I returned to royalty. "You have come of age and secured an engagement to Prince Anastasius," he continued. "Your parents are no doubt sighing of relief from where they rest in the distant heights of the gods atop the towering stairway. I had moved to Klassenburg as a pre-baptized child following the assassination of my parents. On that fateful day, I had eaten dinner in the playroom as my wet nurse instructions, then went into the dining hall where everyone else was eating to say goodnight, as was customary. I could remember feeling terribly jealous of my older brother, who had been eating in the playroom with me only seasons prior and yearned for nothing more than to be baptized just like he had. Everyone was overjoyed at the size of a war having finally come to a close. My parents and the wet nurses were bright expressions, and the air in the dining room had been especially peaceful. I said goodnight to my parents and older siblings as per usual. Never in my wildest dreams would I have thought that it would be the last time I ever saw them. To me, tomorrow was nothing more than a continuation of today. I believe that similar days would continue unending and uninterrupted. But my life had vanished in an instant. My older brother, who had been smiling at me so brightly, suddenly vomited and fell unconscious before me. Those gathered began to scream, and a clamor ran through the dining hall. My older sister was the next to collapse, then the attendants who had tested the food, and then my mother, who had been in the process of telling me to return to the playroom. The wet nurse picked me up and fled from the dining hall, repeating in a quavering voice that everything will be okay, but I never saw my family again. The terrifying game of hide-and-seek continued throughout the night. Eventually, I was made to live in a place I knew nothing about with people whom I had never met. I hadn't understood anything that was going on. It was only much later that I would learn why I would not greet my father and mother as I usually would, or why my older brother and sister no longer visited the playroom for tea parties. No matter how proudly grandfather declared that he had avenged my family's deaths and had defeated our foes, I saw only more and more deaths. I took out a shred of joy in his actions, or not a shred of joy in his actions, regardless of whether one was victorious. All that was actually accomplished throughout war was the construction of a mountain of corpses. It was burned into my heart that such conflict was to be avoided, no matter the cost. You truly are like your mother, grandfather said in a pleased tone. She too had a prince desperate for her hand. It seemed I wasn't the only one reminiscing about the past. In all fairness, even though I thought that I resembled my mother to an outside onlooker, we might have even been mistaken for twins. Grandfather had requested a portrait of my parents to celebrate my mother marrying into royalty. My older sister likewise had a portrait, since she had become old enough for marriage talks to begin. It was incomplete, but it had been brought to Klassenberg, where it remained to this day. My older brother, however, had no portrait. His face is already a blur to me, although he must share my blonde hair, as I recall father patting our heads and saying that our hair came from our mother. I had always been treated in Klassenberg as a princess who would one day return to royalty through marriage. Everyone treated me well, but compared to other Archduke candidates, I felt more like a guest than anything. It was impossible to deny that I didn't quite fit in with everyone else. That, too, is because of grandfather's favoritism. One could not say that the current archducal couple and I were particularly close to one another. They treated me courteously as a future queen, but they did not interact with me as a family like they did with the other archduke candidates. And now, following Anastasius' strong word that he wished to avoid war with Prince Sigiswald through marrying me, our relationship had become even more uncomfortable than before. Grandfather only cared about my return to royalty, while the Ob believed that without my becoming queen, Klassenberg would soon be outpaced by Drwankel. I opposed that it could not be helped, as I was the adopted daughter of the previous rather than the current Ob. But upon seeing the close relationship between Lord Wilfrid and the adopted Lady Rosamund of Ehrenfest, I just had felt a twinge of envy. So, is the Archduke candidate from Ehrenfest who made that hairpin which suits you so well absent once again? The Ob asked, which drew all eyes to my hairpin. It was truly beautiful, with an astounding appearance founded through slender, delicately woven threads. Anastasius had gifted it to me in the Royal Academy, and so both grandfather and uncle had first seen it in the morning of the introductory tournament. Lady Rosamund was receiving much praise in Klassenberg, not only as the Ehrenfest girl producing new trends, but as the one who had changed Anastasius such that he could actually acquire me. The archducal couple had attempted to meet her earlier, but to no avail. Professor Primavera had looked at them and sighed. Her sickness is such that she missed even the introductory tournament. She must still be unwell. We knew ahead of time that she came first in class among the first years, and so we thought she would have pushed herself to attend the introductory tournament nonetheless, but it seems this was not the case. If one was going to force themselves to attend anything despite sickness, it would be the announcement of grades when all the archducal couples gathered and the king offered his direct praise. Lady Rosamund fell unconscious even during a meeting that Prince Anastasius summoned her to. She was asleep for 3 days after that, so I imagined she would only now be waking up. 3 days, came dubious voices. I could not blame them for being suspicious. It would normally be unthinkable for me to continue socializing after falling unconscious for 3 whole days. The proper procedure was to return to one's duchy at once when their personal doctor awaited them, and indeed Lady Rosamund had returned to Ehrenfest sooner than planned due to her illness. She was sickly to begin with, but sleeping in a Jareve for 2 years could not have done her much good, I explained. It seems that it was planned from the start for her to finish her classes quickly and return home. I imagine this plan was to ensure she could attend the introductory tournament despite her poor health. Her collapsing at the tea party was no doubt an unexpected tragedy for Ehrenfest. This was just my deduction, but it seemed to me that Lady Rosamund's guardians had planned around minimizing the burden on her, only to fail to predict the extent that Ehrenfest trends would spread. The load that had surely become too much for them to bear. I agree with Lady Eglantine, Professor Primavera said. If it was normal for her to collapse so abruptly, someone would have expressed concerns about her venturing into the farthest hall to acquire her staff. However, we received no such warnings from Lady Rosamund's retainers or her dorm supervisor, Herscher, so we had no qualms beforehand. I believe this was a temporary and unusual problem. Grandfather exchanged thoughtful glances with the others. Ehrenfest was swarmed with far more people than usual yesterday, no? He asked. This Lady Rosamund is earning that much attention? I would have liked to meet her sooner rather than later, but I suppose nothing can be done about that. As father says, it would be best to form a connection with before other duchies do, but they could not meet her either. It is not that Klassenberg is falling behind. In fact, considering Eglintine's relationship with Lady Rosemine, we are actually ahead of the other duchies, the Ob agreed. He then looked our way for emphasis. Primavera, Eglantine, I'm told Lady Rosemine did not socialize much with those from her grade due to her finishing her classes so promptly and returning home, but did that change upon her return? Is Ehrenfest's other Archduke candidate socializing with any other duchy in particular? Professor Primavera nodded. That is all we can say about Lady Rosemine. Lord Wolfried is socializing with various other duchies, but it gives the impression of width without depth. He has met with each duchy several times without forming any deeper relationships. If you ask me to put on one above the rest, I would perhaps say that he has met with those from Dunkelfelder the most. Aside from that, I have heard from their dormitory supervisor that there was a tea party between cousins, attended by Ehrenfest, Ehrenbach, and Frembeltag. Ehrenbach and Frembeltag, the Ob repeated. Blood relationships make deeper bonds easier to form. We should keep an eye on them. Lady Rosemine was absent at the time, and it seems Lord Wolfried responded to all questions about hairpins and Rensham that he was not involved with them. Professor Fraular mentioned that nothing of value was learned there, Professor Primavera said. If she was correct, then I was undoubtedly the Archduke candidate with the deepest relationship with Lady Rosemine. However, I recalled that there was another Archduke candidate with whom she had wanted to socialize. Speaking of which, Lady Rosemine said at the tea party that she wishes to be friends with Lady Hannelore of Dunkelfelder, although she collapsed moments later and the tea party came to an immediate end, so I do not know what became of this request. Dunkelfelder, you say? I suppose they do have a female first-year Archduke candidate. We don't want all the products that we receive so much attention at this interduchy tournament to flow to them rather than us. It is unfortunate that Lady Eglantine, the one closest to her, is already graduating. Are there any other female Archduke candidates about to begin attending the academy? The Ob's wife asked, thinking seriously alongside her husband about future relationships, but grandfather just shook his head. This Lady Rosemine is still a first year, so we don't need to hurry. Time will tell just how significant she truly is. This means the more we know about hairpins and Rensham, the better. But we don't need to worry about interduchy relations shifting a little. A map would show that Klausenberg and Ehrenfest border one another, but maps do not tell all. In truth, the border was buried in snow, and only briefly in the summer could it be traveled through. The result was that the border gates between our duchies remained closed for almost the entire year. That end of Klausenberg had once been part of a duchy known as Eisenreich, and in the region known as Eisen to this day, there had once been much traffic due to the ore-filled mountains there, but once the ore veins were depleted, the land had nothing of value, and so it became mostly abandoned. The distance between cities was significant, and since it was a location where strong Fabies appeared easily, even traveling merchants largely avoided it. That place is hard to deal with since it's so far from our nobles' quarter on top of everything, grandfather mused aloud. But we want to form diplomatic ties with Ehrenfest and make those hairpins within Klausenberg as well, no? Son, what say we probe Lady Rosemine about getting engaged to you, the Ob said, turning his attention to his son and future successor. My cousin and his wife fell into thought with serious expression. It was inevitable that he would marry a second wife, but still, such an abrupt question warranted some consideration. Considering her age and the rank of her duchy, she might be suitable as my second wife, if her mana matches my own, that is, the future Ob eventually said with a meaningful smile. Everyone nodded knowingly. It was highly unlikely that the Archduke candidate of the 13th Frank Duchy would ever have enough mana to match an Archduke candidate from Klausenberg the First. True, it'll depend on her future growth, but she beat out Drowonkel's Archduke candidate to come first in class. I imagine she'll manage. For now, I'll probe Ehrenfest at this year's Archduke conference, the Ob said. With Klausenberg's plans settled, the meal ended and I received permission to stand. I needed to hurry and prepare for the graduation ceremony this afternoon. Please do wait with leisure, I said as I went to leave. Do your best out there, both as a Klausenberg Archduke candidate and the future wife of royalty. I will strive to meet your expectations, grandfather. The moment I was back in my room after leaving the dining hall, I let out a tired sigh. Perhaps due to how enjoyable my recent tea parties with Anastasius had been, that had felt nothing like a celebratory lunch for my graduation. The discussion had been exceedingly dull. I adjusted my hair and makeup, which had become slightly disheveled from my whirling performance, and changed into my newly made red dress. Grandfather had demanded adjustments to the embroidery several times, and amid the Klausenberg designs were minor flares that my father, the prince, had used. It seemed to me that having the designs of royalty on my clothes was somewhat disrespectful. I had been baptized as a Klausenberg Archduke candidate and thus was not royalty myself, but grandfather had insisted. The hairpin looks wonderful on you, Lady Eglantine. Ehrenfest craftsmen are certainly something else. It suits your outfit so well that it almost seemed as though they were made together, my attendant said, praising my appearance. Makeup and the fact that I was wearing my hair up, I felt much more adult than usual. I could also tell just how well the red Corelli suited my dress. We moved to the tea party room, where I sat on our Morbin chair, warmed ahead of time by my attendants. Morbin was a stone that excelled at retaining heat, such that sitting upon it filled one with a tingling warmth. I quite liked them. It felt as though my tension melted away as I sat atop them. Lady Eglantine, Prince Anastasius is here, one of my attendants announced. Ah, my goddess of light truly is beautiful. Your silken hair shines beneath the light like the sun, and with each passing moment my heart battles with the growing urge to caress each strand. The Corelli serve to accentuate your beauty even more. As your god of darkness, That will do, Prince Anastasius. Shall we move to the hall? Come on, enough with the praise, dude. You know she is not very good with this. I believe that even endless praise would not do your fairness justice, but I suppose it is time to go. Anastasius took my hand with a small grin. His gray eyes were so filled with kindness that he looked upon me that I was struck with both an unusual restlessness and a desire to never leave his side. We exited the tea party room and stepped into the hall, where we found graduating students lining up with their partners according to their rank. Since Anastasius was going to be entering first as royalty, we walked to the front of the line with all eyes on us. With the blessings of the gods, the adults graduating the Royal Academy shall now enter. Anastasius Son Zent Trargal, and subsequently Eglantine Tochter Adodi Klassenberg. We entered when our names were called. Before us was a tall stairway dotted with ivory statues of the gods that seemed to continue all the way to the ceiling. Perhaps due to the window by the top level of the stairway, the sunlight streaming in made the face stones and metal divine instruments shine as though they were emitting light. At the bottom of the stairway were offerings to the gods, flowers, fruit, incense, and the like. I didn't know the meanings of each type, but I can imagine that Lady Rosemine did. The sovereign high bishop stood in front of the stairway with his Bible in hand. His white robe stood out among the blue robes of the surrounding priests. They had my sympathy. We would proceed to line up on the stage for them before the ceremony. Yet they had to stand before the shrine to the gods for the entire day. The grand hall was filled with people, and they clapped to greet us graduating students. I lowered my eyes bashfully before looking up at Anastasius. No doubt his heart was filled with a storm of emotions as well. He glanced across the hall with an expression of reminiscence and relief, and then looked down at me. He gave a small nod, and I stepped forward. We advanced slowly when suddenly a golden light started to fall before our eyes without warning. Her blessing! What? Anastasius pulled me to him at once and took out his staff. I looked up at the ceiling in search of the falling light's origin, but unlike those at the top of the staircase shrine, the windows of the hall were along the walls, and there was no place for light to come down from above. I had no idea what was going on. It looked entirely as though it was raining from the ivory ceiling itself. The light rained for only a matter of moments, but it was more than enough time to steal the eyes and words of all those present in the hall. The cheers and applause that had been celebrating our graduation stopped, and the air was filled with deafening silence as everyone looked around for the source of the strange occurrence. What in the world? What happened? It looked like the light of a blessing to me. Murmurs began to fill the hall. I hadn't seen the light very well myself, since it had been raining down on me, but it seemed to look like a large-scale blessing from an outside perspective, the sort one gave when greeting another. A blessing? Anastasius muttered to himself, confused. He lowered his staff, but continued to scan the area with hard eyes while keeping my body pressed against his. If that was a blessing, then did the High Bishop do something? Came a voice from somewhere. The High Bishop of the Sovereign Temple stroked his chin thoughtfully at the accusation. I had seen him from the front, however, and so I knew what few others did. He had been more surprised by the light than any other, and had looked across the hall for its source just as everyone else did. I wonder whether he'll steal this glory. As I pondered the situation, the Sovereign High Bishop spoke with the surrounding blue priests, then raised his hands high in the air. It was a signal to be quiet, and so the hall steadily fell silent once again. The Sovereign High Bishop spoke once stillness ruled. His heavy, ponderous voice echoed throughout the hall. That was no blessing of mine. Nay, the light was a blessing from the gods. I believe that the gods were blessing Lady Eglantine's coming of age and marriage. Me? Not Prince Anastasius, I asked? It was a bold proclamation to make, and not one that I immediately understood. What in the world was the Sovereign High Bishop saying? It was outright irresponsible in that it would almost certainly change how royalty would treat us, despite our deliberate efforts to distance ourselves from the throne. Despite myself, I looked to where the royals were sitting. I couldn't make out their expressions from where we were, but I can imagine Prince Sigiswald was extremely disturbed. I clutched Anastasius' cape before me, unable to hide my anxiety. He, too, looked as though he was deep in thought about something. He must have been as concerned for our future as I was. Or so I thought. Out of nowhere, he shook his head and muttered, "Did Rosemine do this?" "Lady Rosemine? What does she have to do with this?" I asked. Anastasius hugged me closer and whispered into my ear, "I just recalled that Solange and even Rosemine herself said that she became the master of the library's magic tools through an abrupt blessing. Could it be?" These things seemed so disconnected that I initially couldn't understand what he was saying at all. It seemed that Lady Rosemine had told him that she had performed such a blessing at some point in the past. She is supposed to be bedridden, but if she has spoken such of such blessings before, I suppose it is more a likely explanation than it being a blessing from the gods, as the Sovereign High Bishop wishes us to believe, I replied. I had previously considered entering the temple to avoid marriage, so I had read documents related to the temple in the Classel's bookroom. Classenburg was a rather old duchy, so one might naturally assume it had an enormous quantity of documents related to the temple. But in reality, there were almost none. They were all apparently in the temple. Still, the few documents that could be found in the castle said that the divine line of blessings would fall following holy ceremonies. I had thought it was a little more than a metaphor, but perhaps blessings such as these had been normal in the past. "I see that creature causes chaos even when not present herself," Anastasia said. "Ob Ehrenfest has my sympathy. I can only imagine how he felt receiving reports of this manner while unable to interfere with Academy affairs. One did not learn to perform such large-scale blessings during Royal Academy lectures. Perhaps Ehrenfest continued to pass on these ancient ceremonies in the same way that it maintained the ancient custom of Archduke candidates entering the temple. If so, it would be plausible for Ob Ehrenfest to know these things." The audience did not believe the Sovereign High Bishop's words wholesale, but the air shifted for the graduation ceremony to continue, as everyone concluded it likely was a blessing from the gods. That is, everyone except Ob Ehrenfest, who caught my eye with how he alone was crossing his arms with a difficult frown. "I knew it. You are a royal princess with the blessing of the gods themselves, Eglantine. Excellent. I am proud to have protected you to the end," Grandfather said, chugging wine and speaking in proud terms of the blessing when I returned to the dormitory. "Grandfather, what are you saying?" "We all saw it," he replied, "that a blessing clearly favored you." It was as though ice-cold water had been poured over my head. I had thought the Sovereign High Bishop was just irresponsibly causing conflict with his words, but if even those in the audience had thought the blessing was from me and shared Grandfather's conclusion, then the circumstances would change yet again. "There is no denying that the blessing favored you," the Ob said. "It seemed quite clear that Prince Anastasius was only blessed on the side as the one you chose." I was suddenly struck by a wave of dizziness. I had thought I had successfully forestalled a war over the throne after Anastasius had announced that he would relinquish the kingship to Prince Sigiswald. But at this rate, things would likely regress to a state even worse than before. Although no matter what Grandfather says now, neither the king nor Prince Sigiswald can overturn what Anastasius declared. There was no doubt that Klassenburg was an enormous power as a greater duchy supporting the king, but we were still placed below royalty. If my grandfather seemed at all disloyal in his attempts to prop me up, then Dunkelfelger, the birthplace of the king's third wife, and Drowonkel, the greater duchy planning to marry Lady Adolphine to Prince Sigiswald, would surely push back. And Jürgen Schmidt has no need for any further wars. Just how many nobles had been lost in the Civil War just a few years prior? Surely no one was oblivious to how much it had weakened our country. Grandfather, I am not a royal princess. I am a Klassenburg Archduke candidate. You would say that after the gods themselves have made their support of you clear? You are unmistakably a princess. Are you not the late third prince's daughter? I am glad beyond words that you'll be regaining your royal status through marriage. No matter how many times he called me a royal princess, I had moved to Klassenburg before my baptism and was educated not as royalty, but as an archduke candidate. I recalled feeling confused in the distant past when I had moved to Klassenburg from the villa, and suddenly my life and education were entirely unlike what I had been used to. Royalty and archduke candidates were simply raised differently. I would likely receive some royal education due to my marriages to a prince, but nothing good would come from expecting a natural royalty from someone raised as an archduke candidate, such as myself. I was not on the level of Prince Sigiswald or Anastasius, who were raised as royalty from birth. However, the Sovereign High Bishop declared outright that the blessing was from the gods. This could be problematic. It would be best for Anastasius and me to get married out of the spotlight, while Prince Sigiswald ascended to the throne after marrying Lady Adolphine with the support of a greater duchy. But I had the terrible feeling that the blessing today would prevent things from going so smoothly. Perhaps it would be even a catalyst of great discord. And I wonder if Lady Rosemine won't be at the center of that discord. Anastasius' suspicion that Lady Rosemine was the source of the blessing was not guaranteed to be correct. However, even without evidence, I was certain beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was. And the afterword, let's see. A comfy life with my family. And the full bodysuit. I tried making my enhancement magic visible to the naked eye. Now I'm invincible! Naturally, I suffered the consequences of my foolishness only hours later. In my mind, femininity is an ideal defined by round, flowing curves. What the fuck? What are you doing, dude? Doing this makes my chest a bit bigger, which creates perfect balance. Don't you agree? Don't you agree, Chugga? No, please, just spare me. Oh, that's for justice, God. My common sense isn't common at all. Rosemine, about that video camera you spoke of, how does it work? It uses batteries. You stored power similar to lightning in tiny containers and used it to fuel things. In school, I learned that even vegetables or fruits can be used in place of batteries. Would they not explode? Why would they do that? I'm not even gonna look at these. Okay, we are done with volume 15. And I will see you guys in the next one.